Chapter 585 Tipping and Informing. No accidents, right? Su Ming calmly scanned the area before his gaze settled on the medicinal herb field ahead. The Yun family's medicinal field is indeed extraordinary. Not only are there superior medicinal seeds underground, but they have also been controlled. The medicinal energy of the seeds flows up from underground like a spring, nourishing the top-quality medicinal herbs in the garden. The medicinal herbs from the Chang family in Feiyun City are incomparable. No wonder even the people from the Tianfu Business Alliance harbored malicious intentions and wanted to rob it. There won't be any surprises, Yun Jiang said confidently. Today I mobilized all the available personnel from the Yun family. There are at least 500 people guarding the outer gate. I also borrowed many experts from other families, including more than a dozen Grandmaster-level warriors. This will ensure the safety of the inner garden. Yun Jiang had a big smile on his face. That's good. Su Ming nodded slightly. By the way, Prince Su, I have already planted all the seeds you gave me. Please take a look. Yun Jian led Su Ming into the herb garden. Su Ming looked down and saw that Yun Jiang had indeed planted all the rare and precious seeds he had given her into the soil. Yun Jiang has unique insights into medicinal herb cultivation. The location where each seed is planted ensures maximum contact with the medicinal energy emanating from below the herb garden, allowing it to be cultivated immediately. No wonder the Yun family's medicine garden is so famous in Zhengzhou. However, after looking around, Su Ming's expression turned serious, and he shook his head, saying in a deep voice, "No, this won't do." What? Upon hearing this, Yun Jian looked shocked. Is this not acceptable either? But this is the limit of what he can do. Ye Lian listened with surprise and doubt, but she had no right to speak about such matters and could only listen silently. Su Ming said in a deep voice, "If it were a relatively ordinary medicinal herb, your method would naturally be fine. You could come into contact with the essence of the medicinal seed immediately, and even if the cultivation was a bit slow, it would still grow. But what I gave you is a seed for refining an 8th grade pill. With your method, even if you cultivate it for half a year, it will still only be a seed." Ah! Yun Jiang's mouth dropped open in astonishment. Prince Su, what you gave me was an 8th grade pill seed, my god. Yun Jiang and Yun Lian were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. As a family of physicians, they naturally knew what the ingredients for an 8th grade elixir represented, truly a rare and precious treasure, hard to come by. This kind of thing can only be obtained in the most exceptional places. No wonder King Su said no. His ability to descend from the clouds is limited, and this is all he has seen and heard. This is indeed giving him too much credit. It's alright, leave it to me. Su Ming calmly said, I need to set up an array to gather energy. You can all stand guard at the entrance. Once I set up the energy gathering array, all these medicinal herbs will be fully grown within 3 months. Yes. Yun Jian was utterly shocked. He had seen qi gathering arrays before, but only briefly in ancient books and classics. I haven't personally seen anyone use it. Aside from the king of Kyushu, probably no one else could use it. Today is a great honor. I've had the opportunity to broaden my horizons. Yun Jiang led Yun Lian and Qin Shuang to the edge of the herb garden, watching nervously. Meanwhile, Su Ming, in the herb garden, took out materials and tools and began to set up the formation. Wan Shirin followed the main road and arrived at the main entrance of the Yun family's medicinal garden. Upon arrival, I saw a large crowd gathered at the entrance, emanating a terrifying aura. Just a few steps closer and she felt a chill run down her spine. The hairs on her body stood on end. Wan Shirin looked up and stared intently, immediately recognizing the identities of several of them. Isn't that Li Ziqi, the prefect of the Grand Commandant's office, and Yang Guangming of the Tianfu Merchant Alliance? And that woman. Who is that, Su Fanghua? She didn't see wrong, did she? Su Fanghua of the Wushuang sect was a sensation in Yunqing before. However, Su Fanghua was elusive and they hadn't had much interaction, but she remembered her face very clearly. Even Su Fanghua is here. In front of them stood about 10 people, the leader of whom was a man with a deep and sharp gaze, like an eagle, and exuding a terrifying aura, which was particularly striking. The aura emanating from him was so intimidating that no one dared to approach him. Oh my god! These are all top-tier figures, the very top figures in Zhengzhou. Wan Shirin was so shocked that her scalp tingled. He swallowed hard, realizing that something big was about to happen today. This was a dangerous place, and he shouldn't stay any longer. Especially since she had betrayed Li Ziqi and Yang Guangming before, this made her feel even colder. He turned to leave. Stop! A sharp shout rang out from the hillside. Yang Guangming spotted Wan Shirin at a glance. Wan Shirin froze on the spot, awkwardly turning around and forcing an unsightly smile. Minister Yang, how have you been? You still recognize me? Yang Guangming sneered. Miss Wan, why are you leaving now that you're here? Aren't you now in cahoots with the Yun family? Come on, come up here, we'll show you a good show today. Wan Shirin broke out in a cold sweat and forced a stiff smile. No need, Minister Yang, I think you've misunderstood. What misunderstanding do I have? You betrayed the Tianfu Merchant Alliance and failed to live up to my invitation. You colluded with the Yun family, is that wrong? Come on up. Yang Guangming let out another fierce shout, carrying a terrifying aura. Yes. Wan Shirin had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk up to the crowd. Upon getting closer, the pressure became even more overwhelming. Let me introduce you, this is Wei Qilin, the head instructor of the Central Plains Martial Arts Training Ground. The others are his dozen or so disciples, each one of them is a top-notch expert, the lowest being a Grandmaster War God at the 8th level. Instructor Wei is even at the peak of the Earth Profound Realm. Do you know what the peak of the Earth Profound Realm represents? Yang Guangming grinned arrogantly. Have no idea. Just hearing these words made Wan Shirin's legs tremble. She wasn't unaware, she was just too afraid to respond. Peak Earth Profound Realm, my god. This is simply a top-level martial arts master. Even Su Fanghua, the most outstanding talent in the 9 provinces, is only at the half-step Earth Profound Realm. She never dreamed that there would be such a martial arts master in Zhengzhou. It's over, it's over. The Yun family is truly finished now. It's hateful that she can only stand outside the door now, without even the chance to step into the herb garden, let alone notify Yun Lian and the Yun family. Wrong. Wan Shirin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Didn't that kid Su Ming go in with Yun Lian? Why not just call Su Ming to notify him in advance? Thinking of this, Wan Shirin secretly took out her phone, hid it behind her back, and dialed Su Ming's number. However, after dialing the number, it kept showing as dialing and could not be connected. What happened? Hey kid, answer the phone already. Is it possible that because she scolded me a couple of times before, I'm now holding a grudge and not answering her calls? This is a matter of life and death. This idiot, how could he be so petty? Wan Shirin felt suffocated in her chest, and was so nervous that she felt like she was about to faint. What are you doing? Yang Guangming spotted Wan Shirin's phone hidden behind her back and immediately revealed a sinister grin. No, it's nothing. Wan Shirin trembled with fright, nearly dropping her phone. Tip off? Yang Guangming snatched it away, took a look at it, and burst into wild laughter. Who did you call, Su Ming? Who the hell is this? Your lover from the Yun family? No wonder you betrayed us. You idiot, why can't I get through? Is the Yun family hiding inside, trembling with fear, because they know we're here? Wan Shirin, open your dog eyes wide and watch today, see how the Yun family dies, see what fate awaits the people you've chosen. Yang Guangming's arrogant voice echoed throughout the main gate of the Yun family's medicinal garden. 586, Chapter 586. Do you dare to fight me? Alright, shut up. On the hillside, Li Ziqi was annoyed by Yang Guangming's loud laughter and shouts, so he turned around and yelled at him. Yang Guangming was so frightened that he shut his mouth. Then Li Ziqi said to Wei Qilin, then I'll have to trouble Instructor Wei. As long as we take over the Yun family's medicine garden, I can fulfill my previous promise. Everything inside is yours. As for the Yun family members, you can kill or torture them as you please. Wei Qilin raised his head, glanced into the Yun family's medicine garden, and grinned fiercely, saying, Prefect, leave the rest to me. There is no one in this Central Plains who can defeat me in a single blow. After saying that, Wei Qilin swept his gaze around and shouted, Attack! Boom! A powerful killing intent suddenly erupted from the dozen or so people in the martial arts training ground, their auras soaring into the sky like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami sweeping out. Wei Qilin took the lead, stepped forward, and kicked the gate of the Yun family's medicine garden over with a loud bang. Who dares to be so insolent? In the front garden, the family thugs stationed there were all shocked and rushed towards Wei Qilin. The strongest of the helpers the Yun family hired was only at the Grandmaster War God level. Before Wei Qilin, who was at the Earth-profound realm, they were like ants. In a single exchange, Wei Qilin merely raised his hand slightly, and sent the bodyguards who rushed forward flying after landing. They coughed up blood and didn't even have the strength to get up. At the entrance of the herb garden, Su Fanghua glanced at Wan Shirin, said nothing, and stepped straight into the Yun family's herb garden. With Wei Qilin and his group taking action, it seems she doesn't even need to lift a finger. However, Su Fanhua's goal today was not to take over the Yun family's medicine garden. Instead, she could take this opportunity to observe Wei Qilin's martial arts skills and foundation, and when the time was right, she could make her move and face Wei Qilin head-on. She wanted to see just how someone at the peak of the Earth-profound realm could be. Just how strong is it? Wan Shirin's face turned pale. He watched in shock and fear as the people from the martial arts training ground stormed in, not daring to even breathe loudly. The Yun family is definitely doomed. Even that kid Su Ming will probably die here. This is terrifying. These people aren't human, they're practically killing gods and slaughter machines. Although I felt sad and powerless, I had to reconsider whether my choice was right or wrong. If the Yun family were to be wiped out, he would have no partner left. Zhengzhou was directly ruled by the Tianfu Merchant Alliance, the Grand Commandant's office, and the martial arts training ground. Under these circumstances, it seems that she has no other way out but to switch to Tianfu Business Alliance. But would the Tianfu Business Alliance still look up to her now? The fact that Tianfu Business Alliance didn't kill her for her previous betrayal is already a great honor for her if she wants to continue to join Tianfu Business Alliance. They probably won't even give her a second glance. Moreover, she couldn't accept such a thing. How is this any different from being a traitor who served 3 masters? Wan Shirin had already gone through countless intense internal struggles. At this moment, Yang Guangming finally spoke up, sneering, "Wan Shirin, open your eyes wide and watch how the Yun family members die after they're dead. I'll deal with you properly." Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin felt utterly devastated. Ultimately, is it possible that I can't escape it? In the end, he too will face certain death. At this moment, Wan Shirin was filled with regret. It seems that stepping into Zhengzhou was a mistake given this outcome. It would have been better to stay in Yunqing and even be a wealthy man there, living a carefree and happy life. Wan Shirin was about to faint. Inside the front yard of the Yun family's medicinal garden, Wei Qilin went on a killing spree. No one could withstand a single move from him. They would all be lying down after just one exchange. He didn't even need to lift a finger. The dozen or so people from the martial arts training ground he brought were enough to overwhelm the Yun family. Screams and wails echoed throughout the stadium. In the Yun family's medicinal herb garden, one after another. Yun family herbal garden, inner garden. Hearing the screams outside, Yun Jiang was horrified and a strong sense of unease enveloped his heart. Those cries of agony were like the screams of vengeful ghosts. The hairs on his body stood on end. Without even looking, he could already imagine what the situation was like outside. However, since Su Ming had ordered them to protect him, he dared not move an inch. In the medicinal field, Su Ming had already set up an array to draw the energy of the medicinal seeds up and into the energy-gathering array. Boom! The entire formation suddenly activated, and a surge of powerful medicinal energy rose into the sky, transforming into a whirlwind that swept outwards. The immense medicinal energy surged forth in all directions like ocean waves. The medicinal aroma swept over them, and Yun Jiang, Yun Lian, and Qin Shuang felt as if they were immersed in ice water, their senses refreshed and their minds clear. Su Ming continued to control the qi-gathering array, but the sounds of fighting outside were getting closer and closer, and Wan Shirin had also made a phone call earlier, which made Su Ming uneasy. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at the door, then said to Yun Jiang and Qin Shuang, "Let's go out and take a look." "Yes." Yun Jiang hurriedly and respectfully responded. Then the 3 of them walked out together. After taking a few steps, Yun Jiang said to his daughter Yun Lian, "You stay here to protect Prince Su. The 2 of us can go out." But Yun Lian's eyes widened. The trouble is clearly outside. What law can she protect if she stays here? This was clearly Yun Zhang's way of not wanting her daughter to be in danger, so she made her stay. Obedient. Yun Zhang frowned and gave a low shout. Yes, Dad. Yun Lian had no choice but to obediently agree and stay where she was. Yun Zhang and Qin Shuang strode out. Instructor Qin, what do you think? Yun Zhang asked with a solemn expression. I haven't really looked. I've been waiting for this moment for days. It's obvious that Beast Wei Qilin has arrived today. I'll settle things with him later. Master Yun, please do not interfere. Qin Shuang's gaze was deep, and her face was full of murderous intent as she spoke. Yes. Yun Jiang agreed. Outside in the courtyard, Wei Qilin also felt the medicinal aroma wafting towards him. His eyes widened instantly, shining brightly, and he was incredibly excited. He burst into laughter. Such a strong medicinal aura, to be able to emit such a fierce and intense medicinal aura. This Yun family's medicine garden must be hiding quite a few treasures. There must be medicinal materials for at least 7th or 8th grade pills. We've struck it rich. Our martial arts training ground has truly struck it rich this time. Ha ha ha. Wei Qilin's wild laughter soared into the sky. He roared loudly. Kill. Wei Qilin, stop, do you dare to fight me? Just then, a voice rang out from ahead, neither cold nor indifferent. Wei Qilin suddenly looked up and saw Qin Shuang and Yun Zhang standing calmly on the steps of the main hall in front of him, their eyes coldly staring at him. Stop. Wei Qilin raised his hand and said coldly. The people at the martial arts training ground stopped fighting one after another. The ground all around was littered with the helpers the Yun family had brought, some dead, some wounded, and the scene was one of utter devastation. You beast, you're still alive? Wei Qilin stared at Qin Shuang, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He couldn't sense any aura from Qin Shuang. It seems that even if this woman doesn't die, she'll be completely ruined. What he didn't expect was that this idiot didn't avoid him, didn't tremble with fear when he saw him, and even dared to come out and challenge him. Did he really have a death wish? Of course I'm not dead. I wouldn't want to die if I didn't want to take your life. Wei Qilin, do you dare to fight me? Qin Shuang remained expressionless and unmoved, then let out another sharp shout. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter echoed throughout the Yun family's medicinal garden, soaring into the sky. 587, Chapter 587 Tiger vs. Chick. Isn't that Qin Shuang, Instructor Qin? Wan Shirin, Yang Guangming, and Li Ziqi stood at the entrance of the herb garden. I recognized Qin Shuang's identity at a glance. During the Three Armies Grand Competition, Qin Shuang participated as the commander of the Qinzhou Army. Afterwards, the Qinzhou Army won the Grand Competition, ranking first among the 9 armies. Qin Shuang, as the commander of the Qinzhou Army, was also renowned throughout the land. When the entire Yunqing heard of Qin Shuang's arrival, it caused a sensation and became the talk of the town. After that, Qin Shuang rarely appeared in public and remained extremely secretive. I heard he went to work for some big shot. As a result, so much time has passed and Qin Shuang's fame has faded. I haven't heard anyone mention her lately, so I didn't expect to see her here. But Qin Shuang also came from the Central Plains martial arts training ground, so wouldn't that mean Qin Shuang is Wei Qilin's disciple? And now, Qin Shuang is challenging Wei Qilin? Isn't this a disciple challenging his master, a futile attempt to break a rock, and courting death? Sure enough, Yang Guangming sneered from the side. I've heard of Qin Shuang. She left the martial arts training ground to become an instructor and made a name for herself, but she turned her back on everyone and became ungrateful. Now they even dare to challenge Instructor Wei and beat their own master. They have no shame whatsoever. Does she really think she can be a match for Wei Qilin? How laughable, all your skills were learned from the martial arts training ground. You don't know your own limitations. Do you think you can beat Wei Qilin? Yang Guangming couldn't stop joking. They believe Qin Shuang is courting death. Li Ziqi frowned, his face cold, and snorted, there are plenty of dogs blocking the way. We need to get Wei Qilin to finish this quickly, lest things change. The prefectural commandant is right. Yang Guangming looked up and shouted to Wei Qilin, Instructor Wei, the prefectural commandant has ordered you to hurry. Stop wasting time talking to these lackeys and take over the Yun family's medicine garden immediately. I know. Wei Qilin gave a lukewarm response. Turning back to Qin Shuang, he said, even if I hadn't destroyed your Dantian, you wouldn't be a match for me. Quickly come before me, kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your life and make you my dog. Otherwise, you won't live to see today. Wei Qilin looked at Qin Shuang with disdain, not taking her seriously at all. He beat a stray dog to a pulp and kicked him out of the house. He's not worth mentioning at all. Whether it's a 3-in-1 combination or not, we'll only know by trying. Qin Shuang slowly walked out and said to Yun Jiang, Master Yun, stay away. Yes. Yun Jiang quickly retreated to the side, about 20 meters away. Court death. Wei Qilin was enraged. This beast, where did he get the guts? He's already a useless piece of trash with his Dantian completely shattered, yet he still dares to provoke us. Isn't he afraid of death? Wei Qilin snorted coldly, his face filled with murderous intent. He pounced on Qin Shuang with his arms outstretched like a rock. His black clothes fluttered, and his terrifying aura swept across the sky and spread in all directions. This? As the clouds descended, Yang Guangming and the others sensed this aura and took 2 steps back in fear. That's terrifying. Is this the peak of the Earth profound realm? Movement can change the weather, a wave of the hand can shake the heavens and earth. With a flip of the palm, a surge of energy rolls forth, with a step, the mountain ground sinks. Die! Wei Qilin roared like a tiger, grabbing at Qin Shuang's throat. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Su Fanhua gasped. That's truly terrifying. Others might not understand the trick, but she, being a fellow half-step Earth Profound Realm cultivator, knew just how terrifying Wei Qilin's attack was. If that grab landed solidly, the immense force would surely shatter Qin Shuang's trachea, neck cartilage, and meridians. Originally, she wanted to challenge Wei Qilin, such a master, to help her break through to the Earth Profound Realm. Seeing Wei Qilin's move now, I can't help but feel wary. If you encounter someone like that and they show no mercy, you're sure to die. How could this woman possibly resist? Moreover, she couldn't sense any aura from Qin Shuang. Weak. Too weak. This woman probably doesn't even have the strength of a Grandmaster Wargoat. In front of Wei Qilin, who is at the peak of the Earth Profound Realm, she is as insignificant and weak as an ant. The next moment, they would die on the spot. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qin Shuang stood motionless, as if she knew she was doomed. She seemed frozen in fear, her face expressionless. There wasn't a trace of life in his eyes. Even when Wei Qilin's hand landed on Qin Shuang's neck, she didn't move an inch. Are you scared out of your wits? Su Fanhua shook her head. The gap is still too big. Just like a chick in front of a tiger, if the tiger roars, the chick will be paralyzed on the spot. I guess Qin Shuang is in this state. Wei Qilin shared the same thought, his face contorted with rage. You know you're doomed, then I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Qilin tightened his grip with his 5 fingers, as if they were iron claws, and squeezed Qin Shuang's throat to death. But at that moment, the veins on Qin Shuang's neck suddenly bulged. Her entire slender, white neck was as hard as an iron plate, with veins that seemed to be cast from steel wire, without the slightest indentation. Even with all his strength, Wei Qilin couldn't move his finger an inch. How is this possible? Wei Qilin's expression changed drastically. He was greatly surprised. How could a mere ant possibly withstand my single move? Wei Qilin was both shocked and furious. Shouted out again. Die! This time, the energy of the Earth Profound Realm within his body surged out through his palm. Even if Qin Shuang is made of iron, she has no cultivation or internal energy. How can you possibly withstand this Earth Profound Realm energy? To Wei Qilin's astonishment, the energy surged out but then vanished without a trace, like a mud ox sinking into the sea. What exactly happened? Wei Qilin's eyes widened in disbelief. He was completely dumbfounded this time. An ordinary person would probably have died from a broken neck by his grab. How could this woman be? Is it my turn? Qin Shuang then calmed down. He slowly raised his head, opened his eyes wide, and his eyes flashed red, like a ghost or a fierce Withdrew. What the hell? Wei Qilin felt a chill run down his spine, and a sense of foreboding spread rapidly through his heart. Damn it, it's you! Qin Shuang said lightly, then suddenly strode forward, her fist piercing through Wei Qilin's chest like a cannonball. You can't possibly hurt me, you a piece of trash with your dantian shattered, you can't even break through my qi. Wei Qilin glared angrily and let out a low growl. But the next moment. Boom! The fist struck Wei Qilin hard in the chest. Wei Qilin was thrown backward as if he had been hit by a truck, crashing into the courtyard wall behind him. The courtyard wall, built of mud and stone, was smashed open with a large hole. The entire front yard of the herb garden was quiet. A deathly silence. Wan Shirin, Yang Wangming, Jun Jiang, and even Xin Luoyun were also shocked that their mouths were agape, wide enough to fit 2 eggs. Everyone was shocked, their scalp tingled, and they couldn't believe it. The Peak Earth Profound Realm Master Instructor of the martial arts training ground was blasted away by Qin Shuang with a single punch? Most importantly, Su Fanhua still hasn't sensed any internal energy from Qin Shuang. How did they manage to do that? Su Fanhua was so shocked that her mind went blank. Qin Shuang's performance was a complete shock to her values. It overturned all her understanding of martial arts. 588, Chapter 588, The Aura of the Inner Garden. Something's not right, something's not right. Li Ziqi, the prefectural commandant, was also a master of the Earth Profound Realm. He could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Qin Shuang. How could someone who doesn't even have any internal energy possibly send Wei Qilin flying with a single punch? Could it be that Qin Shuang has learned some amazing martial arts manual? However, judging from Qin Shuang's actions, he couldn't tell at all what she had learned. Could it be that Qin Shuang has a master mentor guiding her? Thinking about this, Li Ziqi couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. A thought of retreating had already begun to sprout in my mind. Ahead, Wei Qilin got up from the ground, letting out a chilling laugh. Just like the sound of an owl. Good, very good, Qin Shuang, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve, but you think you can beat me with just this? You're too naive. Everything you know. I taught you. No one knows your true capabilities better than me. Since you want to fight me, then I'll cripple you completely today. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Qilin suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. He lunged at Qin Shuang again. This time, he unleashed his full power, displaying his Peak Earth Profound Realm strength. Boom! The moment it burst forth, a violent air explosion was generated in the air, creating an astonishing spectacle. Qin Shuang's expression changed, her eyes filled with astonishment. I panicked a little. Although Su Ming told her that even if she only learned 30% of it, it would be more than enough to deal with Wei Qilin. However, she had never fought against a true master like Wei Qilin, especially when she was crippled, so she lacked confidence at all. Seeing that Wei Qilin was already in front of her, Qin Shuang hurriedly raised her hands to protect her chest. Bang! Wei Qilin's fist struck Qin Shuang's arms squarely, his internal energy surging out like a tidal wave. However, no matter how strong the energy was, it all dissipated once it entered Qin Shuang's body. This punch, brimming with the inner energy of the earthly mystery realm, felt like it had hit cotton. This is the power of the Withdrew subduing demons technique, overcoming existence with non-existence and conquering strength with softness. In martial arts training, internal energy is the core. A person's level of attainment depends on the strength of their internal energy. However, the Withdrew subduing demons Withdrew is the opposite. It only trains the body and does not cultivate chi. The body is empty, like a quilt that can never be filled. No matter how fierce or ruthless the internal energy is, when it surges in, it is as if it has flowed into the sea, or as if it has dissipated into the air. Fuck you. This was the first time Wei Qilin had encountered such a frustrating situation. He was so angry that he cursed loudly and kicked Qin Shuang in the head. Qin Shuang was caught off guard and didn't expect Wei Qilin to suddenly change his tactics. Before he could defend himself, Wei Qilin kicked him, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Take her down. Wei Qilin had lost his patience and didn't want to get entangled with Qin Shuang anymore, so he shouted at the others in the martial arts training ground. Suddenly, more than a dozen people rushed towards Qin Shuang. Anyway, his goal today is the Yin family's medicinal garden. He can settle accounts with Qin Shuang after he takes over the Yin family's medicinal garden. Otherwise, getting entangled with this ball-like thing would be a complete waste of time. Qin Shuang's Vajra subduing demon skill is powerful, but its strength lies only in physical strength without the support of the core internal energy of martial arts. She is completely at a disadvantage when fighting against multiple opponents. You can only remain undefeated, but you can't defeat your enemy. They could only watch helplessly as Wei Qilin rushed into the medicine garden. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go lend Coach Wei a hand. Yang Guangming turned and roared at Su Fanghua. He never expected so many unexpected things to happen today. Even Wei Qilin was being restrained at every turn, which was beyond their expectations. You need to tell me? Su Fanhua glanced coldly at Yang Guangming, then leaped away. Yang Guangming breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had also invited Su Fanhua. With the Wushuan Sect's top experts plus Wei Qilin, that's two great masters. He doesn't believe he can't take down the Yun family's medicine garden. But then, something happened that shocked Yang Guangming and the others. Su Fanhua leaped forward, blocking Wei Qilin's path, and looked up with a cold smile, saying, "Instructor Wei, how about we exchange a few blows?" This? Yang Guangming was so angry he almost fainted. Is this woman insane? Which side are they on? He asked Su Fanhua for help to take over the Yun family's medicinal herb garden, not to do anything for the Yun family. Is this woman out of her mind? Even Li Jiqi was taken aback. He turned his head sharply, looked angrily at Yang Guangming, and shouted, "What the hell is going on? Isn't this the person you hired?" Yes, Your Excellency, I don't know what she's up to either." Yang Guangming was about to faint. He roared at Su Fanhua, "Are you crazy? I'll let you take over the Yun family's medicine garden." However, Su Fanhua remained motionless, as if she hadn't heard a thing, her eyes fixed on Wei Qilin. Her purpose in coming here was to challenge the masters. She didn't care about the Yun family's medicinal garden at all. As long as he can fight Wei Qilin, he will definitely be able to break through to the Earth-profound realm. Of course, you might also die. And that's something she'll have to deal with on her own. This feeling of surviving in dire straits is the greatest opportunity for martial arts cultivation to break through its shackles. Wei Qilin was also speechless, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, and looked at Su Fanhua. "Are you sick?" "You can interpret it that way, but regardless of whether I'm sick or not, you won't get past me if you don't take action," Su Fanhua said with a cold smile. "Go to hell." Wei Qilin was now completely enraged. Qin Shuang was bad enough, but now there's Su Fanhua too. When did these women start daring to challenge themselves? Do they really think Wei Qilin is easy to bully? Go to hell. Wei Qilin flew into a rage and charged at Su Fanhua, raising his hand to strike her in the chest. He possessed at least 9/10 of the strength required for the earthly profound realm. He was already very impatient, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Good timing. Su Fanhua was filled with excitement and exhilaration. The opportunity she had been waiting for had finally arrived. This palm strike was so powerful that it almost tore the air apart, causing it to tremble and crack. Su Fanhua's expression was extremely solemn. She took a deep breath, and her inner energy surged forth, causing her clothes to flutter loudly and a strong wind to rise around her. Standing at the door, Yun Jian felt an overwhelming pressure, as if he couldn't even open his eyes. Boom! The two auras of the earth-profound realm collided in the air, sounding like thunder, deafeningly loud. The entire Yun family's medicine garden was practically in an uproar. Bang! Su Fanhua was sent flying more than 20 meters, crashing into the wall next to her before falling to the ground, spitting out blood. Her aura was completely shattered, and her face turned so pale that not a trace of blood could be seen. But her eyes were filled with excitement. We've got him. If she survives and recovers today, this energy will allow her to fully enter the earth-profound realm. From now on, I am no longer a half-step earth-profound realm cultivator. Her cultivation level has risen to another level. However, Wei Qilin dismissed it as if it were an ant, not even bothering to glance at it again, and simply roared ferociously, "Let's see who dares to block my way now." After saying that, he charged into the inner garden of the Yun family's medicinal herb garden like a tiger. Inside the real Yun family's medicinal herb field. Li Ziqi and Yang Guangming both widened their eyes in surprise. It's a success. Now all we need to do is wait for Wei Qilin to kill everyone in the erg field from now on. This place will be completely under their control. Is it over? Wan Shirin stared wide-eyed in despair and terror. What should Junlian do? Is Su Ming, that kid, doomed too? Boom, boom. However, at that moment, a tremendous aura erupted from the inner garden, soaring into the sky. It sent chills down the spines of everyone in the front yard. The entrance gate was smashed open, and Wei Qilin was sent flying backwards into the front yard, where he landed heavily on the ground like a broken sack, spitting out blood incessantly. His eyes were wide open, his face filled with nothing but endless terror and shock. How is this possible? 589, Chapter 589 King of the Nine Provinces. What did Wei Qilin see when he rushed into the inner garden? He saw Su Ming and Yun Lian. Only these two people were in the garden. Yun Lian, needless to say, was already frail upon seeing a terrifying expert like Wei Qilin. She was so frightened that her whole body stiffened, and she didn't even dare to breathe. Wei Qilin didn't take Yun Lian, who was like a little chick, seriously at all. His gaze immediately fell on Su Ming. He sneered and asked, "So you're the backer the Yun family found?" Although Qin Shuang's martial arts skills impressed and shocked him, he knew that Qin Shuang could not be the Yun family's backer. Because Qin Shuang had almost no background after leaving the martial arts training ground. Qin Shuang is good at being a henchman, but she's far from being a reliable backer. So now only Su Ming is left. Regardless of whether this person is a backer of the Yun family, as long as this kid is eliminated, he will completely control the Yun family's medicinal garden. You can interpret it that way, but I advise you not to come over. I am setting up a chi gathering array. If you come over, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Su Ming, standing in the erg field, glanced at Wei Qilin and said indifferently, "Ha ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Wei Qilin burst into wild laughter. They've gone mad. The Yun family has definitely gone mad. He thought they'd found some amazing backer, some kind of expert, but it turns out to be trash like you, Yuri, not even as good as Qin Shuang. How dare you talk so arrogantly in front of me? I'll kill you as easily as crushing an ant. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Wei Qilin completely disregarded Su Ming's words, or rather, he didn't take Su Ming seriously at all. He strode confidently into the medicinal herb field and charged towards Su Ming. "Don't want!" Yun Lian exclaimed in surprise from behind. Wei Qilin became even more arrogant and smug. Have these two little brats already wet their pants in fear? Before his renowned instructor Wei, before a peak Earth Profound Realm expert, no one could help but tremble. Little did they know, Yun Lian's shout was for Wei Qilin. The next moment, Wei Qilin understood why Yun Lian had shouted that. It turned out to be to stop him. Just as he was about to reach Su Ming suddenly raised his hand. Being in the center of the chi gathering array, this raised hand not only unleashed Su Ming's own internal energy, but also the vast medicinal energy gathered around him, surging towards Wei Qilin like a tidal wave. The terrifying aura before them seemed to change the very fabric of the world. Wei Qilin had never seen such a scene of servants in his entire life. He was instantly terrified, his face changing drastically as if he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly raised his hands to defend himself, unleashing all his energy in an attempt to resist this terrifying aura. Boom! Wei Qilin didn't even see what happened before he was sent flying backward. He felt as if a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down on him. Faced with this power, he appeared as insignificant as dust and as humble as an ant. Fear. That's terrifying. At this moment, Wei Qilin lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, blood flowing from his mouth, his whole body trembling. It was as if I had seen hell. Now, only death and coldness enveloped my entire body. What exactly happened? Li Ziqiu strode forward, looking at Wei Qilin with a shocked expression and asking. There are still masters. I never knew there were such terrifying figures in this world. I, Wei Qilin, have truly broadened my horizons. Only today have I seen the sky. My whole life has been like that of a frog at the bottom of a well. With his mouth full of blood, Wei Qilin spoke indistinctly. There are more experts? Li Ziqiu suddenly looked up, utterly shocked, at the inner garden, but could see nothing. But in his heart, he was already utterly shocked. Could it be that the real expert the Yun family hired is inside? To be able to seriously injure Wei Qilin like this, to be able to frighten Wei Qilin like this. My God, what kind of amazing people are in there? At this moment, Li Ziqiu realized that he had gotten himself into big trouble. Terrified, he retreated, then suddenly turned around and ran down the mountain without looking back. Lord Prefect, wait for me. Yang Guangming was also terrified and scrambled down the mountain, not daring to stop for a moment. The two fled in panic. Wan Shirin looked up in a daze, her eyes gazing curiously into the inner garden. What kind of big shot is this, capable of being this powerful? Is this the mastermind behind the Yun family? Why have I never seen it before? Could it be that it has been stationed in this medicinal garden all along? Oh my God! Wan Shirin felt a chill run down her spine, and her curiosity reached its peak. If I could catch a glimpse of his true face and establish a connection with such an expert, wouldn't I be destined for greatness and unstoppable success in Zhengzhou? Wan Shirin unconsciously moved her feet, moving closer to the inner garden. Stop! Two remaining servants of the Yun family blocked Wan Shirin's path. I want to pay my respects to the big shot. Wan Shirin's eyes widened, and she trembled with excitement as she spoke. No way, you woman, you're in cahoots with the Tianfu Business Alliance. We haven't even dealt with you yet, and you want to pay respects to the big shots? You think too highly of yourself. I think you're asking for it. The servants of the Yun family were furious. Where does this woman get the nerve? She was just standing with Yang Guangming and Li Ziqi, and now she's meeting with some big shot. Really, do you think you can just walk around in Zhengzhou like a madman? No. Wan Shirin's face turned red with anxiety, and she hurriedly explained, I'm not with Yang Guangming and his gang. We just happened to run into each other at the entrance, and they kidnapped me. I am a partner with Master Yun, and Master Yun can vouch for that. Wan Shirin stamped her feet in frustration. However, Yun Jiang stepped forward, looking intently at Wan Shirin, and shook his head with a sigh, saying, Miss Wan, no matter what, let's leave it at that. You should go down the mountain first. We'll settle our score later. Otherwise, you can stay here. This might incur the displeasure of my Yun family. Wan Shirin was at a loss for what to do and reluctantly peered into the inner garden. But I can't see anything. Miss Wan, please. Yun lowered his voice and said something. Alright, I'm sorry, Mr. Yun, this really has nothing to do with me. I'll explain everything to you once you've dealt with it. Helpless, Wan Shirin had no choice but to turn and leave. As she walked to the door, Qin Shuang also walked up to Wei Qilin, raised her hand, and made the final execution of Wei Qilin. She was facing her former mentor and leader, the one who had nurtured her and then turned against her. Qin Shuang's eyes were filled with hatred and icy killing intent. You can take my life, but can you tell me who killed me? Wei Qilin stared wide-eyed, trembling all over as he asked. King of the 9 provinces. Qin Shuang said coldly, and her fist slammed down. Boom! They smashed Wei Qilin's head into the mud, tearing it to pieces. The king of the 9 provinces? Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin turned around abruptly, her whole body trembling with shock. 590, Chapter 590. The network of connections behind the Yun family. King of the 9 provinces. It turns out that the real backer behind the Yun family is the king of Kyushu. Wan Shirin was so shocked that her scalp tingled. No wonder even Wei Qilin was taught a lesson like this, unable to even fight back. No wonder Li Ziqiu was so frightened by that terrifying aura that he fled on the spot. With such a powerful figure backing them up, the martial arts training ground is nothing, and Wei Qilin is nothing either. It is estimated that even Li Ziqi, the prefectural commandant, would be so frightened upon seeing the king of the 9 provinces that he would immediately kowtow. The Yun family dares to act recklessly because they have such a powerful backer, and they dare to face the Tianfu Business Alliance without the slightest fear. I should have figured this out a long time ago. Unfortunately, in the end, he still didn't get to see the king of the 9 provinces, and didn't know what he looked like. However, as long as I maintain my relationship with the Yun family, I will meet them sooner or later. Such an extraordinary figure must have been dashing and outstanding. With that thought in mind, Wan Shireen felt relieved and went down the mountain with anticipation in her heart. The king of the 9 provinces, so he was inside. Leaning against the wall, Su Fanghua, who was seriously injured, revealed a meaningful and joyful smile. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Not only did challenging Wei Qilin help him break through to the earth-profound realm, but he was also able to reunite with Su Ming. It was truly wonderful. I just don't know if I can hold on any longer. Su Fanghua tried to get up, but she was seriously injured and her blood was churning every time she moved. Blood would ooze from the corner of her mouth. Miss, please don't move. Yun Jiang hurriedly came forward and helped Su Fanghua up. He had never met Su Fanghua before, but on their first meeting, she was able to distinguish right from wrong and stand up for the Yun family. Even at the cost of serious injury. This is also a great hero, a benefactor of the Yun family. I'm fine. Su Fanghua struggled to her feet. Miss, you have shown my Yun family immense kindness, which we will never forget. Rest assured, my Yun family may not have much else, but we have the most medicinal herbs and pills. We will definitely be able to heal your injuries. However, I have yet to ask your esteemed name. Yun Jiang asked with a face full of curiosity. Although Su Fanghua was unable to defeat Wei Qilin, she must have been no ordinary person to have been able to withstand Wei Qilin's full force attack. Her name is Su Fanghua. She is from the Wushuang sect and is also the sister of Su Zifeng of the Shuzhou army, Qin Shuang said as she walked over. My God, the peerless genius of the peerless sect. Yun Jiang was shocked, and felt even more respect and admiration for Su Fanghua. No wonder he wasn't afraid of Wei Qilin. With his status, how could he possibly take Wei Qilin seriously? My injuries don't matter, let me in quickly, I want to see him. Su Fanghua said impatiently. The person I want to see is naturally Su Ming. Well. Yun Jiang helped Su Fanghua walk towards the inner garden with the others. Inside the medicinal herb field, Su Ming had already set up a qi gathering array. Under the array, the qi of the underground medicinal seeds surged out in large quantities, condensing within the array and resembling a dark cloud, which looked exceptionally spectacular. Even standing outside the medicinal herb field, you can feel as if you are bathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, Yun Jiang and the others walked in through the door. Su Ming turned his head and saw the seriously injured Su Fanghua. He frowned and asked, What happened, Su Fanghua? You really didn't go back with your sister? Su Fanghua hurriedly broke free from his support, stepped forward, and bowed to Su Ming. Su Fanghua greets Prince Su. She was injured by Wei Qilin while trying to help us. Yun Jiang hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Help you? Su Ming grinned. How could he not know what Su Fanghua was thinking? In this girl's eyes, there is no right or wrong, only the difference between the strong and the weak. She would never kindly help the Yun family. However, Su Ming was too lazy to point it out, and just smiled and said, Serves you right, you deserve this injury, you brought it on yourself. You should have just gone back to your sister or your Wushuang sect, and nothing would have happened. Su Fanghua was so scolded that she couldn't lift her head and remained silent. Alright, let's go back to the Yun family first. Su Ming looked up and said something. Then everyone went down the mountain together. Li Shiqi, what the hell are you doing? It's been so many days. How come you haven't gotten a single piece of information? At the Tenfu Business Alliance headquarters, Li Shiqi was receiving a phone call from Grand Commandant Su De, who berated him mercilessly. Li Shiqi was covered in sweat, unable to lift his head, and said in a trembling voice, reporting to the Grand Commandant, I have already sent people to investigate the matter in Yun City, but I am in Zhangzhou, and because the Yun family disobeyed the Grand Commandant's orders, I want to take action to teach them a lesson to avenge the Grand Commandant's cause. I just didn't expect. Li Shiqiu's face was extremely grim, and he hesitated to speak. Didn't expect anything? Su De asked irritably on the phone. I just didn't expect that the Yun family had a powerful backer. Even the martial arts instructor I invited was killed. Li Shiqiu was so frustrated he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Who would have thought that such a powerful figure was standing behind the Yun family? Even Wei Qilin couldn't defeat the opponent. You fucking idiot. On the phone, Su De launched into a tirade of profanities. I never took the Yun family seriously. Besides, the The Yun family has a lot of connections behind them. Do you know who the Yun family mainly supplies medicinal herbs to? It's your National Medical Center. Do you know who's in charge of the National Medical Center? It's you, the Imperial Physician's Office. Do you know who the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau is? Zhang Qianqi. Zhang Qianqi, even I have to give him some face, and you dare to touch his subordinates? Are you crazy, huh? Who told you to touch them, you stupid pig? Su Da's furious curses echoed throughout the room. Yang Guangming, who was listening nearby, was so frightened that he almost knelt on the ground. Wow, it turns out it involves such a huge amount of money. Behind the Yun family lies a dense network of powerful factions, like a spider web. Leaving aside the Imperial Medical Academy, even the National Medical Center is beyond their capabilities. That's terrifying. I guess it's near the traditional Chinese medicine clinic the big boss has come to oversee things. No wonder the Yun family isn't afraid at all. Yang Guangming was drenched in sweat, which dripped down his face like rain. You get back to me right now and find out what happened. Don't interfere in anything else otherwise. Don't blame me for not letting you off the hook with that. Su Da slammed down the phone. Li Ziqi slowly put down the phone, looking completely exhausted, her eyes lifeless. At that moment, two men walked in quickly from the doorway. Approaching Li Ziqi, he respectfully said, Lord Prefect, we have returned from Yunqing and have also investigated the matter of the annihilation of the Fong and Lu families. Who did this? Li Ziqi snapped out of his daze and hurriedly asked. It's the War God Army. The two swallowed hard and said. What, the War God Army? Li Ziqi almost fell to the ground. Yang Guangming, standing nearby, rolled his eyes and went limp, almost fainting. On one side is the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and on the other side is the War God Army. Just how terrifying are their opponents? Li Ziqiu never expected that he would be facing such terrifying big shots. He can't afford to offend either side. What should we do? 591, Chapter 591. You have no chance. A long, deathly silence fell over the office of Tianfu Business Alliance. After a long while, Yang Guangming finally raised his head shakily and looked at Li Ziqi, asking, Lord Prefect, what should we do now? Neither the War God Army nor the National Medical Center are forces we can handle. Besides, the Yun family now has a powerful figure behind them. It seems we have nowhere left to go. Yang Guangming said with trepidation. Fart. Li Ziqi stood up slowly with a gloomy expression, and said with a cold gaze, It seems I have to make a trip to the National Medical Center. The Imperial Medical Academy, does Your Excellency intend to directly confront the Imperial Medical Academy? Yang Guangming asked in shock. Although the Grand Commandant's office wielded great power and influence, it did not completely suppress the National Medical Center. Moreover, he also overheard Grand Commandant Su's phone call just now. On the phone, Grand Commandant Su didn't seem to want to offend the National Medical Center. Or rather, Grand Commandant Su did not want to be enemies with the Imperial Medical Bureau behind the National Medical Center. Idiot. Li Ziqi gave Yang Guangming a cold look. Don't use your ignorant ideas to judge my methods. Xing Jichuan, the king of medicine in the National Medical Hall, was personally promoted by Meihei is now the deputy director of the National Medical Hall. As long as I find him and say a word, I guarantee that the Yun family will not be able to sell a single medicinal herb in the future. Since brute force won't work, I have plenty of ways to make the Yun family wish they could never survive. Li Ziqiu clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with icy killing intent. The mere Yun family has caused him repeated setbacks. How could he possibly swallow this insult? How could they possibly let it go so easily? If this gets out, where will Li Ziqi's face be? Wouldn't this become a huge joke for the Grand Commandant's office? But Yang Guangming looked nervous. But didn't Grand Commandant Su just say that we shouldn't target the Yun family? Yang Guangming said in surprise. Shut up, you coward! If you don't dare, your Tianfu Merchant Alliance is finished from now on. Don't let me see you again, you piece of trash. Li Ziqi cursed angrily, glared fiercely at Yang Guangming, and strode out. National Medical Center, Headquarters. Deputy Chief Manager Zhang Jichuan sat opposite Li Ziqi. I see very well since you, prefect, have spoken. Taking down the Yin family is a piece of cake. That Yin family really has a death wish, daring to offend even you, prefect. They deserve to die. Don't worry, Commandant, leave this to me. Zhang Jichuan's face was full of confidence. Then he called out towards the door, someone come here. Immediately, a staff member from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic pushed open the door and entered. Issue my order. From today onwards, the National Medical Center will no longer accept any medicinal herbs from the Yin family. Furthermore, all other medical families in Zhengzhou, as well as large pharmacies, are hereby ordered not to purchase a single herb or plant from the Yin family. Violators will be immediately shut down. Zhang Jichuan spoke with great force, his powerful voice resounding throughout the room. Yes. His subordinate turned and went to make the arrangements. Thank you so much. Li Ziqi stood up, beaming, and shook hands with Zhang Jichuan, Deputy Chief Steward. If this matter is settled, I guarantee that within 3 years you will become the head of Zhengzhou Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. You flatter me, Commandant. I owe everything I have today to you and to the Grand Commandant's office. I, Zhang Jichuan, am willing to serve the Grand Commandant's office with utmost loyalty. Zhang Jichuan had a respectful smile on his face. The two immediately began to cooperate. Just then, another person knocked on the door. Come in. Zhang Jiwei gave a stern shout. The subordinate entered, bowing respectfully, and said, reporting to the deputy steward, there is a woman outside looking for you. She claims to be Wan Shireen from the Wan family and wants to discuss a medicinal formula with you. Prescription? What prescription? Zhang Jichuan sneered. It's unbelievable that such despicable people dare to collaborate with the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Don't they even know where they are? It's called the Qi building pill. The subordinate replied. Qi building pill? Zhang Jichuan raised an eyebrow, saying nothing, but his interest was piqued. This is really good stuff. This Qi building pill is a rare and precious prescription from the 9 Provinces Medical Academy. How did it end up in the hands of a woman? Could they be from the Kyushu Medical Academy? Zhang Jichuan was about to ask his men to notify the other party to come over. At this moment, Li Ziqi hurriedly interrupted, saying in a deep voice, Director Zhang, you mustn't see this woman is a despicable person. She betrayed me and the Tianfu Merchant Alliance before, then joined the Yin family, and now she's come to the National Medical Clinic. She's two-faced and no good at alley. Suggest you don't associate with this kind of person. I see then the prescription she has is probably not reliable. Get her out of here. Zhang Jichuan immediately abandoned the idea and said coldly. Yes. The subordinate turned and left. Inside the reception hall of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Wan Shireen sat there nervously. We eagerly await the reply from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. She had been in Zhengzhou for some time now, but she had truly witnessed what it meant to be like a fish out of water, utterly helpless. I originally thought that by joining the Tianfu Business Alliance and cooperating with them, I could establish my own company in Zhengzhou, open up the market, and everything would go smoothly, leading to instant success. Who would have thought that the Tianfu Business Alliance was using her as a pawn and didn't genuinely want to cooperate? Now that so many things have happened, the Yin family no longer trusts her. In this situation, the only way to break the deadlock is to seek help from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. If we get the National Medical Center to help with the medicine making, and then have them sign a joint statement, it will cause a sensation in Zhengzhou. Since you can't rely on anyone else, then rely on yourself. At this moment, the servant who had gone to report from the National Medical Center returned. Approaching Wan Shireen, he said expressionlessly, you can leave now. You've missed your chance. Don't ever come back again. No. Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen excitedly stood up abruptly. Is there something you're not satisfied with? If it's about profits, we can discuss it. I am willing to give 50% of the profits from this Qi building pill to the National Medical Center. No, walk. The servant said indifferently. How could this be? Wan Shireen could not accept this. If even the traditional Chinese medicine clinic isn't willing to cooperate, she really doesn't know who else to turn to. Does coming to Zhengzhou mean we're destined to face setbacks? They returned to Yuncheng empty-handed, having gained nothing. She was unwilling to accept it. Who had she offended? How could things have gotten so messy? Wan Shirin gritted her teeth and said, I don't believe you. I want to see the director. I want to talk to him in person. What can you, a mere servant, decide? Perhaps you didn't even deliver the message. I want to hear what the director has to say for myself. Wan Shirin was somewhat exasperated. Roll. The servant gave a cold shout. Did you hear that? Those are the curator's exact words. Get out. He gave Wan Shirin a cold, disdainful look, sneered, and the servant turned and left. Asshole. Wan Shirin was so angry she wanted to kill someone. But faced with the massive traditional Chinese medicine clinic, they were at a loss. He could only turn around, dejected, and prepare to leave. Miss Wan, please wait. Just then, a voice sounded from behind. Wan Shirin paused, turning around in surprise. A familiar young man strode over, looking at him with a broad smile. You are young Master Chang Qingyun of the Chang family? Wan Shirin exclaimed in shock. 592, Chapter 592. I won't let the boss down. It's me, Miss Wan. Your figure looked familiar. I didn't expect it to really be you. Chang Qingyun smiled. I didn't expect to find you at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, young Master Chinese. There's something you need? Wan Shirin was in a bad mood and had little patience, so she asked directly. Let's go somewhere else and talk as we walk. I guarantee it will be good for you. Chang Qingyun had a big smile on his face. So the two of them walked out of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic together. During Chang Qingyun's time in Zhengzhou, he joined the National Medical Center, but life hasn't been comfortable for him. I thought that with the 13 ghost needles given to me by King Su, joining the National Medical Center would open up a wider world for me, and I would be able to thrive there. But to my surprise, I was not welcomed here and was restricted at every turn. Nobody respects him at all. First, he came from a small place called Yunqing, and in the eyes of these people, he was just a country bumpkin. Second, he only knows 3 of the 13 ghost needles, which is a joke to others. What's it called if you only know how to do 3 needles? This is called being half-baked, neither good enough for high-level tasks nor good enough for low-level ones, like someone who's only half knowledgeable and can't do much. What merit or ability do they possess to be valued at the National Medical Center? 3. The most important point is that Chang Qingyun cannot produce the manual for the 13 needles of ghosts and gods. Then it has no value whatsoever. In short, his joining the National Medical Institute brought no benefit to the institute other than the 3 acupuncture techniques he himself possessed. He didn't even have the right to participate in academic exchanges. Therefore, after arriving here, he was neglected by the entire traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Aside from being assigned a small office and doing odd jobs, he wasn't even qualified to enter the medical archives of the National Medical Center. This made Chang Qingyun very depressed during this period. Despite harboring lofty ambitions, he was at a loss here, as if he had fallen into a stagnant quagmire and could not get out. But seeing Wan Shirin at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic by chance today gave him hope. If he could help Wan Shirin achieve great things, wouldn't that prove himself to the National Medical Center? It will also broaden the horizons of those high and mighty old fogies and show them just what kind of person Chang Qingyun really is. That's why Chang Qingyun took the initiative to call out to Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin was also Su Wang's ex-wife, and his actions were a way of repaying Su Wang for bestowing upon him the 13 ghost needles. So, you're really willing to help me refine the Qi building pill? Sitting in a coffee shop, Wan Shirin showed an expression of immense surprise. Unexpectedly, after going through so many twists and turns, it turned out that the people from Yunqing were the ones who were willing to help her in the end. Yes. She should have figured it out a long time ago. Although Zhengzhou is vast, with countless geniuses and abundant wealth, she is an outsider. Why should others let her get involved and try to share Zhengzhou's pie? Only your own people can be truly relied upon. Yes, but I can only help with the refining. As for the medicinal materials, funding, and business operations, I can't say for sure, Chang Qingyun said with a smile. It's alright, leave those to me as long as someone helps me refine the medicine, everything else is a small matter. Young Master Chang, thank you so much. I never expected that you would be the one to help me in the end. Don't worry, I'm willing to share 10% of the profits from this Qi building pill with you, Wan Shirin said excitedly as she stood up. Need not. Chang Qingyun smiled and waved his hand. I just need you to tell everyone when your qi building pill becomes famous in Zhengzhou that I refined this 5th grade pill. The skill of refining 5th grade pills is so advanced in the medical field that it requires a mastery of medicine above even the highest level. He is skilled in refining 6th grade pills and is renowned throughout the land. Even a 4th grade elixir was enough to cause a sensation throughout the entire National Medical Hall. And that's exactly the effect he wanted. Looking into Chang Qingyun's deep gaze, Wan Shirin immediately understood what Chang Qingyun wanted. He couldn't help but smile knowingly, and shook hands with Chang Qingyun, saying, "Alright, I understand, let's join forces and give these arrogant fools in Zhengzhou a good slap in the face." Thus, the two established a cooperative relationship. Afterwards, Chang Qingyun arranged a time to refine medicine, and then took his leave. As he was leaving, Chang Qingyun smiled at Wan Shirin and said, "By the way, Miss Wan, please give my regards to the big boss, tell him that I, Chang Qingyun, will definitely not let him down." After saying that, Chang Qingyun left. Wan Shirin looked completely bewildered. Big shot? Which big shot? Who exactly is Chang Qingyun referring to? What big shot does he know in Zhengzhou? If he really knew someone, would he need to run into so many obstacles? Wan Shirin could only shake her head in confusion before leaving to go back and prepare. 3 days later, a batch of qi building pills quietly hit the market. It caused a sensation throughout the Central Plains. Countless medical families were shocked. Everyone at the Tianfu Business Alliance and the National Medical Center was shocked by the sudden appearance of the 4th grade qi building pill. Most importantly, the finished qi building pill has reached a purity of 90%. What an incredibly advanced alchemy technique. This led all the major powers to believe that some powerful medical expert had made a move, but after inquiring around, they found nothing. The entire Central Plains forces were thrown into disarray. If we can't figure out which big shot refined it, the qi building pill's market dominance and rampant profiteering could directly impact the entire pharmaceutical market landscape of Zhengzhou. Qi building pill, damn it. Within the Tianfu Business Alliance, Yang Guangming knew what was going on as soon as he heard the words qi building pill. Wan Shirin, she really found an opportunity, but who exactly helped her refine the medicine? If no one refines medicine, then the qi building pill is just a piece of waste paper in her hands. Could it be the Shin family, the Yun family, or the traditional Chinese medicine clinic? Yang Guangming was so angry that he scratched his head in cheeks. Watching the wealth in the market flow into Wan Shirin's pockets like water, he was about to go crazy. Li Ziqi made a phone call directly. They called the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and contacted Zhang Jichuan. "Hey Zhang, what's going on? Didn't I tell you not to cooperate with that woman? Why is there still qi building pill on the market?" Li Ziqi asked angrily. She didn't really care whether the qi building pill was available or not. This amount of wealth was nothing to him. But most importantly, this was tantamount to Zhang Jichuan betraying him, and he couldn't tolerate such a thing. Zhang Jichuan looked at the newly purchased qi building pills laid out before him with a face full of fear, sweating profusely, and said, "Lord Prefect, I don't know what happened. I followed your orders strictly. Moreover, the purity of these qi building pills is so high that even I probably couldn't achieve this level of purity. This must be the work of some reclusive medical master. No, it's very likely even a medical saint. 90% of the medicinal properties, this is worthy of being studied as a work of art." Zhang Jichuan was filled with trepidation. "If it's not you, then who is it?" Li Ziqiu asked in an icy voice. I don't know either. Could it be a powerful figure behind the Yun family?" Zhang Jichuan said in a panic. "The expert behind the Yun family, that person can also concoct medicine. Isn't the Yun family backed by your National Medical Center?" Li Ziqi was also dumbfounded. He had made a mess of things and stirred up a huge hornet's nest. If the Grand Commandant's mansion found out, they would definitely not let him off the hook. Now, countless people throughout the Central Plains were restless and uneasy. No matter who it is, we must find out. And we can't let Wanjia grow so big. Li Ziqi gave a direct, death order. Yes. Zhang Jichuan hurriedly and loudly agreed. The Shen family. Prince Su, you were the one who concocted this medicine, weren't you? Shen Songlin, holding the latest qi building pill, came to Su Ming to ask for instructions. Shen Luoyun followed in, her face full of jealousy. Brother Su, did you really make it? That woman treated you like that, and you're still willing to help her? This shows that Su Ming still can't let go of Wan Shirin. This made Shen Luoyun feel very uncomfortable. What the heck? Su Ming looked up, his face full of confusion. 593, Chapter 593, A Medical Prodigy. Prince Su, you must have refined this qi building pill, right? I, Shen Songlin, have never seen such a high level of purity before. Only the medicine that you, Prince Su, personally refined could reach this level. Shen Songlin said in deep agreement. Not to mention the 9 provinces, even within this central province, besides Su Ming, he really couldn't think of a second person who could have done it. Even those people from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic won't do. Su Ming did not answer, his gaze fell on the qi building pill, he picked it up and looked at it, grinned and said, not bad, the person who can make this kind of pure medicinal properties is indeed quite skilled. But it's not me. If it were me, it wouldn't be 90%, it would be 100%. Moreover, only pills of grade 8 or above can pique my interest. I will not refine anything below the 8th rank unless absolutely necessary. Su Ming explained calmly. If it's not you, Prince Su, then who could it be? Could it be that our Central Plains has produced such a medical genius? Shen Songlin was immediately shocked. But he'd never heard of it before. The most likely candidates in Zhengzhou to achieve this are the Shen family, the National Medical Center, or the Xiao family, which has already joined the 9 provinces medical academy. However, among these major powers, the number of those capable of refining such a thing can be counted on one hand. And among them, it's impossible for anyone to do that. Could it be? Shen Luoyun, who was listening nearby, looked up in surprise. If it's not Brother Su, could it be him? Who? Shen Songlin turned around in surprise and looked at his daughter. Su Ming also looked up, quite interested. I received news a couple of days ago that people from the Four Seas Medical Association are coming down to Zhengzhou. Among them is a medical prodigy named Lu Jianming, who is said to be only 27 or 28 years old and has already reached the peak of the medical king. He is the young medical king in the 9 provinces with the best chance of reaching the level of medical saint. Shen Luoyun said in amazement, her eyes wide. A medical sage. That's an incredible height. Even she, in front of this medical prodigy, must be humble and inferior, and cannot even come close. Although she received guidance from Su Ming, her medical skills improved by leaps and bounds, and she is now at the level of a medical king. However, compared to that genius who has already reached the threshold of becoming a medical sage, he is still far behind. Throughout history, those who have reached the level of medical saints have all been extraordinary geniuses who have left their mark on history. Reaching that level requires more than just precious books, it requires extraordinary talent. That kind of talent is something that normal people can never achieve in their entire lives. It was this innate talent that amazed Shen Luoyun. Really, the Four Seas Medical Association has such a genius? Shen Songlin also showed a look of shock. That would be incredible. If a medical sage truly emerges, the entire Four Seas Medical Association will become famous throughout the 9 provinces, reaching a new level of prestige. Lu Jianming? Su Ming felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar. I feel like I've heard this somewhere before, but I can't quite place it. But he didn't care at all. Medical kings and sages, worldly fame and fortune, were no longer things he cared about or pursued. These empty titles were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Why should those at the top of the mountain care how high those at the foot of the mountain have climbed? Real. Shen Luoyun, however, spoke with interest. I heard that this genius arrived in Zhengzhou today. I was thinking of arranging a time to visit him. Discussing things with such a genius might be helpful to me. Hearing this, Shen Songlin looked embarrassed and cautiously turned to look at Su Ming. Aren't you afraid of angering the king of Su by saying such things in front of him? Genius, what genius can compare to the one before us? Those so-called geniuses are nothing but ants before the king of Kyushu. However, Shen Luoyun was not unaware of this point. It was just that Su Ming's level of understanding was too high, and the medical knowledge he shared with her was too profound and obscure. Her understanding was limited, and she didn't really learn much. She would benefit greatly from communicating with people of similar age and medical skill levels. But Shin Songlin couldn't bear to hear it. She was already sweating profusely with fright and hurriedly said respectfully to Su Ming, "Your Highness Su, Luo Yun is ignorant and didn't mean it that way." "Fine." Su Ming waved his hand and said calmly, "I'm very happy that the 9 provinces can produce a medical genius. If I have the chance, I'd like to meet him." "Really, brother Su, that's wonderful. I was worried you'd object. I'll have someone make an appointment right away to meet this medical genius." Shin Luo Yun immediately said excitedly. Su Ming nodded calmly. Seeing that Su Ming wasn't angry, Shin Songlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. My daughter should be more careful and stop talking nonsense. In other words, King Su didn't mind if it were someone else. How could they listen to the people around them praising how great others are? Besides, this was in front of the king of the 9 provinces. Inside a luxurious 5-star hotel in Zhengzhou. Chi building pill, a pile of dog shit. A lean, capable-looking young man in fine clothes and an arrogant demeanor glanced at the Chi building pill and casually tossed it into the nearby trash can. He is none other than Lu Jianming, a rising star and a medical prodigy of the Four Seas Medical Association. The person who refined this Chi building pill must have exhausted all their strength. It's truly pitiful. A mere 4th grade pill has almost cost them everything. With this much talent, they'll probably only have this much for the rest of their lives. Lu Jianming curled his lips into a sneer and said dismissively. His face was full of arrogance and self-importance. Beside him, an old man with a smile on his face said respectfully, "That's right, within the 9 provinces, when it comes to talent, who can show off in front of you, young Master Lu, who can surpass you? Ever since you returned to the Four Seas Medical Association from Yunqing and retrieved the Toad Spring Dew prescription, your medical skills have improved by leaps and bounds. In just 1 year, you have reached the level of a medical king. Especially when you enter the Medical Association's library and peruse all the medical classics. After obtaining the title, he even approached the threshold of becoming a medical sage. Even those old fogies from the Four Seas Medical Association have to bow their heads obediently in your presence." The old man's face was full of respect and praise. Lu Jianming's current status and achievements, earning him the titles of the Pride of the 9 Provinces and a medical genius, are truly no exaggeration. "Sigh, didn't I already say, don't mention Yunqing again? I don't want anyone to bring it up in front of me again," Lu Jianming said unhappily, his face darkening. Mentioning Yunqing reminded him of that unpleasant encounter. "I remember how he secretly took the Toad Spring Dew from the Wan family back then. Of course, it was only thanks to the stolen Toad Spring Dew prescription that he suddenly understood, as if enlightened. But he has always wanted to erase that memory. He didn't want to see the Chu family members in Yunqing, especially that kid from the Chu family. Right now, within the 9 provinces, the only one who can compare to me is Xiaoqingyu, the newly appointed head of the 9 provinces medical academy. But once I reach the realm of medical saint, Xiaoqingyu will be nothing but a fart in front of me. My purpose in coming here is to thoroughly investigate the National Medical Center and the Kyushu Medical Academy. This is to prepare for the Kyushu medical rankings 3 months from now," Lu Jianming said with an air of arrogance. "Yes, young Master Lu, your foresight is unparalleled." Knock knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A hotel staff member announced to the room, "Young Master Lu, there's a woman in the hotel lobby who wants to see you. She says her name is Chu Qingqing, and she's a relative of yours." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jianming nearly collapsed to the ground. Just as he said he didn't want to see anyone from Yunqing again, Chu Qingqing from the Chu family of Yunqing came knocking on his door. When did Chu Qingqing arrive in Zhengzhou? Lu Jianming suddenly felt like he was about to faint. "Not see." Lu Jianming hurriedly looked up and said, "Cousin, I'm here, open the door." However, Chu Qingqing's cheerful voice had already rang out at the door. Holy crap. 594, Chapter 594. This muddy water. "Cousin, it really is you. I was just hearing people say that Lu Jianming, the genius of the Four Seas Medical Association and a medical prodigy, is so amazing. I felt like I knew you so well, so I came to visit right away. I didn't expect it to really be you. You're amazing. In that case, I'm going to be rich." In the hotel restaurant, Chu Qingqing and Lu Jianming sat facing each other, their faces beaming with joy. Lu Jianming rolled his eyes in frustration. Is he a medical genius, and what does that have to do with Chu Qingqing? On the contrary, ever since he left Yunqing, he has had no desire to have anything to do with the Chu family. Unexpectedly, Chu Qingqing was also in Zhengzhou and even took the initiative to come to our door. Lu Jianming said irritably, I haven't even asked you yet why you're in Zhengzhou. Wouldn't it be better to stay in your Yunqing? Zhengzhou is a vast world full of hidden talents. You can't afford to offend just one person. It's not a place for a nobody like you. Ha, cousin, you're mistaken. My status is different now. I am now the company's president and chairman. Thanks to the prescriptions given to me by the two major families of Huaihe, I have made a name for myself. Although the prescription was poisonous, it was eventually resolved. My name has spread far and wide. You have no idea, the boy who lived in my Chu family back then was actually the king of the 9 provinces. Alas, I was so blind. If I had known his identity sooner, I wouldn't even know what level of existence I would be now. I don't even need to care about the Tianfu Business Alliance or Zhengzhou. Speaking of which, Chu Qingqing felt a little regretful and sighed heavily. But that's all in the past now. Riding the wave of his company's success, he's preparing to open up the market in Zhengzhou. If he can make a name for himself in Zhengzhou again, he will be closer and closer to catching up with that guy's status as the king of the 9 provinces. However, after arriving in Zhengzhou, she realized that she didn't have anything to offer. She used to make a living by selling medicine, but now she doesn't even have a single valuable prescription. Seeing Wan Shirin take out the Qi building pill, causing a sensation throughout Zhengzhou, she was almost green with envy. But Lu Jianming, her cousin, this medical genius, was her only hope. As long as Lu Jianming is willing to help him, and with the support of the renowned Sihai Medical Association, it will only be a matter of time before he becomes famous throughout Zhengzhou. Puff! Upon hearing Chu Qingqing's words, Lu Jianming spat out his coffee and looked at her as if she were an idiot. King of the 9 provinces? You don't mean the good-for-nothing I met at your Chu family's house when I went to Yunqing, the one who was as stubborn as a rock and looked like a homeless vagrant, do you? That's him. Chu Qingqing stared wide-eyed and said seriously. She didn't believe it before, but after the 2 great families were wiped out, she had no choice but to believe it. Come on, I know you want to get something out of me, but you don't need to make up such nonsense to fool me. If he is the king of the 9 provinces, what am I? Wouldn't I be the emperor of the 9 provinces, invincible under heaven? Lu Jianming laughed disdainfully, not believing Chu Qingqing's nonsense at all. I'm telling the truth. Chu Qingqing was a little anxious. Alright, you say he's the king of the 9 provinces. Did you get any benefits from him? Why did you come to me? You went to this king of the 9 provinces. Didn't you want to get everything you wanted? Lu Jianming asked with a mocking smile. Chu Qingqing's expression immediately became extremely complicated. She also wanted to beg, but would Su Ming still look at her? Recalling her attitude towards Su Ming at the Chu family back then, she blushed with embarrassment and had no face to ask the king of Kyushu for help. Can't say it now, huh? Just say what you want. Don't bring up some king of the 9 provinces to save face in a place like Zhengzhou. Everyone is a big shot. Lying won't work. Lu Jianming grinned smugly. Chu Qingqing is still too naive and ignorant compared to him. She is not even in the same league. Only now did he realize how ignorant and foolish people like Chu Qingqing were, coming from a small place like Yunqing. Fortunately, I joined the 4 Seas Medical Association early on, which is why I have achieved what I have today. Even the old man sitting next to Lu Jianming couldn't help but chuckle at Chu Qingqing's words. It's truly laughable that a king of the 9 provinces would emerge from Yunqing. Alright. Chu Qingqing sighed helplessly, knowing that she couldn't explain it clearly on her own. However, whether Su Ming is the king of Kyushu or not no longer has much impact on her. What she needs now is to prove herself and make a name for herself in Kyushu as soon as possible so that guy will look at her with new respect. Thinking of this, Chu Qingqing compromised and said, Cousin, perhaps I was ignorant and spoke carelessly. He is no match for you, so are you willing to help me? I've come to Zhengzhou to develop my career, but I have nothing. Those precious medicinal formulas outside are held by various families and treated like treasures. I can't afford it at all. Can you help me? If you make money, I can split it with you. Chu Qingqing asked earnestly, her eyes wide. You should have said that earlier. Lu Jianming smirked, considering we're all family, even relatives, I can help you with this besides, with my current status, a mere prescription is nothing to me. Here's a prescription for a 5th grade pill, take it. After saying that, Lu Jianming rummaged through his pocket, took out a prescription, and handed it to Chu Qingqing. Real? Chu Qingqing's eyes lit up instantly, filled with joy and excitement. She stared intently at the prescription, her eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Cousin, are you really willing to give me this prescription? My God! Chu Qingqing was so happy she almost fainted. The Qi building pills from the Wan family are only 4th grade pills, yet Lu Jianming casually tossed her a 5th grade prescription. What generosity! As expected, he is a renowned medical genius from all over the world. I've really struck it rich this time. Of course, but I have to personally prepare this medicine, and when it's put on the market, it has to bear my name, Lu Jianming said with a meaningful smile. No problem, absolutely no problem, it's only fair. So, cousin, how much of the profit share do you want? Chu Qingqing asked excitedly. Money is a small matter, I can take nothing from you, but you'll have to prepare the medicinal herbs and alchemy equipment yourself, Lu Jianming said calmly. Cousin, you're amazing, you really are the best person in Zhengzhou right now. Don't worry, I'll get everything ready right away, the very best I can give you. Chu Qingqing almost jumped up. He grabbed the prescription and quickly turned and left. She walked and laughed, her smile impossible to hide. Wan Shirin, you just wait. If you can establish yourself in Zhengzhou, so can I, and I'll be even better than you. This is what Chu Qingqing is thinking right now, surpassing Wan Shirin. Having also been in contact with the king of Kyushu, she wanted to prove that she was 100 times more capable than Wan Shirin. Young Master Lu, are you really just going to give him the prescription for nothing? The old man stood to the side, looking puzzled, and asked. Lu Jianming curled his lips into a deep smile. The prescription is a minor matter, and the money is even less important. What's more important is what I'm going to do next. Right now, in the Central Plains market, just one Qi building pill from Wanjiao won't cause much of a stir, but if I add my grade 5 pill formula to the mix, I can sweep through the entire Central Plains market. I wonder if those people at the National Medical Center and the 9 Provinces Medical Academy will still be able to sit still. I want them all to wade into the muddy waters I've created. By then, I will have a clear understanding of their background, and 3 months later, in the medical rankings, no one will be able to compete with me. Lu Jianming smiled confidently and cunningly, like a fierce tiger quietly waiting for its prey. Then, is the king of the 9 provinces that the girl just mentioned really true? The old man couldn't help but ask with a smile on his face. King of the 9 provinces, that's nothing. That kid's probably dead somewhere now. The king of the 9 provinces, I saw him when I was in Yun City. He was a complete waste who just loafed around in the Chu family. Don't worry, in the entire Central Plains, no one can rival you. Even Shen Luo Yun of the Shen family isn't qualified. That's right. At this point, Lu Jianming slowly stood up, grinned, and said, speaking of Shen Luo Yun, I just remembered that this woman asked me to meet her tonight at the Central Plains Medical Prodigies Exchange meeting. Get ready, come with me to meet this woman. I want to see just how capable this woman, who I heard won first place in the Kyushu Medical Academy selection competition, really is. Yes. The old man got up and respectfully followed Lu Jianming away. 595, Chapter 595. He is the king of the 9 provinces. Central Plains Medical Elite Exchange Conference. It was an exchange conference initiated by many elite younger generations of Chinese medicine practitioners. Its main purpose was to discuss medical knowledge and share what they had seen and heard. However, even such an exchange meeting has extremely high entry requirements. Unless one has a certain reputation in Zhengzhou, they are not qualified to join. Meanwhile, in a booth in the hotel lobby, several rising stars and young elites in the medical field were having a lively discussion. That's truly amazing. You've all heard about the Qi building pill that recently appeared in Zhengzhou, with a 90% purity of medicinal properties. Only a master-level refiner could produce that. I also bought 2 to study. The alchemy technique is so advanced that I don't know if I can ever achieve it in my lifetime. This is truly amazing. I never expected such a remarkable person to emerge in our medical field. Could it be that some reclusive medical king or sage has made a move? It's not impossible after all. Besides someone at the level of a medical saint, I can't think of any other possibility who could achieve this. A group of young men and women were discussing the matter with great excitement, expressing their utmost admiration for the expert who could refine the qi building pill. Chang Qingyun happened to be sitting in this booth, listening to everyone's words, feeling extremely proud and honored. This is exactly the effect he wanted. However, he was a little uncomfortable that these people were praising the pills he had refined as the work of others. Moreover, what I wanted was to embarrass the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Instead of working hard for nothing. Chang Qingyun then spoke up with a calm smile, saying, "The person who refined this pill isn't impressive, the impressive one is his master, the one who guided him, that's the most amazing person in the world." Oh? Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze immediately focused on Chang Qingyun, and they asked curiously, "From what you've said, young Master Chang, what do you know, and who is his master, who guided him?" Chang Qingyun smiled and said proudly, "He is the king of the 9 provinces." Whoosh! Upon hearing this, the dozen or so young men and women in the booth were all taken aback. The king of the 9 provinces? My God, are you saying that the master who refined this qi building pill is related to the king of the 9 provinces? No wonder then, how could the disciples taught by the king of the 9 provinces be ordinary people? They must be geniuses of this era. Perhaps this qi building pill was personally refined by the king of the 9 provinces. My God, no wonder it caused such a sensation in the central province. I need to tell my family to hurry up and stock up. We need to buy a lot more medicine personally concocted by the king of Kyushu. Isn't something you can just get whenever you want. The crowd gasped in surprise. The king of the 9 provinces, what a load of rubbish. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the side. Everyone was startled and turned to look, only to see Lu Jianming slowly walking out with his servant, an elderly man. He had an arrogant and haughty look on his face, looking down on everyone. As soon as Lu Jianming arrived, he heard everyone boasting about being the king of the 9 provinces. The title of king of the 9 provinces is nothing but an empty name. Everyone has heard of it, but no one has seen it, and no one knows if it's still alive. Lu Jianming scorns such people. Moreover, as a medical genius of the 4 Seas Medical Association, he is the most likely to enter the realm of medical saints. Even the king of the 9 provinces is not in his eyes. When he becomes a medical sage, his name will resound throughout the land. Even the so-called king of the 9 provinces has to treat him with utmost respect. Medical sages are as rare as gold, and can be counted on one hand. There was only one, Feng Jitian, who is already dead. And the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau also seems to think he rarely appears in public. If he could become a medical sage, the sensation it would cause would be unimaginable. What did you say? Everyone else was shocked. But Chang Qingyun could not bear it any longer and stood up abruptly. He could be insulted, but he could not accept humiliating the Prince Su who had taught him the 13 ghost needles. Lu Jianming looked Chang Qingyun up and down, his face full of disdain and sneer. Who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me like that? I, Lu Jianming of the 4 Seas Medical Association, say that the king of the 9 provinces is nothing but a load of rubbish. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Does anyone dare to object? Upon hearing this, everyone present was instantly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. Lu Jianming of the Sihai Medical Association? Could you be the renowned medical genius who's all the rage in Zhengzhou right now? Oh my God! I never expected that even the nearly medical sage young Master Lu would come to our small medical exchange meeting. This is truly an honor. Everyone stood up, their faces filled with excitement and admiration as they flattered and praised Lu Jianming. Lu Jianming, with a smug smile on his face, looked down at Chang Qingyun and said mockingly, "Now, what do you have to say, the king of Kyushu? Have you ever seen him? It's like I stepped on your tail in front of me. You're not even an ant. You bastard." Chang Qingyun instantly turned red with anger, gritting his teeth as he said, "Of course I've seen him, and the king of the 9 provinces even personally instructed Meth. King of the 9 provinces abilities are something someone like you can never hope to match in your entire life." Ha 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 ha. This remark caused a burst of laughter from the audience. Not just Lao Qinming, everyone else laughed. He was full of sarcasm towards Chang Qingyun. "Young Master Chang, I know that your brilliance has been overshadowed by the medical genius, and you are not reconciled to it. It's certainly an honor for someone so young to join the National Medical Center, but everyone knows you're just a menial worker there and you're lying like this, saying the king of the 9 provinces gave you guidance. That's shameless. If you're so capable, summon the king of Kyushu and let us see what he's like. You're not trying to say that the chi building pills currently on the market in Zhengzhou were personally refined by you, are you? The crowd burst into mocking laughter. Lu Jianming couldn't help but shake his head, looking at Chang Qingyun as if he were trash. Waste. This kind of person doesn't even deserve to be compared to him. There's no need to call him the king of the 9 provinces. I can vouch for him. Young Master Chang was indeed personally appointed by Prince Su. Just then, another sharp voice rang out. Everyone was taken aback and turned their heads. Immediately, Su Ming and Shen Luoyuan were seen slowly stepping into the medical exchange meeting. Miss Shen? Miss Shen has arrived. Everyone was immediately surprised. This exchange meeting is becoming more and more grand, with one outstanding person after another making an appearance. Lu Jianming alone is already astonishing. I didn't expect Shen Luoyuan to come too. However, with Lu Jianming's outstanding performance as a precedent, Shen Luoyuan's appearance was not as sensational at most. It was just icing on the cake, causing everyone to be slightly surprised. Shen Luoyuan stepped in front of the crowd, her face cold and solemn, and said, I said I can prove that he is indeed the disciple of the king of the 9 provinces. What else do you have to say now? After speaking, Shen Luoyuan turned her head and looked at Lu Jianming with icy eyes. Disappointment. Extremely disappointing. I thought the renowned medical genius of the Four Seas Medical Association, who was praised by the outside world, was something extraordinary, but it turns out he was just an arrogant and vulgar person. He can't even match 1% of Su Gij. Su. Chang Qingyun also saw Su Ming and immediately became excited, almost running forward to kowtow to Su Ming in greeting. Su Ming calmly shook his head. Chang Qingyun could only suppress his excitement. Lu Jianming looked at Shen Luoyuan, a cold smile playing on his lips. So it's Miss Shen, what you say does carry some weight, but is it really true? Why don't you just say the king of Kyushu is your boyfriend? Anyone can brag. Lu Jianming laughed jokingly. You beast, open your eyes wide and look carefully. The man beside me is none other than the current king of the 9 provinces and the leader of the 8 million war god army. Shen Luoyuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, turned around and gave up Su Ming, revealing Su Ming's identity to the public. She simply couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't stand seeing people like Lu Jianming acting so arrogantly and recklessly here. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether this idiot would still dare to be so arrogant when facing Su Ming in person. 596, Chapter 596. A discussion of who is superior. Him, is he the king of the 9 provinces? In an instant, more than a dozen people, their gazes filled with utter shock, fell upon Su Ming. They were especially shocked when they saw that Su Ming had an ordinary demeanor and was dressed simply. Could such a person be the king of the 9 provinces? Are you kidding me? Is Shen Luoyuan out of her mind, or is there something wrong with their taste and aesthetics? This kid looks so unkempt. What's the difference between him and a stray dog on the street? Although he looks passable, he has absolutely nothing to do with being the king of the 9 provinces. Lu Jianming's gaze also fell on Su Ming, and he recognized him at a glance. Wasn't this the kid Chu Qingqing had mentioned? It's you? Lu Jianming exclaimed in surprise. Su Ming also looked at Lu Jianming and felt that he looked familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he immediately recognized him. So it was you. Su Ming couldn't help but smile and shake his head. It turns out that the so-called medical genius of the Four Seas Medical Association was just a kid who went to the Chu family in Yunqing to swindle and deceive, bought a bunch of counterfeit medicines, made the Chu family happy, and then by chance picked up his prescription. I really shouldn't have come this time. This person is even inferior to Chang Qingyun. Young Master Lu, you know him? Is he really the king of Kyushu? Someone looked up in shock and asked Lu Jianming. Him, the king of Kyushu? Don't be ridiculous, he's just a good-for-nothing stray dog who's just waiting to die. I really never expected that trash like you would one day set foot in Zhengzhou. This is a blessing you've accumulated over several lifetimes, isn't it? Lu Jianming shook his head with a smile, his face full of contempt and disdain. Upon recognizing Su Ming, he only found it laughable, not interesting. If he were truly the king of the 9 provinces, he might be more interested, but this mere ant, even if he were to crush him, he would feel as if he were dirtying his shoes. You bastard! Shen Luoyun was furious. She pointed at Lu Jianming and roared, "How dare you disrespect Brother Su? He's your brother, he's completely fooled you, so you, Shen Luoyun, are really that brainless you can even fool this kind of trash. Let me tell you what this good-for-nothing's identity is." Lu Jianming sneered and pointed at Su Ming, continuing, "This idiot is nothing but a stray dog that wandered into Yunqing, parasitizing the Chu family, an ordinary little family in Yunqing, freeloading and shameless. I don't know how you, Shen Luoyun, know him, but at least it shows that your entire Shen family, including you, Shen Luoyun, are brainless. You are no longer comparable to me." Lu Jianming looked at Shen Luoyun with an arrogant air, as if she were a clown or a fool. He had initially had some expectations for Shen Luoyun. It seems best to stay away from such idiots to avoid infecting yourself. Whoosh! The entire scene erupted in chaos. So he's such a useless piece of trash, the king of the 9 provinces. Don't make me laugh. Shen Luoyun, I think you've really gone mad from practicing medicine. You can't even recognize who the important people are. Don't even mention comparing him to Lu Xiao, this medical genius. Even compared to us, he's trash among trash. The crowd laughed and joked, their mocking voices rising and falling. You guys are driving me crazy. Shen Luoyun was about to explode. These idiots, birds of a feather flock together. Even Lu Jianming is beyond saving. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this exchange meeting. Don't be unconvinced. If he really is the king of the 9 provinces, does he have the guts to compete with me? Lu Jianming crossed his arms, curled his lips, and said disdainfully. Okay. What are we comparing? Su Ming, who had been silent all along, slowly raised his head and asked with a smile. He didn't care what those idiots were saying. However, insulting Shen Luoyun was something he couldn't tolerate. You little rascal. Lu Jianming stared at Su Ming and smiled sinisterly. They actually dared to agree. Do you really think that just because you've learned a little bit from the Shen family, you can compete with him, the medical genius? Trying to save face, you've got the wrong target. Lu Jianming sneered coldly, then let's compete in alchemy. If you're truly the king of the 9 provinces, alchemy shouldn't be a problem for you at all. Whoever refines the higher grade pills will prove our identities and strength, won't they? Lu Jianming sneered mockingly. Today, he was going to crush Su Ming under his feet and establish his authority in public. Let the entire Central Plains know just how high Lu Jianming's medical skills have reached. Okay. Unexpectedly, Su Ming smiled calmly and said, however, there are no medicine refining equipment here. What an idiot. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianming could immediately conclude that Su Ming knew nothing and was just pretending. Equipment for refining medicine? As long as the king of medicine has at least a handful of herbs, he can easily conjure a pill from them, all thanks to the qi within his body. Alchemy equipment is required, unless it is a pill of a higher level than oneself, in which case equipment is needed to assist in its preparation. But this kid will never understand this in his entire life. I have. Just then, a young man brought 2 alchemy furnaces from behind and placed them in front of Su Ming and Lu Jianming. This place was originally a medical exchange conference, and all the equipment you need is available here. Everyone was also waiting to see a good show, to see how Su Ming would be completely humiliated in front of Lu Jianming. King of the 9 provinces, don't make yourself a laughingstock. Now there's no excuse, right? Can we begin? Lu Jianming looked at Su Ming and asked with a cold smile. Okay. Su Ming nodded calmly. Then the 2 of them went to the table, took the prepared medicinal herbs, and began to concoct the medicine. Shen Luoyun moved closer to Su Ming and said in surprise, Brother Su, how can you personally deal with someone like this? He's not worthy. Why don't you let me do it? Shen Luoyun was confident that the pills she refined could also crush Lu Jianming. Chang Qingyun also looked anxious. Yes, Prince Su, I can do it too. The pills that Su Ming personally refined would cause a huge sensation. It's alright, he wants to play. Since I'm here anyway, I'll play with him. It'll be good for them to broaden their horizons. Su Ming smiled calmly. It's been a long time since I've refined medicine, and my skills have become a bit rusty, even handling the herbs isn't as smooth as before. Su Ming carefully scooped the medicinal herbs into the alchemy furnace, one by one. Seeing this, the others immediately burst into mocking laughter. Look at that kid, his hands are as stiff as chicken claws when he's holding the medicine. He calls himself the King of Kyushu. If the King of Kyushu is like this, the entire Kyushu is doomed. He's clearly a complete novice who knows absolutely nothing about medicine. The crowd burst into laughter. On the other hand, Lu Jianming's technique was much more skillful and adept. His skill was superb, and he could prepare and process medicines in one go. Flames billowed, illuminating the entire scene, and a strong medicinal aroma spread far and wide. That's amazing. As expected of a medical genius, the skill in refining medicine is so superb that I wouldn't believe anyone in the world could do it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. I'm afraid I'll never catch up in my lifetime. Lu Jianming's alchemy skills were astonishing. 597, Chapter 597. My God. Open. Lu Jianming let out a loud shout, his voice echoing throughout the entire venue. He slapped the alchemy furnace with his palm, causing it to overturn. The refined medicinal liquid inside gushed out and poured into the mold next to it. When ice is placed into the mold, the pill instantly solidifies. Everyone's eyes widened instantly, staring intently at the refined pill, their mouths agape in astonishment. My God, it's a 4th grade elixir. He can refine 4th grade pills with ease, and judging from the quality, they've probably reached about 80% purity. My God, how did they do that? The group of medical elites from Zhengzhou present were almost driven mad by what they saw. That's amazing. As expected of someone who was half a medical saint. Even if they tried their best, they probably couldn't achieve this. The shock of the crowd was entirely within Lu Jianming's expectations. He was a medical genius from the Four Seas Medical Association, and his skills were so impressive that they shocked the entire audience. He had seen that expression countless times before. It's nothing new. He slowly raised his head, his face full of smug pride, and looked at Su Ming with disdain. Kid, you're doomed to lose. Don't waste your time. Just open your alchemy furnace and let everyone see what kind of garbage it is. Then come and kowtow twice in front of me to admit your mistake, and I'll pretend that today's events never happened. Otherwise, even if I allow it, the others probably won't allow you to walk out of this door alive. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze returned to Su Ming. Lu Jianming has already completed the preparation of the medicine. Moreover, it's a top-grade, top-tier 4th-rank elixir. Meanwhile, on Su Ming's side, a pill furnace was burning red-hot and making a hissing sound. In terms of speed alone, Su Ming has already lost by a large margin. Not to mention the difference in quality and efficacy between the medicines, which is like night and day. Without even looking, it's obvious that Su Ming won't be able to refine anything of value. Okay. Su Ming smiled and nodded, extinguished the flames with a wave of his hand, and was about to open the alchemy furnace. Everyone was waiting to see the joke. But just then, a sharp shout suddenly rang out from ahead. Su Ming, it's you, what are you doing here? Before him, Wan Shirin strode out with a cold and sharp expression, glaring angrily at Su Ming. Wan Shirin came with Chang Qingyun. He also wanted to get to know Lu Jianming, a medical genius, so that he could gain a great advantage for his Wan family. Although Chang Qingyun helped them refine qi building pills with a purity of up to 90%, which caused a sensation in Zhengzhou and made the Wan family rich, the pills were still in high demand. But no one ever complains about having too much money. Moreover, she knew Chang Qingyun's purpose. Chang Qingyun simply wanted to take this opportunity to make a name for himself and let the whole of Zhengzhou know about his medical skills. Once she becomes famous, Chang Qingyun will probably stop helping her refine medicine. Therefore, she must find a suitable alchemist as soon as possible and make preparations so that the Wan family can remain standing in Zhengzhou. Just now, he went upstairs to discuss business. Unexpectedly, when he came downstairs, he saw Su Ming and Lu Jianming having a conflict, which caused a great deal of chaos at the scene. This brat, is he tired of living? With the Shen family as their backer, have they become so reckless that they no longer care about anyone? Are you Wan Shirin? Lu Jianming had been to Yuncheng, so he naturally recognized Wan Shirin at a glance. This surprised Wan Shireen immensely. She never expected that the renowned genius of the Four Seas Medical Association would recognize her. Had her reputation grown so great? Wan Shireen was overjoyed and stepped forward politely, saying, "That's right, I am Wan Shireen of the Wan family. Greetings to Dr. Liu of the Four Seas Medical Association." The Sage of Medicine Liu? Upon hearing this, Liu Jianming immediately beamed with joy. This woman is so savvy. He was only a half-step medical saint, but people addressed him as a medical saint upon meeting him, which directly elevated his status by a whole level. If he were truly a medical sage, why would he need to attend an exchange conference? He wouldn't even consider the entire Central Plains a threat. Liu Jianming immediately smiled and said modestly, "Miss Wan, you flatter me. I'm far from being a medical sage. Just call me Young Master Liu." Young Master Liu, what are you saying? Everyone in the land knows you are the most promising prodigy to become the Sage of Medicine. The Sage of Medicine, for you, isn't it just a matter of time, a matter of sooner or later, that's all it takes? Wan Shireen said with a smile. "Ha, well said, but that's all idle talk. You've come at the right time. This kid from Yun City wants to compete with me in alchemy. Yuri from Yun City too, come and broaden your horizons." Liu Jianming invited Wan Shireen over to see how Su Ming was trampled under his feet. But even without Liu Jianming saying it, Wan Shireen suddenly interrupted because of this matter. She turned her head, glanced at Su Ming with disdain, and sneered, "How can someone like this be qualified to compete with Dr. Liu? If he were, he wouldn't be standing here, much less hiding in the Shin family and having to be subservient to others. How dare a nobody like you compare to young Master Liu? If word gets out, people will laugh at you. It will make you lose face and status, young Master Liu." Wan Shireen sneered. He looked at Su Ming with utter contempt. Especially after she learned that even Lian Yunlian had been deceived by Su Ming, her contempt for Su Ming reached its peak. This piece of trash thinks he can compare with Liu Jianming. He's delusional and a fool. You're absolutely right. After a moment's thought, Liu Jianming realized what was happening. Yes. As a top talent of the Four Seas Medical Association, he would gain nothing by competing with such trash in medical skills, even if he won. Instead, it made him lose face. Damn it! They were completely ensnared by Shen Luo Yun. What kind of king of the 9 provinces is this? Oh, bullshit. If he hadn't wanted to expose Su Ming and trample on Su Ming's dignity, he wouldn't have been brought in for the competition. Now that I think about it, I'm filled with regret. Liu Jianming immediately looked up, glancing at Su Ming as if he were trash, and sneered, "Trash, your humility, you're so weak, but I saved your life. I, Liu Jianming, wouldn't stoop to your level. Idiot, hurry up and thank Dr. Liu, or you'll become the laughingstock of the entire Central Plains." Wan Shireen glared fiercely at Su Ming. Su Ming smiled calmly and said nothing. It remains to be seen who will become the laughingstock. It can only be said that Wan Shireen appeared just in time, otherwise, Liu Jianming's reputation as a medical prodigy and a medical genius would have ended there. You? Shen Luo Yun was so angry that she gritted her teeth, and her eyes were almost bloodshot. But Wan Shireen had no intention of paying attention to Su Ming and Shen Luoyan. She turned to Liu Jianming and said respectfully, "Medical Saint Liu, this way please. I have booked a banquet upstairs. Let's have a good talk." Liu Jianming looked at Wan Shireen with newfound respect, nodded immediately, and went upstairs with her. That kid is incredibly lucky. Fortunately, Miss Wan appeared in time and saved his life. Otherwise, this idiot will be thoroughly humiliated and trampled by Dr. Liu today, until his pitiful dignity is crushed. The people around Su Ming looked at him with mockery and sneers. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, then said to Shen Luoyun, "Let's go too." "Yes, brother Su." Shen Luoyun glared angrily at everyone and quickly left with Su Ming. Chang Qingyun followed closely behind and left the exchange meeting together. What a bunch of idiots. It's a shame that Miss Shen even praised that kid as the king of the 9 provinces. What a waste of a beauty like Shen Luoyun. He's good looking, but he's got some mental issues. Everyone burst into laughter. Let me see what this piece of trash has actually forged. Curious, someone stepped forward and uncovered Su Ming's alchemy furnace. A powerful medicinal aura wafted out, instantly enveloping the entire hotel lobby. Oh my god. The person who opened the alchemy furnace was instantly terrified. Countless people at the scene were also shocked by the strong and astonishing medicinal fumes. They all crowded around. At this moment, everyone was stunned. 598, Chapter 598. My things are mine, and I will not tolerate any insult. This is a 5th grade elixir? The purity of this medicine, my goodness. Looking at the exquisitely crafted, extremely fragrant, and highly medicinal pills in the alchemy furnace in front of him, the dozen or so medical elites present almost went crazy instantly. The reason it was only a 5th grade pill was that the medicinal materials provided on-site were only sufficient to refine a 5th grade pill. In other words, alchemists would typically use the same ingredients as those used for 5th grade pills to make 4th grade pills, or even lower grade 3rd grade pills. This is because it allows for a higher success rate and a purer medicinal effect. Anyone with half a brain can tell which is better, a failed 5th grade pill or a top grade 3rd grade pill. Lu Jianming had already done very well, refining a superior grade 4 elixir, which amazed everyone present. However, when they saw the perfect 5th grade pill that Su Ming had refined, they realized what it meant to be outmatched and to be truly extraordinary. Moreover, the purity of this medicine is at least 90%. Who can do that? Who has the confidence to refine a 5th grade elixir using medicinal herbs that are at the 5th grade level or higher? My God, could he really be the king of the 9 provinces? I can't think of anyone else besides the king of Kyushu who could achieve this level of skill. This isn't just good luck on his part, it's Lu Jianming's incredible luck. If that guy were still here, he'd probably be so scared he'd kneel down if he saw this pill. That's terrifying. Could it be that he also refined the Wan family's top-grade chi building pill? Upon realizing this, everyone was so shocked that their minds went blank and their limbs went numb. Thinking about it this way, everything makes sense. It was probably made by Su Ming. Only in this way will Wan Shirin know Su Ming's identity, and her earlier disturbance was to prevent Lu Jianming from losing face. Clear. They finally understood. Little did they know, Wan Shirin was also completely unaware. He was currently in the private room above, sitting opposite Lu Jianming. Medical sage Lu, come, let me toast you. Wan Shirin raised her glass, clinked it with Lu Jianming's, and the two drank it down in one gulp. Lu Jianming put down his wine glass and said with a smile, Miss Wan, with your current status in Zhengzhou, you're already quite famous. Everyone knows you don't stand on ceremony with me with your chi building pill formula. It won't be long before you become one of the most prominent figures in Zhengzhou. They might even make it to the Kyushu stage. Although I'm not good at business, I admire people like you, especially as a woman. It's rare to become famous throughout Zhengzhou through your own means. So we're all smart people, so stop hiding your true feelings and just say what you want to say. Lu Jianming gazed at Wan Shirin with a broad smile. He had already witnessed Wan Shirin's intelligence from below. She was able to instantly judge that competing with that good-for-nothing in alchemy would damage his reputation, which was something that not just anyone could see. No wonder Wan Shirin caused such a sensation in Zhengzhou. She certainly has some ability. Upon receiving the praise from the medical experts of the Four Seas Medical Association, Wan Shirin was overjoyed and her face lit up with happiness, instantly filling her with confidence. He smiled and said, since that's the case, then I won't beat around the bush. You would like to ask young Master Lu to refine medicine for my Wan family and to be our resident pharmacist. Ha, he. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianming immediately smiled. With a playful and teasing expression, he looked at Wan Shirin and found her amusing. This woman thinks way too highly of herself. While they do have some brains, their ambitions are far too great. He, a renowned medical genius from the Four Seas Medical Association, was actually asked to refine medicines for thousands of families and serve as a resident pharmacist. Isn't this making him a servant of the Wan family, serving the Wan family? Are you kidding me? Lu Jianming grinned and said, Miss Wan, what makes you think I would agree? What is there that would make me agree? Don't mention money to me. With my status and position today, the last thing I lack is money. Besides, doesn't your Wan family already have a top-notch medical expert? The person who helped you refine the chi building pill is also quite skilled in medicine. Aren't you afraid of offending him by coming to me? Lu Jianming smiled and felt it was necessary to reassess Wan Shirin's behavior. Wan Shirin sighed helplessly. To be honest, That person will probably only help me refine medicine once, he probably won't help me again after that. That's why I had no choice but to shamelessly ask Dr. Lu for help. I see. Lu Jianming chuckled mockingly. Then can you tell me who the person who helped you refine the medicine is, and which faction does he serve? That was the only thing Lu Jianming was curious about. He wanted to know who this person was who could refine such a top-grade chi-building pill. Is it from the National Medical Center, the Kyushu Medical Academy, or some other family? If you are willing to help my Wan family refine medicine, I will tell you, Wan Shirin said solemnly. Cut. Lu Jianming rolled his eyes. Tell me if you want, or don't. If you don't want to, then forget it. After saying that, Lu Jianming got up and prepared to leave. This woman is trying to outsmart him. She doesn't know what's good for her. My previous positive impression of Wan Shirin has completely vanished. Etc. Wan Shirin panicked and hurriedly stood up. If you agree, I can tell you a huge secret. Wan Shirin said impatiently. Oh? Lu Jianming turned around and looked at Wan Shirin with great interest. The Shen family. You helped refine the chi-building pills for the Wan family, didn't you? Inside the hall, Su Ming's gaze fell on Chang Qingyun. Upon hearing this, Chang Qingyun trembled and knelt down before Su Ming with a thud, saying in a panic, I know my crime. I helped others refine medicine without the permission of your highness, and I deserve to die. Please punish me, your highness. Upon seeing this, both Shen Luoyun and Shen Sonlin showed expressions of shock. So it was you. I thought it was that Lu Jianming guy. Shen Luoyun stared in astonishment. I never imagined Chang Qingyun was this amazing. For a small medical family in Yunqing to have reached this point is truly remarkable. They underestimated Chang Qingyun. However, Shen Luoyun also knew that Su Ming's guidance was indispensable, otherwise, Chang Qingyun would probably still be unknown. Su Ming waved his hand. Once you've learned the skill, it's yours. I can't control who you choose to refine medicine for. I just want to ask, why are you doing this? He knew that Chang Qingyun wasn't such a person without principles. Otherwise, the 13 ghost needles wouldn't have been passed down in the first place. Upon hearing this, Chang Qingyun, his face full of bitterness, recounted how he had been targeted and neglected since arriving in Zhengzhou and entering the National Medical Center. I see. You could have just told me about this. It's just a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. They're blind to know about the 13 ghostly needles. It's their own loss. And if you want to make a difference, it's just a matter of me saying a word. Get up. I'll go with you to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic tomorrow morning. Su Ming said calmly. This. Chang Qingyun was immediately shocked and flattered. King Su, what merit do I possess? The reason he didn't report to Su Ming and instead tried to prove it himself was because he didn't want to trouble Su Ming. In the end, Su Ming still had to take action. Don't worry, I won't do anything extra. I'll just let them see your medical skills for themselves. No one can insult what I've passed on to you. Su Ming remained calm and expressionless, yet his domineering aura enveloped the entire scene. Yes. Chang Qingyun was overjoyed. 599, Chapter 599. The Gap. The next day, at the headquarters office of the National Medical Center. What, you're saying you refined the chi-building pill? A group of senior executives from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic gathered together, and when they heard Chang Qingyun personally say that he had refined the chi-building pill himself, the dozen or so people all looked shocked. But the shock was brief, followed by bursts of laughter. You brat, Chang Qingyun, are you out of your mind? I know you want to make a name for yourself and you're not content to be a menial worker at our traditional Chinese medicine clinic. But look at yourself. You piece of trash from Yunqing, do you think you're capable of this? I'm not looking down on you, but 10 Chang families combined can't compare to half of our national medical clinic. Deputy Curator Zhang Jichuan stood in front of everyone, pointing at Chang Qingyun with a cold laugh and a face full of contempt. The others joined in with mocking laughter, looking at Chang Qingyun as if he were an idiot. A piece of trash from Yunqing dares to call himself a doctor. They even refine top-grade chi-building pills. They really have no self-awareness whatsoever. If your father heard you say that, he'd probably die of anger on the spot. Zhang Jichuan laughed heartily. Then, with his arms crossed, He looked down at Chang Qingyun as if mocking a clown, and said with a smile, "Come on, tell me, what makes you think you can refine a chi building pill with 90% purity? And what makes you think you can say such things and that we'll believe you? Tell us what you're thinking, let's have a laugh." Zhang Jichuan chuckled. The entire traditional Chinese medicine clinic disregarded Chang Qingyun. Chang Qingyun was so angry that he gritted his teeth, his face turned red, and the veins on his forehead stood out. Sure enough, these guys were deliberately targeting him. The intention was to ensure he was not valued at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and could simply coast along and wait to die. Although they hadn't completely broken off relations before, it was clear that his guess was absolutely correct. Chang Qingyun clenched his fists involuntarily and shouted angrily, "Because I received personal guidance from the king of the 9 provinces, and because I learned the 13 ghost needles, you bunch of good-for-nothings could never learn it in your entire lives." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter again. "King of the 9 provinces, and the 13 needles of gods and demons, you idiot, you're really bragging without even blushing, you a complete idiot. With those 3 needles of yours, I don't know where you learned them from, you probably saw a few missing needles in some book and memorized them by rote, right? Otherwise, how come you can't even produce the 13 needles of ghosts and gods manual?" A group of senior members of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic looked at Chang Qingyun with disdain. "King of the 9 provinces, who told you that the king of the 9 provinces is necessarily skilled in the 13 needles of the gods and demons? Did he instruct you? Where is he? If you're so capable, go find him. You piece of trash, let me tell you, even if the king of Kyushu comes, you'll still be a piece of garbage and will never be able to turn your life around. This is the fate of a piece of trash like you from Yuncheng." Zhang Jichuan pointed at Chang Qingyun's nose and cursed him with contempt. "Yeah?" Just then, a voice slowly rang out from the doorway. The sound wasn't loud, but it made your eardrums vibrate, like a muffled thunderclap. "Even if I come, even if I give him pointers, will he be a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life?" The sound grew louder. The door to the National Medical Center's office slowly opened. Su Ming led Shen Luoyun into the office. Everyone was stunned, turning their heads in shock, and their gazes fell on Su Ming and Shen Luoyun. Who is this kid? Could he be the king of the 9 provinces? Are you kidding me? A group of senior executives from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic stared at Su Ming in shock. They recognized Shen Luoyun and the others, but they had never seen Su Ming before. Who are you? Zhang Jichuan let out a cold shout. You bunch of idiots, you don't even recognize my brother Su, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly here, you even dare to call yourselves people from the National Medical Center. He is the king of the 9 provinces that you all talk about. Shen Luoyun said arrogantly, hands on her hips. Snort. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jichuan sneered and looked Su Ming up and down. Him, if he is the king of the 9 provinces, then I am the Jade Emperor. Where did this trash come from? Get out of here, this is not a place for you to come to the headquarters of the National Medical Center. Zhang Jichuan was furious. Yeah, get out of here. Or I'll cripple your hands and feet. The crowd pointed at Su Ming and roared angrily. You bunch of idiots, Shen Luoyun was so angry that her eyebrows stood on end. But Su Ming calmly took out a handwritten copy of the 13 needles of the ghost god from his pocket and threw it in front of everyone. You should recognize this, right? Isn't this what you want to see? Su Ming stared at everyone with a cold smile. The 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? Upon seeing the handwritten classic texts before them, the group of senior members of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic were instantly shaken. Zhang Jichuan's eyes widened suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. Really, the 13 needles of the ghosts and gods? You're serious, aren't you? He rushed forward, picked up the manuscript, and quickly flipped it open in front of him. After seeing the contents, Zhang Jichuan was horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. Thump! He was so shocked that he sat down on the ground with a thud, covered in cold sweat, and looked up at Su Ming with utter terror. Are you truly the king of the 9 provinces? Everyone present was a practitioner of medicine. Although they had never seen the 13 needles of the ghosts and gods, they had at least heard of it. Moreover, whether the contents are true or false can be found out by simply opening the book. Others also picked up the handwritten copy to examine it, but after reading it, each of them changed their expression drastically and trembled all over. It really is the 13 needles of the demons. Su Ming threw it out so easily, like trash. To achieve this level of power, one must be the king of the 9 provinces. Now, you should believe that Chang Qingyun wasn't stolen or picked up, but that I personally taught him, right? Su Ming looked at Zhang Jichuan with an icy expression. No, it's impossible. Zhang Jichuan trembled all over, unable to accept it. If it's true, and you just take it out so easily, aren't you afraid we'll steal it? Aren't you afraid we'll keep it for ourselves? Zhang Jichuan's eyes widened in shock as he asked. Yes. The others also looked up. If it's true, wouldn't this guy treasure it like a precious gem? Why would you just take it out so easily, just to prove your identity? How to prove Evergreen's abilities? Su Ming sneered, glancing at the group as if they were trash. You bunch of good-for-nothings, don't even mention stealing. If you can learn even one needle technique, I'll give it to you for free. I'll even make a copy for each of you. Mad. That's insane. Everyone was stunned. The complexity of the 13 ghost needles technique is beyond the reach of ordinary medical practitioners. Even Chang Qingyun only managed to learn 3 needles. The bunch of good-for-nothings at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic could study the books until they were worn out and never learn it in their entire lives. If you can't learn it, even the most amazing skills are useless. At this moment, everyone realized that they were no more than ants in front of Su Ming. They were also scheming to get what they wanted, but Su Ming didn't care at all that they were peeping. Because this is the inherent difference in talent. After realizing this, Zhang Jichuan and his group of senior executives at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic instantly regretted their actions. They can't learn it on their own, but if they could get guidance from the king of Kyushu, they might be able to learn it. Even if they only learn 1 or 2 needles, it will be enough to benefit them for the rest of their lives. And they ruined this opportunity with their own hands. The crowd that had been shouting just moments before now looked as ugly as if they had eaten shit, wishing they could raise their hands and slap themselves a few times. 600, chapter 600. You're teaching me how to do things? Boss, I was wrong. We know we were wrong. The dozen or so senior executives of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic all knelt down one after another and kowtowed to Su Ming. Deputy Curator Zhang Jichuan was filled with remorse and slapped himself several times before crawling on his knees, weeping, to Su Ming's side. He cried out, King of the 9 provinces, Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I was once wise, but I was blind and ignorant, unable to recognize Mount Tai. I was a fool, a toad, a frog in a well. I did not recognize the majesty of the King of the 9 provinces and committed a heinous crime. Please, King of the 9 provinces, forgive me and spare my life. Zhang Jichuan kept banging his head against the ground, making a thud. A short while later, his head was bleeding profusely. Cool. Seeing this, Chang Qingyun was so excited that his face turned red, and he almost shouted out his feelings. At this moment, all the pent-up frustration in his heart finally burst forth. These idiots only dare to put on an act in front of him. How dare you be disrespectful to Prince Su? Before the true king of Kyushu, they were as laughable as ants and bookworms. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic is full of useless people. Chang Qingyun's eyes were bloodshot. At that moment, he even regretted joining the National Medical Center. These good-for-nothings are not worthy of being his companions. Su Ming, however, remained unmoved, his expression indifferent and cold. He glanced down at Zhang Jichuan and sneered, Now, do you still dare to question my 13 ghost needles, or Chang Qingyun's medical skills? No. Zhang Jichuan, his voice hoarse, lay on the ground and said, Prince Su, I guarantee that from now on, young Master Chang will be the pillar of our National Medical Hall. Our entire National Medical Hall will support him. Whether it's medicinal herbs or the library, everything is open to him. Young Master Chang can use it as he pleases. Zhang Jichuan said, almost crying out. Su Ming then turned to Chang Qingyun and asked calmly, So, Qingyun, it's your choice if you want to stay. The current traditional Chinese medicine clinic should be more than enough for you to make the most of your talents. If you don't want to stay, I'll find you another way out. In fact, Su Ming had already made up his mind that if Chang Qingyun refused to stay at the National Medical Center, he would send Chang Qingyun to his own war god army. The medical expertise of the war god army headquarters stands tall throughout the entire 9 provinces. Even the Imperial Medical Academy couldn't compare. Once you join the war god army, forget about being a medical king or a medical saint, they're nothing special. Chang Qingyun can see even higher levels of medical expertise. Chang Qingyun's talent certainly deserves to reach a higher level. Once you join the war god army, you're a member of the war god army for life, only able to serve the war god army, and will have no other identity. It's up to Chang Qingyun to choose. Thank you so much, Prince Su, for your great kindness. Chang Qingyun immediately knelt on the ground and thanked Su Ming profusely with tears in his eyes. Chang Qingyun hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, I choose to stay. I will definitely create my own medical path and prove myself. I will not let Prince Su down. Chang Qingyun hesitated. But the Chang family already owed Su Ming too much, and he didn't want to move forward with such pressure, feeling like he was walking on thin ice with every step. In this way, his own path in medicine probably won't go very far. Moreover, he also wanted to prove his abilities and impress Su Ming. Little did he know that his choice would also cause him to miss an even faster opportunity to reach the heavens. Alright, I'll be waiting to see how you do. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then turned and led Shen Luoyun out, respectfully bidding farewell to the king of the 9 provinces. Behind him came the deafening shouts of the entire senior management of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Chang Qingyun is really not very bright. Once downstairs, Shen Luoyun immediately realized what was going on, staring at him with wide eyes in exasperation, saying, why can't that guy understand? What's a mere traditional Chinese medicine clinic? If he could join Brother Su's war god army, what's the point of medicine? What's the point of being a medical saint? The heights he could reach are beyond his wildest dreams. Although Su Ming did not explicitly state that the alternative path for Chang Qingyun was the war god army. But Shen Luoyun knew exactly what was going on. Especially considering the precedent set by Qin Shuang. Su Ming grinned and looked at Shen Luoyun. Everyone has their own ambitions, and we can't force them. Do you really want to join the war god army? I can send you in. No, I want to stay by Brother Su's side forever. Shen Luoyun smiled cleverly and stuck out her tongue. Then the two of them took a car back to the Shen family home. After Su Ming left, the entire senior management of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground as if they had collapsed from exhaustion. Afterwards, Zhang Jichuan immediately instructed others to provide Chang Qingyun with the best office. Then he gave Chang Qingyun countless keys, so that she could move freely in the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and have whatever she needed delivered promptly. At the same time, Zhang Jichuan's cell phone rang. Zhang Jichuan was startled and became extremely suspicious, so he quickly answered the phone. The voice coming from the phone was that of Li Ziqi, the prefectural commandant. Director Zhang, several days have passed. How's it going? Have you found out anything? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Who in the Wan family was helping them refine the medicine? That's not the most important thing. Have you taken over the Yun family yet? These two questions made Zhang Jichuan break out in a cold sweat. We've just survived one disaster. Another jinx has arrived. Zhang Jichuan grinned, his expression grim, and said, Lord Prefect, I think we should leave this matter here. Investigate any further. The waters in Zhengzhou are very deep these days. It's not something you or I can fathom. I think you should go back and report what you know to Grand Commandant Su. That's all for now. Zhang Jichuan wasn't stupid. After learning Su Ming's identity, he understood many things clearly, including matters concerning the Yun family and the Wan family. The Qi building pill of the Wan family was refined by Chang Qingyun, who was also the disciple of the king of the 9 provinces. That means that these Wan families are also inextricably linked to the king of the 9 provinces. The Wan family and the Yun family have a cooperative relationship. Perhaps, the powerful figure behind the Yun family who could kill Wei Qilin at the martial arts training ground is very likely the king of the 9 provinces. The source of all this is the leader of the million-strong war god army, whom no one in the entire Central Plains dares to provoke. What's the point of investigating then? It's a stroke of good luck that he's still alive. Given their status, even if Li Ziqiu personally intervened, daring to offend the king of the 9 provinces would only lead to their demise. Zhang Jichuan has completely given up and quit. No matter what, he didn't want to die. But upon hearing this, Li Ziqi flew into a rage and roared, "What the hell do you mean? Are you telling me how to do things? I asked you to do something, and you're whining like that. Have you forgotten who put you in this position and helped you get where you are today? Didn't I say that after we take over the Yin family, I'll make you the head of the Zhengzhou National Medical Center? You don't even want that? Or are you fucking bold enough to try and bargain with me?" Li Ziqi, enraged, Chapter 601 Unpredictable Mood. "No, it's not." Zhang Jichuan shook his head and interrupted, "I don't even crave the position of chief curator anymore. All I want now is to survive. I can only tell you that if you offend that big shot, even the Grand Commandant's mansion can't protect you. You'd better watch yourself." After saying that, Zhang Jichuan hung up the phone. "Fuck you." In the hotel room on the other side, Li Ziqi was furious and cursed loudly, smashing his phone on the ground. "What big shot? Even the Grand Commandant's mansion couldn't protect me. He's a complete coward." Li Ziqiu was so angry that he jumped up and down. In particular, Zhang Jichuan's act of hanging up on him completely ignited his anger. He was clearly just a piece of trash, a puppet and lackey whom Li Ziqiu had personally supported. How dare they challenge him? That's practically suicide. He didn't listen to a word Zhang Jichuan said. Who could possibly be more powerful than the Grand Commandant's mansion behind him? Could he possibly be more powerful than Grand Commandant Su? Unless the Emperor of the 9 provinces arrives. And this is in a small place like Zhengzhou. That good-for-nothing Zhang Jichuan probably took bribes and is just making up some excuse to fool him. But now that Zhang Jichuan is no longer available, who else can we turn to for help? Should we really notify the Grand Commandant's office to send someone down to provide support? That would be so embarrassing. Just when Li Ziqiu was so depressed he felt like he was going to vomit blood. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." Li Ziqi gave a cold shout. The subordinate pushed open the door and entered, respectfully saying to Li Ziqi, "Lord Prefect, Wei Long, one of the 3 war gods of the border region, has returned. He learned that you are also in Zhengzhou and has requested a meeting with you. He has already headed to the martial arts training ground." Wei Long, one of the 3 war gods? Upon hearing this, Li Ziqi, who had been at a loss, suddenly lit up with joy and exclaimed excitedly, "Prepare the car, I want to go to the martial arts training ground." "Yes." The subordinate responded. Then Li Ziqi couldn't wait to go out. The 3 war gods of the frontier, a dragon, a tiger, and a serpent. Each one possessed immense power and unparalleled combat strength. Wei Long was one of them. Not only did he command hundreds of thousands of elite troops, but his own martial arts cultivation was also outrageously strong. He was one of the peak martial arts masters who had entered the Heavenly Profound Realm. Heavenly Profound Realm. Throughout the entire Kyushu martial arts ranking, there are only a handful of experts at the Heavenly Profound Realm. And Wei Long can be ranked in the top 20, ranking 17th. Its formidable and terrifying nature is evident. Wei Long has also maintained close ties with the Grand Commandant's office in the past 2 years. If they could get this expert to intervene, Li Ziqiu wouldn't be able to run rampant in the entire Central Plains. The Yun family is nothing but ants, not worth mentioning. Li Ziqiu just didn't understand why Wei Long was back and heading to the martial arts training ground. Is a mere martial arts training ground really worth his personal visit? Inside the main hall of the martial arts training ground, a large, burly man with a thick beard stood imposingly beside a coffin. Inside the coffin lay Wei Qilin, who was already dead. His head was smashed and his face was unrecognizable. If it weren't for the rumors already circulating and the confirmation from the martial arts training ground, no one would have recognized him as Wei Qilin. The others in the martial arts training ground knelt respectfully to one side, all of them covered in sweat, not daring to look directly at the burly man, their bodies trembling as they knelt. This person is none other than Wei Long, one of the 3 war gods of the border region and a peak expert of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Who did it? Who killed my brother? Wei Long's face was expressionless, like a stone. Even when looking at his own brother's corpse, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. But the group of people from the martial arts training ground were terrified. The man kneeling in front replied in terror, Instructor Wei went to the Yun family's medicinal herb garden to reclaim it for the Grand Commandant's mansion, and that's when the incident happened. Behind the Yun family is a powerful figure who keeps a low profile. He took Instructor Wei's life in just one encounter. Presumptuous! Wei Long roared and slammed his palm on the coffin, instantly unleashing a surge of energy that stirred up a gust of wind. The group of people at the scene were terrified. As if they had seen a ghost, they felt a terrifying aura enveloping their bodies and pressing down on their shoulders, making it difficult to even breathe. Big boss? Dare to kill my brother, even if he's a Hall of Fame figure in the 9 provinces, I'll take his life. The only person I, Wei Long, fear is the leader of the war god army, the king of the 9 provinces. Everyone else is like an ant in my eyes. The Yun family, I will make them pay for their crimes in blood. Wei Long's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Wei, the god of war. Just then, a shout rang out from the doorway. Li Ziqi, the prefectural commandant, walked in quickly with a big smile on his face and great excitement. The entire hall was shrouded in gloom and desolation because Wei Long's younger brother had died, especially with Wei Qilan's coffin right in front of them. Only Li Ziqi could laugh heartily, his face full of excitement. Anyone who didn't know better would think that his enemy had died. Wei Long turned his head and glanced at Li Ziqi with a gloomy expression. Upon seeing that it was Li Ziqi, he immediately said in a cold voice, "My brother is dead, are you happy about that?" Ah. Li Ziqi's smile froze on his face as he stared in shock at Wei Long and the coffin in front of him. He asked in surprise, "You mean, Wei Qilan is Wei Xingzhan's younger brother? Otherwise what, don't you know that we both share the surname Wei?" Wei Long's face was gloomy as he looked at Li Ziqi as if he were an idiot. Li Ziqi was dumbfounded. He really hadn't expected this at all. When he arrived, he was so excited that he was almost blinded by the thought that with Wei Long as his great help, he could then rule and take over Zhangzhou. Who would have thought the two of them had this kind of relationship? Li Ziqi could only awkwardly say, "I'm really sorry, Wei Zhanqing. I really didn't know. I hope you can forgive my ignorance." Ha ha ha. Wei Long suddenly burst into wild laughter. This left everyone present stunned and deeply shocked. I don't understand what that means. Could it be that my brother died? Brother, have you gone mad? Even Li Ziqi was stunned by Wei Long's change in expression, staring blankly, unsure how to react. Wei Long stepped forward, patted Li Ziqi on the shoulder, and laughed. "Li Fue, I was just joking with you. I haven't been in touch with my brother for over 10 years, and we've long since lost any feelings for each other. Whether he lives or dies is not important to me. I'd come to Zhongzhou on other business. Let's discuss this in detail, please." Wei Long laughed wildly. "Please." Li Ziqi then hurriedly nodded. Then the two went to a side hall of the martial arts training ground. After sitting down in the side hall, a servant served tea. Wei Long sat there with an air of dominance, picked up his tea, took a sip, and sighed, "My good-for-nothing younger brother of mine has spent most of his life and is still a complete failure. I finally managed to get some elixirs from the border regions for him to improve his skills, but what happened? He's still only at the peak of the earth-profound realm. What a waste of my medicine, and he's just a lowly instructor at the training grounds, a far cry from me. Don't even dare mention him to others. I'm afraid of losing face." Wei Long shook his head and scoffed. He couldn't even break through a martial arts realm, no wonder he got beaten to death. Wei Long sneered. Li Ziqi drank his tea, not daring to laugh, only managing an awkward twitch of his lips. He could see that Wei Long was unpredictable and capricious. But really? Wei Long abruptly changed the subject, his face turning icy and sharp as he said, "However, he's my only brother. My family is long gone now that he's dead. Whoever killed him, I'll make sure their entire family dies to be buried with my only brother." Li Fue, do you know who it is? Wei Long turned his head, his eyes devoid of any emotion, and stared at Li Ziqi, asking with extreme coldness. Li Ziqi instantly felt as if he were being targeted by some evil spirit, and his whole body went cold. I was so frightened that my whole body trembled. I actually know who it is. 602, Chapter 602. Much better than that useless son-in-law. Who is it? What is their name, where are they? Wei Long's gaze sharpened, and he asked with a domineering and cold expression. Tell me everything no matter who he is, there is no one in Zhengzhou that I cannot kill. The murderous aura emanating from Wei Long made Li Ziqiu feel as if he were in a sea of fire and knives, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. But this is a good thing for him. Just when we were worried about who could take down the Yun family, this came knocking on our door. He didn't even need to set any conditions. Li Ziqi hurriedly said, I don't know his name but I know where he is in the Yun family's medicine garden. Because, Instructor Wei Qilin died right there. Li Ziqi said with a deep gaze. Understood. Walk. Wei Long stood up abruptly, his powerful aura spreading out in all directions, creating a terrifying presence. Come with me to the Yun family. Yes. Li Ziqi's eyes lit up, and he stood up excitedly. They're here, they're here. All the frustration and anger he had endured these past few days was finally about to be released. He, a high-ranking official in the Grand Commandant's office, had never been so humiliated, especially in a place like Zhengzhou. Today, the Yun family's day of reckoning has come. Wei Long led his men directly to the Yun family's medicinal herb garden. Inside the Yun family's medicine garden, since the last incident, although Yun Jiang has increased the number of people guarding it, its overall strength has not improved much. Only a dozen or so Grandmaster War Gods and a group of guards are stationed here. Boom! Suddenly, the entire gate of the herb garden exploded open with a loud bang, and 2 guards were sent flying out of the gate, landing in the courtyard in front, spitting blood and fainting on the spot. As Wei Long stepped into the courtyard, he sensed the astonishing aura of the entire medicinal garden. He looked up and took a deep breath, instantly feeling countless medicinal energies and the essence of heaven and earth surging into his body. Whoa! Whoa! Wei Long exclaimed in surprise and shock, so that's how it is, this aura must be from a top-grade medicinal garden. The last time I smelled such a strong aura was in the Imperial Physician's Garden in the capital. No wonder someone dared to back up the Yin family. This precious land alone is enough to make them give up everything. Wei Long was overjoyed. There was an unexpected bonus. Such a treasure trove of natural resources is not just for revenge. If I can take it over and cultivate here for a year or two, my martial arts level can break through 2 more levels. Right. Li Ziqiu also had an excited smile on his face. As long as you take over this medicinal herb garden, Wei Zhanshan, you can stay here as long as you want. Li Ziqiu laughed unrestrainedly, which was also the reason why he had been unwilling to give up. If he could take over the Yun family's medicinal garden and present it to Grand Commandant Su, he would make another world-shaking contribution. In the future, his status in the Grand Commandant's mansion will rise rapidly and soar to great heights. He's not content with just being a prefectural commander, he wants to become the head of the Grand Commandant's office and stand at the top of the pyramid. Keep? Upon hearing this, Wei Long grinned menacingly. What do you mean, stay for how long? From now on, this medicinal herb garden is mine. I want them all. Wei Long's wild laughter echoed throughout the scene, deafeningly loud. This. Li Ziqi stood there stunned, his heart filled with turmoil. He hadn't expected Wei Long to have such a big appetite. However, we'll talk about these things later. For now, let's focus on acquiring this land first. How dare you, what an arrogant fellow. This is the Yun family's medicinal herb garden. Who gives you the right to spout such arrogant words here? A dozen or so Grandmaster War Gods instantly surrounded Wei Long and Li Ziqiu. Ants. Looking at the dozen or so Grandmaster War Gods as if they were trash, Wei Long smiled contemptuously. Court death. The dozen or so men were enraged and, with all their might, pounced on Wei Long. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen people were directly blasted away by Wei Long's aura. He didn't even have to make a move, he just used his chi to severely injure those who rushed up. More than a dozen Grandmasters and War Gods were as inexperienced as toddlers in front of him, unable to even touch his clothes. Heavens, the heavenly profound realm? Oh my God! When the group of Grandmasters and War Gods witnessed Wei Long's strength, they were almost driven mad with fear. Their faces were filled with terror, as if they had seen a ghost. The martial Dao heavenly profound realm was practically a legend, they had only heard of it but had never actually seen it. The Earth-profound realm expert who appeared a few days ago has already shocked them to the core. Now, another astonishingly powerful heavenly profound realm expert has appeared. Is the Central Plains about to be turned upside down? You bunch of idiots and good-for-nothings, you don't even recognize Wei, one of the 3 war gods of the border region, yet you dare to come up here and shout at us, you're just a bunch of ants. Li Ziqiu, a petty person who had gained power, kept sneering. Wei Long stepped forward and stomped one of the Grandmaster War God's heads into the mud, his face contorted with malice as he sneered, "Doesn't your Yun family have a big shot backing you up? Tell him to come out and face his death." What big shot? The person being stepped on looked terrified. They were all hired, and because of what happened last time, they didn't even have the chance to enter the inner garden, let alone see Su Ming. They had no idea who Wei Long was talking about. Court death. Wei Long snorted coldly and crushed the other man's head with his foot, killing him instantly. Then his gaze fell on the next person. The Grandmaster War God, who had been targeted by Wei Long, was so frightened that he knelt down and cried out in terror, War God Wei, spare our lives. We really don't know who this big shot is. However, today the entire Yin family's upper echelons, including the family head Yin Jiang, went to attend the Wanjia sales event. If you're looking for someone, go there, you're sure to find them. Yes, God of War, spare my life. Everyone knelt down and prostrated themselves, screaming in terror. The sound echoed in the Yun family's medicinal garden. Wanjia? Wei Long gave a sinister smile. Turning around, he ordered his men, all of you, stay here from now on. This Yun family's medicinal herb garden is under my, Wei Long's, control. Anyone who dares to trespass will be killed without mercy. Yes. A group of subordinates responded respectfully. Then Wei Long said to Li Ziqiu, come with me to the Wan family. Every household exudes peace and harmony. The reputation of Zhu Dan grew rapidly, and Wan Shirin also gained a foothold in Zhengzhou, renting out a building for Wan's company at great expense. And today, the launch event is being held right downstairs from the company. Wan Shirin also invited Yuncheng's parents, Luo Hongxia, Wan Jinshan, and others to come over. Wow, Xian, you're amazing. Coming to Zhengzhou was absolutely the right choice for you. Inside the building's office, Luo Hongxia looked at the luxury before her and the sea of people below, beaming with joy. That's truly amazing. Wan Jinshan also sighed with emotion. The Wan family has now completely turned their lives around. The Wan family has never had such a large business before, spanning generations. Even under his leadership, it didn't flourish to this extent. Now it is famous throughout the entire Central Plains. What a glorious honor. Those people in Yuncheng are nowhere near as good as us. Seeing her parents' proud expressions, Wan Shirin felt joyful, but after witnessing the vastness of Zhengzhou, her temperament had been tempered and improved a lot. Pointing to Lu Jianming beside him, he introduced him to Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia. Dad, Mom, this is the recently famous and renowned physician of the Four Seas Medical Association. The medical genius Lu. It is thanks to his help in refining qi building pills that I was able to make a name for myself. Medical Master Lu, oh my god. He's truly a handsome and extraordinary man, has 100 times better than that good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Wan family. Upon seeing Lu Jianming, Luo Hongxia was overjoyed and adored him. Why? What are you saying? How can you compare that kind of trash to Dr. Lu? That kind of garbage isn't even as good as Dr. Lu's toes. Wan Jinshan smiled and said something from the side. 603, Chapter 603. I'll wait and see your fate. Yes, I was talking nonsense. How could you compare such trash to a prodigy like Dr. Lu? That's an insult. Luo Hongxia quickly slapped her mouth lightly, her face full of apologetic smiles. Who is this son-in-law you're talking about? Lu Jianming asked with a puzzled look. He was unaware of Su Ming's relationship with the Wan family, and of course, even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared. Wan Shirin hurriedly stepped forward to defuse the situation, saying, he's just a piece of trash, not worth mentionings, from a completely different world. Now he'll never reach that level in his entire life. Yes, yes. Luo Hongxia quickly echoed. Then, smiling, he asked, I wonder if the handsome and talented Dr. Lu has a girlfriend. What do you think of my Shirin? Our Shirin is single too. I think you two are a good match. Luo Hongxia said with a smile that she immediately tried to bring Wan Shirin and Lu Jianming together. With Lu Jianming's status and position, marrying Wan Shirin would not be unfair to her. Most importantly, if we can win over this medical sage, then the Wan family will have the Four Seas Medical Association as a backer in the future. That's like climbing a high branch and clinging to a big tree then, not only in the Central Plains, but throughout the 9 provinces, every family can leave a great name. That is true glory. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Wan Shirin blushed and quickly interrupted. Although she also thought Lu Jianming was a good person, it wasn't to that extent, it was just idle talk. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out at the door. Miss, you can't go in. All that could be heard was the loud voice of the security guard at the entrance. Who says I can't go in? It's just Wanjia Company, right? Are you blind? Do you even know who I am? I'm Chu Qingqing from the Chu family. I am also a president, not much less powerful than Wan Shirin. Get out of my way. Then, with a sharp shout, Chu Qingqing pushed the door open and the two of them went in with a bang. 2 security guards rushed in nervously as well. She looked at Wan Shirin with a panicked expression. President Wan, she. All right. Wan Shirin waved her hand and said coldly, you two can leave. Yes. The 2 security guards then withdrew. Chu Qingqing swaggered into the office, her gaze sweeping over the Wan family members before finally settling on Lu Jianming. A sneer curled her lips. President Wan, what a show of power. Only your Wan family knows how you've risen to power thanks to the Qi building pill. Anyone else would think your eldest daughter has become a high-ranking official in the 9 provinces and is ruling the central state. Lu Jianming rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Chu Qingqing is a real headache for him. Wan Shirin glanced at Chu Qingqing and said in a deep voice, stop being sarcastic. What exactly are you trying to say? I never thought that you, Chu Qingqing, would come to Zhongzhou one day. I underestimated you. The Chu family is not on the same level as the Wan family in Yunqing. Although it is said that Chu Qingqing later established a company through crooked means, it is still far inferior to Wan Shirin. She never took Chu Qingqing seriously either. Chu Qingqing strolled leisurely, grinning. Of course, who do you think you are, Miss Wan? Of course you'd look down on me, but what I didn't expect was that you, President Wan, would be so capable, even trying to steal someone from me. Chu Qingqing UVE truly taken shamelessness to the extreme. I had no taste, and I missed out on a golden opportunity. Now they're even trying to steal my cousin Lu Jianming away. What's wrong with you, Miss Wan? You have such a big appetite. You'll take any man you want? Ah. Chu Qingqing looked angry, but even more so, she felt contempt and a cold laugh. And that's why she came. 2 days ago, she had already discussed with Lu Jianming about having him help her refine the medicine formula, so that she could take this opportunity to develop the company's business. Before long, Lu Jianming actually started working with Wan Shirin. What has she become? Wouldn't that make me look like a clown? What angered her the most was that her opponent was Wan Shirin. Is Lu Jianming blind? How could he fall for a woman like Wan Shirin? Wan Shirin missed out on Su Ming's marriage for 3 years. Isn't that enough to show what an ignorant and foolish woman she is? Just thinking about this makes Chu Qingqing angry. A rich and powerful man? What kind of rich and handsome son-in-law? Upon hearing this, the Wan family members were all dumbfounded. Wan Shirin couldn't understand what Chu Qingqing was saying at all. With only a cold gaze, he said, I'm not competing with you. Dr. Lu chose to cooperate with me because he sees the future of my Wan family company. This is a position for the capable. If you don't have the ability, don't blame others that way. You'll never improve and will never amount to anything. Wan Shirin lectured Chu Qingqing in a condescending manner. Wow, you're quite the talker. I certainly learned something new about your tongue, Miss Wan. You're even more eloquent than I, Chu Qingqing. Ox. Chu Qingqing was furious. Then, glaring angrily at Lu Jianming, he shouted, Cousin, what exactly do you mean? Say something. Are you related to my Chu family or to his Wan family? I came here today just to hear an answer. If you think I'm nothing, just say so. Chu Qingqing, we'll get out of here right now and pretend I've never seen you before. What are you saying? Luo Hongxia suddenly turned her head, her face sharp. Who do you think you are? What do you think this place is? That a little girl like you can act so wildly? Her relatives, can they feed you? Does Dr. Lu's success today depend on your Chu family? You ungrateful wretch, you're just trying to curry favor and climb the social ladder, all while acting all righteous. Don't you have any self-awareness? Luo Hongxia's words were even more vicious, and with just one sentence, she made Chu Qingqing's face turn red with anger. Alright, stop arguing. Lu Jianming then slowly stood up and said to Wan Shirin, our cooperation is one thing, her relationship with the Wan family, it's not a big deal, let me handle it. After saying that, Lu Jianming walked out of the office. He whispered to Chu Qingqing, come with me. You'll regret this sooner or later. Chu Qingqing glared hatefully at Wan Shirin and the others before turning and leaving. The Wan family offended Su Ming, missed out on becoming the king of the 9 provinces, and committed such a heinous mistake without even realizing it. She's still putting on an act here, she's waiting to see the day when everyone is crying their eyes out. Where did this brat come from? Luo Hongxia snorted coldly. Then he turned to Wan Shirin and reminded her, Shirin, you need to hurry up and improve your relationship with Dr. Lu. Don't let anyone steal your opportunity. This is a golden opportunity for our Wan family to become famous throughout the land. We must seize this opportunity to build a strong network of connections. Wan Shirin nodded calmly. He said calmly, she's miles behind me, there's absolutely no need to worry about that. In the outside corridor. Cousin, give me an answer, are you going to help the Wan family or me, just tell me. Chu Qingqing crossed her arms and spoke angrily. Lu Jianming shook his head, you simply don't understand with your attitude, even if I gave you the prescription, I now regret it, this isn't how you do business, you need to be smarter. Even if you're being suppressed by the Wan family right now, you should swallow your pride because they truly have the power. What's the point of you coming up here and making a scene? In other people's eyes, you'll just be a laughingstock. Lu Jianming scoffed and looked down on Chu Qingqing. I see, I understand now. Chu Qingqing sneered, fine, then I'll tell you, you'll regret it, you don't even know who the Wan family has offended, or who their enemies are, you think helping the Wan family will bring you good results. Don't come begging to me later if you regret it. Chu Qingqing sneered and turned to leave. Are you out of your mind? Lu Jianming rolled his eyes. Who are Wan Jia's competitors? Whom did I offend? Those whom Wan Jia could offend were insignificant in his eyes, like ants. Chu Qingqing is still too young. Lu Jianming shook his head, not taking it to heart at all. 604, Chapter 604, I'll slap your mouth apart. Everyone, this is the Qi building pill that our Wan family has just refined. As you have probably heard, it has a 90% purity of medicinal properties. One of these pills is equivalent to 10 of the same grade 4 pills. Therefore, our Wan Jia Qi building pill is excellent value for money. Wan Shirin stood on the stage of the Wan family building, facing a group of reporters and media from Zhengzhou who had come to attend the launch event, as well as numerous family leaders and bigwigs. She exuded an aura of confidence and charisma. He had clearly already adopted the demeanor of a powerful superior. And today, besides showing everyone our Wan Jia Qi building pill, I also have a major announcement to make. That is my Wan family's chief alchemy master, who will make a public appearance here so that everyone can know his true identity. Wan Shirin looked down at everyone with pride, her voice resounding throughout the entire venue. Boom! The entire audience erupted in chaos instantly. The thousands of people present instantly became interested, all craning their necks in anticipation, their faces filled with excitement and curiosity. This is truly a major piece of news for the entire Central Plains. Before this, countless people were already incredibly curious about the alchemy master of the Wan family, wanting to see who exactly was capable of refining such a top-grade elixir. This is why so many people were able to gather at the scene. Most of them came because of the mysterious alchemist's identity. As soon as Wan Shirin said this, the entire scene erupted in a frenzy. Next, let's welcome the top alchemist of the Wan family, the creator of the Supreme Qi building pill. Lu Jianming, a peerless hero of the medical community. Wan Shirin was the first to applaud. Lu Jianming? The now famous medical prodigy of the 4 Cs, the sage of medicine. My God, it was him. No wonder they can refine such a top-grade pill. If it's him, then it's not surprising at all. We should have guessed it long ago. Who else but him could refine such a top-grade pill? The audience gasped in amazement, followed by thunderous applause. With a smile on his face, Lu Jianming slowly walked onto the stage amidst the enthusiastic atmosphere. Facing the crowd, he was dignified and radiant. This was also the deal that Wan Shirin had previously made with Lu Jianming, which was to attribute all of the Wan family's qi building pills to Lu Jianming, so that Lu Jianming would become famous and rise to a higher status. Although, given Lu Jianming's current status, this level of fame is merely icing on the cake for him. But why not take the reputation that comes with it for free? Shameless. On one side of the scene, Su Ming and Shen Luoyun witnessed this scene. Shen Luoyun was so angry that she cursed loudly. It's clear that Chang Qingyun refined this qi building pill, and Chang Qingyun also learned his medical skills from you, Brother Su. In other words, this qi building pill was also made by you, Brother Su. Now, all the credit is being given to Lu Jianming. This guy, isn't he ashamed at all? He has absolutely no shame. He took advantage of us for nothing, isn't he ashamed? He calls himself the pride of the Four Seas Medical Association. I think he's just a shameless piece of trash. Shen Luoyun cursed angrily. Su Ming remained extremely calm. Even if you gave him the qi building pill for free, he wouldn't care about it. It's a pity for Chang Qingyun. After all his hard work, the credit was stolen in the end. If Chang Qingyun were here, he would be furious on the spot. What did you say? However, at that moment, a sharp shout rang out from the side. It turns out to be Luo Hongxia and Wan Jinshan. The two of them happened to come downstairs and were nearby. Upon hearing Shen Luoyun's words, Luo Hongxia instantly became furious. Shen Luoyun actually said that the Wan family qi building pill was made by someone else. How could Luo Hongxia possibly listen to such words? This not only damages Dr. Lu's reputation, but also the reputation of her entire family. Luo Hongxia strode up to Su Ming and Shen Luoyun, and her gaze swept over them, spotting Su Ming as well. So it was you good-for-nothing what? Now that my daughter is famous throughout Zhengzhou and our entire Wan family is making a fortune, you've come running over here, trying to freeload? You're not thinking of taking this opportunity to publicly announce that you're my Wan family's son-in-law and my daughter's ex-husband, are you? Luo Hongxia stared at Su Ming with disdain. It seemed as if she could see right through Su Ming's thoughts at a glance. Su Ming rolled his eyes. Without me, your Wan family wouldn't have any qi building pills, and you wouldn't have had the chance to come to Zhengzhou. Why would I need to freeload? Ha ha ha. Luo Hongxia burst into laughter as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. He sneered and looked at Su Ming with disdain. You actually have the nerve to say that? You don't think that by currying favor with the Shen family and living off their wives, you've become capable just because you came to Zhengzhou, do you? It seems like all you're good for is pleasing women and being someone's dog. Luo Hongxia sneered. What did you say? Shen Luoyun flew into a rage and slapped Luo Hongxia across the face, roaring, How dare you insult Brother Su like that? Who do you think you are? Your Wan family is nothing but a fart in front of my Shen family. It was just that young Master Chang of the Chang family gave you a push, and you really think you're something special? Without Chang Qingyun, your Wan Shirin would probably be crying her eyes out somewhere right now. Shen Luoyun was furious. And that slap resounded throughout the venue. Luo Hongxia's face was flushed red from the beating, and her eyes were fixed on Shen Luoyun, as if she wanted to devour her whole. Boom! Wan Jinshan and the Wan family members also stood up abruptly and rushed towards Su Ming and Shen Luoyun. You little brat, how dare you hit me? Luo Hongxia was furious. The Wan family's reputation has spread throughout Zhengzhou, and their status has risen accordingly. How dare they show her no respect whatsoever, Shen Luoyun? That's practically suicide. Luo Hongxia was furious and was about to rush up and fight Shen Luoyun. Come. You dare insult my brother Su, I won't just beat you, if you dare come up here, I'll trample your entire Wan family underfoot today. The soles of the feet. Shen Luoyun showed no fear whatsoever, exuding an aura of domineering coldness. A mere little girl, disrespectful to elders, so arrogant, she's asking for death. Wan Jinshan immediately shouted a stern voice. On the other side, Wan Shirin, who was standing on the stage, changed her expression immediately upon seeing the commotion and conflict. He turned to Lu Jianming and said, Medical Saint Lu, you handle this for a while, I'll go take care of some trouble. Lu Jianming nodded, faced the crowd, and continued to speak eloquently. Wan Shirin walked quickly towards this side. During the process, they also spotted Su Ming and Shen Luoyun. Wan Shirin's face instantly turned so cold it seemed to freeze. Is this guy determined to make things difficult for her? Is she going to come and cause trouble at Wanzhou's press conference too? Guards, pin this girl and this piece of trash to the ground. You slapped me once, I'll slap you 100 times in return. I'll slap your mouth shut. Luo Hongxia raised her hand and shouted, her face contorted with ferocity and fierceness. Immediately, a dozen or so of Wan's men surrounded Su Ming and Shen Luoyun. 605, Chapter 605 Arrogance makes a scene. Stop. Wan Shirin's clear, cold voice resounded throughout the venue. The servants of the Wan family who had gathered around were all stunned and stood there dumbfounded. Luo Hongxia turned her head and glanced at Wan Shirin, then hurriedly came to Wan Shirin's side and pointed at Shen Luoyun, saying, Daughter, this brat is slandering our Qi building pill, saying it was made by someone else. We must teach her a lesson, otherwise, if word gets out, our Wan family will lose face. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin raised an eyebrow and looked at Shen Luoyun with some surprise and suspicion. How did this woman know? Could it be that the Shen family has connections with the traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Chongqingyun? That's impossible. Medical families are always wary and hostile towards each other. After all, they are in a competitive relationship. Only a few families with long-standing friendships can establish a cooperative relationship. Moreover, how could a powerful institution like the National Medical Center possibly associate with or cooperate with the Shen family? A deep sense of doubt arose in Wan Shirin's heart. But he didn't say it. He slowly stepped forward, his gaze landing on Shen Luoyun. He raised his head slightly and said coldly, Miss Shen, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want, otherwise, you'll pay the price. Although your Shen family is now among the top 50 in the 9 provinces of medicine, you still can't even produce a prescription that will cause a sensation in the central province, can you? This proves that your Shen family is all show and no substance. You can't even compare to my Wan family. And yet you still dare to slander my Wan family. This only makes you look jealous, envious, and petty in other people's eyes. You're just a joke. Shen Luoyun said with an icy expression. Yeah, I knew she was just jealous and envious, but she wouldn't admit it. Luo Hongxia stood behind Wan Shirin, letting out a cold laugh of triumph. And they even dared to hit me. They have a death wish. Luo Hongxia said through gritted teeth. Slander? Upon hearing this, Shen Luoyun shook her head sarcastically. Wan Shirin, don't you understand what you've done? You think that by befriending Lu Jianming, the Wan family will have the Sihai Medical Association as a powerful backer. It's useless. Lu Jianming is a ticking time bomb. Once the problems arise, it will be too late for you to regret it. Shen Luoyun had already seen through everything, and said with a sarcastic smile. Shut up. Wan Shirin exuded a domineering aura, looking down at Shen Luoyun and saying, whether the Wan family is in trouble or not is none of your concern. Miss Shen, I'll remember the slap you gave my mother. I'll settle the score with you later, but for now, please leave. You are not welcome at our Wan family's product launch. Okay, you said it yourself. Shen Luoyun raised an eyebrow and sneered, if it weren't for the Yun family's invitation, even if you begged me and Brother Su, we wouldn't have come back. Don't try to flatter yourself, you're ungrateful. Brother Su, we're leaving. Shen Luoyun turned around angrily and was about to leave with Su Ming. Stop. Wan Shirin stared at Su Ming and snorted coldly. What are you doing now? Shen Luoyun turned around impatiently. I didn't talk to you. Wan Shirin didn't even bother to glance at Shen Luoyun, but stared at Su Ming, saying coldly, you instigated this, didn't you? You're unhappy to see me doing well, aren't you? So you instigated Shen Luoyun to cause trouble. You really make me despise you. I'll despise you for the rest of my life. Do you even deserve to be called a man? I thought you'd broaden your horizons after coming to Zhongzhou, but it turns out, old habits die hard. You're destined to be what you are for life. You're destined to be a failure your whole life, so don't try to impress me anymore. You're not good enough for me, let alone who I am now. Wan Shirin said arrogantly. Okay. Su Ming smiled and shook his head, think what you want now. I'll leave, Miss Wan, is that alright? Roll. Wan Shireen gave a cold shout. Su Ming didn't say anything more and left the scene with Shen Luo Yun. Among the crowd, Yun Jiang and Yun Lian were shocked to see this scene. They originally invited Su Ming to be in charge, and Yun Jiang also wanted to show off in front of Su Ming. As long as we can leave a good impression on the king of Kyushu, the Yun family's future development will be worry-free. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he was driven away by Shen Luo Yun. Yun Jiang was furious. He rushed over to Wan Shireen with Yun Lian in 3 quick steps, and asked in shock, Miss Wan, why did you chase him away? Isn't he your ex-husband? Ex-husband? He's just an ex-husband. We had nothing to do with each other for a long time. He's not even worthy of attending my Wan family's product launch. Wan Shireen said coldly with an air of arrogance. That's right, a shameless piece of trash who dares to come begging for food at my Wan family's doorstep. It's a miracle he's still alive. Luo Hongxia chimed in from the side, her face full of disdain and coldness. No, you. Yun Jiang is about to faint. Yun Lian also realized that the Wan family had become arrogant as soon as they gained some strength, and none of them could recognize their own limitations. Yun Lian said angrily, you don't know, my dad invited him here to support this sales event and give us backing. I heard that Wei Long, one of the 3 great war gods of the border region, has come to Zongzhou, a martial arts master at the Heavenly Profound Realm. The Heavenly Profound Realm, one person can wipe out your entire Wan family and Yun family. You've driven them away, what if something happens? Yun Lian's face turned pale with anger, and her whole body trembled with excitement. Has Wan Shireen gone mad? They even dared to drive away the king of Kyushu. The Wan family only made a little money from the chi building pill. If they were to become truly famous throughout the land, wouldn't that be incredible? Wouldn't they be able to disregard even the emperors of the land? To keep things in order, him? Wan Shireen chuckled dismissively. Mr. Yun, you don't understand. With this kid's abilities, he'd struggle even to be a security guard. It's a disgrace for him to be here. Besides, we have Lu Jianming guarding the place, and the Four Seas Medical Association as our backing. What's there to fear from a mere Wei Long? We don't need anyone else. Wan Shireen said with great confidence. You? The clouds descended, causing numbness in my hands and feet. If he had known earlier that the Wan family consisted of these people, he would never have cooperated with them. He now understands a little why Wan Shireen would choose to pay attention to the powerful king of Kyushu. This arrogant attitude is absolutely outrageous. Boom! Just then, a loud bang suddenly erupted in the entire press conference hall, causing astonishing chaos. Countless people fled in all directions, leaving the scene in chaos and disarray. In the crowd, Wei Long, wielding a long sword, exuded an imposing aura, leading Li Ziqiu like a god of war descending to earth. He knocked all 10 or so security guards from the Wan family flying, causing them to vomit blood. I am Wei Long, one of the 3 war gods of the borderlands. I've come today solely to avenge my brother. Members of the Wan and Yun families, come out and face your deaths. Wei Long's roar echoed throughout the entire venue, like a thunderclap, deafeningly loud. Everyone was horrified. They all retreated. He stared at Wei Long in utter terror. 606, Chapter 606. If you can't see anyone, you're dead. Wei Long, he's one of the 3 great war gods of the border region. A border commander with nearly 1 million troops under his command, a master of the Heavenly Profound Realm. My God, that's terrifying. The entire Wan family was down in a single encounter. That momentum was terrifying. Throughout the venue, countless people stared at Wei Long in fear, sweating profusely and barely daring to breathe. Wei Long's terrifying aura directly enveloped and suppressed the thousands of people present. He was just one person, yet he seemed to command a vast army. Upon seeing this, Yun Jiang turned pale with horror, his lips trembling as he said, Look, here it comes now. It's no use for you to regret or be afraid. I'm leaving first. Aren't you Wan family so powerful? You can deal with this yourselves. Yun Jiang, carrying Yun Lian, turned and left without daring to linger for even a moment. Wan Shireen's expression instantly turned serious, and she immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Master Yun, wait. Wan Shireen called out several times, but Yun Jiang had already walked away without turning back. Daughter, we're in real trouble. This guy looks terrifying. Terrifying. Who is he? Luo Hongxia asked in shock. Mom, it's okay, leave it to me. Wan Shirin spoke with a cold gaze and strode towards Wei Long. Wan Shirin, president of Wanjia Company and sales representative of Qi Building Pill, pays respects to War God Wei. Wan Shirin approached Wei Long and bowed respectfully. Wei Long's gaze fell on Wan Shirin, sizing her up and down before letting out a cold laugh. Not bad, you can still stand up straight when you see me and you're a woman, that's rare. It makes me almost reluctant to kill you. However, if the Wan family cannot hand over the person today, then the Wan family will not leave a single one alive. A chilling killing intent flashed in Wei Long's eyes. Ordinary people would tremble with fear the moment they were enveloped by the aura of a war god like Wei Long at the heavenly profound realm. The sheer terror and shock to the soul is something that ordinary people simply cannot withstand. But Wan Shirin's ability to withstand the pressure truly impressed Wei Long. Of course, it could also be that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Before Wan Shirin could even rejoice at Wei Long's praise, she heard him announce his plan to unleash a massacre, and her body instantly turned ice cold. He hurriedly explained, War God Wei, I think you've misunderstood. Our Wan family only sells medicine in Zhongzhou. We don't even know who your brother is, so how could we have any talk of revenge? Oh. Hearing this, Li Ziqi smiled and looked at Wan Shirin with a cold laugh. Wan Shirin, stop pretending you may not recognize Wei Zhanshan, but you should recognize me, right? Let me tell you, Wei Qilin, who died in the Yun family's medicine garden, is Wei Zhanshan's younger brother. Didn't you witness it with your own eyes? You think pretending not to know will work? Boom! Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin trembled all over, her mind seemingly about to explode. The dead Wei Qilin was actually Wei Long's younger brother? This? How could she have imagined it? At that moment, she suddenly realized why Yin Jiang was trying to find a way to deal with it, and why Yin Jiang was afraid of Wei Long. So there was another layer of relationship. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Wan Shirin's forehead. She could only grit her teeth and continue explaining, War God Wei, I really don't know anything about this. Although I was there at the time, I don't know who killed Instructor Wei. My Wan family has come to Zhongzhou and hasn't offended anyone. We have no grudge against you, War God Wei. Please, War God Wei, give me some face and let my Wan family off the hook. Wan Shirin bowed respectfully and made her request. Go to hell. Li Ziqi flew into a rage and slapped Wan Shirin across the face. Pointing at Wan Shirin, he cursed, You don't know you're cooperating with the Yun family? You don't know that your Wan family has a chance to refine the Qi Building Pill? Giving you face? Who the hell do you think you are? A single slap left Wan Shirin's face flushed red, and 5 bright red finger marks instantly appeared on her fair cheeks. Fortunately, it was Li Ziqiu, who couldn't hold back, who slapped him. If Wei Long were to make a move, that slap could directly kill Wan Shirin. Wan Shirin was completely stunned by the beating, staring blankly at Wei Long and Li Ziqi, unable to utter a single word in her terror. You've rebelled, how dare you hit my daughter? Luo Hongxia rushed out in a fit of rage, pointing at Wei Long and cursing him. You're a grown man, bullying my daughter. What kind of person are you, and what's so great about being a war god? My Wan family is now a renowned family in Zhongzhou. You dare to insult us without knowing your own worth. You're just a brute from the borderlands, daring to be so insolent in front of my Wan family. Someone come here. Luo Hongxia roared angrily, ready to fight Wei Long to the death. But the next moment. Boom! With a slight lift of his hand, Wei Long unleashed a massive aura that surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly pressing Luo Hongxia to the ground. His entire body was pressed tightly against the ground, and he didn't even have the ability to struggle. Seeing this, countless people present were so frightened they almost knelt on the ground. That's terrifying. Is this the power of the heavenly profound realm? Without even physical contact or lifting a finger, one can subdue a person to the point of prostration, unable to lift their head. Is this even human? Amidst countless shocked gazes, Wei Long slowly walked forward, raised his foot, and stepped on Luo Hongxia's head, saying calmly, You're right, I am indeed just a brute, so I don't need to reason with you anymore, do I? Or right now, if I use you even slightly, your head will explode like a watermelon. Then, the Wan family, you have one last chance, hand over the person I want, or you will be killed without mercy. Wei Long's face was expressionless, filled only with utter indifference, looking at everyone in the Wan family as if they were ants. Luo Hongxia was terrified. Tears and snot streamed down my face come out. He stood trembling at Wei Long's feet, his expression one of utter despair. Only at this moment did she realize just how terrifying this border war god truly was. In the face of such people, how fragile and insignificant their lives are. No, no. Luo Hongxia burst into tears, her eyes brimming with fear. Xian, my daughter, save me. Luo Hongxia cried out in a trembling voice. Thump! Wan Shireen knelt on the ground, pleading with Wei Long, War God Wei, this isn't about giving me face, it's about giving face to the Four Seas Medical Association and to Dr. Luar. One family's backer is the Four Seas Medical Association. Having reached this point, Wan Shireen had no intention of continuing the stalemate. They directly used Lu Jianming and the Sihai Medical Association as shields, hoping to intimidate Wei Long. To scare the other party away. At the same time, Wan Shireen turned around and pointed to the press conference stage behind her. But when he turned around, he was shocked to find that Lu Jianming, who had been talking confidently and boasting on stage, had long since disappeared. There wasn't a single ghost in sight. Wan Shireen felt dizzy and disoriented. The Four Seas Medical Association, they're nothing but a bunch of ants manipulating plants. They're nothing but a fart in front of me. You've already lost your chance. Wei Long sneered, and then he was about to crush Luo Hongxia's head. Wait. Tears streamed down Wan Shireen's face as she cried out in terror, War God Wei, 3 days, give me 3 days, I will find the person you're looking for and deliver him to you personally. Please, give the Wan family 3 days. Then Wan Shireen kowtowed repeatedly to Wei Long. 3 days? Wei Long gave a sinister smile. Wei Zhanshan, I think we shouldn't waste our breath on her. What can the Wan family possibly accomplish? Let's just kill them all. Li Ziqi said with a cold laugh from the side. He wished the Wan and Yun families would die together, so that he could vent all the resentment he had suffered. And you don't even have to lift a finger, you can use someone else to do the dirty work. It couldn't be more satisfying. But Wei Long turned to look at Li Ziqiu and sneered, What, you want me to go on a killing spree? If I start killing, you'll die too. Want to see it? Li Ziqi trembled instantly in fright and hurriedly lowered his head, saying, This humble one would not dare. Waste. Wei Long then turned around and looked at Wan Shireen, saying, Alright, I'll give you 3 days. Come to the Yun family's herb garden to find me in 3 days. If you can't see anyone, you die. Bang! After Wei Long finished speaking, he kicked Luo Hongxia away, then with a flick of his long robe, he turned and left with Li Ziqi, displaying an unparalleled domineering presence. Luo Hongxia was kicked more than 10 meters away, vomited blood, and fainted on the spot. 607, Chapter 607 Mental Illness. Good job, Wei Long. In the Shin family hall, Shin Luoyun was overjoyed to learn that the Wan family had been crushed and taught a lesson by Wei Long, and that Luo Hongxia had been seriously injured and sent to the hospital. She danced with joy and shouted good several times. Especially when she thought of Luo Hongxia's previous arrogant and domineering attitude, and the Wan family's ignorant faces, she felt extremely pleased. Wei Long, one of the 3 war gods of this region, has done a great thing. Evil people will be punished by other evil people, retribution is inevitable. Shin Luoyun laughed heartily. Cough cough. Shin Songlin coughed twice, his face grim, to remind Shin Luoyun to be mindful of her image. Still in front of King Su. Although the Wan family brought this upon themselves, Wan Shireen is still the ex-wife of Prince Su, and Shin Luoyun's jubilation is likely to displease Prince Su. But Su Ming simply waved his hand dismissively and said calmly, They brought this on themselves. I stopped interfering in the Wan family's affairs a long time ago. Of course, although he didn't interfere, because of that relationship, many things in the Wan family were closely related to him. What I'm really concerned about now is Wei Long. Why did he suddenly come to Zhangzhou? Su Ming's gaze was cold and stern as he spoke meaningfully. He was also aware of Wei Long's identity in the border region. Although it is far inferior to his war god army, it is a real garrison of nearly 1 million troops, and it is not something that an ordinary person can hire. If Wei Long came to Zhangzhou simply for revenge, that would be too beneath his dignity. I reckon it's definitely related to Su Div from the Grand Commandant's office. With the two major families wiped out, Li Jiqi encountered setbacks everywhere he went in Zhengzhou, and with other bandit leaders' related families being wiped out one after another, Su Div is probably completely restless now. It is very likely that Wei Long was ordered by the Grand Commandant's office to come and probe the situation in Zhengzhou. Thinking of this, Su Ming shook his head slightly. He didn't take Wei Long seriously at all in the entire 9 provinces. There was no one he could be afraid of yet. However, with Su De launching a series of attacks, he also needs to clear the toxins from his body as soon as possible, otherwise, if a major battle really breaks out, he will suffer losses because he is unprepared. Who cares, as long as they're not coming for us, let them cause all the trouble. Shen Luoyuan, on the other hand, seemed completely indifferent. If it doesn't concern me, I'll mind my own business. Just then, Su Ming's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Wan Shirin. Hello? Su Ming took out his phone and answered it. Where are you? On the phone, Wan Shirin asked in a low voice. I'm at the Shin family's house. Su Ming answered calmly. My mom got beaten up, did you know? Wan Shirin asked coldly, her voice filled with resentment. I know, but what does it have to do with me? Su Ming said dismissively. Didn't you yourselves kick me out? The Yun family invited me to oversee things. If you hadn't insisted on your way, I would have stayed on site, and Wei Long wouldn't have dared to cause trouble. You were the ones who said I wasn't qualified to attend your Wan family's sales event. All of this is your own doing. Su Ming said calmly. Shut up. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was furious. You think staying here will be of any use? Do you even know who Wei Long is? He's one of the 3 great war gods of the border region, a master of the heavenly profound realm. Heavenly profound realm, do you even know what that means? You've probably never even heard of it? You're being put in charge here. The Yin family invited you out of respect for me. You really think you're something special? Wei Long could kill you without lifting a finger. Wan Shirin's tone became sharp and aggressive. Su Ming smirked. If that's what you think, then why did you call? You don't want me to take care of your mother, do you? Su Ming sneered and shook his head speechlessly. I'm calling to ask you if you know who the powerful figure behind the Yun family is, and who was the person who killed Wei Qilin last time. You were at the Yun family's medicine garden before, right? You must have seen something, right? Wan Shirin said angrily. I don't know, and even if I did, you wouldn't believe me. Su Ming said in a deep voice. Tell me, how do you know I don't believe you if you don't tell me? Wan Shirin said angrily. Under immense pressure and exasperated, she was on the verge of breaking down under Su Ming's influence. Okay, then listen carefully. Su Ming's tone became more serious as he slowly said, that person is me. You fucking lunatic. Wan Shirin completely lost her temper, started cursing, and then slammed the phone down. Su Ming rolled her eyes and put away her phone. Inside a ward at Zhengzhou Central Hospital. That brat is driving me crazy. Wan Shirin put down her phone, panting heavily with anger, her chest heaving. What's wrong, Shirin? Who did you call? Why are you so angry? Wan Jinshan, standing beside him, asked with a solemn expression. The entire Wan family is now facing a formidable enemy. If they can't hand over the person within 3 days, given Wei Long's abilities, the entire Wan family, from top to bottom, will probably be slaughtered. Moreover, they didn't even have the ability to resist. Wan Shirin said irritably, I called Su Ming, who was also at the Yun family's herb garden at the time. I wanted to ask him if he knew anything about the situation. That brat, not a single word he said was pleasing to the ear. What's most infuriating is that he actually said that the big shot behind the Yun family is him. I bet Shen Luoyuan was right next to him, so he took the opportunity to put on an act and win Shen Luoyuan's favor. I am so angry. Wan Shirin was so angry that her face turned red. Wan Jinshan looked annoyed. What's the point of contacting that good-for-nothing at a time like this? What abilities does he have besides being a gigolo? I think you should call Lu Jianming, the medical sage. If he thinks he can back us up and get the Sihai Medical Association involved, then Wei Long probably won't dare to act recklessly. Wan Jinshan said confidently. Dad, you're right. Wan Shirin then realized what was happening. I almost forgot about that. The only one I can rely on now, the only one who can save the Wan family is Lu Jianming. But the guy took the opportunity to run away at the venue earlier, which made her feel a little uneasy. But now there is no other choice. Wan Shireen picked up her phone and called Lu Jianming again. At this moment, Lu Jianming was hiding inside Chu Qingqing's company. When Lu Jianming saw Wan Shireen calling, he thought for a moment and then answered the call. Medical Sage Lu, where are you? My Wan family is in trouble. We are business partners, so please help us. Could you ask the Four Seas Medical Association to intervene and seek justice for my Wan family? Wan Shireen pleaded on the phone. The Four Seas Medical Association? On the phone, Lu Jianming sneered, Wan Shireen, you're really something at a time like this. You still dare to mention the Sihai Medical Association to me. You've dug such a huge pit for me to fall into. Are you really trying to kill me? This? Wan Shireen was completely dumbfounded. He asked in shock, Medical Sage Lu, what are you saying? We were just having a good talk before. Yes, you told me before that Xiao Qingyu, the physician king of the 9 provinces medical academy, obtained his identity by stealing the Toad Spring Dew formula. That's why I agreed to cooperate with you, but you offended a war god like Wei Long, and you didn't even tell me beforehand. Luckily I ran away in time, otherwise if your Wan family had used me as a shield, I wouldn't even know how I died. Wan Shireen, you're so cunning. I've learned something new, but you brought this on yourself. Deal with Wei Long yourself. Don't contact me again. After saying that, Lu Jianming angrily hung up the phone. Wan Shireen was completely stunned and couldn't come to her senses for a long time. 608, Chapter 608 Future Brother-in-Law. Inside Chu Qingqing's company. After watching Lu Jianming finish his call, Chu Qingqing sneered, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Now you know, you regret it, you've come here to hide? Lu Jianming, the sage of medicine. Lu, didn't you say before that I was ignorant and young? Yes, I was ignorant, but at least I know who I can't afford to offend. You seem to know absolutely nothing about this. Chu Qingqing retorted with a cold, sarcastic remark. Lu Jianming's face turned ugly from the mockery. He shook his head and said, Alright, are you done yet? I made a misjudgment this time. Who knew the Wan family was so stupid, daring to provoke even a big shot like Wei Long? There he finished. As for me, everyone makes mistakes, isn't that normal? Lu Jianming said irritably. That's normal, perfectly normal. Chu Qingqing grinned, but you helped the Wan family refine the Qi building pill, so you're in the same boat now. Do you think the Wan family will push you out when they're really in dire straits, and when that happens, will Wei Long take your life and eliminate you completely? Upon hearing this, Lu Jianming was instantly terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, his expression as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Alright. Chu Qingqing sneered and pointed to the door, saying, the door is right there, get out of here. I already broke ties with you back at the Wan family's place. I will absolutely not keep you here, and don't drag me down with you. I've said it before, even if you regret it, don't come begging to me on your knees. Chu Qingqing said coldly. Don't want. Lu Jianming jumped to his feet, looking at Chu Qingqing with a panic, and said, Cousin, we're relatives. Even if you're angry, you can't treat me like this. Let me hide for 2 days, just 2 days. I'll call the Four Seas Medical Association to come and help me. If they kick me out now and someone reports me to Wei Long, I'm completely finished. Lu Jianming's eyes were bloodshot with nervousness, and he was completely at a loss. What do I care if you live or die? How did you humiliate me at Wanjia Company? Roll. Chu Qingqing cursed angrily. No. Lu Jianming was on the verge of fainting and nearly went crazy. He knelt down with a thud. Cousin, I'm begging you, even though I didn't help you refine the medicine, I'll still give you the 5th grade pill formula. How can you be so heartless? You don't have to call Aunt Lin and Uncle Chu to beg for me before you'll forgive me. Previously, Lu Jianming, as the medical sage of the Four Seas Medical Association, was treated with great respect wherever he went, like a star surrounded by admirers. He never imagined that he would need to ask for help now. However, now that Wei Long has emerged, if he chooses to leave, no family or power will take him, and it would be extremely lucky if they didn't tie him up and send him away. He had no other choice. But he also managed to be flexible and even knelt down to beg for mercy from Chu Qingqing. Chu Qingqing looked at Lu Jianming with a cold smile. Fine, I can let you stay for 2 days, but you have to promise me one thing. You said, as long as I can do it. Lu Jianming nodded hurriedly. Alright, it's simple. Refine the 5th grade medicine formula you gave me and teach the refining method to the people I've invited. I'll keep you here for the next 2 days, otherwise, within 2 hours, everyone in the entire central continent will know you're here with me, including Wei Long. Chu Qingqing was too lazy to be polite with Lu Jianming and went straight to the point with her threat. If Lu Jianming dares to disobey, he will face certain death. You? Lu Jianming gritted his teeth in anger, but still nodded emphatically. Fine, I promise you. Then let's start making the medicine. All the materials have been prepared for you. What are you waiting for? Chu Qingqing smiled smugly. So Chu Qingqing took this opportunity to completely control Lu Jianming. The Yun family. Greetings, Prince Su. Yun Jiang and his men knelt down and kowtowed before Su Ming. Su Ming sat calmly in the chair and nodded slightly. Get up, we're already so familiar with each other, don't kowtow as soon as we meet. Thank you, Prince Su. Yun Jiang then led everyone to their feet, and said with a look of fear, Prince Su, we invited you here specifically to ask for your advice. Our Yun family's medicinal herb garden has already been seized by Wei Long and Li Zhiqiu. That Wei Long is a master of the heavenly profound realm, as a martial arts expert ranked among the top 20 in the 9 provinces martial arts ranking. A person like that, let alone my humble Yun family, there are very few in the entire central province who can afford to offend him. I'm not so heartbroken that the Yun family's medicine garden is gone, but Prince Su, I'm afraid Wei Long will take over all the precious medicinal herbs you cultivated in the garden. I, Yun Jiang, have failed King Su. At this point, Yun Jiang was filled with guilt and shame, and knelt on the ground again. Alright. Su Ming, however, remained calm. I already know about this. Leave the matter of the herb garden to me. That Wei Long, he's never even seen Mount Tai, yet he thinks he's invincible. He deserves to be taught a lesson. Su Ming said slowly. Prince Su, let me go. Just then, Su Fanghua, who had been waiting for a long time, stood up eagerly, her face full of excitement. Since being seriously injured by Wei Qilin last time, Su Fanghua has broken through to the Earth Profound Realm, but she was also seriously injured and has been recuperating at the Shin family these days. He had only just recovered, but upon hearing that there was a master, his fighting spirit was immediately reignited, and he couldn't hold back any longer. What are you going to do? You're no match for him. Su Ming glared at Su Fanghua. No, I'm already at the Earth Profound Realm. The difference between the Earth Profound Realm and the Heaven Profound Realm is only one realm. Even if I'm not his match, I can still take a bite out of him and make him fear. Su Fanghua's face was fierce and sharp, like a wild beast that had encountered an opponent, and her whole body was full of imposing momentum. Are you crazy? Su Mingren was about to faint. The 3 Su sisters from Qingzhou, how come they are all so different? They were born from the same womb, and their personalities, but they are completely different. This Su Fanghua is so different from Su Zifeng. If you didn't tell anyone, you'd never guess they were sisters. Just as the two were arguing, a servant from the Yun family ran in. Master Yun, Miss Wan Shirin, requests an audience. Wan Shirin? Yun Jiang was taken aback. What's she doing here? Yun Jiang thought for a moment, his expression complicated. He has absolutely no goodwill towards the Wan family now and can't wait to sever all ties. But this is Su Wang's ex-wife, and Su Wang is here. It wouldn't make sense for her not to see him. Su Ming waved his hand and said, you go deal with this first. I'll have a proper discussion with Su Zifeng. Yes. Yun Jiang then hurriedly got up and went out. Then Su Ming stared at Su Fanghua and said irritably, do you know how big the difference is between the Earth Profound Realm and the Heaven Profound Realm? It's like a fist against a hammer. If he wants to kill you, you won't even have a chance to escape. If you keep acting like this, I'll have someone send you back to Su Zifeng's side. I'm not afraid I'll never break through if I don't fight against experts like that. Only by challenging those above my level can I break through my realm faster and comprehend higher levels of martial arts. As long as I don't die, I'll become stronger. Su Fanghua said with an arrogant expression. Besides, there's you. You're so close to my second sister, you're practically my brother-in-law. You wouldn't just stand by and watch me die, would you? Su Fanghua chuckled as she spoke. You? Su Ming almost fainted from anger. Who is your prospective brother-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. I don't care, but you're ruining your second sister's reputation. She's the commander of Shuzhou, and she can't stand rumors. Su Ming sneered. Look, you care about my second sister so much, and you still say no, Su Fanhua said with a smile, as if she had found Su Ming's weakness. Okay. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. Go if you want to die, who can stop you, but you have to go in 3 days and. At this point, Su Ming tossed Su Fanhua a pill. This is called the Blood Qi Exquisite Pill. After using it, your cultivation level will increase dramatically enough to save your life and help you escape. Su Ming said irritably. Thank you, Prince Su. Su Fanhua was overjoyed, as if she had found a treasure, and immediately thanked Su Ming and bowed down in gratitude. 609, Chapter 609 Rare Medicinal Herbs Everywhere. The outer hall of the Yun family. Miss Wan, is there anything I can help you with? Yun Jian came out to greet her, invited Wan Shirin to sit down, and had a servant pour tea for her. But Wan Shirin was distracted and didn't drink a drop of tea. He went straight to the point, saying, Master Yun, you must know that War God Wei has given the Wan family a 3-day deadline to hand over the people. But I have absolutely no idea who killed Wei Qilin. It means that my Wan family suffered an undeserved disaster. Master Yun, please be magnanimous and don't hold my Wan family's actions against you. What do you know? Please tell me directly. The person who killed Wei Qilin is the powerful backer of the Yun family. I urge you, Master Yun, to tell us the truth, otherwise, both our families will suffer. Wan Shirin spoke earnestly, pouring out all her worries and anxieties in one breath. But Yun Jiang smiled and shook his head upon hearing this. Miss Wan, you're overthinking it. My Yun family has no powerful backers at all. If my Yun family really had powerful backers, would the Tianfu Business Alliance be coming to cause trouble for us? If my Yun family really had that kind of power, would we have made so many enemies? Yun Jiang smiled silently. He didn't know whether Wan Shirin truly didn't know or was pretending not to. The most powerful person behind the Yun family right now is the king of Kyushu. He is Wan Shirin's ex-husband. Shouldn't Wan Shirin know this better than he does? It's definitely an act. That's why Yun Jiang deliberately didn't say it. But Wan Shirin was particularly angry when she heard this, and she could tell that Yun Jiang was deliberately not saying it. Is she still holding a grudge about her previous partnership with Tianfu Business Alliance? The Yun family is being incredibly stingy. All that talk of being kind and generous is just an act, isn't it? Wan Shirin said unwillingly, you should know who killed Wei Qilin, Master Yun, right? After all, it happened right here in your Yun family's medicine garden. If you don't know, then no one else does. Yes, I actually know that. Yun Jiang nodded slightly, his expression complex. Looking at Wan Shirin again, he was filled with doubt. Judging from Wan Shirin's anxious appearance, it doesn't seem like she's faking it. Could it be that this woman really doesn't know the identity of Prince Su? Are you kidding me? You've been married for 3 years and you didn't even know? This is rather unbelievable. Then tell me. Wan Shirin said somewhat angrily. Yun Jiang frowned. You really don't know, he's someone you know best, and right now, he's in the inner hall behind my Yun family's house. If you really don't know, then you can come in with me and take a look. I guarantee you'll recognize him immediately when you see him. Real? Wan Shirin was instantly filled with surprise and doubt. Yes, come with me. Yun Jiang said something, turned around, and led Wan Shirin into the inner hall. Wan Shirin's face was filled with surprise and disbelief, and her heart was shaken. My whole body tensed up involuntarily. Finally, am I going to meet that big shot? Who exactly is this person? To become the Yun family's backer and to kill Wei Qilin in a single encounter, one must possess some extraordinary ability or a shocking identity. If that's the case, she might as well stand on the same side as this big shot. If we can get this big shot to come out of retirement, then Wei Long alone will be nothing to fear. If everyone is saved, then there will be hope. Alright, Miss Wan, now you understand. Yun Jiang led Wan Shirin into the inner hall. Inside the main hall, only Su Ming sat calmly. Su Fanhua had already left, and Xin Luoyun was also gone, leaving only Yun Lian from the Yun family standing awkwardly beside Su Ming. Wan Shirin glanced up and saw Su Ming, slightly surprised, But her gaze didn't linger after scanning around. She looked puzzled and asked, Where is the real big shot? Wan Shireen looked shocked. That's him. Yun Jiang raised her finger and pointed at Su Ming. He? Wan Shireen rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Turning her head, she glared angrily at Yun Jiang, gritting her teeth and saying furiously, Master Yun, if you don't want to talk, then fine, why play games with me like this? Your Yun family did this on purpose, didn't you? You know this kid is my ex-husband, a good-for-nothing, so you deliberately brought him up to disgust me. He's not even as good as one of Wei Long's toes. If he were to go up to Wei Long, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to speak before he'd be beaten to death. Besides, how could an idiot like him possibly be a match for Wei Qilin? Wan Shireen flew into a rage, glaring angrily at Yun Jiang. Fine, I see now what kind of cooperative relationship is this. I think your Yun family would love for my Wan family to die. If you won't help, I'll figure it out myself. I'll take care of Wei Long when the time comes. You won't regret it. Wan Shireen, her face flushed with anger, stomped her foot and turned away in a huff. This? Yun Jiang was also stunned. What's going on? He noticed that Wan Shireen seemed genuinely unaware of Su Ming's identity, which is why he brought her in specifically. The result was that he angered Wan Shireen and was resented by her. What exactly is this woman trying to do? Seeing this, Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Master Yun, let him be. I've known her for a long time, and I know what she's thinking. Don't worry about Wei Long. Su Fanghua has already taken my medicine and taken care of it. Will have a result in 3 days. Yun Lian chimed in. That's right, Dad. Wan Shireen looks down on Prince Sui. Noticed that before. Why waste your energy? Even the king of the 9 provinces wouldn't look down on him? Yun Jiang felt like she was about to faint. This Miss Wan has incredibly high standards. It's nothing short of a miracle that the Wan family has come this far and is still so renowned in Zhengzhou. Night falls, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, and countless stars twinkle. The Yun family's medicinal herb garden was brightly lit. The lotus of the 4 seas, the fiery cloud grass, and the immortal spirit flower. OMG! Each one of these is a rare treasure, a medicinal herb of grade 8 or higher. I originally thought this place was just rich in spiritual energy, but I never expected it to be cultivating so many rare and precious herbs. I'm rich, now I, Wei Long, am completely set for life. The heavenly profound realm is nothing. If I could invite a medical sage to refine these medicinal herbs into pills for me, reaching the king realm would be a piece of cake. Moreover, even without these pills, just by relying on this large-scale qi-gathering array, I can steadily break through to the king realm by cultivating here for a year or 2. I never imagined that such a small place as Zhengzhou would possess such immense wealth. It's truly a gift from heaven. Wei Long was so excited in the herb garden that he danced around, his eyes shining, jumping up and down with joy, looking at each herb as if he had discovered a treasure. Li Zhiqiu watched from behind, his expression shifting between light and dark, and he was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Unexpectedly, the small Yun family medicine garden was so well hidden. He's starting to regret it now. Why did you agree to give everything in the herb garden to Wei Long? Bringing just one of these plants back to the Grand Commandant's mansion would bring immense merit to the person who brought them. Compared to that, what is the Yun family? Li Zhiqiu was filled with deep regret. 610, Chapter 610. I'm quitting. 2 days later, a piece of news caused a sensation in Zhengzhou. It was the 4 Seas Medical Association, whose vice president led a dozen or so medical king elders down to Zhengzhou. Among them, the vice president is a renowned medical master who has reached the level of a medical sage, famous throughout the land and renowned across the world. Vice President Xie Sen Yun is a figure of great importance, second only to the head of the Imperial Medical Academy and the president of the 4 Seas Medical Association. Simply put, Lu Jianming, Xiao Qingyu, and Xin Luoyun are just minor figures among the younger generation. When a medical sage like Xie Sen Yun emerges from seclusion, his fame spreads far and wide. Back in Zhengzhou, Wan Shireen was still overwhelmed by Wei Long's threat of a deadline. We've contacted countless people, but not a single one is willing to stand up for the Wan family. When she learned that Xie Sen Yun of the 4 Seas Medical Association had brought people down to Zhengzhou, she immediately saw hope. As expected, although Lu Jianming, the medical saint, is angry, He can't possibly sit idly by after I promised him so many benefits. Besides, it also concerns him personally. Now we're saved. In the hospital room, Wan Shireen was overjoyed and told her father, Wan Jinshan, the news. That's wonderful, it proves you have good judgment. Daughter Lu Jianming isn't a heartless person. Call in right away and ask what's going on. Wan Jinshan was also in high spirits, and said with a happy face. Vice President of the Sihai Medical Association. What kind of status and power does this represent? With such an important figure appearing, not to mention Wei Long, even a high-ranking official from the imperial state would have to give him some face. Once this problem is solved, and outsiders learn of the deep friendship between the Wan family and the Sihai Medical Association, the entire Wan family will surely flourish and become famous. Good. Wan Shireen couldn't wait any longer and called Lu Jianming. Meanwhile, Lu Jianming was still doing hard labor for Chu Qingqing. These past 2 days, he's really been working himself to the bone for Chu Qingqing, refining medicine day and night in the small dark room. He, a top talent of the Four Seas Medical Association, is practically working a 996 work schedule. Upon seeing the phone, Lu Jianming answered it and asked weakly. Hello? Medical Say Lu, are you alright? Thank you so much. I knew you wouldn't stand idly by. Was it you who specially notified a group of big shots from the Four Seas Medical Association to come down? Thank you so much. Now, our Wan family is saved. Don't worry, I will give you every penny of the benefits I promised you before. Wan Shireen said with immense gratitude and excitement on the phone. Ah. Lu Jianming was completely stunned. He didn't intend to call the Four Seas Medical Association for help, but after being forced by Chu Qingqing to refine medicine these past 2 days, he didn't even have the chance to make a call. Moreover, Wei Lon's primary targets are the Wan and Yun families, so he is not in a hurry. So I haven't had a chance to make that call yet. As for the matter of the vice president of the Four Seas Medical Association coming down, he knew absolutely nothing about it. Hearing Wan Shireen's words, he was also greatly surprised. He was completely stunned. Yes, Dr. Lu, no one else could have done this. You should hurry back to the Wan family. We'll go see the vice president and then talk to War God Wei, then everything will be resolved. Wan Shireen said excitedly. I see. Lu Jianming nodded as well. Then we'll have to ask Dr. Lu for a favor with the Wan family's status. It's unlikely that they'd be willing to see a big shot like the vice president, but if you, Dr. Lu, could help introduce us, things would be much easier. Wan Shireen said with a happy smile. Okay, then I'll call and ask them where they're staying. Lu Jianming nodded in agreement. Anyway, even if Wan Shireen doesn't say anything, he will find a way to contact the Sihai Medical Association. Thank you so much. Wan Shireen happily hung up the phone. Then, in the ward, he turned to his father, Wan Jinshan, and said, Dad, it's all taken care of. It really was reinforcements. Lu Jianming brought we escaped danger and turned misfortune into good fortune. That would be wonderful. Then you should quickly prepare a gift and go to pay your respects to the vice president. Don't be negligent. Wan Jinshan also couldn't wait to say it. I see. Wan Shireen put away her phone, turned around, and went out to prepare a gift. Lu Jianming, on the other hand, was quite puzzled. He didn't even call for help. The Sihai Medical Association didn't call to inform him either. He wouldn't have even known that the vice president and his group of big shots came down if Wan Shireen hadn't told him. What exactly happened? Filled with doubts, Lu Jianming made phone calls to some of the senior elders he knew. Upon inquiry, it was learned that the Four Seas Medical Association had come down to conduct preparatory research for the Central Plains Medical Ranking Competition 3 months later. Furthermore, tomorrow, the vice president and others will head to the Yun family's medicinal garden. Because they also received news that the Four Seas Medical Association's medicinal garden in Zhongzhou had produced a lot of amazing top-quality medicinal herbs, and the medicinal aura of the Four Seas Medical Association's medicinal garden was comparable to the top-quality medicinal garden of the Imperial Medical Academy in Dezhou. Such an astonishing event had already been heard of throughout the medical community, and it shocked everyone. This immediately piqued Lu Jianming's interest, and he couldn't wait to head to the Yun family's medicine garden to meet with his fellow members of the Four Seas Medical Association. Lu Jianming had just understood the situation when he put down his phone. Creak. Shu Qingqing pushed open the door to the dark room. Shu Qingqing strode in, arms crossed, and looked at Lu Jianming with an arrogant expression, asking, "How many pills have you refined? Tomorrow I'll announce their market launch in all the major pharmacies. If the quantity isn't enough, you'll be held responsible. Go to hell." Upon hearing this, Lu Jianming flew into a rage. He smashed the alchemy furnace in front of him on the ground and roared, "I am a proud disciple of the Four Seas Medical Association, and you expect me to do hard labor and refine medicine for you here? You treat me like a beast of burden. You think too highly of yourself. I quit." The irritable Lu Jianming overturned the table. "Are you crazy?" Shu Qingqing stared wide-eyed in shock. I don't know where Lu Jianming got his confidence from. "Aren't you afraid Wei Long will take your life?" Shu Qingqing asked in surprise. "Wei Long, he's nothing. My entire Four Seas Medical Association is out here. If he dares to lay a finger on me, he'll die in Zhengzhou." Lu Jianming sneered, showing utter disdain. He wiped his hands and walked out, sneering, "In short, that's it. IVE refined several hundred grade 5 pills for you, enough for you to make a fortune. IVE done more than enough for you, so don't come looking for me again." After saying that, Lu Jianming left, beaming with pride. "You bastard." Shu Qingqing was so angry she jumped up and down. This guy really takes advantage of every little bit of kindness he gets. They turn their backs on you as soon as there's a glimmer of hope. Go ahead, she wants to see if the Four Seas Medical Association really has the ability to take down Wei Long. Anyway, the whole thing has little to do with Shu Qingqing, so she's just waiting to see what happens. Inside the Zhengzhou Luxury International Hotel, a tall, beautiful woman with a cool and elegant demeanor stood beside Vice President Xie Xianyun and said respectfully, "Master, I just had someone inquire about it. The Yun family's medicine garden is indeed extraordinary. In addition to its amazing medicinal properties, it also cultivates top-grade medicinal herbs such as firecloud grass and immortal spirit flower. These medicinal herbs are extremely rare, even within our Four Seas Medical Association. Could it be that there is some extraordinary master in Zhengzhou?" Schwellinger, a disciple of Xie Xianyun, the chief elder and vice president of the Sihai Medical Association, asked with some doubt. "A master? Before my Four Seas Medical Association, there are no superiors. Even if there are, they must be humble and respectful. Whether it's a dragon or a worm, we'll find out tomorrow. We will head to the Yun family's herb garden first thing tomorrow morning." Xie Xianyun spoke with an air of authority and an air of maturity. "Yes." Schwellinger responded respectfully. 611, Chapter 611. Full of confidence. The 3-day deadline has passed. Everyone gathered together and headed to the Yun family's medicinal garden. The Yun family medicinal herb garden is bustling like never before. Bigwigs from all walks of life arrived, as if a major conference was about to be held. Xie Xianyun of the Sihai Medical Association arrived first with his team. Upon arriving at the entrance of the herb garden, Xie Xianyun took a deep breath and felt his ears and eyes clear, his mind refreshed and clear, and his eyes instantly shone. Brilliant! It seems the rumors were true. There really is an astonishing medicinal aura within the Yun family's medicine garden. Such an astonishing aura is something I've never seen before in all my years of life. It's even stronger than the Imperial Physician's Garden. Xie Xianyun looked amazed. The others also felt it, especially Schwellinger, who could clearly feel the energy entering her body, nourishing her internal organs, and making her feel cool and refreshed all over. Let's not even talk about whether such a place has any extraordinary medicinal herbs. Living in such a place for a period of time would be immensely beneficial to oneself. Then Xie Xianyun continued walking without stopping, leading the members of the Sihai Medical Association inside. But they were just about to step through the gate. "Stop!" Two of Wei Long's men at the entrance immediately raised their hands to block the way for the members of the Sihai Medical Association. "Where did these scum come from? How dare you trespass into this herb garden? You have 3 minutes to get down the mountain, or you'll be killed without mercy." The two men had arrogant expressions, their faces filled with a ruthless disdain for everything. Because Wei Long had already given the order that anyone who dared to force their way into the Yun family's medicine garden could be killed. Presumptuous! Before Xie Xianyun could speak, Schwellinger let out an angry shout. Do you even know who my master is? How dare you disrespect him? My master, Xia Xianyun, is the vice president of the Four Seas Medical Association. He is someone you can only look up to yourselves for your entire lives. How dare you two watchdogs be so arrogant? Shui Linger shouted angrily. Xia Xianyun? The two guards at the gate exchanged a glance, both with disdainful sneers. You people from the Four Seas Medical Association only dare to stay in your own territory and act like kings and bullies. In short, you're bullies in your own backyard, fighting like dogs, but in our blood fiend army, on the real stage of the 9 provinces, you're nothing but a bunch of ants. Get out of here right now, or don't blame us for not warning you. Once our commander comes out, you won't even have time to escape. The two men said with disdain and a cold laugh. You're asking for death. Shui Linger was furious, her usually cool and pretty face turning red with anger. He stepped forward and was about to attack the two guards. Upon hearing this, Xia Xianyun's expression changed. Blood fiend army? Could it be that you are subordinates of Wei Long, one of the 3 war gods of the border region blood fiend army? Yo! You do have some knowledge. You're not some frog in a well that only knows how to look at the sky from the Four Seas Medical Association. The two immediately raised their heads proudly, smiling with pride on their faces. So, the big boss of the Yun family's medicine garden is Wei Zhanxing. Xia Xianyun was horrified. Although he is known as the Sage of Medicine, it is just a title in the eyes of outsiders. The Four Seas Medical Association wields immense power. But in the face of such a frontier army, they are indeed like a group of ants, utterly vulnerable. If you anger the Blood Fiend army, 1,000,000 troops will come knocking on your door in no time, and they could flatten the entire Four Seas Medical Association. Last night he made some boastful remarks, saying he didn't care about anyone. But at this moment, he learned that his opponent was Wei Long. Xia Xianyun was momentarily dumbfounded. As luck would have it, the Yun family's medicinal garden has already been targeted by such a person. Even if it were the president of the Four Seas Medical Association, let alone him, he would have to give him some face. Xia Xianyun's expression immediately became uncertain and extremely complicated. Who's making such a racket at the door? Just then, a furious, deafening roar, like that of a tiger, rang out in the courtyard. Wei Long, a man of imposing stature and commanding presence, strode out, his black robes billowing like a dragon in flight. Xia Xianyun trembled instantly in fright and hurriedly stood at the door, bowing and saying, I am Xia Xianyun, paying my respects to War God Wei. Xia Xianyun? The Sage of Medicine, Xia Xianyun? Wei Long raised an eyebrow, and a look of delight immediately appeared on his face. He was worried about where to find a medical sage to help him refine medicine. The Yun family's medicine garden had so many rare and precious herbs. If he couldn't find someone, it would be a real waste of resources. I never expected it to come to me like this. The two guards at the door turned around and said to Wei Long, Commander Wei, these guys are trying to force their way into the herb garden. We're about to drive them away. Presumptuous. Wei Long coldly shouted, how can you be disrespectful to the Sage of Medicine? Xia, let them in. In. The two guards were dumbfounded. Weren't they told that no one was allowed to enter? Why did Commander Wei change his mind again? Little did they know that Wei Long was capricious and unpredictable, changing his mind at every turn. Even Li Jiqi couldn't figure him out, let alone his two guards. So the two of them had no choice but to obediently step aside and let Xia Xianyun and the others enter. Xia Xianyun was already covered in cold sweat and had no idea what Wei Long was planning to do. If he had known earlier that it was this border war god, this man who inspired fear in everyone, he wouldn't have put on this act and wouldn't have come. But now that the person was right in front of them, they had no choice but to step into the Yun family's medicine garden. Xia Xianyun slowly walked in and respectfully bowed to Wei Long, saying, Thank you for your leniency, War God Wei. I didn't know this place already belonged to War God Wei, otherwise my Four Seas Medical Association would never have dared to come and offend you. Don't be so reserved. Wei Long laughed heartily, patted Xia Xianyun on the shoulder, and said with a smile, You're my lucky star. I've long admired the name of physician Xia. You'll come for the Yun family's medicine garden, so let's share the good fortune. Come on, physician Xia, I just happen to want to ask you for a favor. Let's talk inside. Please. So, Wei Long led the members of the Four Seas Medical Association into the inner garden. At the foot of the mountain, Wan Shirin had people carrying large and small bags of valuable gifts, also heading towards the Yun family's medicinal garden. Today's deadline has passed. We can't hand over the person, but if we can get the 4C's Medical Association to step in, then this matter can be resolved. Let's put an end to this. Her family, Wan, will also be able to get through this difficult time. Creak. A car stopped in front of Shenluo Yun, at the foot of the hillside. The car door opened, and Lu Jianming, who had rushed over after hearing the news, got out. The sage Dr. Lu. Wan Shirin showed a look of surprise upon seeing Lu Jianming. Lu Jianming truly kept his promise. He had agreed to make the introduction over the phone, and now he was there right on time. There's nothing more reliable than this. He's infinitely better than that good-for-nothing Su Ming. Besides being good at bragging, she couldn't think of any way that idiot could compare to Lu Jianming. Dr. Lu, are you here to help me get the 4C's Medical Association to put in a good word for my Wan family? Wan Shirin asked with a face full of joy. Lu Jianming picked his nose, glanced up at the mountain, and then turned to look at Wan Shirin. To be precise, his coming here has absolutely nothing to do with Wan Shirin. He didn't care about any introductions at all. He didn't care whether the Wan family lived or died. However, now that the top leaders of the Sihai Medical Association have arrived, settling this small matter of Wanja is naturally a piece of cake. He figured he might as well do her a favor. Thinking of this, Lu Jianming nodded and said, "That's right, since I promised you, I will naturally keep my word. Let's go up the mountain together." That's wonderful. Wan Shirin was immediately filled with gratitude and surprise, her face flushed with joy, and she thanked Lu Jianming profusely. Then they went up the mountain together. Let me tell you, as long as my 4C's Medical Association is here, Wei Long is nothing but a fart in front of Mei He relies on his strong martial arts cultivation and superior martial prowess to act arrogantly in Zhongzhou, but in reality, martial arts also rely on our medical arts for support without the miraculous elixirs researched and developed by our medical arts. How could a muscle-bound idiot like him have achieved what he has today? Therefore, when they meet the true leaders of our 4C's Medical Association, even the most powerful man has to cower and bow to us like a chick. Once he gained confidence, Lu Jianming started boasting, his face full of pride and arrogance, and he sneered arrogantly. 612, Chapter 612 Arrogant Ascent to Heaven. Of course. Wan Shirin smiled broadly and echoed her agreement. Knowing this, that's why I've come to visit and request the help of the 4C's Medical Association with Physician Lu's introduction. Things will be much easier. Everything depends on Physician Lu. Wan Shirin said admiringly. Lu Jianming enjoyed this feeling and asked with a smile, "I can help you, but how will you repay me?" As he spoke, Lu Jianming glanced at Wan Shirin twice. Wan Shirin has a voluptuous figure, a beautiful body, and an exceptionally beautiful face. No man could refuse a beautiful woman like that if she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Wan Shirin, however, did not realize this and thought that Lu Jianming wanted benefits, so she nodded and said, "As long as Dr. Lu asks, I will agree to whatever he wants." You said it. Lu Jianming smiled meaningfully. As they talked, the two arrived at the entrance of the Yun family's medicinal garden. Just as I steadied myself, another voice sounded beside me. Wan Shirin and Lu Jianming turned their heads and saw Su Ming, Yun Zhang, and Yun Lian slowly walking over from the narrow path beside them. Upon seeing Su Ming, Wan Shirin was furious. He rolled his eyes with a cold expression. "So it was you, you piece of trash." When Lu Jianming saw Su Ming, he also let out a disdainful sneer. "It seems Miss Wan was right. You really are just a stray dog who wags its tail and begs for mercy wherever you go. Before, in Yunqing, you fawned over the Chu family, and now that you've come to Zhongzhou, you're sucking up to the Xin and Yun families. You trash are a disgrace to us men. I feel nauseous just looking at you." Lu Jianming grinned coldly. "How dare you disrespect Brother Su?" Yun Lian made an angry sound. "Brother Su, didn't he say he was the king of the 9 provinces before? Why did he change his mind? It seems he's really fooled you all." Lu Jianming laughed heartily. It was a scam after all. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin looked at Su Ming with disdain and disappointment, and shook her head. Even the medical genius Lu Jianming has said so, so it's probably true. Whether it's what he said on the phone or what Shin Luo Yun and the Yun family passed down, it's all just a persona that Su Ming created with his words. Young girls like Shin Luo Yun and Yun Lian hadn't had much contact with Su Ming and didn't know him well. They thought they had met some important person and naturally became deeply involved. What's infuriating is that Yun Jiang, the head of the Yun family, is so old yet so ignorant. They actually consider Su Ming their backer and a big shot. What a huge joke. You bastard. Yun Jiang frowned, his face showing anger, and shouted, "How dare you be so insolent in front of my Yun family's medicinal garden? Is my Yun family's medicinal garden a place you can just walk into?" Lu Jianming burst into laughter. "You've been stepped on, are you getting anxious? Yun family herb garden, huh? Does this herb garden still belong to your Yun family? Do you even know who's been inside? Most of the top executives of my Sihai Medical Association are inside. If I can't get in, do you think you can?" Lu Jianming laughed triumphantly. Wan Shirin kept shaking her head. The Yun family has fallen to such a state without even realizing it. No wonder they believed Su Ming's identity. How incredibly ignorant. Let alone comparing it to the Four Seas Medical Association, it's a far cry from even her. Such a lack of vision means the Yun family doesn't even deserve to own this medicinal garden. Reaching this point is already their limit. I'm too lazy to waste words with you useless people. Just watch. From now on, this medicinal garden will be under the control of the Four Seas Medical Association. Lu Jianming chuckled and led Wan Shirin into the herb garden. However, the two were stopped again by Wei Long's men at the door. He coldly shouted, "Unless Commander Wei allows it, no one else is allowed to enter. Get out." "Are you all blind? Who am I? Don't you recognize me? I'm Lu Jianming, the half-step medical sage of the Four Seas Medical Association. You dare stop me?" Lu Jianming flew into a rage and roared. The two guards were taken aback, exchanged a glance, and both looked somewhat annoyed. Xia Senyun and the others have already gone inside. Now that Lu Jianming is a member of the Sihai Medical Association, it seems a bit unreasonable to stop him now. The two had no choice but to change their attitude, saying, "You can come in, but no one else." The two men only allowed Lu Jianming to enter. This? Wan Shirin was stunned. Lu Jianming was supposed to help her get a referral, but if Lu Jianming went in alone, what was she doing here? Isn't this completely ineffective? Lu Jianming turned his head and smiled. "Then there's nothing I can do, Miss Wan, but don't worry. I'll go in and talk to the vice president and the others first. Once they know, they'll definitely let you in." "Thank you so much, Dr. Lu." Wan Shirin immediately showed a grateful expression. Then he turned and glanced at Su Ming again. There was mockery in his eyes. It seems to be telling Su Ming, "Did you see that? This is her current identity. Even a powerful organization like the Four Seas Medical Association can be connected to her." Su Ming was still clinging to the Yun family and the Shin family, and was bullied by Wei Long to the point that he had no power to fight back. As expected. Incompetent people are destined not to climb very high. Wan Shirin was slightly pleased. But Su Ming didn't even glance at Wan Shirin before stepping into the Yun family's medicinal garden with Yun Jiang and Yun Lian, the father and daughter. The two guards were about to stop him, but they were intimidated by a cold look from Su Ming. They had never seen such a sharp gaze before, and felt a chill run through them, as if their very souls had been pierced through, leaving them too afraid to move. Moreover, this look is very familiar. It's the kind of look only top-tier leaders in border regions have. But why does this kid have such a look in his eyes? Amidst their shocked expressions, Su Ming walked in without any hindrance. Wan Shirin was stunned. Startled, he asked, "What do you two mean? Why can they go in, but I can't?" The two then came to their senses and exchanged a surprised and suspicious glance. He then looked at Wan Shirin and said with a forced sneer, "They want to go and die. Do we have to stop them? If you want to die, you can come in." You? Wan Shirin glared angrily. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If Su Ming and the Yun family father and daughter barged in like this and encountered Wei Long, they would certainly be doomed. She should just wait for Lu Jianming to report that everything was settled before going in herself. What a pity. Unfortunately, the Yun family father and daughter couldn't see through Su Ming's idiotic identity. That guy is going to get me killed inside. Nothing else is wrong, it's just that Yun Lian is such a kind and gentle girl, but she has been implicated by a scourge like Su Ming. It truly made her feel pitiful and regretful. If she hadn't been clever enough to see through Su Ming's decision to divorce early on, her fate would probably be the same as the Yun family's now. In the herb garden, Su Ming led Yun Jiang and Yun Lian in. We arrived at the inner garden. A large number of people have gathered here. Wei Long has already negotiated and agreed with Xie Xian Yun that the medicinal herbs cultivated by Su Ming here will be handed over to Xie Xian Yun for refining after they mature. Xie Xian Yun readily agreed and was overjoyed. To be able to handle these rare treasures and top-quality medicinal herbs, and finally refine them into elixirs, is an immense blessing. This is not something that ordinary medical professionals can access. If word gets out, Xie Xian Yun will become famous throughout the land. So even just refining it has countless benefits. However, Lu Jianming, who had just stepped in, was unaware of the situation. Seeing Wei Long chatting and laughing with the Sihai Medical Association, he assumed that Wei Long had already submitted to the Sihai Medical Association due to its power. He immediately stepped forward, his face full of arrogance, pointed at Wei Long and laughed loudly. As expected, a piece of trash like you in front of our 4C's Medical Association, you're nothing but a fart. Don't you have to be humble and subservient when you see our medical sage Xie? You dared to shout at the Wan family before, and even threatened to wipe them out? Who do you think you are? Come here, kneel down, and apologize. Lu Jianming held his head high, looking incredibly arrogant. But everyone at the 4C's Medical Association was completely terrified. They all stared at Lu Jianming in utter shock. 613, Chapter 613. I am your backer. Has this kid gone mad? Inside the Yun family's medicine garden, the members of the 4C's Medical Association were all speechless with astonishment as they looked at the arrogant Lu Jianming. Even Xie Xian Yun was so surprised that his eyebrows twitched. Even he didn't dare to disrespect Wei Long. This guy started spouting nonsense as soon as he arrived, and even demanded that Wei Long kneel down to him. Is he tired of living? Or has this guy become so arrogant and disdainful of others after gaining some fame and being hailed as a medical prodigy? Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lu Jianming still felt incredibly powerful. Relying on the powerful influence of the Sihai Medical Association, Wei Long was completely terrified. He pointed at Wei Long and was about to hurl a few more insults at him. How dare you, Lu Jianming, what are you doing, disrespecting War God Wei? Get over here right now. Shui Linger's face was gloomy as she shouted at Lu Jianming. Wei the god of war, he's nothing. Lu Jianming scoffed and slowly walked into the ranks of the 4C's Medical Association, chuckling smugly. Beauty Shui, don't worry, with the vice president backing us up. What is a mere Wei Long, let alone Wei Long? Even if we bring the 3 war gods of the border region, what do the 4C's Medical Association have to fear? Lu Jianming laughed triumphantly. You idiot. Shui Linger rolled her eyes, almost losing her composure. Vice President Xie Xian Yun was so angry with Lu Jianming that he almost vomited blood. This beast, he wants to die, and not only does he act arrogantly, but he also tries to use him and the Sihai Medical Association as shields. That's incredibly ignorant and shameless. Simply put, Lu Jianming still overestimated the power of the Sihai Medical Association. It's a case of having a reputation but not enough experience. The 4C's Medical Association is indeed one of the most prestigious medical forces in the 9 provinces, but a great reputation does not necessarily mean strong strength. How can a medicine-making and medical force compare to a legitimate border war god who cultivates martial arts? Putting everything else aside, if Wei Long were to get angry, he could single-handedly slaughter the entire 4C's Medical Association, leaving them utterly powerless to resist. With such a disparity, let alone provoking him, even if the entire 4C's Medical Association came, they would have to treat Wei Long with utmost respect. It's just that the 4C's Medical Association is full of medical professionals. They are all useful people. So normally no one wants to offend these medical factions. You idiot, I've already agreed to refine an 8th grade pill for War God Wei. What do you mean by that? Not only have you tarnished the reputation of the 4C's Medical Association under War God Wei, but you've also damaged our harmony. What are you up to by sowing discord? Xie Xianyun's cold gaze swept across Lu Jianming, and he let out a chilling shout. What kind of medicine are you making? Making medicine for someone like this is laughable. Lu Jianming dismissed it with disdain and was about to laugh when he suddenly heard Xie Xianyun's words clearly. What? Vice President, you said you'd concoct medicine for him? Lu Jianming was instantly shocked, his mouth agape as if struck by lightning, his face filled with astonishment. Doesn't this mean that the Sihai Medical Association and Wei Long have already formed an alliance? Instead of Wei Long's unilateral submission? So that means his words just now were completely unfounded, and were a one-sided provocation against Wei Long. This does not represent the position of the Sihai Medical Association. Even the Sihai Medical Association wouldn't stand up for him. Oh my God! Lu Jianming was so frightened that his legs went weak and he almost knelt on the ground. He turned his head in a daze, looking at Xie Xianyun, then at the sneering Wei Long, and felt like he was about to faint. What the hell is going on? Why didn't anyone tell him beforehand? Little boy, what did you just say? Did you say I should kneel down and apologize to you? At this moment, Wei Long slowly opened his mouth with a cold smile. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with a powerful killing intent that pierced straight to the heart and lungs. Lu Jianming was instantly terrified, his scalp tingling. He felt as if someone had grabbed his throat, and he was covered in sweat as he scrambled to Wei Long's side. He knelt down with a thud. Trembling with fear, he cried out, No, I'm the one who should kneel down and apologize to you, War God Wei. I was talking nonsense, my mouth is so loose, I can't hold back my words, War God Wei, please give me a chance. Wei Long didn't even glance at Lu Jianming, but turned to Xie Xianyun beside him and asked with a sneer, President Xie, is this person from your Sihai Medical Association? Upon hearing this, Xie Xianyun shuddered, his eyes darkening as he coldly snorted, No, this person is merely a figurehead in my 4C's Medical Association. In reality, he holds no position whatsoever as a good-for-nothing, and we can dismiss him at any time. He has absolutely no connection with my 4C's Medical Association. Hearing this, Lu Jianming felt a chill run down his spine. He felt a sudden despair and plummeted to the bottom. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this, with such an outcome? When he came up the mountain with Wan Shirin before, he was full of confidence and arrogant. If he had known the situation was like this, he wouldn't have dared to do it even if he had 100 times the courage. Yun Lian, Yun Jiang, and the others only then realized what was happening. Lu Jianming has quite a reputation outside. So he was just a lackey of the 4C's Medical Association after all. I thought they were something special. Those who associate with Lu Jianming have probably all fallen for his tricks and been thoroughly deceived by him. The Wan family, in particular, have complete faith in this kid. They even treated this guy like a benefactor. I wonder what kind of expression the Wan family would have if they saw this scene. Waste. Wei Long snorted coldly and kicked Lu Jianming more than 10 meters away, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. He lost interest when he heard that he was just a lackey. I'm too lazy to waste time on trash like you. I'll deal with you later. Then Wei Long slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on the Yin family members, and he sneered, Don't say that I, Wei Long, am unfair or that I won't give you a chance. My younger brother, Wei Qilin, died in your Yin family's medicine garden. This medicine garden originally belonged to you. So, doesn't your Yin family have a powerful backer? Doesn't your family have a big shot? Hand over this person. If he can defeat me, not only will my brother's past be forgiven, but I will also return the Yin family's medicinal garden to you with both hands. From this day forward, I will treat your Yin family with utmost respect, as if they were gods, and I will never dare to set foot in your home again. What do you say? Mad. That's insane. For Wei Long to say such a thing shows his arrogance and contempt for everyone, treating the entire Yin family like ants. They completely ignored Su Ming as well. That's why he dared to make such bold statements. He believed that no one in the Central Plains was his match. These promises will never have a chance to be fulfilled. Yun Jiang and Yun Lian's faces turned green. Yun Jiang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What an arrogant madman, he doesn't know that the king of the 9 provinces is here, yet he still dares to be so unscrupulous. He really wants to see Wei Long being trampled under Su Ming's feet. I am the Yun family's protector. Just then, a voice slowly rang out from the scene. Everyone was shocked. They all turned to look. Su Fanghua slowly walked out from behind Su Ming and the other two. A woman? What is your identity? The people from the Sihai Medical Association were all astonished, staring wide-eyed at Su Fanghua in surprise. I don't know anyone. They were quite looking forward to seeing what kind of expert was behind the Yun family. After all, the Yun family's medicinal garden couldn't have been cultivated without someone providing guidance. But to my surprise, it was just a woman. They were all immediately disappointed. Humph, you? Lu Jianming also let out a disdainful sneer, completely disregarding Su Fanghua. You idiots, she is the third young lady of the Shuzhou Commander's Mansion, a martial arts master of the 9 provinces peerless sect, and she is now at the Earth Profound Realm. She is Su Fanghua. Yunlian stepped forward, her face full of anger as she introduced Su Fanghua's powerful background and identity. 614, Chapter 614. Have you had enough? Oh, I see. After learning Su Fanghua's identity, the members of the Sihai Medical Association put away their playful and mocking expressions. So that's why the Yun family is so confident. It's because they have such a top disciple of the peerless sect in charge. Wushuang sect is a true holy land for martial arts cultivation in the 9 provinces. The disciples trained by them are all highly skilled individuals capable of standing on their own. I heard that even 2 of the 8 war gods of the war god army had studied at the peerless sect. The reputation of the peerless sect is indeed not to be underestimated. But that's the reputation of the peerless sect. It's not just Su Fanghua's reputation that's at stake. Su Fanghua, a woman, is still far inferior to Wei Long. If the Yun family relies solely on Su Fanghua, their vision is still too narrow and superficial. How can Su Fanghua compare to Wei Long? Even Shui Linger, a beautiful woman from the Sihai Medical Association, couldn't help but shake her head with a contemptuous smile. As a woman herself, she would naturally compare herself to Su Fanghua. Let's leave aside body shape and appearance for now. In terms of status and achievements, she is already the chief elder of the Four Seas Medical Association, and given time, she will be the successor of the Four Seas Medical Association. Su Fanghua is still there, carrying the name of Wushuang sect on her back, but she has no one by her side and fights alone. She is probably not highly regarded in Wushuang sect. This woman is probably going to die at Wei Long's hands today. Moreover, the Wushuang sect probably doesn't even know she's dead. Shui Linger couldn't help but smile and shake her head. In the end, they are all just ants who associate with the little Yun family. What good is a little status if they can't really do anything? But ever since Su Fanghua stepped into the herb garden, Wei Long has been the only person in her eyes. My fighting spirit is boiling. He slowly walked out, grinned at Wei Long, and said, You really meant what you said before? You'll keep all your promises as long as I beat you? Wei Long chuckled, That's right, but if it's you, little girl, challenging me, I'll add one more condition. You're not thinking of backing out, are you? Su Fanghua gave a cold smile. Change your mind? Wei Long burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed and said, No, just don't regret it. My condition is that whoever loses has to be Wei Long's dog. You, a member of the Wushuang sect, are qualified to be Wei Long's dog. You're asking for it. Su Fanghua flew into a rage, stopped talking nonsense, and suddenly her aura exploded, her Earth Profound Realm energy overflowing, instantly creating a whirlwind. She charged towards Wei Long like a giant beast. Boom! The 2 powerful auras collided, and within the entire herb garden, a fierce wind arose. The auras surged back, like a raging storm, and immense pressure pressed down like a mountain. The group from the Four Seas Medical Association were all ordinary people who didn't know martial arts. Under this aura, they were forced to retreat step by step until they had retreated 40 or 50 steps and stood still, panting heavily, before they felt the pressure lessen. Otherwise, in that situation just now, they wouldn't even have a chance to breathe. They felt their internal organs shaking as if they were about to explode. What shocked everyone at the Four Seas Medical Association was the Yun family members stood still, completely motionless. Su Ming, Yun Jiang, and Yun Lian were even closer than them. They were only 10 steps away from where the 2 masters, Su Fanghua and Wei Long, were fighting. At this distance, Su Ming and the other 2 didn't even change their expressions or blink. How is that possible? Xia Senyun and Shui Linger were both shocked. Are all members of the Yun family martial arts masters? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yunlian's face was filled with bewilderment. She turned her head and asked in confusion, are all the people from the Four Seas Medical Association so afraid of death? Why are they retreating so far away? My daughter, my little girl, you don't understand. Yun Jian then slowly explained, revealing the reason behind it. They couldn't withstand the pressure of the clash between two masters. If they stood at close range for more than 10 seconds, their internal organs would burst and they would bleed from all 7 orifices and die. Yunjiang spoke slowly. Then, why am I completely unharmed? Yunlian asked, her face full of shock. Don't you understand? Yunjiang's gaze fell on Su Ming's back. Yes, there is such a big mountain. It stood in front of them, blocking all their breath, which is why they didn't feel any pressure at all. Otherwise, given their physical condition, they would probably have retreated even further. Is it Prince Su? Yunlian suddenly woke up and realized what was going on. Looking at Su Ming's back, I was filled with shock and admiration. Is this the power of the king of the 9 provinces? Since Su Ming came in, he hadn't said a word, making her almost forget his powerful presence. That's right. Su Ming stood calmly and composedly. Earthly profound realm, heavenly profound realm? We're still a long way off. In his eyes, it was just like children fighting. That's not how you play martial arts. Even Wei Long has only scratched the surface of martial arts. It's like 2 little kids discussing math in front of a high school student. Su Ming wasn't interested in it at all. Meanwhile, Su Fanhua's offensive became even more ferocious, her fists raining down on Wei Long's face like a storm. Boom, boom, boom. With each punch, a powerful shockwave exploded outwards, like a tidal wave crashing in. But every punch, just inches from Wei Long's face, was easily deflected by his aura. Su Fanhua couldn't even scratch Wei Long. Is it really that powerful? Is the difference between the Earth Profound Realm and the Heaven Profound Realm really that big? Su Fanhua couldn't help but show a look of shock on her face. For the first time, a deep sense of powerlessness spread through my heart. She had always thought that the difference between the Earth Profound Realm and the Heaven Profound Realm was only one level. At most, the difference was in the cultivation of internal energy. The human body is like a water reservoir. And heaven, the mysterious realm, is nothing more than a place filled with even more water. But at this moment, she realized that it wasn't just the internal energy, even the application and control of one's aura, and the understanding of one's realm, were worlds apart. How is that possible? Su Fanhua let out a roar of resentment. Die! Su Fanhua roared and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to Wei Longtian's skull. All the energy within his body poured out. His strength had reached its peak. This punch was all she had to offer. Have you made enough of a scene? At this moment, Wei Long slowly raised his head, curled the corners of his mouth, and a mocking and cruel look appeared in his eyes. Kneel down. A roar, like the howl of a tiger and the cry of a dragon, was deafening. Boom! A powerful aura exploded outwards from Wei Long like a bomb. Su Fanhua was still in the air when he was blasted backward, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood in midair before his body crashed heavily to the ground like a broken sack. 615, Chapter 615. Don't kill me. It's over. Seeing this scene, the Yun family and the people from the Four Seas Medical Association were all deeply shocked. I know Su Fanhua is finished. They are no match for Wei Long at all. A mere Earth Profound Realm cultivator daring to confront a Heaven Profound Realm cultivator head-on, he has no self-awareness whatsoever. It's like throwing an egg against a rock, courting death. Schwellinger gave a disdainful sneer. Everyone from the Four Seas Medical Association shook their heads in mockery. It seems that their choice to cooperate with Wei Long was the right one. Within this Central Plains, who can rival Wei Long? Besides, the Yun family is just a mere family, not worth mentioning at all. Miss Su, are you alright? Yun Lian exclaimed in surprise and rushed to Su Fanhua's side, supporting her and asking in shock. Blood was still flowing from Su Fanghua's mouth, her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was flushed. "From today onwards, you are my dog." Wei Long pointed at Su Fanghua and laughed wildly. "I never expected that coming to Zhongzhou would not only yield such a bounty of rare medicinal herbs, but also allow me to take on a member of the peerless sect as my doge. It's truly a gift from heaven." Wei Long's laughter echoed throughout the venue. "You beast." Yin Lian turned her head angrily, her face flushed, and glared at Wei Long, roaring, "You forced yourself on us, not only stealing our Yin family's medicinal herb field, but also humiliating Miss Su like this. Do you even consider yourself a man? Do you deserve to be called a war god? It's a great misfortune for us to have someone like you in the 9 provinces. No matter how strong you are, I will always despise you. You little brat, you're sharp-tongued and asking for it." Enraged by Yin Lian's scolding, Wei Long raised his hand, and the energy in his palm reversed, instantly pulling Yin Lian, who had no martial arts cultivation, back towards Wei Long. "I am one of the 3 war gods of the border region. Do I need your respect? With such a foul mouth, I will make sure you can never speak again." Wei Long's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yin Lian was physically weak. Although Su Ming cured her congenital sepsis, she was still much weaker than an ordinary person. If Yin Lian were sucked in, even if Wei Long didn't use his killing move, she would probably die on the spot. "Don't want." Yin Xiang was so frightened that she knelt on the ground, tears and sweat streaming down her face. Su Fanhua was terrified. She hurriedly reached into her pocket, took out the pill Su Ming had given her, and was about to swallow the blood Qi Linglong pill to fight Wei Long to the death. Just then, Yin Lian, who had flown over, suddenly unleashed an unimaginable burst of energy, like a raging torrent, and crashed into Wei Long with a bang. Bang! An astonishing aura erupted on the spot. Wei Long was caught off guard and was directly impacted by this force, flying back more than 10 meters before regaining his footing. After landing, his face was flushed, and his eyes were filled with shock. He suddenly looked up at Yin Lian in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you have such powerful martial arts energy? Could it be that you're hiding something deep inside? Wei Long was so shocked that his whole body trembled. That aura just now was incredibly powerful. It must have been at least at the king level. But where are the people from the king's realm at the scene? Looking at Yin Lian again, she landed steadily on the ground, her face full of surprise and doubt, but she was unharmed and had no idea what had happened. At this moment, Su Ming slowly stepped out from behind Yin Lian, calmly smiling. "Alright, Yin Lian, you go and take care of Su Fanghua first, leave the rest to me." "Prince Su, did you save me?" Yin Lian turned around in surprise, looking at Su Ming with admiration. Su Ming nodded slightly. Yin Lian then happily turned around and ran back to Su Fanghua's side. When Yin Xiang saw this scene, he was both surprised and delighted. He was so frightened that he almost fainted. "Is it that kid? How is that possible?" The members of the Sihai Medical Association were also shocked. Even Lu Jianming, who was injured and lying on the ground, stared wide-eyed in disbelief, completely bewildered. What's going on with this guy? Could it really be the king of the 9 provinces that Chu Qingqing mentioned? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nobody will believe it. From the very beginning, no one took Su Ming seriously. They even regarded him as a lackey of the Yun family, someone who didn't exist at all. Even Yin Lian is no match for him. Unexpectedly, it was Su Ming who stepped forward last. At this moment, Wei Long calmed down and noticed that during his fight with Su Fanghua, the energy surged so much that even the people from the Four Seas Medical Association retreated 40 or 50 meters away, yet the top-grade medicinal herbs around them didn't even flinch. That's simply impossible. Unless, someone is deliberately protecting it with their aura. At this moment, Wei Long felt his scalp tingle and goosebumps rise all over his body. He suddenly looked up, staring at Su Ming with utter shock. Who exactly are you? Who I am is unimportant. Su Ming smiled faintly, pointing to the medicinal herbs scattered all around him, and sneered, "These medicinal herbs are all mine, including this chi-gathering array, which I set up myself. If you want to rule here, I won't object. After all, even if you want to be an emperor, I won't mind, but if you want to take these things for yourself, you'll have to get my permission." And you were trying to kill Yin Lian just now, weren't you? I saved her life myself. Alright, I'll give you 3 chances if you can hurt me. The Yun family's medicinal garden, including all the herbs on the ground, will be yours. But if that doesn't work, your life is in my hands. Su Ming grinned. These words shocked everyone present. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you know who he is? He's Wei Long. Even Su Fanghua isn't a match for him. What are you pretending for? Shui Linger stepped forward from the Four Seas Medical Association, pointed at Su Ming, and coldly reprimanded him. This kid is actually quite good-looking. How could someone be so stupid? Even Su Fanghua couldn't withstand it, yet he still gave up 3 moves. Did he get his head caught in a door and become incapable of thinking? Is this mere brat from the Yun family so eager to die, right? You brat, so arrogant, offering 3 moves. If you can withstand even one of my moves, I'll consider you the winner. Wei Long was completely enraged. Although I was a little startled by Yun Lian's aura just now. But he simply didn't believe that there could be a master of the King realm in the mere central continent. With a roar like thunder, Wei Long leaped into the air and pounced on Su Ming like a tiger. The energy surrounding his body surged towards Su Ming like a landslide and a tsunami. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, as if the earth itself was trembling. Dust billowed up from the ground. Su Ming simply raised his hand slightly and waved it, which completely destroyed Wei Long's energy. Then, with a wave of his hand, he easily grabbed Wei Long's head. Just a gentle press. Bang! Wei Long was pressed to the ground, with half of his body buried in the mud. Especially the head, which was almost sunk deep into the ground. Su Ming then raised his hand, and then stepped out again, stomping on Wei Long's back. Boom! A deafening explosion. Wei Long's body was completely crushed into the ground, and 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. Ah! Wei Long's body was bent like a shrimp, his head and feet raised high, and blood gushing from his mouth. Don't kill me! Please, don't kill me! Wei Long screamed in terror while he was in the mud pit. Silence. The entire Yun family's medicinal garden was deathly silent. Apart from Wei Long's screams, there was no other sound. The members of the Four Seas Medical Association, including Xie Xianyun, Shui Linger, and Lu Jianming, all stared at Su Ming with their mouths agape, as if they had seen a ghost, unable to utter a sound. 616, Chapter 616. The true owner of the Yun family herb garden. Oh my god! Could I be hallucinating? Shui Linger rubbed her eyes hard before she could confirm that the arrogant and invincible Wei Long had indeed been trampled underfoot by Su Ming. He shouted and begged for mercy. Could he really be the king of the 9 provinces? Lu Jianming stared in disbelief, uttering a muttered sound as if in a dream. The king of the 9 provinces? Upon hearing this, the members of the Four Seas Medical Association were shocked and turned their heads again, their incredulous eyes falling on Su Ming one after another. Don't kill me, boss, I was wrong. Wei Long lay in the mud pit, crying and shouting. Su Ming released his foot and said to Wei Long, get up, you still have 2 moves to make. 2 more moves? Upon hearing this, Wei Long, who was barely alive, was nearly driven mad with fear. He almost died at Su Ming's hands after just 1 move. If he pulls 2 more moves, even a god couldn't save him. Don't want. Wei Long wept bitterly, kneeling in the mud pit and kowtowing repeatedly to Su Ming. I know I was wrong. I will never dare to step into the Yun family's herb garden again. Please, sir, spare me, considering that I am one of the 3 war gods of the border region, the commander of the Blood Fiend army, and have rendered meritorious service in protecting the 9 provinces. Please, sir, give me a chance. Honors in protecting the 9 provinces? Upon hearing this, Su Ming grinned, looking at Wei Long as if he were a clown. When did the 9 provinces ever need your protection? You're nothing but an ant who follows behind my war god army, scavenging scraps and getting by. If you're the one protecting the 9 provinces, then what's the point of my war god army? The war god army, aren't they supposed to be your subordinates? Su Ming smiled, looking at Wei Long. Upon hearing this, Wei Long's eyes widened instantly. The war god army, yours? Could you be? Wei Long realized what was happening and instantly turned pale with fright. Wei Long, you've never met me before, But back when you only had 2,000 men, how did you kneel down in the border region and beg me for help? Have you forgotten? You said back then that as long as I was willing to save you, you would be my dog for life. How come you're biting your master now? You even want to steal your master's things? Don't you know the difference between superior and inferior? Su Ming said coldly. Upon hearing this, Wei Long was completely terrified. You are the king of the 9 provinces who once held sway over the border city of Baiyun, guarding the frontier and making it impregnable. Oh my God. Wei Long's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. The king of the 9 provinces? Is he really the king of the 9 provinces? Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the Sihai Medical Association trembled violently, their legs shaking as if they were being sieved. Those with weak nerves were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. Today, I finally met a real big shot. I see. Xia Senyun stared blankly at Su Ming, her hands and feet trembling. She was almost muttering something. So the true owner of this medicinal garden is the king of the 9 provinces. No wonder such extraordinary and rare medicinal herbs can be cultivated here. I actually mistook Wei Long for the owner of this place. I must have been blind. How could Wei Long, a mere martial artist, possibly raise such rare and extraordinary things? Good heavens, Xia Senyun, am really getting old and my eyesight is failing. Xia Senyun immediately knelt on the ground, bowed to Su Ming, and banged his head heavily on the ground, shouting loudly, Xia Senyun of the 4 Seas Medical Association pays respects to the king of the 9 provinces. Greetings, king of the 9 provinces. The dozen or so members of the Sihai Medical Association all knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground. Is he the king of the 9 provinces? Shui Linger knelt down as well, but her eyes were empty and lifeless, and she didn't dare to raise her head to look at her. In Zhangzhou, there is such an astonishing figure, yet no one knows about him. That's terrifying. Seeing this, the injured Su Fanghua finally breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed heavily to the ground. In the end, Su Ming had to take action. It seems I still have a long way to go. In the arena, Su Ming looked at Wei Long expressionlessly. Didn't you want these medicinal herbs? I'll give you a chance. Go and get them now. If you can take even one, I'll consider you lucky. No, I wouldn't dare. Wei Long, his face filled with remorse and pain, raised his hand and slapped himself more than a dozen times, making his face look like a pig's head, before collapsing at Su Ming's feet. He wept bitterly, saying, I am your dog, Prince Su. I will do whatever you tell me to do. I only beg you, Prince Su, to spare my life. Waste. Su Ming shook his head in disbelief. And also, I killed your younger brother, Wei Qilin. Don't you want revenge? No, he deserves to die 1,000 deaths. He is utterly wicked, and it is the greatest honor of his life that he was able to die at the hands of Prince Su. Wei Long quickly shook his head and pleaded. Get out. Su Ming kicked Wei Long to the ground and coldly shouted, I don't kill dogs. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. Yes, I will definitely not appear before King Su again. Wei Long felt as if he had been granted a pardon. Overjoyed, he wept and hurriedly kowtowed to apologize. Then he got up and scrambled away. The treasures were scattered all over the ground, and they didn't dare to look back even once, fleeing the Yun family's medicinal garden. Wan Shirin stood waiting at the entrance of the Yun family's medicinal garden. Then they saw Wei Long, disheveled and covered in blood, running away like a madman. That's Wei Long? Upon seeing the other person, Wan Shirin was shocked and her face was filled with astonishment. I didn't see it wrong. How did Wei Long end up like this? What exactly happened at the Yun family's medicinal herb garden? She had also sensed that terrifying aura just now, and thought it was Wei Long who had made his move, and that the entire Yun family was doomed. I never expected it to turn out like this. Could it be that the 4 Seas Medical Association intervened and taught Wei Long such a lesson? Wan Shirin was instantly terrified and trembled all over. Inside the herb garden, Su Ming turned his head, his gaze falling on the members of the 4 Seas Medical Association, and coldly snorted, What about you? Aren't you all with Wei Long? No. Xia Senyun looked up in fear, staring at Su Ming in terror, and said, King Su, we came here specifically to pay our respects to the owner of the Yin family's medicine garden, but now we know who we should be paying our respects to. We the Yi come to pay our respects to you. If your majesty does not mind, I will make some preparations after I return and present your majesty with a generous gift. Xia Xianyun said with utmost respect. No. Su Ming snorted coldly, since you're not in cahoots, then get lost. The Yin family's medicine garden is not a place for you to come. Yes. Let's get out of here right now. Xia Xianyun was so frightened that he wet himself. The once renowned medical sage had lost all his dignity in front of Su Ming. They hurriedly took their people and left in a hurry. Wan Shirin peeked out from the doorway, full of questions, wondering who had taught a big shot like Wei Long a lesson. But in the blink of an eye, people from the Four Seas Medical Association also rushed out in a panic. Wan Shirin hurriedly went to greet him, excitedly knelt down in front of Xia Xianyun, and respectfully said, "This humble woman, Wan Shirin, pays her respects to the sage of medicine, Xia, of the Four Seas Medical Association." Wan Shirin, and who are you? Xia Xianyun was startled, like a frightened bird, staring at Wan Shirin in shock. 617, Chapter 617. Raising an army for 1,000 days to use it for 1 day. My daughter, Wan Shirin, is the president of the Wan family and a holder of the Qi building pill. Previously, Wei Long caused a scene at my Wan family's press conference and even threatened me with a deadline. Thank you so much, medical sage, for teaching that arrogant and domineering Wei Long a lesson. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Wan Shirin said with gratitude and joy. Me, teach Wei Long a lesson? Xia Xianyun almost choked to death by Wan Shirin's words. If he had that ability, would he still have to be humble and subservient when facing Wei Long? This woman has absolutely no idea what's going on. They don't even know who the real big boss of Zhengzhou is. Xia Xianyun shook his head. I don't have that ability, but don't worry, after Wei Long was taught a lesson by that big shot, he probably won't dare to cause trouble in Zhengzhou in the future. Alright, I have something to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. Xia Xianyun hurriedly said something and then led his men down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, the members of the Sihai Medical Association were still in shock. I never imagined that behind this seemingly insignificant Yun family is the king of the 9 provinces. My goodness, that scared me to death. If they take their anger out on us because of Wei Long, we'll probably all be dead. An elder from the Four Seas Medical Association, covered in sweat, said. But what is the king of the 9 provinces doing in the Central Plains? Is there something more important going on? Schwellinger frowned and asked with a face full of curiosity. Thinking of the king of Kyushu's heroic figure just now, she couldn't calm down. Such a peerless genius of the 9 provinces, wherever he goes, stirs up a storm and shines in all directions. The king of the 9 provinces was surprisingly unknown. If they hadn't accidentally stumbled into the Yin family's medicine garden today, they probably would never have seen such an extraordinary figure. It's not that simple. Xia Xianyun said with a deep expression, I think the king of the 9 provinces is probably here for the medical ranking conference in 3 months. Could it be that this big shot is also interested in the ranking of medical practitioners? Schwellinger asked in surprise. Judging from the top-quality medicinal herbs cultivated in the Yin family's medicine garden, as well as the massive qi-gathering array, it is evident that Su Ming's medical skills are extraordinary. If the king of Kyushu were truly interested in the ranking of medical skills, wouldn't he be firmly in first or second place? What would they have to fight for? No. Xia Xianyun said in a low voice, you simply don't understand. 3 or 4 years ago, at the summit of Mount Tai, 8 bandit leaders besieged the king of the 9 provinces. I know some things about this, but I can't tell you I think he's here for this. At this point, Xia Xianyun raised his head, his gaze deep and distant, and the image of a certain person appeared in his mind. The Grand Commandant's office of the Imperial Prefecture, Grand Commandant Su De. The incident at the summit of Mount Tai was inextricably linked to Grand Marshal Su. The world of Kyushu is about to change. Inside the main hall of the Grand Commandant's residence in the imperial capital, Su De, dressed in a long robe, sat majestically on a massive tiger-shaped chair. He shouted angrily at the outside, summon Qin Feiyu to see me. Yes. Yes. The subordinate responded and quickly ran out to inform the others. A moment later, a handsome and tall young man stepped into the main hall. Upon arriving before Su De, he knelt down with a thud, respectfully bowing and saying, "This humble one, Qin Feiyu of the Qin family, pays respects to Grand Commandant Su." Su De then slowly raised his head, his calm gaze falling on Qin Feiyu, and asked in a clear voice, "Qin Feiyu, how long have I been mentoring you?" Qin Feiyu replied, reporting to the Grand Commandant, "It has been 13 years. Good." Su De nodded. 13 years. In those 13 years, I allowed you to study at both the Grand Commandant's mansion and the Imperial Physician's mansion. Now, you are renowned throughout the 9 provinces. You rank 7th on the 9 provinces Divine Physician ranking and 5th on the 9 provinces Martial Arts ranking. Now, everyone knows about your Qin family from the Imperial Province. As the saying goes, an army is raised for 1,000 days to be used in one. Now it's time for you to serve me." Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu's face lit up with excitement. That's right, Qin Feiyu's success today is all thanks to the support and assistance of the Grand Commandant's mansion. Otherwise, he would end up like those spoiled brats in the imperial state, living in constant fear and obscurity. Qin Feiyu said sincerely, "Thank you for your kindness, Grand Commandant Su. I, Qin Feiyu, know my place. I owe my success to whoever I am today. Please give me your orders, Grand Commandant. As long as I can do it, I will not hesitate or waver." "That's good." Su De then nodded in satisfaction and appreciation. "Then I'll be frank with you, the ranking of medical practitioners in the 9 provinces is about to be reshuffled. The Imperial Physician's Mansion has dominated the medical field for over a decade. If we can take the top spot on the medical rankings, my Grand Commandant's Mansion will reign supreme in both martial arts and medicine within the 9 provinces. There will be no rivals. At that time, I will be in charge both inside and outside the court. What I want you to do is go down to Zhongzhou and take control of the medical families there. Prepare for the medical rankings 3 months from now. If you can succeed, I will appoint you as the head of the Imperial Medical Academy, and together we will rule the entire country." Su De said with a big smile. Thank you for your kind words, Grand Commandant Su. I will certainly not let you down." Qin Feiyu was so excited he almost jumped up. What an honor this is! As the head of the Imperial Medical Academy and Su Taiwei's right-hand man, he rose to prominence in one step and achieved great success. If that day ever comes, not only throughout the 9 provinces, but also across the 4 seas and beyond, who wouldn't know the name of Qin Feiyu? Alright, go ahead. Yes. Qin Feiyu got up, turned around, and left with great joy, almost skipping and jumping as he walked. Grand Commandant Su, are you really going to appoint him as the head of the Imperial Medical Academy? After Qin Feiyu left, a tall, slender man with a feather fan slowly walked out and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Being the head of the Imperial Physician's office isn't an easy position to hold. It can't be appointed by someone else without the Emperor's permission. However, if I don't offer him some incentives, why would he go to great lengths to serve me? That idiot Li Ziqi has been in Zhongzhou for so long, absolutely nothing besides discovering that the Fang and Lu families were wiped out by the War God Army. We found absolutely no other information. Who the hell doesn't know that the Fang and Lu families were wiped out by the War God Army, apart from the War God Army, who dares to touch anyone under the command of my Grand Commandant's mansion? Most importantly, is that kid at the top of the War God Army still alive? If he were alive, Qin Feiyu, who was ranked 5th on the martial arts list, would have more than enough power to kill him. This is my true purpose. Grand Commandant Su smiled knowingly. I see, Grand Commandant, you are brilliant. The tall, thin man immediately smiled broadly and said respectfully. Not only that, I've also investigated and found that this kid's Qin family has an inextricable connection with that guy from the War God Army. Raising an army for 1,000 days, using it for one, let them kill each other. I won't lift a finger. There's nothing more satisfying than that. Grand Commandant Su threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, which echoed throughout the entire Grand Commandant's mansion. 618, Chapter 618. The Princess. After the people from the Sihai Medical Association left, Wan Shirin waited at the entrance of the Yun family medicinal garden for quite a while. Now that Wei Long was no longer a danger, she felt completely relieved. The development of Wanja is finally free of obstacles. Next comes the freedom of fish to leap in the sea and birds to fly in the sky. Although Xia Sen Yun did not directly admit it, she was certain that her guess was correct. He was just being modest when he thanked the sage of medicine. He wouldn't bother taking credit for such a small achievement. After all, the name of the vice president of the Four Seas Medical Association had already resounded throughout the land. I wonder when I'll be able to reach that level. Although it was already confirmed, Wan Shirin still wanted to wait for Lu Jianming to come out so she could confirm her thoughts again. Only then can she truly feel at ease and rest easy. Moreover, she should also express her gratitude to Lu Jianming and try to win him over. If it weren't for Lu Jianming's help, she wouldn't even have the right to meet Xie Yisheng. The future development of Wanzhou will depend on Lu Jianming, who is half a medical sage and a true big figure in the future of the Sihai Medical Association. But after waiting for a long time, Lu Jianming did not appear. Instead, Su Ming walked out of the Yun family's herb garden with a nonchalant attitude. You haven't left yet? Hasn't Wei Long already resolved it? Su Ming saw Wan Shirin, looked up and said something. It's been resolved, but what's it to you? Anyone who didn't know better would think you took care of Wei Long. Look at the way you act, like it's all perfectly normal. Wan Shirin rolled her eyes and gave a cold laugh. Then who did you think it was? Su Ming asked with a joking smile. Of course, they're from the Four Seas Medical Association. Of course, they're the famous Xie the Sage of Medicine. You don't even know who Xie the Sage of Medicine is, but then again, given your status and knowledge, you probably haven't even heard of such a big shot. Wan Shirin shook her head sarcastically, showing disdain. After interacting with the Sihai Medical Association, Lu Jianming, and others, she had already realized that the gap between her and Su Ming had widened significantly. She might have once had a sliver of hope that if Su Ming could reform himself and strive for improvement, she might reconsider his future. After all, they had a 3-year relationship foundation, which is something no one else can match. But now it seems that it's basically impossible. How can a phoenix be matched with an ant? Thank you, Sage of Medicine. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Let me remind you, the medical field in Zhengzhou is no longer as simple as a business market. You should be able to tell from the movements of the National Medical Center and the Four Seas Medical Association. The waters here are very deep, and it's not something you can easily get involved in. It's not just about giving you a share of the profits. If possible, switch to other projects or go back to Yunqing. Otherwise, if something happens, no one can protect you. Su Ming reminded him. These people are clearly here for the major reshuffling of the medical rankings. Therefore, every prescription and every market is of utmost importance. Wan Shirin has gotten herself into this mess and is finding it hard to even protect herself. No, you're actually giving me pointers? Have you even heard about my current status in Zhengzhou? You don't still think I'm the same as I was 3 years ago, do you? Only you are stuck in the same place forever, never making any progress. Do you think everyone is like you? Don't you understand the situation? Wan Shirin glared angrily at Su Ming with her big eyes. She wouldn't listen to a single word Su Ming said. It's absolutely ridiculous. Su Ming realized this as well, and too lazy to say anything more, he turned around and left. Etc. Wan Shirin called out to Su Ming, frowning, you just came from the Yun family's medicine garden. Did you see Lu Jianming, the medical saint? You might not recognize others, but you should at least know him, right? Why hasn't he come out yet? That kid, I scared him so badly he passed out's probably been taken to the hospital by now. Su Ming said something and went down the mountain. You scared me so much I fainted? Wan Shirin stood frozen in place, her face full of shock, her expression disheveled in the wind. What nonsense is this kid spouting? Would Dr. Lu be so frightened that he fainted? Even Wei Long was taught a lesson by the Four Seas Medical Association and fled in disarray, so Su Ming is nothing. He's definitely possessed. Just to put on a show in front of him and save face, she actually said such a thing. Wan Shirin was so angry she almost fainted. After Su Ming walked down the mountain, his phone rang. When I took it out, I was surprised to find that it was Zhang Yilin calling. This surprised Su Ming a bit. It's been a long time since I last corresponded with Zhang Yilin. Since he came to Zhengzhou, he has also made arrangements for Zhang Yilin, appointing her as the president of the Zhengzhou headquarters and the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Yilin's abilities were already fully demonstrated when she was in Yunqing. Appointing Zhang Yilin as the president of a mere branch in Yunqing is a waste of her talents. Arriving at the Central Plains headquarters can be considered a form of training and improvement. Su Ming answered the phone. Hello? President Su. Zhang Yilan's joyful voice came through the phone. What's wrong? Su Ming asked calmly. It's nothing much, but the company headquarters is compiling a list, and there are a few things we need to confirm with you. Mr. Su, are you free now? Zhang Yilan asked respectfully. Although Zhang Yilan is the president, she still needs to report to Su Ming for confirmation on matters of utmost importance. Now that we've found him, it can't be a trivial matter. Okay, I'll be right there. Su Ming said something and hung up the phone. I took a taxi to the headquarters of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. A moment later, Su Ming arrived at the Tianming Chamber of Commerce headquarters office and met Zhang Yilan. Zhang Yilan remains as graceful and beautiful as ever, with fair skin and a striking appearance. Wearing a suit, she exudes a chic and capable aura, showcasing her heroic spirit. What's up? Su Ming inquired. That's how it is. President Su, please come with me. Zhang Yilan led Su Ming into another room and came to a window. Pointing to the conference room ahead, he said, there are two women here who came in saying they want to acquire Tianming Chamber of Commerce. And they even claim to know you. I am undecided, so I asked Mr. Su to come and take a look. Do they really know you? There is a one-way glass in front of you, which allows you to see into the conference room, but those inside cannot see out. Su Ming looked up and saw that there were indeed two women sitting in the conference room. She has an oval face, delicate features, and a powerful aura. She had an oval face with a playful smile, but she was no ordinary person. Su Ming recognized them at a glance and smiled. I recognize them. I sent this Princess Duan Xingyue of the Imperial State and her maid, Shen Wei. Princess? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yilan was instantly startled, her eyes widening in shock. She's actually a princess? Is it true that she wants to acquire the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Zhang Yilan was immediately stunned. If Tianming Chamber of Commerce is acquired, will she still be able to remain as its president? For whom is she working? Su Ming grinned. That's right, she is indeed the daughter of the current venerable king, known as the third princess. The venerable king even bestowed a marriage contract between us, but that was 5 or 6 years ago. As for the talk about acquiring my Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, that's pure nonsense. It's just a ploy to force me to show myself. You handle it. I can't be bothered with her. Tell her she's not qualified to make the acquisition. Get the hell out of here. Su Ming said with a smile. I see. Zhang Yilan then realized what was going on. His emotions were somewhat complicated. He hadn't expected that Prince Su would also be engaged to the princess. But it makes sense, considering Su Ming's status and his dominance over the entire 9 provinces. It's reasonable for the 9 provinces emperor to personally bestow a marriage upon him in order to solidify the relationship with the war god army. But why send the princess away? This greatly shocked Zhang Yilan. 619, Chapter 619. Simply can't afford it. Duan Xingyue, as a princess, is willful, spoiled, and pampered. If I were to personally intervene, I'd probably run into a lot of trouble. Getting into trouble with the royal family is not so easy to resolve. Therefore, it's best to let Zhang Yilan handle the matter. Su Ming stood in front of the one-way glass, looking calmly. He had never met Duan Xingyue, and this marriage was established to curry favor with the current king, so it was not actually important. Zhang Yilan returned to the conference room. So, has that kid arrived yet? When he comes, I'll make him come out to see me and tell him that he's not good enough for me and that I'm going to announce the annulment of the engagement in public. In the conference room, Duan Xingyue leaned back in her chair, a cold smile on her face full of arrogance as she spoke. Ms. Duan, weren't you going to acquire our company? How did it turn into a broken engagement? Zhang Yilan asked with a smile on her face. It's all the same thing anyway. My acquisition of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is to show him that I can easily buy everything he has. I can buy all his hard work in his life, while he will always just be an employee. He and I are not even on the same level. Duan Xingyue said with a sneer. I'm really sorry, our CEO Su didn't come, and he's not here. I am afraid you'll be disappointed. Zhang Yilan shook her head and said with a smile. Pretending to be something you're not. Duan Xingyue immediately scoffed disdainfully. I heard he's in Zhengzhou. Besides, he can't possibly ignore such a large organization as the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. He's clearly just hiding, afraid to see Meihe. Probably wants to maintain our relationship, right? Extremely superficial. Duan Xingyue sneered. Let's see how long he can hide. If he doesn't come out, I'll buy the entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce and fire everyone in it. We've destroyed the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Let's see how long he can hide. Duan Xingyue was incredibly powerful. Her aura as a princess enveloped the entire area. Even a business prodigy like Zhang Yilin pales in comparison in terms of presence. Zhang Yilin smiled and said, but I'm afraid that's difficult to do. Our Tianming Chamber of Commerce will not sell it. Following Su Ming's instructions, Zhang Yilin replied. Okay. Upon hearing this, Duan Xingyue burst into laughter. As expected, you were prepared to cower and avoid me, but it's no use. I am going to acquire your company. Do you think you can disagree? Just tell me how much. Don't waste time. Don't make me contact the Imperial State's Ministry of Internal Affairs if they get involved. Your entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce can't afford it. Duan Xingyue said with a sarcastic smile. I said, I'm not selling. No amount of money will help. Miss Duan, please leave. Zhang Yilin remained polite and smiled as she spoke. You woman, fine, you just wait. You won't listen to reason, so you want force, huh? You and that guy will regret it later. Don't come crying to me begging for mercy. Duan Xingyue glared at Zhang Yilin, then got up and left with her maid Chen Lei. Miss, do you think that boy deliberately avoided seeing you? Chen Lei followed Duan Xingyue and asked respectfully. Of course, isn't that obvious enough? He's clearly hiding from me, afraid I'll trample him underfoot and humiliate him severely. Weary finally related, how could someone like him bear to sever ties with me? But he won't be able to hide for long. I'll call and inform the head of internal affairs, Shui Hai. Let him find some crime to shut down the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Then, that kid will be exposed and his true colors will be revealed. Duan Xingyue said with a cold laugh as she walked. Little did they know, Su Ming was in the room next door. Su Ming heard everything they said clearly. Those worthy of me must be among the top talents of our time, ranking high on the 3 major lists of the 9 provinces, the martial arts list, the divine physician list, and the medical list. Only those who rank at the top of their respective fields can be compared to me. That kind of idiot, nobody in the entire 9 provinces has even heard of him. He has a Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, but he's completely unknown and not outstanding at all. And among the world's most outstanding talents who can rank high on all 3 lists, there is only one I can think of, that is Qin Feiyu. As Duan Xingyue walked, she talked loudly, her voice echoing throughout the corridor. Qin Feiyu, Qin Tianjiao, they are truly remarkable. I heard that young Master Qin will also be coming down to Zhengzhou. I wonder if we'll have a chance to meet him. The sound of their conversation gradually faded into the distance. Creak. Zhang Yilin pushed open the door and came to Su Ming. Mr. Su, we've done everything as you instructed. However, if the 3rd princess really informs the Imperial Household Department, we might not be able to handle it. Zhang Yilin said with some concern. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is the central court that judges all commercial transactions within Kyushu. Simply put, with a single word from Shui Hai, the Grand Steward of the Imperial Household Department, any business without a powerful backer had to close down that very day. But Shui Hai completely follows Su Ming's lead. Su Ming smiled faintly. It's alright, leave it to me. You just focus on handling company matters. Yes. Zhang Yilin responded respectfully. Su Ming then left the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. After returning to the hotel, Duan Xingyue immediately called Shui Hai, the chief steward. Hello? Shui Hai answered the phone at the headquarters of the Imperial Household Department. Uncle Shui, it's me, Duan Xingyue. I remembered you helping me acquire all the Tianming Chamber of Commerce branches within the 9 provinces, including their headquarters. Duan Xingyue said confidently. Puff. Upon hearing this, Shui Hai, who was drinking tea, immediately spat out a mouthful of tea onto the table. 3rd princess, did I hear that right? Acquiring the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Shui Hai wiped his mouth in shock and asked. Yes. I want that brat I'm engaged to know that I'm going to destroy everything he has without lifting a finger unless he obediently agrees to annul the engagement according to my conditions. I won't give him back the Tianfu Merchant Alliance otherwise, I'll make sure he has nothing, all of them. Duan Xingyue said angrily. No, miss. Shuai was speechless. He said earnestly, you probably don't know what's going on. Let me explain in detail. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is spread throughout the 9 provinces. It has branches in almost every province and city like a bank. There are countless branches, just the small branches alone, not to mention the headquarters. For example, the acquisition of a branch of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce in Yunqing would cost hundreds of billions. This is because the Tianming Chamber of Commerce has a deep foundation. So, if we calculate it this way, do you know how much it would cost to acquire all the Tianming Chambers of Commerce, miss? Even if you emptied the entire Imperial Household Department, you still couldn't afford it. Shuai was well aware of the immense influence of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce throughout the 9 provinces. How can you just acquire it like that? This is not something Duan Xingyue can agree to just because she's being willful. Moreover, and very importantly, his chief steward of internal affairs, Shuai, also serves as the director and president of the Dezhou Tianming Chamber of Commerce branch. It is precisely because of this that Shuai and Su Mingkai are old acquaintances and have a close relationship. That many? Upon hearing this, Duan Xingyue was stunned. She always thought that Tianming Chamber of Commerce was just a small company founded by the boy she was engaged to. I never imagined it would grow so large and lush. This was completely unexpected and left her deeply shocked. 620, Chapter 628 Fleeting Romance. Is the Heavenly Alliance Merchant Guild well known throughout the 9 provinces? Duan Xingyue asked in surprise. If the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is really strong and famous, she might consider the marriage agreement between Su Ming and herself. After all, this means that the kid has the ability to match his status and become a good member of the royal family, and to integrate into his circle. Instead of a clueless kid who knows nothing, that would only make him a laughing stock. But Shuai just smiled and said, if it's just within the 9 provinces, the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce isn't very famous. What? Upon hearing this, Duan Xingyue immediately became angry. She thought it was something extraordinary, but after all that boasting, it turned out to be just as she expected, still nobody. What good is that? Duan Xingyue immediately snorted coldly, Uncle Shui, forget it if you won't help. I'll find a way myself. I have plenty of ways to deal with this good-for-nothing brat. I'll make him kneel down and beg me to annul the engagement. That's it. After saying that, Duan Xingyue angrily hung up the phone. Wait, third princess! Shuai exclaimed in shock. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is not well known within Kyushu, but it ranks among the top in the global business and economic rankings. Tianming Chamber of Commerce ranks second on the global list of richest companies. It only has 2 short words, Tianming. The sheer value of these 2 words is enough to make any country tremble with fear. The third princess is too impatient and irritable. She didn't even wait for him to finish speaking. What if we anger Prince Su? Shuai was extremely worried. Duan Xingyue put down her phone, scoffing with disdain. I almost thought that kid was a dragon. But he's just a worm. What a waste of time. However, the most crucial thing now is to find out where that kid is in Zhengzhou. Once we find him, everything will be much easier. Duan Xingyue said with a sharp gaze. But miss, that guy hasn't shown up all day. You said yourself that he's deliberately avoiding us. How are we supposed to find him? The maid Chan Wei asked in surprise. Humph, he can't escape my grasp. I have ways to force him to show himself. I don't believe he doesn't have a single relative or friend. Send orders to the top powers in Zhengzhou and have them help investigate. Let's see how long he can hide. Duan Xingyue exuded an overwhelming aura. Wan Shirin returned to the Wan family with Wei Long. Such a huge threat gone, she felt completely relaxed. All you need to do is think about how to promote the Qi building pill and how to make your Wanjia group bigger and stronger. Luo Hongxia has recovered from her injuries and has been taken back to Wanjia Company. When Wan Shirin returned, she met her parents, Wan Jinshan and Luo Hongxia, at the company headquarters. She hadn't even had a chance to share her joy at Wei Long being disciplined and dealt with. Luo Hongxiao waved to Wan Shirin, her face beaming with joy, and said, Shirin, come quick, come and see who's here, you'll be very surprised. Who is it? Wan Shirin walked forward with a puzzled look. Suddenly, they saw a young man sitting on the sofa next to their parents. She looked closely and saw that the young man was imposing, elegant, confident, and full of charisma. His facial features are sharply defined and handsome, as if sculpted by a knife and axe, and his face looks somewhat familiar. Wan Shirin thought carefully, could this be Qin Feiyu, my cousin Qin? That's it. Luo Hongxiao laughed heartily. You would never have imagined that the Qin family, who went to the same elementary school as you when you were little, is now a renowned family in the imperial state, and all of this is thanks to Feiyu. Feiyu is now very famous in the imperial state and is highly valued by the imperial physician's office and the grand commandant's office. He holds multiple positions. Furthermore, he ranks among the top in both the medical and martial arts rankings. When you compare people, you can see how big the difference is. Feiyu's current status and position are truly unparalleled in the world. Luo Hongxiao was beaming with excitement, spitting as she spoke, as if Qin Feiyu's identity was the identity of the Wan family, praising him incessantly. If she weren't still recovering from her injuries and unable to move easily, she would have gone up to Qin Feiyu and properly recounted the relationship between the two families. Which ranks first in both the medical and martial arts categories? Oh my god! Wan Shirin's eyes widened in shock. Who would have thought that my cousin, who was not particularly handsome when he was young, would have achieved such amazing success? When Qin Feiyu was a child, he was a chubby little boy. When they were studying in Yuncheng, no one looked up to him. Who would have thought that this chubby little boy had such great potential? Even the term thousand-mile horse is insufficient to describe it. Xian, how have you been? At this moment, Qin Feiyu also turned his head and looked at Wan Shirin with a smile. Wan Shirin nodded politely. Alright, stop talking Shirin, you should take Feiyu out to eat. I am injured, so I can't go with you. Make sure you take good care of Feiyu's still single. Luo Hongxiao smiled broadly, her eyes barely visible, and said with a beaming smile. The meaning behind these words is self-evident. Good. Wan Shirin nodded and left with Qin Feiyu. Luo Hongxiao sat on the sofa, her face full of satisfaction, and said to Wan Jinshan with emotion, I never expected that such a great person would emerge from among our relatives. This is truly bringing honor to our ancestors. If we can bring Shirin and Feiyu together, that would be a powerful alliance, propelling our Wan family to the top, and then, going to the imperial state wouldn't be out of the question. Luo Hongxiao smiled, thinking about the bright and wonderful life ahead, and couldn't stop smiling. Wan Jinshan, however, had a long-term perspective, saying, although we're both single, Qin Feiyu's status is questionable, he might not even be interested in our Shirin. Besides, the Qin family is currently very prestigious in the imperial state. Getting involved with such a powerful family would be risky. We're afraid we can't afford even the slightest disturbance. Look at you, look at your worthless appearance, Yuri, just like that good-for-nothing Su Ming who married into our family before, utterly useless. The opportunity is right in front of you, yet you're still hesitating. How can you succeed like this? If you want wealth and status, you must take risks. If you don't even have that ability, how can you talk about wealth and status? Look at Shirin, she's just like me, daring and determined. If she were like you, would our Wan family be where we are today? Luo Hongxiao angrily lectured Wan Jinshan. Wan Jinshan was speechless. Shirin and Qin Feiyu sat down in the restaurant of the 5-star luxury hotel in Zhengzhou. Xian, I heard you got married and then divorced, is that true? Qin Feiyu sipped his coffee and asked with a casual smile. Ha, that was a misunderstanding. It was just a mistake. It's all over now. Back then, I was young and naive, and I fell for someone who wasn't a good match for me, but he never even touched my hand. I guess he knew he wasn't good enough for me. It was just a fleeting romance. Seemingly afraid that Qin Feiyu would misunderstand, and also seemingly to prove her knowledge and insight, Wan Shirin explained. I see. Qin Feiyu smiled and nodded. If Wan Shirin said so, then that kind of person is probably not worth mentioning. Perhaps he was just an insignificant nobody, and he couldn't be bothered to ask any further. After all, with Qin Feiyu's current achievements, anyone else is just an ordinary person in front of him, and he wouldn't even bother to give them a second glance. Look, speak of the devil, and he appears this kid really follows me wherever I go. Even though we're divorced, he's like a persistent leech, always haunting us. Wan Shirin suddenly looked outside the restaurant and said with an angry sneer. At the restaurant entrance, Su Ming, wearing a shirt and with his hands in his pockets, swaggered in. 621, Chapter 621 Ordinary People. Is it that kid? Qin Feiyu turned his head and glanced at Su Ming, but he didn't recognize him and didn't pay any attention to him. If even he doesn't know someone, then that person is destined to have no status or position whatsoever. It's not worth taking seriously at all. I'd like to see what he's up to. Wan Shirin got up and walked towards Su Ming, who had just entered through the door. Su Ming had arranged to meet with Princess Duan Xingyue, and he dared to keep the appointment. After leaving the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce, Shuai immediately called him and told him about the purpose and thoughts of the third princess, Duan Xingyue. Upon hearing that Duan Xingyue simply wanted to annul the engagement, Su Ming immediately accepted. As long as there are no other troubles, he would be more than happy to cancel the engagement. If I step down, this arrogant royal princess won't bother me anymore. So Su Ming directly called Duan Xingyue and asked her to come out and meet him to settle the matter. Before she could even see Duan Xingyue, she looked up and saw Wan Shirin standing in front of her with her hands on her hips. Wan Shirin looked at him with a disdainful gaze, as if he were trash. You really haven't given up, you really have patience. You know, I just dealt with Wei Long and the Wan family is doing great, and you followed me here again. How did you know I was here? You weren't following me the whole time, were you? At this point, Wan Shirin was furious, her beautiful eyes looking at Su Ming with utter disgust. Su Ming shook his head and looked at Wan Shirin, asking, is this hotel owned by your Wan family? Are you, Miss Wan, the president here? If not, what does my presence here have to do with you? Are you still trying to deny it? Then tell me, what are you doing here? You're not with me. Who are you looking for? Do you know anyone here? Wan Shirin asked with a cold smile. Even if I told you, you wouldn't recognize him. Su Ming said in a deep voice. What? You can't even make up a lie anymore? Looks like your lying skills are pretty limited. This isn't something you're good at one day. You'll run out of ideas, won't you? Wan Shirin looked as if she saw right through Su Ming, and sneered. Alright, then I'll tell you, I'm here to meet Duan Xingyue. Is that enough? Do you know her? Su Ming raised an eyebrow and asked in a cold voice. Duan Xingyue? Upon hearing this name, Wan Shirin was taken aback. She really doesn't know her. However, upon closer inspection, it became clear that Su Ming was making it up, and he didn't take it to heart at all. He merely sneered, very well, you finally racked your brains to come up with a name if that's what you say. I can't really make things difficult for you, but this hotel is the best in Zhengzhou. Just a meal here costs tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Someone like you would only be kicked out here. You don't even deserve to stay here. You say you're not with me, then let me see how long you can stay here. If you get kicked out, your lie will be exposed. Don't let me laugh at you then. Wan Shirin snorted coldly. Neuropathy. Su Ming rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with Wan Shirin anymore, turned around and sat down next to her, then went upstairs. That brat, if I don't teach him a lesson, he'll keep clinging on like a dog. His face is thicker than a city wall. I'll watch him get thrown out. I'll see if he'll ever have the face to show his face in front of me again. Wan Shirin returned to her seat and said angrily. What's wrong? Did he admit to stalking you? Qin Feiyu asked with a smile. No, he's talking nonsense. He said he came here to meet someone named Duan Xingyue. What Duan Xingyue? I've never even heard of her. He probably just made her up. Wan Shirin said in a fit of exasperation. Duan Xingyue? Puff. Upon hearing this name, Qin Feiyu spat out the coffee he had just drunk, his eyes widened instantly, and he stared at Wan Shirin in shock. Are you sure you didn't mishear? He's talking about Duan Xingyue? Qin Feiyu asked in utter shock. Yes, that's all there are. Wan Shirin stared at Qin Feiyu in a daze. Why did Qin Feiyu react so strongly? Could this star and moon be the work of a real person, someone extraordinary? Given Qin Feiyu's status, how could he be taken seriously by ordinary people? How could he be alarmed like this? Don't you know that the current king of Kyushu is surnamed Duan? Duan is an imperial surname and Duan Xingyue is the current king's third daughter, the princess of the imperial state, also known as the third princess. Although she is willful and capricious, her strength is considerable, and she is second to none in martial arts. Even my strength is inferior to hers. With her powerful background, she can practically do whatever she wants within the 9 provinces. Qin Feiyu gave Wan Shirin a thorough explanation. Wan Shirin was stunned after hearing this. His face was filled with shock. Incredible. Impossible, that good-for-nothing kid is talking about the same person you're talking about. Cousin, how could he know someone like that? You must be kidding me. Wan Shirin was completely dumbfounded. I don't know about that, but for such a name to appear in Zhengzhou, especially in such a high-end hotel, it can't be fake. Qin Feiyu seemed to be deep in thought, and said meaningfully. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wan Shirin kept shaking her head, refusing to believe anything she said. The third princess, Duan Xingyue, was someone Qin Feiyu hadn't even mentioned. Even she herself had never heard of her. How could Su Ming be connected to the princess? You know each other? Are you kidding me? What kind of identity would that require? Such a top-tier existence is not even worthy of Su Ming's favor. Even if Su Ming were to pay for it, he wouldn't be qualified. Even if he were to serve as a servant or subordinate to the princess, he would still be at the level of someone who rises to the heavens. Whether it is or not, we'll find out when we go there ourselves. I've met the third princess a few times. If it's her, I'll recognize her at a glance. Qin Feiyu said affirmatively. Well. Then we'll go over in a bit. Wan Shirin nodded hurriedly, also eager to confirm how this name had come out of Su Ming's mouth. Upstairs in the hotel, Su Ming had already entered Duan Xingyue's private room. You finally decided to show your face and come out to see me? Duan Xingyue leaned back in her chair, her face full of pride, looking down at Su Ming. I thought you were going to avoid me for the rest of your life and keep bothering me. Duan Xingyue said with a cold smile. Su Ming smiled slightly, walked over and sat down. If you had said earlier that you just wanted to annul the engagement, I would have met with you long ago. Why did you have to beat around the bush, talking about acquiring my Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Who knows what you're up to? How could he refuse something he so desperately wanted? Presumptuous. You dare to kneel down and pay your respects to the princess? How dare you, a commoner, sit at the same table as our young lady? The maid Chen Wei shouted at Su Ming. Su Ming curled the corners of his lips, gave Chen Wei a mocking look, and ignored her. Hey, you little brat, you think you're so great? Chen Wei was furious and took 2 steps forward, wanting to teach Su Ming a lesson. Chen Wei, stop. Duan Xingyue interrupted with a low shout, then said with a smile, if you lay a hand on him, he'll just lie here and blame us. Wouldn't that be counterproductive and just play into his hands? 622, Chapter 622. I got a great deal. Lying here with your hands behind your back? Does this mean he'll stage an accident and frame Duan Xingyue? That almost made Su Ming laugh himself to death. Now he was very curious about what kind of image he had in Duan Xingyue's heart. Rogue? Is it a mangy dog? That's true. Chen Wei sneered, clapped her hands, and grinned coldly. This is truly wise and insightful. We almost let this Chen Wei kid cling to us. If we had been stuck with this kind of leech, we really wouldn't know what to do. Chen Wei smiled with disdain. Su Ming rolled his eyes, too lazy to even refute. It can be described in just 3 simple words. Neuropathy. Alright, I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore. Duan Xingyue raised her head and looked at Su Ming with arrogance and disdain, saying, I've also looked into your Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Although it has some value, it's still a long way from being a family enterprise in Dezhou. Not to mention, compared to the royal family, it's not even in the same league as a major family like the Qin family in Dezhou. You are not good enough for me at all. Don't be a toad trying to eat swan meat. Even if I grant your wish and try to win you back, given your status, you can't bear the pressure. Do you know how many people are pursuing me and proposing marriage to me? The line of men could stretch all the way overseas. If you marry me, how many people will you offend? How many enemies will you have? Any one of them could take your life. So, I'm protecting you. Be good, agree to annul the engagement, make it public, and from now on, you'll have nothing to do with me. Duan Xingyue finished speaking with a serious expression and a confident look on her face. Su Ming listened, but couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Enemy? Family? He had more enemies than Duan Xingyue had suitors. As for the Qin family, he didn't care about them at all. If Duan Xingyue hadn't mentioned them, he wouldn't have even heard of them. Su Ming didn't hesitate and nodded. Okay, I agree, but there's no need to make it public. Just go back and tell the king of Kyushu that I've cancelled this engagement. He'll understand. What? Upon hearing this, Duan Xingyue stood up abruptly, staring at Su Ming with a mixture of shock and anger. What's going on with this brat? Where does the audacity come from to say such things? They said he cancelled it. Doesn't this mean telling others that it was Su Ming who broke off the engagement, and not Duan Xingyue who took the initiative to break it off? Anyone who didn't know better would think that Su Ming looked down on her. Duan Xingyue was almost driven mad by Su Ming. This brat has absolutely no skills, yet he dares to put on such an act. Duan Xingyue was furious, gritting her teeth as she glared at Su Ming. Is this your tactic, turning the tables and deliberately trying to provoke me like this? You want me to stay on the engagement, is that it? Let me tell you, you can play these tricks on other people, but you're too naive for me. This engagement is off and I want you to cancel it willingly. I want you to kneel before me, in front of everyone, and loudly announce that you are not good enough for me, which is why I'm announcing the engagement. It's not that you cancelled it. Remember my words. Duan Xingyue glared fiercely at Su Ming. Whatever. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. You? Seeing Su Ming's nonchalant expression, Duan Xingyue was furious. She vowed to make Su Ming realize the gap between them. Moreover, it is located within this central plains. You wait. Duan Xingyue said angrily, then turned and left with her maid. Duan Xingyue left with her maid. Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu came up. They almost missed each other. Duan Xingyue and Shan Wei got into the elevator, and Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu also barged into the private room. So you're the only one here. What Duan Xingyue you're talking about is just an act. You haven't even ordered any food. What are you pretending for? We thought you really knew someone important and came all this way to see for ourselves. Wan Shirin crossed her arms and glared angrily at Su Ming. Standing in the elevator, watching the elevator doors slowly close, Duan Xingyue also heard this sound. He couldn't help but let out a disdainful sneer. He really is a good-for-nothing. She's not the only one who thinks this way, there are others who share her opinion. This shows that the kid's incompetence has deeply penetrated people's minds. Everyone thinks so. Then she has even less reason to hold back. She will make Su Ming regret what he said today. Duan Xingyue turned to Chen Wei and said, call me immediately and contact all the top tycoons in Zhengzhou to come see Meth Top 10, not one can be missing. Yes. Chen Wei responded respectfully. The two left the hotel. Inside the room, Wan Shirin was still questioning Su Ming. Didn't you say you were here to see Duan Xingyue, Miss Duan? Do you even know who this person is? You didn't just see a name in a magazine and blurt it out, did you? You should at least do your research before you brag, otherwise, you'll get into trouble and you simply can't afford the consequences. Wan Shirin said with great momentum. Su Ming ignored Wan Shirin and only glanced at Qin Feiyu. The Qin family. So this is the Qin family that Duan Xingyue was talking about. A lackey of the Grand Commandant's mansion. When he led the war god army to sweep across the 9 provinces, all the high-ranking members of the Qin family knelt down to beg for an audience, but none of them were qualified to see him. Unexpectedly, Qin Feiyu has become famous. Su Ming stood up, looked at Qin Feiyu and smiled. I know you. You know me? Qin Feiyu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Wan Shirin is right. What a piece of trash. He was just making up the name of the 3rd princess to glorify himself, and now he's trying to establish a relationship with him. Wan Shirin married a man like that back then, and even he feels sorry for her now. It's practically like stepping on someone. It's as disgusting as dog poop. He arrogantly raised his head and sneered, "Do you even know what kind of people I associate with? I'm part of the top tier of the 9 provinces, the Grand Commandant's mansion, the Imperial Physician's mansion, even the War God Army. You probably can't even dream of such a circle, and you think you know me. You'd never know me in your entire life. For you are like dust under my feet, an ant on the ground, before me. You'll understand." Su Ming smiled, turned, and left. Hopefully, Qin Feiyu will maintain this arrogant attitude by the time he understands. Cousin Qin, he's mentally unstable, don't pay him any attention, is obsessed with his own fantasies, probably imagining himself associating with some important person. Look at them, they can't even afford food and drinks here. What kind of future can they have? Wan Shirin said angrily. I can tell. Qin Feiyu smiled and shook his head. Just then, the hotel manager jogged over and respectfully asked Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu, "Gentlemen, are you friends with that person from earlier? They ordered a Manchu Han Imperial feast, and the dishes are about to be served. It's worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, and the kitchen has already prepared it." What? Ah? Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu were both shocked and their eyes whitened instantly. Did they order a Manchu Han Imperial feast? Did that kid order it? This is not a dish that ordinary people can afford. This is something only high-ranking officials and nobles are qualified to order. Unless it's an important banquet, even someone of Qin Feiyu's status would have to think twice. This isn't just about money, it's also about status. If you don't have the means, ordering this kind of dish will only invite ridicule and criticism. No way, that kid didn't pay the bill, did he? Wan Shirin asked in shock. If they didn't pay the bill and Su Ming ran away, leaving them to pay, they would be at a huge disadvantage. No, the bill has already been paid, and we even gave extra money, plus a few bottles of rare red wine. Don't worry, gentlemen, if you'd like, we'll bring the food and drinks right away. The manager said respectfully. Actually, this Manchu Han Imperial feast was ordered by Duan Xingyue. As the third princess, it would be easy for Duan Xingyue to order such a table of food and wine. This was also to appease Su Ming's emotions after the engagement was called off, so as not to treat Su Ming unfairly. Unexpectedly, after only 3 sentences, Duan Xingyue became even more furious, refused to eat or drink, and stormed off. Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu happened to run into each other. Then let's eat it, why not take it if it's free? Qin Feiyu spoke. Anyway, they hadn't eaten yet while they were downstairs. Yes, I'll invite my parents over to eat together, we can't waste food. Wan Shirin nodded in agreement. The Manchu Han Imperial feast is not something you can just enjoy anytime. This is a great deal. However, she was filled with doubts. How could Su Ming be qualified to order a Manchu Han Imperial feast? How could we possibly afford to pay that amount? What exactly happened? 623, Chapter 623 Isolation. Feiyu, you are truly amazing. You can order a grand feast like the Manchu Han Imperial feast as soon as you arrive. Our whole family is truly blessed. When Luo Hongxia arrived at the banquet, she was overjoyed, smiling from ear to ear. She found Qin Feiyu more and more pleasing to the eye, as if she had discovered a treasure, her eyes shining. If only we could bring Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu together. The fact that the Wan family could climb up to the Qin family's towering tree meant they could only dream of future glory, and this was just the beginning. Take it easy. Easy, we're all benefiting from Feiyu's fame. Wan Jinshan smiled broadly as he spoke. Qin Feiyu did not explain how the Manchu Han Imperial feast came about. There's no need to explain. Anyway, he thinks he can do it. What a pity, what a pity. Luo Hongxia shook her head inside, her face full of worry. Qin Feiyu immediately seized the opportunity and asked with a smile, Auntie, what's the pity? Aren't you satisfied with this meal? This is for entertaining royalty and nobility. Even at the grandest banquets in the imperial capital, the food is no more than this. If Luo Hongxia is still not satisfied, then that would be going too far. No, no. Luo Hongxia hurriedly shook her head and said, the food and wine are naturally impeccable. I am extremely satisfied. It's a pity that my youngest son, the only male in the Wan family, is still in prison. I don't know what kind of suffering he is enduring, or what kind of coarse leftovers he is eating. He doesn't even know if he'll ever have the chance to enjoy such a feast again. As she spoke, Luo Hongxia's eyes reddened, and she couldn't help but shed tears. Oh, what do you mean? Qin Feiyu asked curiously. Here's what happened. So Luo Hongxia wiped away her tears and recounted how Yunqing Wanhua had offended someone and how she had been arrested and imprisoned. He recounted the entire process of how the Wan family tried everything they could but still couldn't save Wanhua. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu smiled with relief. So it's just a small matter, uncle, and, don't worry, leave this to me. Although I, Qin Feiyu, am not very famous, I still have some status and some say. I promise I'll bring your only son back by tomorrow evening. Qin Feiyu patted his chest and said confidently. My God, really? Upon hearing this, the two were overjoyed and looked at each other, almost bursting into tears of happiness. How long have they waited for this day? We've finally waited for this moment. Wanhua is finally back. Only when families are united can every household truly be filled with light. Feiyu, I really don't know what to say. How can we thank you? Luo Hongxia asked, her face streaked with tears. No need, it's nothing. Qin Feiyu waved his hand and smiled. All I need is for Shireen to cooperate with me. Upon hearing Qin Feiyu's words, the two immediately understood and couldn't stop smiling, looking as if they knew each other perfectly. Clearly, Qin Feiyu has taken a liking to Wan Shireen. This is wonderful news. If the two people are in love and get together, then everything will be much easier. There's no need to worry about how to repay Qin Feiyu's kindness. After all, we're all family now, so the benefits should be shared. Even if they offered it to him, Qin Feiyu would be too embarrassed to accept it. Little did they know, what the two of them were thinking was completely different from what Qin Feiyu had said. Qin Feiyu brought people from the Grand Commandant's mansion with him this time, aiming to unify the medical practices of Zhengzhou and lay the foundation for the medical rankings 3 months later. He wanted Wan Shireen to cooperate so that he could leverage the Wan family's power to make his actions easier and unite with other families. It's not as simple as just having eyes for Wan Shireen. Moreover, Qin Feiyu is the kind of person who only associates with top geniuses and figures like princesses, only those who meet his standards. Wan Shireen is still far from good enough. Wan Shireen didn't seem to pay much attention to their conversation. She was still wondering how Su Ming had managed to secure this Manchu Han Imperial feast. She asked the manager next to her, "Are you sure it was really that kid in this room who ordered it, a man, and he paid for it?" "No, that's not it." The manager shook his head and solemnly replied, "It was a woman, very beautiful, seemingly from the imperial state. She was clearly no ordinary person. Her status and demeanor were extraordinary, and coupled with her generous spending, we agreed to serve her unexpectedly. She left before the dishes were even served." I see. Wan Shireen then suddenly realized what was going on. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It turns out it had nothing to do with that guy Su Ming at all. I guess that kid didn't know they ordered a Manchu Han Imperial feast here, otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to leave. I almost misunderstood that guy really had the qualifications, power, and money. I was so naive. How could I have thought that the kid had a different identity and was hiding his true abilities? It's ridiculous. Wan Shireen shook her head with a self-deprecating laugh, having given up all hope for Su Ming. At this moment, Luo Hongxia also rushed up excitedly, grabbing Wan Shireen's hand. "Shireen, what are you doing? Did you hear that? Wanhua is saved. From now on, you must cooperate well with Feiyu. Don't let him down." What? Wan Shireen finally came to her senses and said with a helpless, bitter smile, "Mom, why are you bringing this up again? I told you I would find a way, and I will rescue Wanhua sooner or later." Because she had been distracted, she hadn't heard what Qin Feiyu and her parents were saying at all. "You silly girl, you're sitting right here, where are your thoughts wandering? Feiyu has already promised us that he will rescue Wanhua," Luo Hongxia said excitedly. "Real?" Wan Shireen looked up in surprise at Qin Feiyu. I was immediately filled with gratitude and excitement. Yes, the true dragon among men is right before our eyes. He was still in Su Ming. That guy is wasting his time and energy. He's really ungrateful. However, Qin Feiyu has done such a big favor. How can the Wan family repay him? This kindness is immense. Don't worry about it, let's set off tomorrow and go to Zhengzhou prison. Qin Feiyu waved his hand and said with a smile. Well. Luo Hongxia nodded. The atmosphere was lively and peaceful. That evening, a piece of news spread throughout Yuncheng. That is, the top tycoons of Zhengzhou have formed a Zhengzhou Market Mutual Aid Alliance. It's named Heavenly Society. After the establishment of the Heavenly Society, any business must apply to join the Heavenly Society in order to continue operating within the central state. Otherwise, ban them all. This was established by all the top wealthy people in Zhengzhou, and the top 10 richest families are all its leaders. It is said that behind this Paradise Society, there is a powerful figure from the imperial state who initiated and established it. Therefore, no one dared to disobey. As soon as the news spread, everyone was like frightened birds, and they all began to prepare materials and submit their applications to join the Heavenly Society. After all, nobody wants to be blacklisted. The Shen family. Su Ming was depressed when he heard the news. That star and moon thing was really something else. I reckon they want to use this method to blacklist the Tianming Chamber of Commerce and put the entire central continent on the opposite side of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Because Duan Xingyue knew that he would never join the Heavenly Society. 624, Chapter 624 The Essential Difference. Brother Su, should we join the Heavenly Society? The Shin family also received the notification. Shin Luo Yun and Shin Songlin came up to Su Ming to ask why. Although Paradise Society sounds prestigious, it was personally founded by the bigwig of the imperial state. But the Shin family didn't care. After all, Su Ming is in charge. They would absolutely not join unless Su Ming agreed. Moreover, the Shin family ranks among the top 50 in the medical field of Kyushu. Even if they don't join, they don't believe that heaven can really do anything to them. Su Ming then slowly raised his head and looked at Shin Songlin and Shin Luo Yun, saying, "It's alright, the establishment of this Paradise Society was aimed at me, however, they are not qualified to let me join." Upon hearing this, Shin Songlin and Shin Luo Yun immediately understood. Shin Luo Yun raised her little fist and said firmly, "Brother Su is right, they have no right to let us join in the end. They are just a small circle formed by a group of self-righteous rich people. They even want to dominate the enterprises in Zhengzhou. We will not join them. Let's see just how much this so-called Heavenly Society really is." Shin Songlin also deeply agreed. He already looked down on those arrogant and self-important rich people. In their eyes, they understand nothing and look down on nothing but money. To put it bluntly, they're a bunch of bumpkins. To ask the Shin family to collude with these people would be an insult to the Shin family. Therefore, the entire Shin family decided not to join the Paradise Society. Heaven Society Headquarters. A towering building stands tall. The building's level of luxury is among the best in Zhengzhou. They were all purchased with funds from the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou and used as Duan Xingyue's headquarters. Led by Duan Xingyue's identity, they naturally contributed money enthusiastically and without any hesitation. Regardless of Duan Xingyue's motives, the establishment of this paradise will bring them immense benefits. The major tycoons eliminated their tense relationships, joined forces to dominate the Central Plains, formed cooperation, and amassed wealth, thus multiplying their collective fortune several times over. Let alone buying a building, as long as Duan Xingyue asks, they can buy anything they want in the entire central continent. But Duan Xingyue had no interest in anything else. She sat in her headquarters office, facing 2 rows of the 10 richest men, all looking at Duan Xingyue with fervent respect. Duan Xingyue looked through the documents for a while, then frowned and asked, "Has the Tianming Chamber of Commerce applied to join our Paradise Society?" This is the most crucial information she needs. She wanted Su Ming to willingly bring the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to surrender and join her, and then she would ruthlessly refuse him and trample him underfoot. That way, she could publicly annul the engagement with Su Ming. This made Su Ming realize just how big the gap was between him and her. Like ants on the ground facing the bright moon and stars. That kid probably never dreamed of such a huge difference in skill level. However, the wealthy man next to her replied, reporting to Miss Duan, "No, we haven't received an application from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Perhaps we should call and inquire?" They were also curious that, less than 3 days after the establishment of the Heavenly Society, 90% of the business families and groups in the entire central state had sent them their information, and some even sent money and gifts, practically begging on their knees, all vying to join the Heavenly Society. The only exception was the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, which remained completely silent on this day. It was like a stagnant pool. Need not. Duan Xingyue raised her hand to interrupt. They took the initiative to call. That changes the nature of the matter. It's as if she actively begged the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to join, which will probably give that kid a lot of confidence. This is something you absolutely mustn't do. Duan Xingyue said with icy eyes and absolute certainty, the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce will be begging to join sooner or later. Besides the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, are there any other people who haven't applied to join? Duan Xingyue asked again. The wealthy man next to him continued, there are a few others, the Shin family, a family of doctors, the Yin family, and the Wan family. However, it seems the Wan family has already submitted their application materials and should be coming to apply in person soon. Duan Xingyue had never even heard of the Wan family and couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. However, she did know something about the Shin family. I heard that the Shin family had already become one of the top 50 families in the medical field a few months ago, and their reputation was widespread. That's probably why the Shin family thought they had enough strength to compete with the Paradise Society she founded. Then let's take action against the Shin family first, start by blocking them, and make an example of them. If we don't show some strength, how will others know how powerful the Heavenly Society is? Duan Xingyue said with a cold smile. Yes. The group of wealthy people stood up abruptly and responded respectfully, their voices echoing throughout the entire headquarters of the Paradise Society. Meanwhile, Wan Shirin drove Qin Feiyu to Zhongzhou prison. They planned to rescue their younger brother, Wan Hua. Because Qin Feiyu had already agreed. Then let's hurry. Before Qin Feiyu changes his mind, and before Qin Feiyu leaves Zhongzhou, quickly rescue Wan Hua. Cousin Feiyu, my brother Wan Hua didn't commit a serious crime, but it seems he offended someone powerful back in Yunqing. I tried everything I could, using all the resources I had, but the enforcement team didn't budge an inch. He still hasn't been rescued. This matter might not be so simple. Are you confident? Wan Shirin was somewhat worried. Having learned from past mistakes, it would be best if they could be rescued. But if they can't be rescued and instead offend the big boss behind them, Wan Hua might never be able to get out again. But Qin Feiyu dismissed it with disdain, and didn't take Wan Shirin's words to heart at all. Yunqing, what kind of small place is that? How many people in that place have a name and a surname? He'd never even heard of it. The people Wan Shirin hired were probably all nobody worth mentioning. How could those people compare to him, alright? With his current status and position in the imperial state, once he arrives at the scene, deciding who to release is just a matter of a word. Don't worry. Qin Feiyu shook his head calmly. No matter who he offended, as long as he didn't offend the current king, no one is anything in front of may want them to release him, and no one dares to say a word against it. Yes. Wan Shirin immediately felt confident and couldn't help but smile. This is the demeanor of a true champion. He is a man of his word, and his words carry weight. Qin Feiyu is now truly a peerless genius of the 9 provinces. Even someone as boastful as Su Ming probably couldn't utter such confident words. No. The two are fundamentally different in this respect. Because no matter what Su Ming says, it's all empty talk and grand pronouncements, all show and no substance, and in the end, it becomes a joke. But Qin Feiyu is definitely a man of his word, a man of his word. This is what a true master is like. 625, Chapter 625. Everyone calls me the king of the 9 provinces. Wan Shirin drove into the Zhengzhou prison office building. The office building is heavily guarded by patrolling troops. Behind them stood a towering wall, tens of meters high, thick, majestic, and solemn. In front of the high wall, there was also an iron fence that was electrified, and no one dared to take a step closer. Seeing these high walls, Wan Shirin's heart couldn't help but feel gloomy and heavy. Such tight security. This prison must hold serious offenders. My younger brother, Wanhua, has never suffered like this before being sent here. He must have endured a lot of torment. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin felt incredibly sad. All our hopes are now pinned on Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu indeed kept his word without the slightest hesitation or pause. After arriving and getting off the bus, he took Wan Shirin straight to the main office of the office building. Upon hearing that Qin Feiyu had arrived, the warden personally received the two. After sitting down in the office, a subordinate brought 2 cups of coffee and placed them in front of them, which was considered proper etiquette. The warden, a portly, middle-aged man with a friendly, smiling demeanor, greeted Qin Feiyu with a polite smile, saying, "I have long heard of young Master Qin's illustrious name. His medical skills and martial arts are unparalleled, a prodigy of the imperial state, and a renowned figure throughout the 9 provinces. Meeting you today, I can see he is indeed extraordinary. Young Master Qin is a man of exceptional talent and possesses an imposing presence." With Qin Feiyu's status, he could walk around freely in Zhengzhou without anyone daring to give him face. Moreover, he has the support of the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office. Such a powerful being would be utterly crushed in Zhengzhou. Qin Feiyu waved his hand expressionlessly and said, "Don't give me that nonsense, and I won't waste my breath on you. This is Wan Shirin, the president and young lady of the Wan family. I think you've heard of her, and I heard that her younger brother is also my cousin. He was detained here for a minor offense, and he hasn't been released yet. Isn't this a bit too much? This? Upon hearing this, the warden immediately panicked, stood up abruptly, sweat beading on his forehead, and looked at Qin Feiyu with trepidation, saying, "Young Master Qin, what are you talking about? I have no idea about this. My prison houses serious offenders every year. Hundreds or even thousands of people are sent here. How would I know who they are? Please tell me directly, young Master Qin, who this person is. If they are truly a relative of young Master Qin, I will not make things difficult for them." The warden was terrified. If we offend this bigwig from the imperial state, then his time as prison warden is probably over. Seeing the warden's flustered appearance, Wan Shirin couldn't help but feel more confident, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face. After so many twists and turns, it seems like this time, there's a good chance Wanhua can finally see the light of day again. Are you fucking deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? His name is Wanhua. Do I have to say it again? Qin Feiyu's eyebrows shot up, and he let out a sharp shout. Such imposing presence and immense pressure nearly made the warden, a nobody, kneel on the ground in fear. He hurriedly shouted towards the door, "Someone come here, help me check Wanhua's information and bring it to my office so I can see what's going on." "Yes." The subordinate at the door responded and turned to leave. Qin Feiyu calmly sipped his coffee. For him, it was just a simple matter of lending a helping hand. 2 sentences are enough to scare the other person so much they'll rupture their liver and gallbladder. Now all we have to do is wait for the warden to release them. In the end, they were all just insignificant nobodies, like ants in front of the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office. How could I dare offend him? Wan Shirin was also all smiles, eagerly awaiting her meeting Wanhua. A short while later, Wanhua's file was brought in by his subordinates. The warden took it and looked it over carefully. His face turned grim, and he looked up at Qin Feiyu and Wan Shirin and said, "If it is this Wanhua, I'm really sorry, but I cannot release him. Everyone else is easy to talk to, but given Qin Feiyu's status, as long as Qin Feiyu asks, even if it's the most serious criminal in the prison, he can release him immediately. Without even blinking. Because if you work for someone like Qin Feiyu, even if the higher-ups hold you accountable, the Imperial Medical Bureau and the Grand Commandant's Office will help you resolve the issue. But this Wanhua is different." At the end of the document, there was this simple sentence: "This person is a serious criminal in Kyushu, who has angered the bigwigs of Kyushu and is under close surveillance. For any issues, please call XXXXX. A clear phone number was also left behind. Such a note shows just how serious the trouble Wanhua has gotten himself into. He dared not provoke Qin Feiyu. But the bigwig in Kyushu mentioned in the notes is probably no ordinary person either. Without knowing the other party's identity, the warden dared not provoke them easily. What did you say? Qin Feiyu slammed the coffee cup in his hand onto the table with a loud bang. Qin Feiyu's face was grim. Unexpectedly, this lowly prison warden wouldn't even give him this much face, and dared to go against his wishes. When has Qin Feiyu ever suffered such a loss? If you've got the guts, say it again, will you let go or not? Qin Feiyu stared at the warden with cold, sharp eyes. The warden was immediately terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. His hand holding the documents trembled involuntarily, and he said, his face pale, young Master Qin, well, I don't want to offend you, but this is of great importance. How about I make a call and ask, if it's possible, I'll choose to cooperate with you. Go ahead and fight, I'll watch you fight. Qin Feiyu looked up, his face dark and gloomy. Yes, yes. The warden then shakily picked up the landline phone on the table and dialed the number listed in the documents. Wan Shirin, however, had a complicated expression. What exactly is going on? Even Qin Feiyu's identity couldn't achieve that. They can't even release the people? That who exactly did Wan Hua offend? If she remembered correctly, Wan Hua committed the crime in Yuncheng. The things Yuncheng did were beyond the control of even the people of Dezhou. Just how powerful must the person who gave the order be? Thinking of this, Wan Shirin was completely shocked and couldn't understand it at all. It's unimaginable. What kind of powerful figure is behind this incident? Only one pair of tense eyes stared intently at the warden's phone as he dialed, his nerves taut as he awaited news. And the Shen family. Su Ming's phone rang. Su Ming turned on his phone and answered the call. Hello? Su Ming asked a question. On the phone, the warden spoke nervously, Sir, hello, this is the warden of Zhengzhou prison. There's an inmate here named Wan Hua. 2 people have come to request his release. One of them is none other than the current pride of the imperial state, young Master Qin. Should we release him? I won't let go. Without even thinking, Su Ming refused outright. Understood. The warden immediately nodded in agreement. Then, he cautiously inquired, May I ask who you are, sir? This is to confirm Su Ming's identity. The warden also wanted to determine whether it was worth taking the risk. Su Ming curled his lips into a sneer. My name is Su Ming. Others call me the king of the 9 provinces, the king of the frontier. Is that enough? The king of the 9 provinces? The warden on the other end was so frightened by these words that he almost knelt down. 626, Chapter 626. Wan Hua sees the light of day again. Well, can we release them now? Qin Feiyu and Wan Shirin had been waiting. The warden slowly put down the phone, turned around, and smiled, saying, I can't release him now. I'm certain, no one can release him. After learning the true identity of the person on the phone, the warden finally understood the gravity of the situation. Let alone Qin Feiyu, even if the entire Grand Commandant's mansion came, he would have to think twice before asking him to release the person. Offending Qin Feiyu might just cause you some trouble at worst. I'll just quit if necessary. Offending that powerful king of the 9 provinces would be far more serious than simply causing trouble. He might even lose his life. He can clearly distinguish between what is important and what is not. Court death. This was the first time Qin Feiyu had ever encountered such a disrespectful attitude, and he immediately flew into a rage, his eyebrows standing on end. He shouted in a gloomy voice, Fine, I'm too lazy to ask who that person on the phone is, given how confident they are, but if you dare to say something like that, you only have one path to take. Your time as warden is over. After saying that, Qin Feiyu stood up, took out his phone, and sneered, I know who your leader is. You low-level prison lackeys like yourself are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Personnel of the Imperial State, right? You should know who Tao Sanchue of the Ministry of Personnel is, right? Tao Sanchue? Upon hearing this name, the warden's expression changed. Indeed, he was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Personnel of the Imperial State. Tao Sanchue was more than 3 ranks higher than him, making him the superior of his superior. If Qin Feiyu were to call Tao Sanchue and actually get in touch with him, then his position as prison warden would indeed be over. Despite this, the warden still did not back down. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, I don't believe you can contact Boss Tao. Even if you could, I won't go back on my word. A man's word is his bond. Okay, well Sadie, hope you'll still have this expression when you get the call later. Qin Feiyu laughed coldly. Then I took out my phone and dialed the number. A moment later, the call was connected. Qin Feiyu spoke confidently into the phone. Is this Boss Tao? This is Qin Feiyu. I am currently in Zhengzhou, and I've run into a little trouble. I need your help with something. Yes, that's right, it's the warden of Zhengzhou prison. Okay, you talk to him yourself. Qin Feiyu spoke into the phone. Then, his cold gaze fell on the warden, and he handed the phone to him. Here, your Boss Tao is looking for you. Don't tremble, answer it yourself. The warden, his face grim, reached out and took the phone. The moment the phone was placed to his ear, the furious voice of Tao Sanxue, the Minister of Personnel, came through the line. You beast, how dare you, a mere prison warden from Zhengzhou, you actually dare to disobey young Master Qin's orders. Do you know who he is? He is the successor being groomed by both the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office. His future official rank may even be higher than mine. There are very few people in the entire Imperial State who dare to provoke him. You dare to go against him? Do you fucking want to die? Tao Sanxue's rough and irritable voice boomed like thunder. The warden broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he said, Boss Tao, I know, but this is different. The person they're releasing is of utmost importance. They offended a big shot in Kyushu. The warden was just about to reveal Su Ming's identity. Tao Sanxue angrily interrupted, Go to hell, what kind of big shot is this? The biggest big shot in Kyushu is in Dezhou. Who do you think you are? Bigger than us? Shut your dog mouth and release them right now, otherwise, don't force me to bring people down here personally. Then, don't even talk about whether your prison will still be in operation. Do you believe I'll throw you into my own prison? There are many people in there waiting to swallow your bones. Tao Sanxue's voice was filled with terrifying pressure. Upon hearing this, the warden was so frightened that he went limp. He hurriedly nodded and said, Okay, Boss Tao, I'll release them right away. Please don't be angry. Waste. Tao Sanxue cursed angrily and hung up the phone in a fit of rage. The warden, drenched in sweat, shakily handed the phone back to Qin Feiyu. He bowed deeply to Qin Feiyu and said, I'm sorry, I was blind and didn't know how to appreciate your kindness. I hope young Master Qin will forgive me. Idiot. Seeing the warden's expression, Qin Feiyu gave a disdainful sneer. He really is just a piece of trash. The idea that someone is backing you up on the phone is just an excuse and a lie. In reality, it's about not believing in his identity and questioning his abilities. Once he truly demonstrates his strength, these lackeys are instantly terrified and submit. As expected, he was just an ant or a vermin. If he hadn't personally promised Wan Shirin, he wouldn't have bothered wasting his time on this kind of person. Wan Shirin was completely in awe of him. That's amazing. With just one phone call from Qin Feiyu, the warden of Zhengzhou prison was completely subdued. Is this the identity and confidence of a prodigy from the imperial state? That's incredible. Of all the people she has met so far, none have been as capable and charismatic as Qin Feiyu, who keeps his word. At this moment, Wan Shirin had complete faith in Qin Feiyu. Someone come here. The warden shouted towards the door, Go to the prison immediately and bring out Wan Hua, the eldest son of the Wan family. Yes. His subordinate responded and left. The warden could only bow and scrape, changing his attitude, and carefully accompanied the two in his office. A short while later, Wan Hua was brought over. Wan Hua, dressed in prison clothes, stood at the door, looking completely dazed and bewildered. She had lost a lot of weight and looked so different that she was almost unrecognizable. Wan Hua. Upon seeing her younger brother, Wan Hua, Wan Shirin's eyes reddened, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Wan Hua then turned his head in a daze to look at Wan Shirin. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he exclaimed in shock, Sister, am I dreaming? Wan Hua was extremely excited. She almost fainted. He was transferred from Yunqing to Zhengzhou Major Crime Prison, where he suffered greatly. He was originally an arrogant and domineering playboy. When had he ever been treated like this? Especially in Zhengzhou prison, where everyone was a thug and a ruthless bandit, he was beaten to a pulp. Leaving aside eating and sleeping, it's a miracle he's still alive today. So much time has passed, he never imagined that he would one day walk out of prison and see the light of day again. "It's me!" Overjoyed, Shireen wept as she went to greet them. "Sister!" Hua burst into tears, and the siblings embraced and wept bitterly in the office. "Sis, I thought I'd never get out of here, I thought I'd never see you again, how are Mom and Dad?" Hua asked in a hoarse voice. "Yes, they're all waiting for you to come back." "Alright, let's go." Qin Feiyu, watching from the side, grew a little impatient and said in a deep voice. "Good." Shireen greeted him and then pulled Hua aside to introduce him. "This is Qin Feiyu, my cousin from the Qin family. Do you remember him? He's the one who rescued you this time, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to think of a solution." "Cousin Qin?" Hua looked at Qin Feiyu with gratitude on his face, then knelt down in front of Qin Feiyu with a thud and kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, Cousin Qin, for saving my life." Alright, get up and leave now, staying here is bad luck." Qin Feiyu shook his head and said, "Yes." Hua then happily wiped away her tears, got up, and left with Shireen and Qin Feiyu. In the office, watching the three leave, the warden finally breathed a sigh of relief, then slowly took out his phone and sent a text message to Su Ming. "King of the 9 provinces, I have done my best, but my official rank is too low to make the decision. Qin Feiyu, please bring out my superior, Tao Sanchue of the Ministry of Personnel. If I do not release him, the consequences will be unimaginable. Please forgive me, Your Highness. If Your Highness wishes to punish me, I am willing to accept the punishment." The warden sincerely expressed his guilt and remorse. 627, Chapter 627. Qin Feiyu is nothing. Tao Sanchue, Minister of Personnel? Su Ming looked at the message and sneered. The Ministry of Personnel has some nerve, daring to interfere in his affairs. Although the Ministry of Personnel is a civil service and not within his jurisdiction, it does not mean that he cannot deal with Tao Sanchue. Su Ming immediately picked up his phone and called Yun Shangkong, a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Personnel. Yun Shangkong, Chief Administrator of the Ministry of Personnel. Under the Ministry of Personnel, everyone was under his jurisdiction. Yun Shangkong had some connection with him when he visited the border region. The call was connected very quickly. "Hello, who is this?" Yun Shangkong asked casually in a deep voice. "I am Su Ming." Su Ming replied indifferently. "Su Ming?" Yun Shangkong hadn't quite grasped the meaning yet. He pondered the name for a moment, realizing that there wasn't any high-ranking official in the imperial court named Su Ming. Who exactly is this person? Why would anyone dare to call him directly? Su Ming. Yun Shangkong frowned, unable to recall for a moment. He frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Su Ming shook his head and sneered, "Steward Yun, your memory really isn't very good. 3 years ago, when you crossed my border, without my protection, you would have been torn to pieces long ago. How come you don't even remember who I am today?" Upon hearing this, Yun Shangkong stood up abruptly. 3 years ago, the border region, Su Ming, could it be that you are King Su? Oh my god. The head of the Ministry of Personnel was terrified on the spot in the main hall of the Ministry of Personnel. He was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. "Prince Su, are you still alive? Where are you? I will come to pay my respects to you immediately." Yun Shangkong was completely terrified. Who would have thought that, after 3 years, the king of Kyushu would personally call him? After that incident 3 years ago, the entire 9 provinces was shaken. Rumors circulated that the king of the 9 provinces was dead, and he believed it to be true. Now that time has passed, he has no recollection of Su Ming's name at all. At this moment, the impact and shock that Su Ming's words brought to him was unimaginable. Su Ming said in a deep voice, "Alright, stop talking nonsense. I am in Zhongzhou now, and I don't need your visit, but one of your men, Tao Sanchue, is incredibly audacious. He even dares to interfere in my affairs. He even dares to release the people I've imprisoned. What, did he get your permission?" Upon hearing this, Yun Shangkong broke out in a cold sweat and said in a panic, "Absolutely not, I knew nothing about this. Don't worry, Prince Su, I will investigate thoroughly and clearly. I will not let Tao Sanchue off easily." "Okay. I'm waiting for your news." Su Ming finished speaking coldly and hung up the phone. Yun Kong instantly broke out in a cold sweat, feeling as if he were being pricked by needles. He was both shocked and furious, and roared at the outside of the hall, "Immediately notify Tao Sanchuei to come see me." Yes. His subordinate went to relay the message. About 10 minutes later, a fat man wearing a red mink robe walked in, his face full of smiles and high spirits. He came to Yun Kong and respectfully knelt down. This humble servant, Tao Sanchuei, pays his respects to Steward Yun. Tao Sanchuei was extremely pleased with himself. Now he's thriving in the imperial state, with a great reputation, and even someone like Qin Feiyu has to ask him for help. Although it was just a small favor, it made that genius of the imperial state owe him a favor by establishing this connection. He could have a better future and live a more prosperous life in the imperial state. No one can stop his path to success anymore. Now that even Chief Steward Lian Yun has personally summoned me, it's clear how popular and sought after I am in the imperial state. This is probably another important task being entrusted to him. Tao Sanchuei, have you gotten involved in the affairs of Zhengzhou? Yun Kong stared at Tao Sanchuei with a sharp and gloomy expression, asking the question. Did the news travel that fast? As expected of Qin Feiyu. Did he immediately notify the Ministry of Personnel to award a reward? Tao Sanchuei grinned and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, steward, just a small matter. It's just that Qin Feiyu, the rising star and future prodigy of the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office, asked me to do him a small favor in a small place like Zhengzhou. Nothing is a big deal to us, so I just did him a favor." This can be considered a source of pride for our Minister of Personnel. Now, the Grand Commandant's mansion owes us a great debt of gratitude. As Tao Sanchuei spoke, he was so proud of himself that he almost floated away, and couldn't help but laugh. Fuck you. However, upon hearing that the matter was true, Yun Kong flew into a rage, grabbed the ashtray on the table, and threw it violently at Tao Sanchuei. Tao Sanchuei never expected Yun Kong to suddenly erupt in rage. They were completely unprepared for the flying ashtray. Caught off guard, I was hit squarely. Bang! The ashtray exploded on his forehead, instantly causing him to bleed profusely. Tao Sanchuei staggered, his face filled with shock, blood streaming down his cheeks. He was almost fainting when he looked up at Yun Kong in utter astonishment. "Chief Steward Yun, what's going on? What did I do wrong? Why are you so angry?" What exactly did he do wrong? Everything he did was to save face for the Minister of Personnel. Not only did Yun Kong not reward him, he even threw an ashtray at him. Are you crazy? Tao Sanchuei was completely shocked and bewildered, unable to understand it at all. "You beast, do you even know what you've done? Who have you offended, and you still dare to gloat here? I think you've got a death wish. You alone can die, but you've dragged me down with you, and the entire Ministry of Personnel. You deserve to die 1,000 times over." Yun Chang was so angry that he cursed loudly, his face contorted with rage, and he almost jumped out from behind the table. Tao Sanchuei was terrified. Staring dumbfounded at Yun Kong, he asked, "Chief Steward Yun, what's going on? Who did I offend? All I did was get the warden of Zhengzhou prison to release someone, and that person was the one Qin Feiyu wanted." "Who is Qin Feiyu?" "He's from the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office. He's a key figure being groomed by both major powers, destined to become a legendary figure. If I help him, he'll repay us in the future." Could it be that I put this person in the wrong place? Tao Sanchuei looked completely puzzled. "You're such an idiot." The clouds were so thick the air seemed to be jumping up and down. "Let me tell you who you've offended. The person you released was imprisoned on the orders of the King of Kyushu. Releasing him is tantamount to slapping the King of Kyushu in the face. Do you know who the King of the 9 provinces is? The leader of the 8 million war god army, a generation of regional kings? Qin Feiyu, you're a load of rubbish. Even if he tried for 10 lifetimes, he still wouldn't be able to catch up to a single hair of Prince Su. You actually dared to go against the King of the 9 provinces because of Qin Feiyu. If you don't die, who will?" Yun Kong roared furiously, the veins on his forehead bulging with excitement. After hearing these words and understanding the situation, Tao Sanchuei was almost scared to death. He sat limp on the ground, mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for a long time. King of the 9 provinces? Tao Sanchuei finally understood. No wonder even a lowly warden of Zhengzhou prison dared to refuse to release Qin Feiyu. It turns out that behind Wan Hua's imprisonment was such a powerful figure. Oh my god! Tao Sanchuei finally realized the enormous mistake he had made. I instantly regretted it. He rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. 628, Chapter 628. I'm not finished with you. Guards, drag this piece of trash away and lock him up. He has to pay the price for his stupidity. Yun Shankong stood majestically inside the hall, letting out a stern shout. Immediately, his men came up and dragged the unconscious Tao Sanchuei away. Yun Shankong's expression was complicated, his brows furrowed. The king of the 9 provinces is still alive, and he's in the central province. Why is that? Could it be for the sake of the 3-month medical ranking? Impossible. With King Su's status and position, he can easily sweep away any medical or martial arts skills as long as he makes a move. No one can surpass him. Thank goodness for the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office. They were so foolish as to send people to Zhengzhou to try and unify the medical field. How ridiculous! If this offends Prince Su, the Imperial Physician's Office, and the Grand Commandant's Office, who knows what kind of fate awaits them? I'm waiting to see what happens. Yun Shankong couldn't help but laugh, his face full of meaningful anticipation. Inside a designer clothing store in Zhengzhou, Shen Luoyun and a group of her close friends from her circle of friends are shopping for clothes. In groups of 3 or 5, laughing and joking. Some of them saw Su Ming go outside to make a phone call and didn't come back in for a long time. He couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Luoyun, that's your lackey, isn't it? He's quite sensible, knowing that his status is no match for ours, and that he has no right to step into such a luxurious clothing store. He pretended to make a phone call and went outside to stand. Several girls couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Su Ming's retreating figure, they were filled with contempt and ridicule. Who? Hearing this, Shen Luoyun was taken aback. She turned to look at the door and saw Su Ming, her eyebrows furrowed, and she coldly retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? He's not my follower or subordinate. I don't have that right." At this point, Shen Luoyun blushed and stopped talking. She didn't know how to clarify her relationship with Su Ming. In its simplest terms, it should be described as both a teacher and a friend. However, she felt that she held a more important place in Su Ming's heart. Seeing Shen Luoyun's shy reaction, several of her friends in the circle immediately showed surprised looks. They exchanged a strange look. "Luoyun, you don't mean to say he's your boyfriend, do you? Are you kidding me? What kind of taste do you have? Who does Miss Shen think she is? In Zhengzhou, everyone knows her. The rich young men who want to pursue her must be lining up outside Zhengzhou City. You have everything you could want, yet you choose such a vulgar man. Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you?" The girls stared at Shen Luoyun in utter shock. They thought Shen Luoyun must have gone mad. How could you be attracted to a man like that? Yes. The oval-faced girl next to her chimed in, "With your current abilities, Miss Shen, you'll surely become a renowned medical prodigy throughout the land in due time, making your Shen family famous throughout the world. If others knew your boyfriend was this kind of person, wouldn't they be laughing at you all the time?" That's right, Luoyun, you can't be impulsive. A group of girls chattered amongst themselves, all feeling sorry for Shen Luoyun. They felt that Shen Luoyun was naive and had been deceived. What do you know? Shen Luoyun's face instantly flushed red with anger, and she exploded, "What prodigy of medicine in the 9 provinces? I don't care at all. You simply don't understand. Without him, I'm nothing. Do you even know who he is?" Shen Luoyun was furious and was about to blurt out Su Ming's identity, hoping to give these short-sighted fools a little shock. But before she could finish speaking, a noise suddenly came from outside. "It really is you, you brat. I saw you from way back. You actually found me in Zhengzhou. It's like fate brought us together. You've caused me so much trouble. I'll take your life." A series of angry roars echoed from the doorway. Everyone turned to look in shock. Immediately, at the entrance of the clothing store, Wan Hua, his eyes bloodshot, grabbed Su Ming's collar with both hands and slammed Su Ming against the door. "What's going on?" A group of girls exclaimed in surprise, attracted by the sight, and went out to greet them. At the entrance, Wan Hua was furious, wishing he could devour Su Ming alive. although he wasn't sure if Su Ming was behind his long imprisonment. But he was certain that his arrest in Yunqing was caused by this kid. If this good-for-nothing hadn't called the police, I wouldn't be in this situation. He suffered so much for nothing. Now he hates Su Ming to the core. He vowed that if he could get out, he would kill the kid to vent his anger. Wan Hua, let go. Wan Shirin stood at the back, staring coldly at Su Ming. Although she was also very angry. But causing a scene in public because of someone like Su Ming would do them no good whatsoever. Who in Zhengzhou doesn't know Wan Shirin now? Moreover, the renowned Qin Feiyu, a prodigy from the imperial state, was also by his side. If this gets out of hand, they'll be the ones who lose face. Getting angry over Su Ming in a place like this is pointless. Wan Shirin said in a deep voice, let him go, quickly buy some clothes and change into clean clothes to get rid of the bad luck your parents are waiting to welcome you back. Sister, you have no idea, I ended up in this state because of this good-for-nothing. If I don't kill him, I'm not Wan Hua. Wan Hua roared hoarsely. Your sister is right, stop. Qin Feiyu also spoke in a cold and stern tone. He snapped, I rescued you, not so you could cause trouble. Do you want to be sent back? Qin Feiyu's face was gloomy. This kid really has no brains at all. Although both are from the Wan family, she is worlds apart from Wan Shirin. No wonder Wan Shirin was able to support the entire Wan family, while this good-for-nothing was locked up in prison. This has only just begun. They released him, and now they're trying to cause trouble. It's all because of this garbage and waste. It's such a waste of time. Yes. Hearing Qin Feiyu speak, Wan Hua, though unwilling, could only grit his teeth and release Su Ming. He then glared fiercely at Su Ming and said, useless trash, don't let me see you again. If you've got the guts, then hide from me for the rest of your life. Otherwise, from now on, I'll stick with you. I'll never let you get away with this. Su Ming chuckled and shook his head. Looks like you have no idea why you ended up there. You haven't learned your lesson yet. Seeing Wan Hua's appearance, Su Ming became even more certain that his decision not to release Wan Hua was absolutely correct. He simply didn't show up in person, which gave Qin Feiyu an opportunity to exploit the information gap and get the kid out of trouble. You son of a bitch. Wan Hua was instantly enraged and clenched his fists, ready to attack Su Ming. However, a group of girls had already come out to greet him from behind, looking at Qin Feiyu with adoring and fanatical eyes, exclaiming, my God, you are the legendary genius of the imperial state, the famous medical and martial arts master of the 9 provinces, Qin Feiyu, right? It really is young Master Qin. I never expected to see him in person. Young Master Qin, you're so handsome, can I get your autograph? Can I treat you to dinner? A group of incredibly enthusiastic girls broke the atmosphere, crowding around Qin Feiyu and almost knocking him over. This actually saved Wan Hua's life. 629, Chapter 629. You're lucky, kid. What exactly do you want? Are you trying to cause trouble for my brother Su? I think you're all tired of living. It's only because my brother Su is magnanimous and too lazy to bother with you. Otherwise, even all of you combined wouldn't be a match for him. Shen Luoyun also came out, glaring angrily at Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu. His magnanimity, him? If he were capable, he'd be eager to trample me under his feet, but he'd have to have the ability to do so. What a piece of trash, just a stray dog that was kicked out of the Wan family. Wan Hua snorted coldly, looking at Su Ming as if he were trash. What angered him even more was that he was clearly just trash, yet he managed to win the favor of a beautiful woman like Shen Luoyun. That's absolutely disgusting. Thinking about this made Wan Hua so angry he almost vomited blood. He was, after all, the eldest son of the Wan family, and not bad-looking, yet he suffered so much imprisonment for nothing. Meanwhile, a good-for-nothing like Su Ming can live a carefree life, surrounded by beautiful women. God is so unfair. Qin Feiyu, who was surrounded by the crowd, also looked up at Shen Luoyun, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. This must be Shen Luoyun, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, who are among the top 50 medical practitioners. With such poor judgment and limited knowledge, not only did they fail to curry favor with Qin Feiyu, but they even treated this good-for-nothing as a treasure. The Shen family is beyond saving. In just a few glances and a single exchange, Qin Feiyu had already formed a complete plan in his mind. Grand Commandant Su did not want him to unify the medical practices of the Central Plains, thus laying the foundation for the competition to rank medical practitioners. What could be faster than taking down the Shen family first? The Shen family was quite renowned in the medical field of Zhengzhou. But now it seems that Shen Luoyun is so stupid that he is the easiest target to take down. Once the Shen family is taken down, other medical families will have to bow down to him. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyu couldn't help but curl a smug smile into his lips. I never expected things to be so simple. However, Zhengzhou is indeed just a small, insignificant place, and he doesn't need to spend too much effort on it. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Wan Shirin urged Wan Hua to buy clothes quickly. You're lucky, kid. Wan Hua glared at Su Ming and strode into the clothing store. Wan Shirin then approached Su Ming, her gaze cold, and said, be careful from now on, don't show up wherever Wan Hua appears. It's a small matter if things get unpleasant, but you know Wan Hua's personality. When he gets angry, he doesn't care about anyone, not even his own family, and I'm not always by his side. For your own safety, you should avoid it if possible. I don't want him to go back to jail because of you. After saying that, Wan Shirin followed him into the clothing store. You woman! Shen Luoyun was furious when she heard this. How did Wan Hua get in? Doesn't Wan Shirin even know the answer yet? Personal safety? Someone like Wan Hua, even if he were to cause trouble for Su Ming, wouldn't he first consider his own safety? Shen Luoyun was so angry that she gasped for breath, her chest heaving. Qin Feiyu was ushered into the clothing store. As he passed Shen Luoyun and Su Ming, Qin Feiyu glanced at Wan Shirin, grinned, and sneered. She's not bad looking, but unfortunately, she has terrible taste. She's got some problems with her brain. You bastard! Shen Luoyun is really going crazy. What's Qin Feiyu so arrogant about? What are you being so arrogant about, Wan Jia? Su Ming doesn't need to take action. She alone can sweep away thousands of households. Even Qin Feiyu, a master of both medicine and martial arts, a prodigy of the imperial state, was never taken seriously by her. How dare he utter such arrogant words in front of her? Brother Su, you wait here. I'll find someone right away. I swear I won't rest until I've gotten my revenge. Qin Feiyu, I'll show him he's nothing but a fart in front of me. Almost gritting her teeth, Shen Luoyun pulled out her phone, ready to contact someone to capture Qin Feiyu, Wan Hua, and Wan Shirin. No! Su Ming pressed Shen Luoyun's hand down and smiled slightly. I've already made arrangements. Let's go first. They'll soon suffer the consequences. What? Shen Luoyun looked at Su Ming in surprise. Su Ming didn't do anything. But she knew about Su Ming's abilities. So he chose to believe Su Ming. The two then left together. When they reached the elevator, the doors opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit came out to greet them. Upon seeing Su Ming and Shen Luoyun, he was greatly surprised and nearly knelt on the ground in fright. Sweating profusely, he bowed deeply to Su Ming. This humble servant, Luo Wanfu, pays his respects to Prince Su and Miss Shen. Luo Wanfu was the chairman of Zhengzhou Luo Family Commercial Group and ranks 11th on the rich list. He has interests in real estate, commerce, and trade in Zhengzhou. He owns as many as 40 or 50 large shopping malls and supermarkets. He is one of the few people in Zhengzhou who, without being involved in martial arts or medicine, has created a wealth miracle and entered the rich list through his own abilities. He is also one of the few wealthy people in Zhengzhou who know Su Ming's identity. The reason is that Duan Xingyue founded the Paradise Society, which forced many companies into a corner. This also gave Luo Wanfu a headache. So he was eager to pay his respects to Su Ming and ask for advice on what to do. Su Ming happened to be in Luo Wanfu's shopping mall, so he asked the other party to come find him, but he didn't expect to run into him. Your Highness, I have already joined forces with other wealthy individuals to book a banquet at the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Zhengzhou. Yanshinla, we humbly request your Highness's presence and to offer us your advice. Luo Wanfu bowed deeply, head bowed, and spoke with utmost respect. Okay. Su Ming nodded slightly and said calmly, Luo Yun and I will be there soon, but before that, you have to do me a favor. Please speak, Prince Su. As long as I, Luo Wanfu, can do it, I will absolutely not blink your eyes. Luo Wanfu answered without hesitation. In your clothing store in the mall, there are 3 people named Qin Feiyu, Wan Hua, and Wan Shirin. These 3 just spoke rudely to me and verbally insulted Luo Yun. Do you know what to do? By the way, I'll let you in on a heads up, that guy named Wan Hua was just released from prison. Su Ming said with a smile. What? Luo Wanfu suddenly looked up, his face filled with anger and shock. These 3 dare to disrespect Prince Su, and dare to humiliate Miss Shin. They're courting death. He's a convict, too. I won't let them get away with this. Okay, I'll be waiting for your good news. Get things sorted out quickly and come see me. Su Ming nodded slightly. He led Shin Luo Yun into the elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed. Luo Wanfu bowed deeply. Prince Su, Miss Shin, please wait. I will come shortly after I have dealt with them. Then he looked up, his face grim as he gazed at the designer clothing store behind him, his eyes filled with icy coldness. I see. Inside the elevator, Shin Luoyun's eyes widened in surprise. So, Brother Su, you had all planned this all along. Those 3 idiots still dared to act so arrogantly. I really want to see what their fate will be, what their expressions will be. Will they kneel down and beg for mercy? It's a pity I can't be there to see it for myself. Shin Luoyun was both happy and excited, clenching her fists, eager to know how Luo Wanfu would punish Qin Feiyu and the others. 630, Chapter 630. I should be qualified, right? This one from Wan Hua is nice, go try it on and see if it fits. Wan Shirin chose a black jacket and jeans for Wan Hua to change into. Wan Hua was also very pleased and said with a smile, I just tried it on, and it fits perfectly. However, it's not cheap. Wan Hua looked at the label on the clothing and said, a jacket costs 20 or 30,000. Including the pants, the total will be around 70,000 to 80,000. This price is almost comparable to that of bespoke clothing designed by famous fashion designers. Of course, if this amount of money were from the old Wan Hua, it would have been a huge sum of money, spent without even blinking an eye. Tens of thousands of yuan. He never cared about it before. During his time in prison, he ate only steamed buns and thin porridge, and used cheap, readily available supplies, which made him somewhat reserved and narrow-minded. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin laughed and said, what are you talking about? Today is your big day. Forget about all that. Even if you wanted to buy all the clothes in the entire clothing store, I would pay for it all for you. That's great, sis. Are you being this generous now? Wan Hua was so happy he almost jumped for joy. His former spoiled brat attitude returned instantly, and he suddenly became incredibly imposing. You don't know yet, do you? Wan Shirin immediately took her to Zhengzhou to learn how to use the Qi building pill to open up the market, and how the Wan family had now established itself independently in Zhengzhou. He also told Wan Hua about the Wan family's current status and position. Wan Hua was so overjoyed upon hearing this that he almost fainted. Sister, I told you before, didn't I? I said your abilities are unique. The Wan family didn't amount to anything back then because of that good-for-nothing son-in-law, Su Ming, that brat who dragged you down. Otherwise, we would have made it out of Yun City long ago. Look, everything I said has come true after kicking that good-for-nothing out. Our Wan family has truly risen to prominence. Sister, it's all thanks to you. Without you, we don't know what would have happened to the Wan family. That kid should know about your achievements by now. No wonder he didn't dare to say a word when I yelled at him at the door. Ha ha ha. Wan Hua laughed triumphantly. Then, Wan Hua, without any further hesitation, swaggered over to the counter with the clothes in hand. He slammed the clothes on the table with an air of extravagance, proudly raised his head, and asked, how much is this outfit? Just name your price, my sister will pay. Wan Hua is incredibly arrogant. But the exact price was already clear to everyone. It's nothing more than showing off their power and flaunting the wealth of the Wan family. The waiter glanced at it, then looked down to confirm before saying to Wan Hua, I'm sorry, sir, we just received word that this outfit is not for sale. What? Upon hearing this, Wan Hua flew into a rage, his confidence and pride suddenly dampened. It made him furious. Why won't you sell? Are you looking down on me? You won't sell this one? Fine, then pack up all the similar clothes in your store now. You should sell them, right? Wan Hua's face was cold and stern. They felt that the waiter's refusal to sell meant he was being disrespectful. However, the waiter shook his head. I'm sorry, sir, we've received word that our store is closed from now on. The entire mall is closed. We're not doing business here anymore. Upon hearing this, Wan Hua was stunned. Wan Shireen also turned her head in shock, looking at the sales clerk at the counter with surprise and doubt. This is not as simple as looking down on Wan Hua. This seems more like they're being targeted. It's only a few o'clock now, not even evening yet, and they're already closing up shop. How can they close so early? And they've made it clear that they won't do business with them. What do you mean by that? Wan Shireen frowned. Wan Hua sneered, I think you've never seen a big shot before. You don't want to do business with us? With the three of us, you couldn't do business with us even if you begged and you dare to say such things? What will happen if your superiors find out? Have you thought about that? Do you know who we are? I think you've really had enough of living. Get your manager here, or you can forget about opening this shop again. Wan Hua was arrogant and domineering, slamming his fist on the table and chair in front of the counter, the sharp sound echoing throughout the room. No need to shout anymore. I am the one who notified him and gave the order not to do business with you. Just then, a deep, resonant voice rang out from the doorway. Luo Wanfu, the general manager of the shopping mall, slowly stepped into the clothing store. And who the hell are you? Enraged, Wan Hua turned around and, without a second thought, began to hurl insults at Luo Wanfu. Alright, I am the owner of this shopping mall Luo Wanfu. I own dozens of malls like this in Zhengzhou, but from now on, none of my malls will be open to your Wan family, and I will not do business with your Wan family. Roll. Luo Wanfu spoke expressionlessly, his face cold and stern. You're courting death? Wan Hua stared wide-eyed in shock and anger. Luo Wanfu? Wan Shireen suddenly realized something and looked at the other person with surprise and suspicion. Could you be the famous tycoon Luo Wanfu, who ranks 11th on the Zhengzhou rich list? That's right, it is I. Luo Wanfu sneered. This. Wan Shireen's face immediately turned extremely ugly. If Luo Wanfu were to personally intervene, then this situation would be truly difficult to handle. This cannot be resolved by Wan Hua throwing a tantrum. Although the Wan family has indeed gained some status and position, they are still far behind Luo Wanfu. Simply put, her family relies on qi building pills, but qi building pills will eventually run out, and the market will eventually become saturated. Moreover, without the qi building pill, the Wan family would have no means of making money. Alright. But Luo Wanfu is different. He has stood firm to this day, deeply rooted in Zhengzhou, and wields immense power. The Wan family is far from being able to compete with or even rival a big boss like Luo Wanfu. Moreover, even Luo Wanfu himself showed up. This made Wan Shireen wonder if they had offended some more influential figure. If they can't, surely I can, right? Even if it's you, Luo Wanfu, you have to give me some face, don't you? Just then, a cold, mocking voice rang out from inside the clothing store. Qin Feiyu slowly stood up. He looked at Luo Wanfu with a cold smile. Who are you? Why should I give you face? Luo Wanfu looked at Qin Feiyu and found it somewhat amusing. He has the king of Kyushu backing him up. That kid has quite the nerve. Qin Feiyu grinned. Easy enough. I am Qin Feiyu from the Qin family of Dezhou, a disciple of the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office. People call me the pride of Dezhou. I should be qualified to buy a piece of clothing from your store. Qin Feiyu stood with his arms crossed, looking arrogant and his aura almost bursting through the ceiling of the mall. Wow, that's so cool. As expected of young Master Qin, his confidence and aura are unparalleled in this world. Only someone as skilled in both medicine and martial arts as young Master Qin could possess such overwhelming power. Who else can compare to him? Cheers erupted from the crowd. A group of girls who idolized Qin Feiyu were completely captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. They were so mesmerized that they were practically bowing down at Qin Feiyu's feet. Qin Feiyu was confident that someone like Luo Wanfu would be so frightened by his identity that he would bow and scrape on the spot. We don't do business. That's all nonsense. Luo Wanfu, a nobody, would probably have to kneel on the ground and beg to offer it to him. After all, these people from Zhengzhou are nothing but trash in front of his peerless genius from the imperial state. They're all ants. 631, Chapter 631. Another Master. Qin Feiyu? Upon hearing this, Luo Wanfu grinned and sneered. Who do you think you are? You? Qin Feiyu instantly flew into a rage. Okay. Trying to be tough, huh? I'll see if you really have the guts. I'll call and shut down all your stores right now, then we'll see if you can still put on airs in front of me. Qin Feiyu was truly enraged now. Given his status, he was already at a disadvantage in a place like Zhengzhou. If Luo Wanfu had any sense and immediately knelt down and apologized, he would have let it go. He didn't really want to make a big deal out of the Wan siblings. But to my surprise, Luo Wanfu was so ungrateful. They don't even take Qin Feiyu seriously. This was the first person he had encountered in Zhengzhou who dared to disrespect him. You wait, I'll make you pay a heavy price for what you said. The wealthy man of Zhengzhou, you won't be that soon. Qin Feiyu's face was fierce and his eyes were bloodshot. He immediately took out his phone and called Yun Changkong, the chief administrator of the Ministry of Personnel. To deal with a minor boss like Tao Sanshui at Yunqing prison, all you need is a Tao Sanshui. But to deal with someone like Luo Wanfu, we still need to ask a top leader like Yun Changkong to personally intervene. With just one phone call from him, Yun Changkong would agree, and within an hour, all of Luo Wanfu's shopping malls would receive the closure notice. He wanted to see what kind of despair Luo Wanfu would show when he heard this terrible news. Qin Feiyu held his phone in one hand, sneering incessantly. Wan Hua chimed in from the sidelines, "Fight, cousin Qin, we need to teach these trash a lesson, otherwise, they won't know who you are, or how powerful you are." But Wan Shireen looked solemn and had a complicated expression. She had a feeling that things weren't that simple. Perhaps Luo Wanfu has some powerful backer, otherwise, how could a mere wealthy man from Zhengzhou be so fearless? But it's too late to say anything now. Qin Feiyu has been stepped on the tail, and this matter won't be over until there's a resolution today. Soon, in front of everyone, Qin Feiyu dialed Yun Changkong's number. On the other end of the line, Yun Changkong answered the phone. Hello? Yun Changkong asked indifferently. Is this the head of the Ministry of Personnel, Uncle Yun? I am Qin Feiyu. I've run into some trouble. There's a wealthy man named Luo Wanfu who doesn't even respect you or would like to request that you issue a ban order to shut down and freeze all of Luo Wanfu's companies. Qin Feiyu spoke loudly, his face full of arrogance and pride, looking at Luo Wanfu with disdain and contempt. Luo Wanfu must have been trembling with fear after hearing what he said, right? The next moment, he'll be kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, right? It's time to show these good-for-nothings what they're really capable of. Luo Wanfu, you've bitten off more than you can chew. Thinking about what was about to happen, Qin Feiyu felt incredibly proud and exhilarated. However, on the phone, Yun Changkong said in a low and somber tone, "Young Master Qin, calm down. Do you expect the entire imperial state to work for you and fawn over you just because you're going to Zhengzhou?" If it were 2 days ago, Yun Changkong would not have known that Qin Feiyu had offended the king of the 9 provinces. I didn't know the king of Kyushu was still alive. So, Qin Feiyu's phone call really did come in handy. For the Minister of Personnel, it was just a matter of lifting a finger or saying a word. But today, the situation is completely different. Qin Feiyu's phone call was entirely self-inflicted trouble. Uncle Yun, what do you mean by that? Don't forget I'm a key figure being groomed by the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office. I'll be having close dealings with your Ministry of Personnel in the future. You won't even help with such a small favor. Qin Feiyu frowned instantly, his expression turning grim. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's that you have no idea who you've offended, and you have no idea how much trouble you've gotten yourself into. Helping you will only drag me down with you. If you knew that, you wouldn't dare say such a thing. Yun Changkong said in a cold and deep voice. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Feiyu instantly flew into a rage, shouting, who could I possibly offend in this mere central state? Who is there that I can't afford to offend? If you don't want to help, then don't help. Why make up these excuses? If you don't help, don't regret it later when your Ministry of Personnel is begging me for a favor. Don't try to pull strings with me. Qin Feiyu roared angrily, his face ashen. You're such an idiot. Roll. Yun Changkong cursed and hung up the phone on the spot. I originally wanted to reveal the information about the king of Kyushu to Qin Feiyu so that he would be more discreet. But it seems that's no longer necessary. This arrogant, self-important idiot is beyond redemption. You? Qin Feiyu was so angry he was practically bursting with rage. But Yin Chongkong had already hung up the phone. He wanted to curse back but couldn't. So, Qin Feiyu, I told you, who do you think you are? Do you think anyone would help you with the calls you made? The Minister of Personnel? Let's not even talk about whether you can get anyone to help you in front of the Ministry of Personnel. You're nothing but trash. Luo Wanfu stood calmly, looking at Qin Feiyu with a cold smile, as if he were looking at an idiot. Okay. You guys like playing games like this, huh? You think I can only go to the Ministry of Personnel? I'll kill you today. As he spoke, Qin Feiyu blushed and, holding his phone, tried to contact the Imperial Physician's office or the Grand Commandant's office. The Ministry of Personnel will not help. It's okay, but these two are like his parents, they can't possibly not help him. He has to get his revenge today. He must make Luo Wanfu kneel here. Most importantly, the girls who were just fawning over him now looked at him differently, their expressions extremely awkward and embarrassed. This made him feel as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. They couldn't save face at all. Never mind, cousin Qin. At this time, it was Wan Shirin who spoke first. After confirming Qin Feiyu's phone number, and finding no one to help, she became even more convinced of her idea. There was another mastermind behind Luo Wanfu. Continuing to argue with them today will do them no good. I'm afraid we'll just have to accept our fate. Wan Shirin looked up, her gaze deep as she said to Qin Feiyu, Cousin Qin, the banquet my parents booked is about to start. Wasting any more time will be too late. Why don't we just call it a day? Isn't it beneath you to argue with such insignificant people? Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu readily agreed. Pointing at Luo Wanfu, he sneered, Trash, remember your attitude today. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay tenfold. You dare to disrespect even me, Qin Feiyu. No one can save you now. You're lucky today. If I hadn't been rushing to attend the grand banquet, you would have never been able to hold your head up high again. After saying that, Qin Feiyu left with Wan Shirin and Wan Hua. Luo Wanfu said with a mocking smile, Wait a minute, Qin Feiyu, let me see how strong you really are. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. But Qin Feiyu, with a dark expression, had already turned and gone downstairs without looking back. Cousin Qin, I feel like something's not right. What a coincidence, we just had a conflict with the Shin family, and Luo Wanfu immediately isolated us and stopped doing business with us. It seems there's someone with considerable influence interfering. Wan Shirin said with a thoughtful expression. Cut. Qin Feiyu scoffed and sneered. What kind of expert could they be? The Shin family, those few pieces of trash from the Shin family, they call them experts. Let me tell you, in less than a week, I'll make the Shin family kneel before me and pay their respects. 632, Chapter 632. What are you one family compared to us? Luo Wanfu arrived at the banquet. I haven't had a chance to pay my respects to Su Ming yet. Shin Luoyun eagerly agreed, her eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Boss Luo, tell me how you dealt with those three guys. With your skills, you must have taught them a lesson. They couldn't even lift their heads. They'll be begging for mercy on their knees right now. Because she couldn't witness it with her own eyes, Shin Luoyun felt like ants were crawling all over her. I've already imagined countless scenarios. All of these scenes depict Wan Shirin and the other two weeping and wailing. However, Luo Wanfu looked embarrassed and replied with an awkward smile, Miss Shin, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. The Wan family is nothing to fear, but this Qin Feiyu does have some influence with my status. I can at most verbally humiliate him a few times. As for making him kneel down and beg for mercy, I'm not capable enough. Luo Wanfu was quite self-aware. The people of Dezhou are simply not to be trifled with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so overwhelmed by the pressure from the heavenly society. If it weren't for Su Ming's support, he wouldn't even have the right to cause trouble for Qin Feiyu. So isolating Wan Shirin and the other two, making them slink away with their tails between their legs, was already his limit. Su Ming had already guessed it. He didn't expect Luo Wanfu to actually do anything to the three of them. Let Luo Wanfu do this. Firstly, it was indeed to vent Shin Luoyun's anger. Secondly, we also want to see how capable Luo Wanfu really is, and to what extent he can accomplish things. Luo Wanfu's ability to do this shows considerable courage and boldness. If it were anyone else, even a wealthy man from Zhengzhou, they probably wouldn't dare utter a single word after learning Qin Feiyu's identity. How could this happen? Shen Luoyun, however, looked dissatisfied and disappointed. If I had known you were so incompetent, Brother Su and I wouldn't have left. I have plenty of ways to deal with those three good-for-nothings. I have plenty of ways to make them regret it. Shen Luoyun was so angry that her face turned red. Luo Wanfu broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He hurriedly took 3 steps at a time and came to Su Ming's side. He knelt down with a thud and begged Su Ming for forgiveness, saying, I am of lowly status and have failed to complete the task assigned to me by King Su. Please forgive me, King Su. Su Ming shook his head and smiled calmly. Get up. This isn't your fault. I didn't expect to take down Qin Feiyu so quickly either. He has the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office backing him up. It would be very difficult for you to do it alone. Thank you so much, Prince Su, for your great kindness. Luo Wanfu was relieved and moved to tears, wiping away his sweat repeatedly. Now that everyone is here, let's sit down at the table and tell each other what our thoughts are and what our attitudes are toward the Heaven Society. Su Ming said calmly. Yes. Luo Wanfu then hurriedly got up and sat down with the other wealthy people around him. And it goes without saying that those who came here to join this banquet they're all members of the Resistance Heaven Society. The Heavenly Society arose out of thin air, as if to seize all the wealth of the Central Plains. He was also incredibly arbitrary and held absolute power, forcing these wealthy people from Zhengzhou to serve him unconditionally, and they had no control over the companies under their names. What kind of behavior is this? Let's not even talk about their identities. At the very least, they are human beings, not pigs or dogs to be ordered around. Immediately, the group of people became agitated, denouncing the Heaven Society's behavior as unfair and disgusting. Su Ming listened silently. And below the Yanshanlu Hotel, Wan Shirin arrived with Wan Hua and Qin Feiyu, only to find her parents, Luo Hongxia and Wan Jinshan, sitting in the hall. He looks really depressed. Wan Shirin went up to them and asked in surprise, Mom and Dad, you're still here, didn't you say on the phone that you had already made reservations and that we could just come over? Luo Hongxia's face was grim after glancing at the receptionist. She said irritably, it was a reservation, but who would have thought that the hotel staff would be so incompetent as to give up the table to someone else? When we got there, they told us the seats had already been taken. I tried to reason with them, but they wouldn't listen. Your dad and I are at a loss for what to do. Luo Hongxia said, feeling extremely aggrieved. Such a thing is true. Wan Shirin was shocked. Wan Hua's eyes widened in anger. This rundown hotel dares to treat us like this. Are they really tired of living? Wan Hua was so angry he jumped up and down. Luo Hongxia stood up and was very happy to see Wan Hua finally come out. However, when she saw Wan Hua's clothes, she couldn't help but wonder, Wan Hua, why are you still wearing this? Didn't Shirin take you shopping for clothes? Ugh, don't even mention it. Mentioning this incident only fueled Wan Hua's anger. He gritted his teeth and said, today was absolutely unlucky. Not only did I run into that good-for-nothing Su Ming at the mall, but I also got into trouble with Luo Wanfu, a wealthy man from Zhengzhou. I don't know if Luo Wanfu has taken the wrong medicine, but he didn't even give Brother Qin any face. He absolutely refused to do business with us. I realized there wasn't time to go anywhere else, so I came here first. The two sides exchanged ideas, but neither of them got anything done well. This made the Wan family even more depressed. Especially Wan Hua. Didn't Wan Shirin say that the Wan family's status in Zhengzhou is currently very high and unparalleled? Why am I being targeted everywhere? I can't do anything right. This doesn't look like someone of status at all. Let's get the hotel matter sorted out first. Wan Shirin's face was stern and her expression was cold and stern. How could they humiliate their own parents like this? Don't they consider the Wan family human beings at all? Losing my seat is a small matter. I'm determined to get my revenge today. She approached the receptionist and said, I am Wan Shirin, the president of Wanjia. Wanjia has already made a reservation. Why are you giving it to someone else? That's not right of your hotel. Either you vacate the room immediately, or I will file a complaint against you. I might even sue your entire hotel. Wan Shirin, his momentum was overwhelming, displaying the demeanor of a CEO of a multi-million-dollar company. However, the receptionist remained calm and looked at Wan Shireen with a faint smile, saying, "First of all, what you did wasn't called reserving a room. The person who called was a woman named Luo Hongxia, right? She was arrogant and only asked for a room." Then none of them said anything, and they didn't pay a deposit. They didn't even order a menu? Who told you that hotels allocate locations this way? Even if you are the eldest daughter of the Wan family, this isn't how you do things, is it? This? Upon hearing this, Wan Shireen was stunned. So, are they the ones in the wrong? Wan Shireen couldn't help but turn to look at her mother, Luo Hongxia. "Mom, is that really true?" Upon hearing this, Luo Hongxia awkwardly stood up, her face grim, and said, "Daughter, I didn't expect so many rules. I thought it would be like in Yuncheng, where I could just make a phone call, but in any case, it's their problem that they gave up their spot to someone else. They were in the wrong first." Luo Hongxia is still being stubborn. But Wan Shireen was completely stunned. She should have realized long ago that, given her mother's personality, if she were truly in the right, she wouldn't be sitting so pathetically on the sidelines. "I bet there's going to be chaos here. Besides, do you know who's sitting in that room right now? They're not even in the same league as you. You should feel honored to have given it to them. Compared to them, your Wan family is nothing." The receptionist chuckled mockingly, his face full of disdain. 633, Chapter 633. Is this the big shot you were talking about? Those who collectively arranged to meet with Su Ming were all well-known wealthy individuals from Zhangzhou. Any one of these wealthy individuals could easily outshine the current Wan family. Being able to host these people fills the entire hotel with confidence and pride. Even if Luo Hongxia hadn't made a proper reservation, the hotel would have given it to these big shots without hesitation. Therefore, the current entanglement of Wan Shireen and her group is simply a joke in the eyes of the hotel staff, who consider it an act of utter ignorance and audacity. "Fuck you!" Wan Hua immediately lost his temper. He stepped forward, pointed at the reception staff, and roared, "Fine, then I'll see who you're entertaining. How great are they? How dare they be so arrogant, not even putting the Wan family in their eyes? I'm going to see for myself today who this guy really is. If he's not as amazing as you say, I, Wan Hua, will demolish your hotel right here and now." Ever since he learned of the Wan family's current status in Zhangzhou, Wan Hua has become incredibly arrogant and confident. His arrogant and dissolute nature has completely returned. And now, a mere hotel receptionist dares to humiliate Wan Jia like this. She's practically asking for death. What gave him the most confidence was that Qin Feiyu, a top talent from the imperial state, was standing behind him. What was there to care about in the mere central state? "Lead the way." Wan Hua grabbed the receptionist by the collar and dragged her out from behind the counter, glaring at her menacingly. Wan Shireen stood to one side with a gloomy expression, not uttering a word. It did not stop Wan Hua. Although she wasn't that impulsive. But I also feel that Wan Hua did nothing wrong. It's time to teach these ungrateful hotel staff a lesson. Otherwise, how can the Wan family maintain its reputation in the future? Shouldn't we just let ourselves be humiliated? Most importantly, Qin Feiyu was watching from the side. If he doesn't vent his anger, he'll become a laughingstock in Qin Feiyu's eyes. How can we still have any trust in Wan Jia after this? The hotel receptionist looked at Wan Hua in shock, never expecting the Wan family to be so arrogant and unreasonable. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I can take you there, but once you see it, don't regret it." Regret? Wan Hua laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Pointing at Qin Feiyu behind him, he said, "Do you know who this is? Qin Feiyu from the Imperial State, a prodigy of the Imperial State. Have you heard of him? A favorite of the Imperial Physician's office and the Grand Commandant's office. You don't even know such a big shot, yet you dare to boast about being from the Central State? Who do you think you are from Zhangzhou, that you can compare to this man from the Wan family, you blind beast?" Wan Hua sneered and cursed loudly. Upon hearing this, the receptionist instantly stiffened, staring at Qin Feiyu in shock, his eyes wide with fear, unable to utter another word. The pride of the Imperial State? Unexpectedly, such an important figure has come to this humble Wan family. The receptionist, who was so confident just moments ago, now looks as ugly as if she'd eaten shit. Only then did I realize that I had kicked a hornet's nest and offended some kind of powerful figure. If they are the most outstanding talents in the imperial state, then those few probably wouldn't dare to offend them easily. The receptionist was instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the panicked and terrified look on the other party's face, everyone in the Wan family could immediately make a judgment. There's no one of great importance upstairs at all. Otherwise, why would the receptionist be so scared that she's sweating profusely? Their earlier swagger was simply because they didn't know Qin Feiyu's identity. Qin Feiyu also enjoyed seeing the panicked expression on the other person's face. This is how people from Zhengzhou should react when they learn their true status. As for Luo Wanfu before, he was just an accident. Or rather, Naravanfu had a narrow vision and shallow knowledge. They had no idea what the name Qin Feiyu actually represented. You beast, lead the way. Wan Hua angrily kicked the receptionist in the buttocks. The receptionist could only walk ahead with his head down, his body stiff, and his expression grim, leading the way. Xiaohua, well done, it's all thanks to you at such a crucial moment. We need a man like you to step up, otherwise, our Wan family would have suffered in vain. Luo Hongxia stood to one side, full of praise and affirmation for Wan Hua. Then he turned to Wan Shirin and said, Shirin, it's not that you did anything wrong. The Wan family's success today is all thanks to you in terms of the big picture in business. Your vision and ability are undoubtedly outstanding, but sometimes, you can't be without a temper. If we don't teach this kind of watchdog a lesson, he'll never know how powerful the Wan family is. Luo Hongxia said with a proud and smug look on her face. Wan Shirin nodded slightly, without replying. So, under the overwhelming momentum, the Wan family urged the hotel receptionist to take the elevator upstairs together. Soon, they arrived at the door of the private room where Su Ming and Luo Wanfu and the others had arranged to meet. This is the one. The receptionist stood at the door, her face pale, and said, Knock on the door, let me see what big shot is in here. Someone as arrogant and disdainful as you is, you'd better pray some powerful figure can save you, otherwise, not only you, but this entire hotel is finished today. Wan Hua stared fiercely at the receptionist and said menacingly. Hearing this, the hotel staff were so frightened their legs went weak. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and knock on the door twice. Thump. Knock knock. The knocking on the door continued. But there was no response from the room for a long time. Knock knock knock. The receptionist knocked twice forcefully. Splash. Only then did the door open forcefully. What are you doing? Su Ming appeared at the door, frowning and looking displeased. He was about to give orders to Luo Wanfu and the others, making a final decision, when the process was interrupted by the incessant knocking. When Su Ming appeared before them, Wan Shirin, Wan Hua, Luo Hongxia, and the others all widened their eyes in an instant. Puff! Wan Hua burst out laughing. I laughed so hard I almost drooled. He grabbed the hotel receptionist by the neck, grinned coldly, and said, This idiot is the big shot you're so proud of, the one who doesn't even put the Wan family in his eyes? You beast, you've never seen a real person before, you've never seen what a truly remarkable person looks like. You can't believe how much of a piece of trash this is worth. That's ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Wan Hua's laughter instantly resounded throughout the venue. Wan Shirin also grimaced at this. What a small world. She has already told Su Ming to keep a low profile. Unexpectedly, this guy didn't take his words to heart at all, and even swaggered here, stealing the room that Wan Jia had reserved. We ran right into Wan Hua. It can be said that Su Ming deserved this calamity. It's time to pay the price for the Wan family being sent to prison. 634, Chapter 634. The richest people in Zhengzhou appear together. So it was this piece of trash. Luo Hongxia looked at Su Ming and let out a disdainful sneer. Wan Jinshan's eyes were full of contempt as he shook his head, completely disregarding Su Ming. It's clear that there's something wrong with the hotel itself. They actually treated someone like that as an important person. Now, the receptionist should realize how big a mistake he made. The one who should regret it is the other person. It's the entire hotel. What's going on? Su Ming ignored the sarcasm and ridicule from the Wan family and turned to the receptionist beside him, asking in a deep voice. They didn't make a reservation in advance, but they insisted that I give up this private room to them. They wouldn't listen when I told them, and they even punched and kicked me. But it's no use saying all this now. Hey buddy, aren't there some important people here? Can you ask them to come out and explain things to me, to help me get justice? I'm really just following the rules. The receptionist looked utterly dejected, as if she was about to burst into tears. Especially after seeing that it was Su Ming who opened the door, he felt utterly disheartened and completely hopeless. How can someone like that stand up to everyone? How can we make a decision for him? Besides, the Wan family also has Qin Feiyu, the pride of the imperial state. If he doesn't get justice, let alone get beaten up, it's uncertain whether he'll even get out of here alive. Who hit you? Su Ming frowned and asked in a cold voice. I did it. The staff member dared not reply. But Wan Hua stepped forward, his face full of arrogance and disdain, looking down at Su Ming as if he were trash. You have a problem with that, you piece of trash, do you dare to have a problem? The words had barely left his mouth. Slap, slap. Wan Hua slapped the receptionist twice more across the face and shouted, kneel down. You're not allowed to kneel, you're the one who should kneel. Su Ming roared, pointed at Wan Hua with a sharp gaze, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. The Wan family's actions have thoroughly enraged him. If he had previously treated the Wan family like ants, and because he had Wan Shirin as his ex-wife, he hadn't pursued the matter further. But Wan Hua's performance today has ignited his anger towards the Wan family. It seems I shouldn't have given you a chance to get out. I should have sentenced you to death in prison. A person like you will never repent. Su Ming stared coldly at Wan Hua. Where does this kid get his confidence from? Not only Wan Hua, but also Luo Hongxia, Wan Jinshan and others frowned. Is this guy so stupid that he still hasn't realized the power of the Wan family? They actually dared to challenge Wan Hua. In the Central Plains today, killing Su Ming would be as easy as killing an ant for Wan Hua. Besides, they have Qin Feiyu backing them up. Are you pretending to be someone else? You even sentenced me to death. Who do you think you are? A powerful figure in Kyushu whose word is law. In my eyes, you're nothing but a fart. I won't just hit him, I'll hit you too. That'll settle our score. After saying that, the incredibly arrogant Wan Hua slapped Su Ming across the face. Snap. However, his hand was only halfway up in the air. Su Ming slapped Wan Hua across the face. The slap caused Wan Hua's mouth to split open, blood to flow, and he was sent flying several meters away, landing hard on his backside. Everyone was immediately stunned. Even the reception staff who were already kneeling on the ground stared at Su Ming in disbelief. Wow, so fast. Qin Feiyu's gaze sharpened, and a look of surprise and doubt flashed in his eyes. Others might not be able to tell. However, as a master of both medicine and martial arts, and a peak expert of the heavenly profound realm, he could tell at a glance that Su Ming's move was beyond the reach of ordinary people. He must have at least the strength of the earth profound realm. No wonder they dare to disregard the Wan family. With the strength of the earth profound realm, wiping out the Wan family would be as easy as lifting a finger. The Wan family's decision to treat this kid as trash is truly a sign of their blindness. Such a hidden earth profound realm expert is more than a match for Wan Shirin. However, compared to myself, I am still far behind. This kid has no idea how deep the waters are in Zhengzhou. They dare to openly reveal their trump card of cultivation level. They don't think that just because they are only at the earth profound realm, they can run rampant in the central continent. As Qin Feiyu pondered this, a mocking smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Fortunately, Su Ming didn't hear his thoughts, otherwise Su Ming would probably have knocked out his tooth on the spot. Are you crazy? Wan Shirin was both shocked and furious. She never imagined that Su Ming would dare to hit someone from her Wan family right in front of her. He clearly didn't take her seriously at all. Has this guy gone mad? You fucking bastard, I'm going to kill you. Wan Hua raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and saw that he had bled. He was instantly enraged, his eyes turned red, and he almost lost his mind. He got up from the ground and rushed towards Su Ming like a wild dog. Wan Hua, don't do anything reckless. Wan Shirin hurriedly stopped Wan Hua, saying in shock and anger. This is not our place. If you hurt him, someone will call the police, and you will be arrested again. Wan Shirin gave Su Ming a deep look. She has done her best. This can be considered a final act of mercy towards Su Ming. This guy is so ungrateful. She had done her best to stop Wan Hua. Otherwise, given Wan Hua's temper, Su Ming would definitely be dead here today. Sister, don't stop me, I'm going to kill this beast. Wan Hua bared his teeth and brandished his claws, becoming more and more arrogant the more he was stopped. Su Ming sneered, don't stop him, let him come. No one in the Wan family has taught him anything. I'll teach him a lesson. You rascal. Wan Shirin was about to faint from anger. That idiot, didn't he realize she was saving his life? How dare they say such a thing? At that moment, Wan Shirin really wanted to let go. Let Wan Hua beat Su Ming to death. Who is it? What are you doing? Why are you making such a racket? Just then, the door was slammed shut again. He pulled it open again, and Luo Wanfu walked out with a displeased look on his face. The entire scene was stunned. All eyes were fixed on Luo Wanfu in shock. It turns out the receptionist wasn't lying, there really was a big shot in that room. Moreover, it was Luo Wanfu, who had just had a conflict with Wan Shirin and the others. Wan Shirin's eyes widened instantly. Thank goodness, she stopped Wan Hua, otherwise if this matter had blown up today, I really wouldn't know how to handle it. You're Luo Wanfu, the 11th richest man in Zhengzhou, Mr. Luo? Wan Jinshan exclaimed in surprise. It's me, you, from the Wan family, right? You're not done with me yet, you want to settle scores with me? Luo Wanfu gave a cold shout. And then, the scene at the door became a huge mess. The 7 or 8 wealthy people from Zhengzhou who had gathered in the room all rushed out. What are you doing? What, Wanjia? Are you going to keep making noise like this forever? Can't you even eat in peace? A group of wealthy people were agitated, their faces filled with anger, and their presence was terrifying. And seeing these people step forward one by one, familiar faces, a group of well-known wealthy people from Zhengzhou emerged one after another. The Wan family members were instantly terrified. Wan Hua, who had been furious just moments before, now stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. President Wei, President Wang, Director Chen, Boss Luo, oh my god. Wan Shirin was so shocked that she felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and she knew the identities of everyone in great detail. Gentlemen, these are all among the top 20 richest people in Zhengzhou, and they've all gathered haremi goodness. Wan Shirin felt dizzy and lightheaded, almost suffocating, and nearly fainted. 635, Chapter 635. Know that there are always people more capable than you. It turns out that what the hotel receptionist said was true. This room is full of big shots from Zhengzhou. If it were just Luo Wanfu, Wan Shirin wouldn't be so worried. The Wan family isn't someone we can't afford to offend. After all, the pharmaceutical market she now controls has absolutely nothing to do with Luo Wanfu. Even if Luo Wanfu wanted to harm the Wan family, he wouldn't find an opportunity. But the situation changes when 7 or 8 wealthy people from Zhengzhou suddenly appear. These people combined control at least half of the wealth of Zhengzhou. For these people, taking over a family is as easy as blowing dust. Let alone the Wan family, which has only just begun to emerge. Thinking of this, Wan Shirin was immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. She almost stepped into the abyss. They've ruined the entire Wan family. No wonder Su Ming dared to be so arrogant, he was just using others' power to his advantage. He knew there were these big shots in the room, so he deliberately provoked the Wan family. If the Wan family offends these people, they may never exist again after today. What's this kid up to? Wan Shirin was both surprised and angry. But things have come to this point, and if we don't do something, the outcome won't be good. Luo Hongxia was so frightened she couldn't speak. Wan Jinshan's face was extremely grim. Wan Shirin hurriedly stepped forward and approached the group of wealthy individuals. She bowed deeply and said, I am Wan Shirin, the president of the Wan family. I pay my respects to all the wealthy tycoons. I was unaware that you, the tycoons of Zhengzhou, had gathered here again. I have been so foolish as to disturb you all and have made a grave mistake. I implore you wealthy gentlemen to be lenient and not take me to heart as an apology. I will prepare a generous gift for each of you and send it to your residences another day. Wan Shireen's attitude was sincere, but she was also terrified. Yeah? This isn't just a simple disturbance, is it? Judging from your aggressive demeanor, it seems like this isn't going to end anytime soon. Luo Wanfu sneered. His gaze was utterly cold and stern. Su Ming then slowly spoke, pointing at Wan Hua and sneering, "This kid is so aggressive, he demanded we give up our rooms and even hit the hotel receptionist. Now he wants to fight me to the death. Such a thing is true. Your Wan family is so arrogant." Upon hearing this, Luo Wanfu and the others were instantly filled with shock and anger. Offending them is a minor matter, but the Wan family actually dared to go against Prince Su. If they don't give an explanation, this matter will not be so simple today. Didn't they know that this group of wealthy people were all trying to beg Su Ming to save them? What if they anger Su Ming and he walks away? These Wan family members are really asking for trouble. Thinking of this, Luo Wanfu pointed at Wan Hua and roared, "Kid, come here, I remember you. Aren't you the good-for-nothing who caused trouble in my mall before? Come before us and kneel down." You? Wan Hua was immediately filled with fear, his eyes darting around, his face turning pale with terror. Although he had only a vague understanding of these people's identities. Even Wan Shireen apologized so humbly. Clearly, these people are not to be trifled with. Little did he know that Su Ming had so many powerful figures behind him. What should we do? Wan Hua was caught in a dilemma. His previous arrogance vanished, replaced by utter despair as he looked at Wan Shireen. "Sister, what do we do? It's not my fault. How was I supposed to know they were in there? Please help me." Wan Hua was on the verge of tears. "Come here, kneel down, and apologize to all the wealthy bosses." Wan Shireen had no choice but to coldly shout. Wan Hua then realized that he couldn't escape. He could only walk over with a face as ugly as a pig's intestine, and kneel down in front of Su Ming, Luo Wanfu, and the others with a thud. "Kowtow!" Luo Wanfu shouted again. Wan Hua trembled all over, lay on the ground, and obediently kowtowed 3 times. "That's not enough. Slap yourself 50 times after that. You can leave. Don't let me see you again." Su Ming looked up and stared coldly at Wan Hua. "You?" Wan Hua instantly looked up with bloodshot eyes, his gaze filled with hatred so intense he wanted to kill Su Ming. Luo Wanfu and the others taught him a lesson, but that was enough. What is Su Ming anyway? How dare a bully who's just borrowing the tiger's power say such a thing? Wan Shireen also looked at Su Ming with surprise and mixed feelings. This kid, relying on these big shots, is still here settling personal scores. Utterly pathetic. They said they didn't want to see Wan Hua again. Isn't this just returning the exact words she said to Su Ming? How petty of you. I've been dreaming of this moment. Wan Shireen was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Sister. Wan Hua felt like he was going crazy. Go ahead and smoke. You brought this trouble upon yourself, and there's nothing I can do to help you. Wan Shireen sighed helplessly. Dad, Mom. Wan Hua turned his head again and shouted to Luo Hongxia and Wan Jinshan in a tearful voice. But they both turned their heads away. In front of these big shots, they didn't dare to speak at all, and didn't even have the right to interrupt. Wan Hua was now in utter despair. He never dreamed that he would be out of Zhengzhou prison and thought his glorious days were finally about to begin. I've finally made it through. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they faced such a desperate situation. 50 slaps. There are so many people watching. Putting aside the question of whether he'd still have any humanity left after slapping himself, wouldn't he become a laughingstock in Zhengzhou? Cousin Qin, you have to save me, only you can save me. Wan Hua knelt down and crawled to Qin Fei's front, clinging to Qin Fei's leg and begging. Get out of my way. Qin Fei kicked Wan Hua away, his cold face showing no emotion whatsoever. Only one pair of eyes stared coldly at Su Ming. Despite his status, protecting Wan Hua wouldn't be difficult for him. But Wan Hua alone, he has no right to go this far. If Wan Shireen were in this situation, he could try to say something. But Wan Hua won't do. Moreover, his next task is to unify the medical practices of Zhengzhou, so there is no need to antagonize these wealthy people in Zhengzhou. This will not benefit his subsequent actions in the slightest. Even you won't help me? Wan Hua burst into tears instantly. There's absolutely no hope. You're a man, after all. If you cause trouble, you should take responsibility for it. Don't let others look down on you. Qin Feiyu said coldly. Okay, I'll slap you. Wan Hua crawled back on his knees, and in front of Su Ming and the others, he gritted his teeth and began to slap himself repeatedly. 50 slaps aren't too many. But each strike had to be done with great effort, since so many people were watching, and there was no room for faking it. After 50 slaps, Wan Hua's face was bruised and bleeding profusely. His whole face was swollen like a pig's head. Then he collapsed heavily to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. Xiao Hua. Luo Hongxiao was heartbroken. They rushed forward and helped Wan Hua up. Wan Shirin then looked at Luo Wanfu. Boss Luo, can we leave now? Roll. Luo Wanfu gave a cold shout. Wan Shirin's face was grim and extremely ugly. She turned around and left with the others. Before leaving, Qin Feiyu looked at Su Ming, grinned contemptuously, and said, Kid, you have a rare opportunity. It's your time to hold your head high, but there's a saying, forgive and forget, which you clearly don't understand. You won't live long like this, even if you have some skill in martial arts. But you must know that there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. You still have a long way to go. You're only good at humiliating trash like Wan Hua. Stay away from me next time. After saying that, Qin Feiyu turned and left with a disdainful look. 636, Chapter 636 Gates of Hell. That brat. Luo Wanfu was furious. You've already been lectured, and you're still so stubborn. The people of the imperial state are truly remarkable. If it weren't for the fact that these wealthy people were still being suppressed by the Paradise Society and embroiled in trouble, he really wanted to gather his strength and challenge Qin Feiyu. Let's see how capable this kid is. Many thanks to the wealthy tycoons who saved my life. The hotel receptionist, who had been kneeling on the ground, crawled to Luo Wanfu and his group, kowtowing repeatedly and prostrating herself in gratitude. We didn't save you. Luo Wanfu's gaze fell on the hotel receptionist, and he said in a deep voice, we are almost in dire straits ourselves. If we were in this situation, we wouldn't care at all. If it weren't for Prince Su's sake, we would never have gotten entangled with the Wan family because of someone as insignificant as you. Prince Su, who? The hotel staff looked up immediately, their faces full of surprise and disbelief. Are there more experts out there? Are they still inside the room and haven't shown themselves at all? He really needs to thank this big shot properly. You're blind as a bat. However, Luo Wanfu shouted angrily at the receptionist, Prince Su is right in front of you, don't you recognize him? After saying that, Luo Wanfu pointed at Su Ming, this is the famous king of the 9 provinces, the leader of the million-strong war god army. If it weren't for him, no one could have saved you today. The king of the 9 provinces? The receptionist was instantly horrified, her eyes turning to Su Ming, and she nearly fainted from fright. It turns out that this guy, who was looked down upon by everyone and even by the Wan family, was actually the real big shot here. King of the 9 provinces. Oh my god. It turns out that not only was I blind, but everyone else in the family was also blind. At that moment, the staff realized just how terrible the situation was. What are all these 10,000 families, their child's play? In front of this true big shot, who can be considered a figure of importance? The receptionist was instantly terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly bowed respectfully to Su Ming, saying, this humble servant greets the king of the 9 provinces. All right. Su Ming shook his head, his expression calm, and returned to the room with the others. Only the receptionist knelt at the door, his face disheveled, unable to pull himself out of his daze for a long time. Inside the room, Luo Wanfu bowed and scraped as he asked Su Ming, then, Your Highness Su, what about our matter? How about this? Su Ming glanced at everyone and said in a deep voice, currently in Zhengzhou, the Heavenly Society is the only dominant force, and it has the ambition and trend to rule Zhengzhou. Anyone who dares to oppose it will basically have nowhere to go, but I can give you a way. Starting today, I will also establish a business alliance. It will be called the Heavenly Society, and I will be called the Gate of Hell. You can join. I'll protect you. Even the Heavenly Society can't do anything to you. In addition, I will arrange for the Shin family to cooperate with you. I will refine several types of pills and release them to the market. You will be the distributors for all of them. How about it? Those who want to join can leave their names now. I'll go back and have people make Hellgate tokens and distribute them to you. Those who don't want to join, I absolutely won't force them. Su Ming's words were powerful and resounding throughout the room. At this moment, we must thoroughly define the landscape of central China. That would be heaven standing in opposition to the gates of hell. I'll join. Immediately, a group of wealthy people from Zhongzhou became extremely excited, their emotions running high. This is the moment they've been waiting for. He was able to join King Su's ranks. What glory and honor this is. From now on, don't even mention the Heavenly Society. Even if the Imperial Medical Bureau or the Grand Commandant's office of the Imperial State came, they wouldn't necessarily be afraid. With this powerful backer, they finally saw a bright future ahead. Luo Wanfu was so happy he almost jumped for joy. King Su, letting us join like this is too easy on us. Why don't we, the major tycoons, collectively invest in Hell's Gate? Although our wealth may not be much in King Su's eyes, it can still be of some help. I propose we invest 100 billion, just like Hellgate. Okay, 100 billion. It is my duty to be the first to allocate funds. Everyone readily agreed. 7 or 8 billionaires, totaling 100 billion, meaning each of them has less than 20 billion. It's harmless to their wealth. In fact, it shows their loyalty and brings them good fortune. Moreover, compared to the benefits and advantages that the future king of the 9 provinces will bring them, this amount of money is simply insignificant. Alright, it's settled then. Oh, and one more thing, if anyone wants to join Hellgate in the future, feel free to join, but you can be the ones leading and developing your downlines. You don't need to report to me. Whoever recruits, manage them yourselves. Remember, you are the core. With a single sentence from Su Ming, everyone's identities were confirmed, elevating the group of wealthy people from Zhongzhou to a point where they were so excited they almost fainted. Yes. Greetings to the king of the 9 provinces. Everyone was moved to tears and bowed down to Su Ming. There's no need to call me king of the 9 provinces to you. I am merely the master of the gates of hell. If anyone asks, there's no need to mention my identity. I will handle any trouble myself. After Su Ming finished speaking, he turned and left with Shin Luoyun, respectfully seeing off the sect master. The crowd shouted loudly. Hell's Gate, that's so domineering, so imposing. Just the name alone makes the Heavenly Society look inferior. It's just too impressive. As Shin Luoyun followed Su Ming out, she was already too excited to contain herself. At just one gathering, in a few words, Su Ming created an alliance that resonated throughout the Central Plains. What a magnificent and glorious sight this is. Shin Luoyun couldn't help but ask, Brother Su, can I join Hellgate? I want to become a core member too. What are you joining for? Su Ming looked at Shin Luoyun with a puzzled expression. For Su Ming, this was nothing short of a farce. In other words, Duan Xingyue's feud with him over the annulment of their engagement caused unrest in Zhongzhou. That's why he came up with this idea, to cause some trouble for Duan Xingyue. Once Duan Xingyue understood, she returned to Dezhou. Heaven will cease to exist, and the gates of hell that it fought against will naturally vanish into thin air. It's not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, he didn't put too much thought into it. To be precise, he just proposed a path, an idea, to give those in Zhongzhou who had been driven to desperation a place to survive. But this was something even Su Ming himself hadn't expected. Because of his one thought, a casual remark, he established a powerful force that shook the world and became famous throughout the land. After Su Ming and Shin Luoyun returned to the Shin family, the news of the creation of Hell's Gate spread throughout the entire central continent the next day. It caused an instant sensation. It gave hope to countless people who didn't want to join the Heavenly Society but had nowhere else to turn. They flocked to join in, like a school of fish in the ocean. Because Hellgate is completely different from Heaven Gate. Hellgate is relatively relaxed and free, and you can join without much information or reporting your assets. To receive protection and blessings is an incredible blessing. For countless people, this is paradise. 637, Chapter 637 Demons and Monsters. Since the news of Hellgate spread, the power of the Heavenly Society has been greatly weakened. Even within the Heavenly Society itself, things began to falter. Rumors circulate that the creator of the gates of hell is a powerful figure who fears not even the imperial palace, and whose abilities are likely second only to the emperor. Such high praise has left everyone in Zhongzhou speculating and pondering. What kind of powerful figure is behind the gates of hell? But what shocked the entire Central Plains was yet to come. In the next 2 or 3 days, Zhongzhou tycoons who were core members of the Hellgate successively began to distribute and sell several astonishing divine pills on the market. The highest grade of elixir is 7th grade. It is said to have the power to bring the dead back to life. The price is astronomical. One of them can sell for over 100 million. Ordinary people don't even have the right to take a look. This shows just how terrifyingly powerful the master behind the gates of hell is. The gates of hell, what are gates of hell? At the headquarters of the Paradise Society, Duan Xingyue sat in the conference room, her face so gloomy it could drip water. In the past 2 days, news of Hell's Gate has swept through the streets and alleys, and even the elderly and children have heard about it. Even when her Heaven Society was founded, it did not cause such a sensation. What angered her the most was Hell's Gate. This is the exact opposite of her idea of going to heaven. Isn't this a blatant challenge to her? What kind of person would have the audacity to do something like this? Did they not know Duan Xingyue's identity? To challenge her is tantamount to going against the imperial family of the imperial state, which could be grounds for treason and allow the imperial state garrison to personally come down and annihilate her. That's practically suicide. Duan Xingyue was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Miss, do you think it could have been that brat from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Duan Xingyue's maid, Chen Wei, was standing to the side when this thought suddenly popped into her head, and she asked in confusion. After all, Duan Xingyue created the Paradise Society specifically to target the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. And if that kid knew about this, it's not impossible that he deliberately created this organization to oppose the Heavenly Society. The motivation for the behavior is perfectly adequate. But Duan Xingyue scoffed at these words, sneering dismissively. Him, do you think he's qualified? If he were truly qualified, would the Tianming Chamber of Commerce be so unknown? The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is ranked outside the top 10 among enterprises in Zhongzhou. My background and identity greatly helped me to found the Heavenly Society. Who is he? Who even knows him? Even the rich people in Zhongzhou would treat him like a piece of trash on the street and wouldn't give him a second glance. Why would they obey his orders? Duan Xingyue sneered disdainfully. After listening, Chen Wei nodded in deep agreement. My wife is naive indeed. It takes more than just anyone to do something like that. If he could do it, he wouldn't be unworthy of Miss. Miss, what should we do now? Chen Wei asked, puzzled. What can we do? Going against me is suicide. It's a death wish. I'll show the person who founded Hell's Gate what happens when you offend me. No matter who he is, I'll make him pay. Help me notify Han Xiancheng, the richest man in Zhongzhou, to come in. Duan Xingyue said in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Yes. Chen Wei turned around and went to inform the people. A short while later, a well-built, mature-looking man with a square face walked in. It was none other than Han Xiancheng, the richest man in Zhongzhou. He is also a core and important figure in Duan Xingyue Paradise Society. This humble servant, Han Xiancheng, pays his respects to General Manager Duan. Han Xiancheng bowed respectfully to Duan Xingyue. All right. Duan Xingyue waved her hand, frowned, and asked, how's the investigation going? Who exactly created the Gate of Hell? What's their identity, that they dare to mess with me? We couldn't find him. This person is like a needle in a haystack, a bird in the jungle. He seems to have appeared out of thin air. Nobody knows his identity. Nobody knows his background. Nobody even knows when the Gate of Hell was founded, Han Xiancheng said with a grim expression. It was this unknown and powerful opponent that made even the core members of the Paradise Society and the top 10 richest people in Zhongzhou feel panicked. Waste. Duan Xingyue cursed angrily. He snapped irritably, you always boast about how capable you are, calling yourself the richest man in Zhengzhou? Didn't you say you knew everything about Zhengzhou, down to the smallest fly? Why are you acting like you've eaten shit now? Duan Xingyue was of noble birth and proud, and this setback left her feeling very bitter. Han Xiancheng was covered in sweat, but he's not a fly. The person capable of accomplishing such a sensational event in the Central Plains is no ordinary fly, he is practically a hidden dragon in the abyss. It's not something that can be easily investigated. You dare talk back? Duan Xingyue instantly flew into a rage. Thump! Han Xiancheng was so frightened that she knelt on the ground and hurriedly replied in a panic, reporting to Miss Duan, although I have not found out his identity, I have found out something. Explain. Duan Xingyue's gaze was cold and sharp. I've discovered that all the top-grade pills sold through the Hell Gate these past few days have been distributed through the Shin family. In other words, the Shin family, known for their medical expertise, is very likely the mastermind behind the Hell Gate. Moreover, it's quite possible that the master who created the Hell Gate is actually within the Shin family. Han Xiancheng does have some ability. With just a few words, he identified his target. It's the Shin family again. Duan Xingyue's face was gloomy. This Shin family, they refused to join my heavenly alliance before, and now they're offering top-grade pills. I think they're really tired of living fine, regardless of whether that person is in the Shin family or not. As long as the Shin family makes a move, I don't believe that person will be able to sit still. After saying that, Duan Xingyue stood up angrily, ready to gather her men and go straight to the Shin family to cause trouble. But Han Xiancheng quickly intervened, saying, President Duan, don't rush, if we rashly attack, we'll have no legitimate reason to do. Soothers will laugh at us for abusing our power, and will be criticized. I heard that the Shin family will be holding a sales conference for top-grade pills the day after tomorrow. The wealthy and prominent figures of Zhengzhou will all be there. If you go then, wouldn't that be perfectly above board, and you wouldn't need to alert anyone else? Duan Xingyue immediately pondered for a moment and agreed that Han Xiancheng was right. Alright, I'll give him 2 more days. 2 days from now, I'll see how the Shin family explains themselves to me. Heaven's Guild, Hell's Gate? In Wan Shirin's office. Qin Feiyu and the others sat together, completely bewildered by the current chaos in Zhengzhou. Qin Feiyu, in particular, was completely bewildered. He was the one sent to unify the medical practices of Zhengzhou. Not only has a heavenly gate appeared, but now a hell gate has also sprung up. This caused turmoil in Zhengzhou, and he, a proud son of the imperial state, didn't even have the chance to make a name for himself. He was extremely frustrated. It's worse than eating shit. What frustrates him most is that he still hasn't figured out who is behind these 2 major forces. I don't even know if I can afford to mess with them. How did such a small place like Zhengzhou produce so many monsters and demons? 638, Chapter 638. I'm different from you. But should my Wan family join the Heavenly Society or the Gates of Hell? Wan Shirin raised her head with a complicated expression. She has already submitted the information to the Paradise Society and is just 1 step away from meeting them in person and signing the franchise agreement. But now that Hellgate has appeared with such great fanfare, she doesn't know what to choose for the time being. Heavenly Meeting. After a moment's thought, Qin Feiyu made up the mind for Wan Shirin. This Hellgate has no system at all, it's like a pile of loose sand, and no one knows where it was formed by these petty thugs. Moreover, although there are many rumors circulating outside, nobody knows who the leader of the Hellgate is. Nobody even knows his background. But heaven is different. It was founded by a powerful figure from the imperial state, a fact known to everyone. This is clearly above board, and cannot be compared with something like Hell's Gate that can't see the light of day. Moreover, even the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou are in the Paradise Society. Isn't that convincing enough? Qin Feiyu's words were reasonable and well-founded. Wan Shirin wholeheartedly agreed. In reality, Qin Feiyu had another purpose. That is, he also wanted to see who this master of the Heavenly Society was. If someone is of lower status than him, he can directly demand the management rights of the Heavenly Society and become its new master. This will greatly help him to unify the medical path of Zhengzhou. It's like taking 1 step and achieving a leap forward directly. If the Master of Heaven is of a higher status than himself, then at least cooperation can be achieved. In any case, it's all beneficial to him. On the contrary, that Hellgate, with its secretive and unpredictable ways of doing things, and whose leader is even more unfathomable, is a force that is difficult to control, let alone cooperate with. Yes, Feiyu is right. If we're going to join, we should join an upright and honorable organization. That's the only way to have a future. That damn Hellgate is utterly shameful. The one who created the gates of hell is probably just an arrogant piece of trash. Luo Hongxia immediately agreed. There was also an intention to curry favor with Qin Feiyu, and he praised and complied with Qin Feiyu's ideas in every way. Alright then, cousin Qin and I will make a trip to heaven. Wan Shirin stood up and spoke. Okay, you two go quickly. Your dad and I will be waiting for your good news. Luo Hongxia urged excitedly. So the two of them went to the Heavenly Society together. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Paradise Club building, the two got out of the car and happened to see Su Ming and Jiang Yilan arriving together. Since Duan Xingyue established the Paradise Society, any group or enterprise that has not joined the Paradise Society must give an explanation, or it will be blacklisted. This includes a 5-day time limit. In particular, a special ultimatum was issued to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, demanding that they come to the scene and give an explanation within 5 days. Otherwise, Heaven will spare no effort to completely block and crack down on the Heaven Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Today is the last day of the 5-day deadline. Su Ming didn't care. No matter what methods Duan Xingyue used, he could easily deal with and resolve them. Duan Xingyue couldn't shake the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. However, in order to put Jiang Yilan at ease and allow her to work and run her business steadily, he still accompanied her on the trip and also explained things to Duan Xingyue in person. Upon seeing Jiang Yilan, Wan Shirin recognized her immediately and couldn't help but smile. It seems that the Tianming Chamber of Commerce isn't much better than my own Wan family. Back in Yunqing, before she achieved her current status and success, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce seemed unattainable and extraordinary to her. Now it seems that compared to our own Wan family, we are not far behind. At least they are also subject to the Heavenly Society, and in the face of this infamous Heavenly Society, they can only bow their heads and submit. This made Wan Shirin feel a little smug. This means that she is rising higher and higher. Is this President Jiang or Miss Jiang? I didn't expect to meet you here. How have you been? Wan Shirin took the initiative to greet Jiang Yilan. Jiang Yilan turned her head and glanced at Wan Shirin expressionlessly, without saying a word. Qin Feiyu's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Yilan. I never expected there to be such a beauty in Zhongzhou. She is exceptionally beautiful, with skin as smooth as jade. Her professional attire makes her figure look even more upright and dashing. Even in the Central Plains, such a beauty is a rare sight. To his surprise, Jiang Yilan was standing next to someone like Su Ming. This identity doesn't match at all. It looks like a swan and a toad, a real eyesore. What he found even more incomprehensible was how such trash could be qualified to stand next to such a beauty. That's disgusting. Are you here to join the Heaven Society? Jiang Yilan did not respond. Su Ming glanced at Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu, then asked a question. Of course, these days, it's an immense honor not to join the Heavenly Society, and even if you want to join, they might not agree. The Heavenly Society has very high entry requirements. Its core members are the top 10 richest people in Central Continent. Ordinary companies simply don't meet their standards. Wan Shirin said with a hint of pride. It was also meant for Jiang Yilan to hear. Can the Tianming Chamber of Commerce really join the Paradise Society now? If Jiang Yilan can't join, she'll become a laughingstock. What's so glorious about it? Su Ming sneered. He's just an idle, willful, and capricious troublemaker. Joining the Heavenly Society won't bring him any benefits. He might even have to give up his own wealth and become controlled by others. I think you might as well join Hellgate. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin burst out laughing. You really don't know anything. Hell's Gate, do you even know what that is? What makes you think you can compare to Heaven's Gate? Everyone knows that the founder of Heaven's Gate is a renowned and powerful figure in the imperial state. The founder of Hell's Gate, on the other hand, is like a clown, only good at spreading rumors and causing a ruckus throughout the city reign, yet the clown dares not show himself. This kind of organizational power, is it even worth mentioning? This kind of thing is a laughingstock. Even if you beg my family to join, I wouldn't look down on it. If you don't understand, learn more from President Jiang, and stop spouting nonsense here. Otherwise, why do you see why President Jiang also wants to join the Paradise Club? Wan Shirin smiled sarcastically. Su Ming immediately shook his head in frustration. Who doesn't understand? This woman is completely oblivious to my hints. As the master of the gates of hell, he stands here. What is there to hide? The Paradise Society will always be a farce. Once Duan Xingyue has had her fill of it and abandons it, it will be difficult to escape once Wan Shirin joins in. Unfortunately, Wan Shirin doesn't seem to realize this. Zhang Yilin turned her head and glanced indifferently at Wan Shirin. Don't compare me to you. I am here to withdraw, not to apply. Strictly speaking, it's the Paradise Society that's inviting our Tianming Chamber of Commerce to join. I'm here to refuse. Zhang Yilin's single sentence completely widened the gap between her and Wan Shirin. Ha! Wan Shirin was completely stunned. Qin Feiyu also looked at Zhang Yilin in surprise. This woman really has some guts. 639, Chapter 639 Ban. Pretending. Wan Shirin could almost instantly conclude that Zhang Yilin was only saying that to save face in front of her. If Zhang Yilin is really that tough, she doesn't have to come. If you have to come over in person to refuse, then in the end, isn't that still a low-class approach? What's the point of pretending in front of her? She can't do anything to Zhang Yilin. If Zhang Yilin could still be this tough in front of those big shots from the Heavenly Society, then she would be considered to have some ability. In that short time, Zhang Yilin and Su Ming had already walked into the Paradise Club building. Cousin Qin, do you think she was really that confident at the Alliance Chamber of Commerce that day, daring to refuse even the Paradise Society? Wan Shirin couldn't help but ask Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu smiled wryly. Save your breath. No one can refuse the Heavenly Society. She only says that because she doesn't know how huge the Heavenly Society is. When she goes inside and sees the true masters of heaven, she'll probably be so frightened that her legs will go weak and she'll kneel down and beg for mercy. Qin Feiyu smiled dismissively. This woman has some guts. But I'm still too inexperienced. This place was personally founded by the powerful lord of the imperial state. How could she possibly run wild here? Just as I thought. Wan Shirin grinned and walked into the building with Qin Feiyu. Hello, I am Wan Shirin, the president of Wanjia. I have made an appointment with your chairman to come in person to discuss the franchise and sign the contract. Wan Shirin stood at the front desk, smiling, and politely addressed the customer service staff. However, the customer service representative just glanced at Wan Shirin indifferently and said coldly, just wait, we're already arranging meetings with other people. You're third in line, will notify you once things are settled. The customer service staff were arrogant and didn't give Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu any friendly treatment. The Heavenly Society's fame resounded throughout the Central Plains, and its influence spread far and wide. This makes everyone who works here feel superior and aloof. No matter who comes, they don't give them any face. Because behind them are the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou, and powerful figures from Dezhou. They have enough confidence to be indifferent to everyone. You? Seeing the other party's attitude, Qin Feiyu's eyebrows shot up, and he instantly revealed a look of anger. These lackeys from Zhengzhou are so arrogant, they really don't take Qin Feiyu, the pride of Dezhou, seriously at all. Forget it, cousin Qin, let's wait and see. We can also see what happens to Su Ming and Zhang Yilin. Wan Shirin sneered and led Qin Feiyu to sit down in the nearby lounge. Upstairs, Su Ming and Zhang Yilin had already entered the conference room at the headquarters of the Paradise Society. Sit down in the huge conference room office chair. At the large round table sat 3 or 4 people, 4 of whom were among the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou. These 4 people are responsible for reviewing documents and handling franchise matters. After reviewing the information about the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, the 4 of them exchanged deep glances, each seeing a complex mix of amusement and sarcasm in the other's eyes. With the resources and foundation of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, not to mention joining, even becoming one of the top 3 leaders of the Paradise Society would be more than enough, far surpassing the wealth of these Central Plains tycoons. Whether it's wealth, power, or connections, they are all unfathomable. However, Duan Xingyue had already given orders to reject all offers from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Of course, unless the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is willing to hand over 90% of its assets to the Paradise Society, then the Tianming Chamber of Commerce will be allowed to join. This is the humiliation that Duan Xingyue has inflicted on the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. It was also an insult to Su Ming. Let Su Ming know the gap between him and Duan Xingyue. Duan Xingyue founded the Paradise Society, and this was the day she had been waiting for. Then, the leading, portly tycoon put down the documents, smiled, and looked at Zhang Yilin, saying, "President Zhang, we've also reviewed your Tianming Chamber of Commerce's information. I am sorry, but your Tianming Chamber of Commerce is still far from meeting the core requirements for joining our Paradise Society. Therefore, we have unanimously decided that your Tianming Chamber of Commerce cannot join the core board of directors of our Paradise Society. Here's the deal. Unless you are willing to donate 90% of the assets of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to the Paradise Society for its use, we will agree to your membership. But don't worry, this asset will absolutely not be misappropriated by Anyani. It's just that it's a public fund of the Heavenly Society. If others want to use it, you can decide for yourself. The entire core of the Heavenly Society will also vote on it. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yilin's face darkened. She knew all along that Heaven had no good intentions. But I never expected them to be this ruthless. This is going to devour the Tianming Chamber of Commerce whole, leaving not even a bone behind. Zhang Yilin curled her lips into a sneer, looking at the four of them as if they were idiots. "Do you four think I'm stupid? Sharing? How about donating your family members so I can share them? Are you qualified to share 90% of the wealth of my Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Are you even qualified?" Zhang Yilin's words were sharp and cutting. This instantly enraged all four of them. Presumptuous. The four men were enraged and stood up almost simultaneously, their angry, murderous gazes all fixed on Zhang Yilin. "You little brat, you're just a small-time president of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly and disrespectfully. I think you're asking for trouble. Believe me, we can join forces and shut down your Tianming Chamber of Commerce. I'll make sure you never see tomorrow's sun." The group glared angrily, wishing they could devour Zhang Yilin whole. "Ban, with just a few pieces of trash like you?" At this moment, Su Ming slowly spoke, tilting his head slightly as if looking at the four of them as if they were idiots. These words instantly shocked all four of them. Zhang Yilin yelled at them, "That's one thing. After all, Zhang Yilin is the president of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce and is well known in Zhengzhou, so she does have some qualifications." But none of them knew who Su Ming was. Judging by his appearance alone, you'd think he was a homeless person picking up trash somewhere. People like that dare to speak recklessly in front of them. This angered them even more than Zhang Yilin's behavior. "Zhang Yilin, this kid, you brought him here, didn't you? How dare someone like him not take my Heavenly Alliance seriously? It seems your Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce is really doomed," the men said menacingly. Zhang Yilin rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay any attention. "They're a bunch of idiots. He is also one of the top 10 richest people. Utterly ridiculous." Su Ming waved his hand and said, "Alright, stop wasting time. If you want to blacklist me, go ahead and do it. Let's see if you have the ability. If not, just have Duan Xingyue come out and see. May don't have time to play around with you here. You little beast. You wait." The four men were so angry that they gritted their teeth and their faces turned red. One of them pulled out his phone, made a call, and said menacingly into the other end, "Get the security team up here, all of them. I am going to teach this piece of trash a lesson. I'm going to throw this kid off the 10th floor." As soon as the other party hung up the phone, the entire security team inside the Paradise Club building sprang into action, surrounding the building's headquarters. Below, Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu, who were sitting in the lounge, also saw this scene. I saw many security guards in uniform, in groups, moving like a tide, fully armed and rushing upstairs. Wow, each of them is actually a martial arts grandmaster or war god. The highest level is actually the Earth Profound realm. This Paradise Society is indeed quite powerful. Even their security guards have reached such a high level of martial arts. When these forces come together, they become an incredible power. Qin Feiyu glanced at them and immediately judged their strength. and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. 640, chapter 640. He is my fiancé. Is it that strong? Upon hearing Qin Fei's words, Wan Shirin also showed a look of surprise and doubt. These are just security guards. Little did they know that even as security guards, Duan Xingyue was the third princess of the royal family, and with the addition of the 10 richest men, the security guards were the elite of the elite. Moreover, most of them are derived from the top bodyguards of the top 10 richest people, forming the Paradise Society's security team, but their strength is not to be underestimated. At this moment, Wan Shirin realized that the power of the Paradise Society far exceeded her imagination. Therefore, being able to join the Heavenly Society is indeed a rare honor. This is something others would kill for. If she receives heaven's blessing, her Wan family will be able to do whatever they want in Zhengzhou from now on. However, why are so many security guards suddenly mobilized? Has something happened above? The two people most likely to get into trouble are Su Ming and Zhang Yilin. Su Ming is arrogant and boastful, always talking nonsense and easily getting into trouble. But those are minor matters. After all, given Su Ming's status and position, nobody takes him seriously. That leaves Zhang Yilin. Zhang Yilin is arrogant and disdainful of others. If she gets into trouble, she won't be able to get out of the situation so easily. Remembering what Zhang Yilin had said outside, she couldn't help but smile. Just wait and see Zhang Yilin get her comeuppance and be thrown out. Just thinking about it made her feel great. This woman still thinks it's Yuncheng. This is Zhengzhou, not a place where she can act recklessly. They still don't know when to stop. They deserved this fate. Meanwhile, a group of security guards had gathered at the entrance of the building's headquarters conference room, completely blocking the entrance. Their imposing presence surged in even through the wall, making the atmosphere in the entire conference room oppressive and tense. The four wealthy men sneered smugly. The fat man among them slowly stood up, pointed at Su Ming, and sneered, "You brat, now you should know how big of a mistake you've made, right? My Heavenly Society headquarters is not a place for a nobody like you to act so arrogantly. Come here, kneel down in front of us, then repeat what you just said, and let us see if you have the guts." The other three grinned, looking at Su Ming as if he were already dead. Such insignificant ants dare to act so arrogantly in heaven. They probably didn't even know where they were. This kid isn't leaving here alive unless he kneels here and kowtows 100 times. Presumptuous. Zhang Yilin stood up angrily, her delicate face flushed red with rage, glaring at the group. "Do you know who he is? How dare you provoke us here? Who is it?" The four men burst into laughter, their faces full of disdain. Who else could it be? Isn't it just trash from Zhengzhou City? Let alone this kind of trash, even if someone from the imperial state came, without any status, they would have to obediently admit their mistakes in front of the Heavenly Society. Besides, this kind of trash. He is. Zhang Yilin was so angry that she was about to reveal Su Ming's identity. These bastards are so blind. However, the fat man waved his hand to interrupt, sneering with a mocking and disdainful tone, "We have no interest in hearing who he is. For trash like him, killing him would be as easy as stepping on an ant. You good-for-nothing brat, stop hiding behind a woman. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you so quiet now? Have you gone mute? Come here and kneel down." The fat tycoon's eyes narrowed, and he let out a sharp shout. However, Su Ming simply smiled and shook his head. "You guys, you want me to kneel down? Can you handle that? This is your last chance. It's not too late to apologize to me." "Fuck you." The four men flew into a rage once again. "I'm furious." They were furious. I don't know where this good-for-nothing got the audacity to say such a thing. "Guards, lift this kid up. If he refuses to kneel, break his legs from now on. He'll only be able to kneel as a human being." The fat, wealthy man yelled at the door. Immediately, two Earth-Profound Realm experts, the security guards, strode into the conference room with an imposing aura. When a master of the Earth-Profound Realm appears, the immense pressure is like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down upon you. Zhang Yilin's expression changed involuntarily. Her rosy cheeks instantly turned deathly pale. Are these guys crazy? Do they really dare to attack Su Ming? This is the current king of Kyushu. The wealthy people of Zhengzhou are nothing if they really make a move. No one here will survive today. Jiang Yilin wasn't worried about Su Ming's safety, but rather the lives of these idiots in front of her. If Su Ming were to go on a killing spree, the entire Central Plains would likely be in an uproar. It's not worth it. Because of this garbage, Su Ming was branded with the infamy of indiscriminately killing innocent people. Panic flashed in Jiang Yilin's eyes. However, seeing Jiang Yilin's reaction made the four tycoons even more smug, convinced that Su Ming, like Jiang Yilin, was so scared that he wet his pants. He really is just a pretentious good-for-nothing. Take him down. The fat tycoon let out a sharp shout. Two security guards approached Su Ming, their large hands already pressing down on his shoulders. Su Ming raised his head slightly, his eyes already bursting with killing intent. However, at that moment, "What are you doing?" A cold, sharp sound echoed throughout the conference room entrance. A clear voice echoed above the conference room. The crowd at the entrance parted to both sides, and Duan Xingyue, accompanied by her maid Chen Wei, strode into the conference room. Duan Xingyue exuded an imposing aura and radiated confidence, displaying the demeanor of a royal princess. Everyone else paled in comparison to her, feeling inferior. President Duan. President Duan. Miss Duan. The four wealthy men paled at the sight, nodding and bowing respectfully to Duan Xingyue. The other security guards also stood obediently, and no one dared to move. The two Earth Profound Realm security guards who were about to attack Su Ming quickly locked their hands back in place. Everyone knows the Heavenly Society, and Duan Xingyue is its king. Su Ming rolled his eyes. This woman couldn't have come earlier or later, and she saved these idiots' lives again. Otherwise, he really was planning to stretch his muscles today. Duan Xingyue's gaze slowly swept across the room, and she saw Jiang Yilin and Su Ming. A smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. Isn't this Jiang Yilin, the president of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, and this is President Su from the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? They're both here. Why didn't you let me know? You four are making such a big scene. What are you trying to do? Who gave you permission to act on your own? Duan Xingyue's words sounded like a reproach, but there was no reproach on her face. Instead, they acted arrogantly as if they had won a great victory. Looking at Su Ming was like looking at a defeated general she had trampled under her feet. From the moment Su Ming stepped into this place, it was already declared that Su Ming had lost to her. She was convinced that Su Ming had come to beg her for a way out for the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. The fat tycoon bowed and hurriedly replied respectfully, reporting to President Duan, "The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is nothing special, and we were just about to refuse them. How could we trouble President Duan to personally handle such a trivial matter?" However, these two fellows seem quite unconvinced and are even spouting arrogant remarks. Especially this kid, who said we're all trash and have no right to boycott the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. We're going to teach him a lesson. All four of them smiled coldly and gloomily. Now that even Duan Xingyue has been alerted, Jiang Yilin and this kid really won't be leaving alive today. However, Duan Xingyue grinned and said, "Of course you're not qualified's my fiancé, and also the founder and head of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. If I wanted to blacklist him, I'd have to do it myself, so he's absolutely right." What? Upon hearing this, the four wealthy men present, as well as the group of skilled security guards standing at the door, were all dumbfounded. Everyone was utterly shocked. They all turned their heads, their stunned and astonished gazes all falling on Su Ming. 641, Chapter 641. You still have some brains. This kid, is he your fiancé, Mr. Duan? Still the chairman of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? How is that possible? Everyone was so shocked they almost fainted. This unassuming young man actually has so many terrifying and complex identities? They all thought that Jiang Yilin was in charge of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, and that Su Ming was just a follower. Who would have thought that this guy was hiding his true abilities and was actually the head of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? What shocked them even more was that it was Duan Xingyue's fiancé. Who is Duan Xingyue? Although none of the top 10 richest men knew Duan Xingyue's true identity, they still managed to learn some things indirectly. Duan Xingyue is a high-ranking official in the imperial state, and can easily command even powerful forces such as the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office. This is what they personally encountered and witnessed after entering the Heavenly Society. Even the establishment of the Heavenly Society was so simple that Duan Xingyue made a phone call, and the Imperial State Internal Affairs Department faxed the documents over in less than 2 hours. This shows just how powerful Duan Xingyue was in the Imperial State. That's why they claimed that the founder of the Heaven Society was a very famous bigwig in the Imperial State. Who would have thought that the fiancé of such a big shot would be such an ordinary guy? No wonder this guy was spouting such nonsense just now. They didn't take them seriously at all. Turns out, we've met a real big shot. The 4 tycoons were instantly terrified, their foreheads covered in cold sweat, which rolled down their cheeks. Even the 2 Earth-Profound Realm security guards standing next to Su Ming retreated to the side in fear, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. However, this way. They had many questions they couldn't understand. Since Duan Xingyue and the chairman of Tianming Chamber of Commerce are engaged, why did Duan Xingyue still order the ban on bullying Tianming Chamber of Commerce? If it weren't for Duan Xingyue's orders, they would never have dared to be so arrogant. The 4 richest men couldn't understand it. Especially the fat tycoon who had just been pointing his finger at Su Ming and cursing him, looked at Duan Xingyue tremblingly. President Duan, since he is your fiancé, then why? Smack. Before the fat tycoon could finish speaking, Duan Xingyue slapped him across the face. The crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the room. A bright red handprint was clearly visible on the fat, wealthy man's face. The fat man was completely stunned, standing there dumbfounded, staring at Duan Xingyue in horror and disbelief, unable to utter a single word. However, Duan Xingyue didn't even glance at the fat tycoon. Instead, she looked at Su Ming and asked with a smile, "Are you feeling any better?" Su Ming stared at Duan Xingyue with a calm gaze, without saying a word. Looks like things aren't going smoothly then. That's true, these idiots treat you like trash. You can't be solved with just a slap. Then Duan Xingyue turned around, looked at the 4 of them, and coldly said, "From now on, one of you will slap yourself 20 times, and you must hear the sound after you're done. Line up with me and go to him to kowtow and apologize, begging for his forgiveness. Once he forgives you, you can get out of here. Otherwise, from this day forward, you will no longer be wealthy tycoons of Zhengzhou, and all your group companies will be shut down and confiscated." Upon hearing this, the 4 were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. His face was so pale it was completely bloodless, and his expression was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Only then did they realize the enormity of their mistake. They were so frightened that they immediately knelt down on the ground. "Miss Duan, we were wrong." The 4 cried out and begged for mercy, each raising their hands to slap themselves. The crackling sounds, like firecrackers, echoed throughout the conference room. Zhang Yilin was completely stunned. What exactly is this royal princess, Miss Duan, up to? She was certain that Zhang Yilin had ill intentions, otherwise, she wouldn't have established the Paradise Society and caused such a stir. But now, they're standing up for Su Ming. They treated the 4 richest men like dogs. What is this woman really thinking? Even someone as intelligent as Zhang Yilin, the CEO of Tianming Chamber of Commerce and a business prodigy handpicked by Su Ming, was completely baffled, her face filled with astonishment and confusion. Only Su Ming remained calm and composed, like an ancient well. Only he knew what Duan Xingyue was thinking. Slap, slap, slap. After a series of loud slaps, the 4 men flashed themselves until their mouths were full of blood and their faces were swollen like pig heads. Then they crawled on their knees to Su Ming and kowtowed to him repeatedly. "President Su, please forgive us. We were blind to your greatness, we're all worthless trash, nothing at all. Please, have mercy on us and don't hold it against us." The 4 of them wept bitterly, their faces streaked with tears and blood, pleading incessantly with Su Ming. Roll. Su Ming gave a cold, indifferent shout. "Thank you so much, Mr. Su." The 4 men, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, kowtowed and thanked him again, then scrambled towards the door, scattering the security guards as they fled. The entire conference room fell silent once again. Chen Wei, close the door. Duan Xingyue sneered throughout the entire process. He kept a cold eye on Su Ming, not even glancing at the others. Yes. Chen Wei walked over and closed the conference room door. Duan Xingyue, with her tall and graceful figure and elegant demeanor, slowly sat down in front of Su Ming. A pair of deep, smiling, aloof eyes looked down at Su Ming, feeling good now. Even if you single-handedly created the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, you couldn't possibly make these wealthy Zhengzhou tycoons kneel and beg for mercy on your own, but I can. With just one word from me, they can all die. This is the difference between you and me. At this moment, Duan Xingyue's majestic aura and imposing presence were fully displayed. It stood before Su Ming and Jiang Yilin like a towering mountain. At this moment, Jiang Yilin suddenly understood what Duan Xingyue was trying to do. Su Ming grinned and said calmly, "Alright, stop with the nonsense. All you've done is try to tell me you're stronger than me, much stronger than I am. You think you can make the entire Central Plains bow down to you with just a word, and have the whole Central Plains revolve around you? Yeah, I didn't expect you to actually have a brain." Duan Xingyue couldn't help but reveal a proud smile as she looked at Su Ming, her admiration growing stronger. This kid isn't the kind of person who's hopelessly stupid. But the smarter the better. This makes communication much easier. The smarter you are, the more you can understand the immense power and status of Duan Xingyue. By now, Su Ming should be trembling with fear, right? She was waiting for Su Ming to utter words of shame, humility, and surrender. But then, Su Ming just laughed sarcastically and said, "You're really childish to the point of being laughable. You did all this just to satisfy your little vanity. Luckily, I didn't choose to honor the marriage contract and marry you on the spot in Dezhou. Otherwise, I would regret it to death now." "What did you say?" Unexpectedly, such a sentence came from Su Ming's mouth. Duan Xingyue was instantly provoked into a rage. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, her eyes turning red with anger as she glared at Su Ming. "You brat, don't be ungrateful." Chen Wei also walked up angrily and started cursing at Su Ming. 642, Chapter 642, Unprecedented Wealth. That brat actually called the third princess childish. That's not all. He even said he would marry the third princess, and now he regrets it? This is absolutely a ridiculous joke. Who does this guy think he is? How dare he say such a thing? Even the bigwigs of the imperial state treat Duan Xingyue with utmost respect, afraid of offending her in the slightest. This piece of trash is not even as good as the toes of those big shots in the imperial state. Still putting on airs and acting all high and mighty here. Seeing how powerful and influential Miss Duan is, they must be filled with jealousy and regret. Chen Wei sneered, her eyes filled with anger as she stared intently at Su Ming. She had already seen through Su Ming's thoughts. Abandoned by the royal family, watching his wealth and glory slip away, he felt a deep sense of regret and reluctance, yet he knew that the gap between them was unchangeable. So they're just being stubborn here, trying to hold on to that last bit of pitiful dignity. Little did he know that the more he did this, the more insignificant and pathetic Su Ming appeared. What a hateful and pathetic creature. All right. Duan Xingyue waved her hand, interrupting Chen Wei's commotion. She looked at Su Ming with cold eyes and shook her head sarcastically. That's just how it is. No matter what you think, you can't change the facts. If you want to be worthy of me, you'll have to achieve great things and become famous throughout the 9 provinces. But clearly, with your abilities, it's impossible for you to do it. Talking to you about this is like casting pearls before swine. Here's what we'll do to make it up to you, just immediately sign the annulment papers. Then, when I return to the imperial state and announce the dissolution of our engagement, you just show your face briefly so everyone knows that our engagement was a joke and is now null and void. Then, I can hand over this heavenly society to you without hesitation. From this day forward, you will be the true master of heaven. You can't possibly pass up this opportunity to command the entire Central Plains, can you? You could never achieve this on your own in your entire life. But now, with just a word from you, it's within your grasp. What immense wealth this is. With just a word or a decision, one can command the Central Plains. With the 10 richest men in Zhengzhou at your service, you will have inexhaustible wealth and enjoy a life of luxury and honor from now on. If an ordinary person got such an opportunity, they would probably be overjoyed for 3 days and 3 nights, laughing in their dreams. Duan Xingyue also believed that Su Ming would definitely not refuse. He'll probably be completely submissive to her and as obedient as a dog in no time. But Su Ming simply raised his head slowly, grinned at Duan Xingyue, and said, "Are you done? If you are, then let me tell you, it really does end here. I came here with Zhang Yilin today to refuse your Paradise Society's invitation to join. Also, let me warn you, don't even think about targeting the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is not something your farce can mess with. Don't go looking for trouble." After saying that, Su Ming slowly stood up and calmly said to Zhang Yilin, "Let's go. This is insane. This kid must be crazy." Just moments ago, Duan Xingyue was brimming with confidence and in control of the entire situation, but in an instant, she was completely dumbfounded. The maid Chen Wei also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this kid's head stuck in a door, or kicked by a donkey? They don't even want the wealth and glory right in front of them, yet they dare to refuse? Do you know what you've missed? What was lost? Did I offend someone this time? Warning, kid, you're warning me, do you even know what you're saying? Duan Xingyue stood up angrily, looking at Su Ming with suspicion and uncertainty. As Su Ming reached the door, he turned back slightly, smirked, and said, "You'll find out later, but I hope it won't be too long, because by the time you know, it'll be too late to regret it." After saying that, Su Ming didn't linger and went downstairs with Zhang Yilin. Asshole. Enraged, Duan Xingyue slammed her fist heavily on the table, creating a loud bang that shook the entire table. Chen Wei was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe. "Miss, is this guy not an idiot, or is the surprise you gave him too great for him to believe? Otherwise, how could a normal person refuse such wealth?" Chen Wei asked tremblingly. "No, this kid isn't just stupid, he's utterly foolish. He lacks the ability, but he has a lot of ambition. Do you know why he refused?" Duan Xingyue asked through gritted teeth. "I have no idea." Chen Wei looked completely bewildered. "What he wants, what he covets, is the immense wealth and prestige of my royal family. He doesn't want to abandon me, this towering tree. He wants to use me to rise to the top in one step. That's why he rejected the Heavenly Society and the petty favors offered to him. I never imagined that a completely incompetent piece of trash would have such an insatiable appetite." Duan Xingyue was so angry that her whole body was trembling. "What?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wei was so shocked that her whole body trembled. Him, a piece of trash, yet he dares to have such wild ideas. He must be insane to even think like that. Chen Wei couldn't understand it. "I just think this idiot is truly beyond redemption. It seems I've been too lenient with him. It's time to teach him a lesson. Send a message to the richest man in Zhengzhou. From this moment on, launch a full-scale attack on the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Whether it's the market or imports and exports, I want the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to never earn a single penny again. I want it to be losing money every day. I want it to kneel down and beg me for mercy. Tell the richest man, if anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility." Duan Xingyue spoke with a cold, murderous gaze. "Yes." Chen Wei hurriedly turned around and went to inform them. Su Ming and Zhang Yilin arrived at the elevator entrance, preparing to take the elevator downstairs. Beside them, the four wealthy men who had previously been humiliated and forced to flee were now all respectfully waiting. Su Ming appeared. The four men hurriedly approached Su Ming, bowing and scraping like lapdogs, and said with fawning smiles, "Mr. Su, we'll see you off. We'll personally escort you downstairs as an apology. How about it?" Su Ming looked all too lazy to even glance at the four people. He stepped straight into the elevator. The four hurriedly followed, bowing behind Su Ming as obediently as servants. The portly tycoon smiled obsequiously and said, "I never expected that Mr. Su, at such a young age, would already be engaged to Miss Duan of Dezhou. This shows that Mr. Su must be a prodigy, a true genius of our time. Yes, who can compare to President Su's achievements? Those so-called prodigies of Zhengzhou are nothing compared to President Su. We were blind to your greatness and offended you, Mr. Su. We hope you will forgive us and not hold it against us." The four men went to great lengths to flatter Su Ming, practically begging him to kneel down and lick his shoes. There's no way around it. Duan Xingyue is the queen of the Heavenly Society. That is, the master of these wealthy people in Zhengzhou. God. If Su Ming, who is Duan Xingyue's fiancée, were to offend him, neither of them would survive. Kneeling and getting slapped dozens of times is nothing compared to what happened earlier. If you don't repent, you'll lose your life. But what they didn't know was that just a short while ago, Su Ming had another falling out with Duan Xingyue. Their attempts to flatter him have backfired spectacularly. 643, Chapter 643. I'll just play along with her. Wan Shirin, Qin Feiyu, it's your turn. Let's go upstairs, to the 8th floor. Mr. Duan is waiting for you in the conference room. In the lobby on the first floor, the receptionist received a phone call and looked up arrogantly at Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu, shouting their greetings. Wan Shirin stood up abruptly. We never expected it to be the chairman of the Paradise Society, Mr. Duan, who personally received us. We've definitely come to the right place. Even Jiang Yilin doesn't receive this kind of treatment. The two of them probably didn't even get to see President Duan in person. Overjoyed, Wan Shirin hurriedly said to Qin Feiyu, cousin, let's go upstairs quickly. Qin Feiyu nodded slightly. That suits him perfectly. He came here to meet the true master of the Heavenly Society and discuss his plan to cooperate in unifying the medical practices of Central China. It's true that timing is everything. It's worth waiting for an hour or two. So the two of them got up together and walked towards the elevator. The two had just stopped. Whoosh! The elevator doors in front of us slowly opened. Su Ming and Jiang Yilin, who were coming downstairs, appeared in front of Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu. Seeing the two of them, Wan Shirin couldn't help but roll her eyes and grin sarcastically. So, you two rushed up there, but it didn't end well, did it? You were still rejected and kicked out, weren't you? Just look at your faces, I can tell you've been burned. A person needs to know their own limitations. Confidence alone is useless. Your confidence is seen as ignorance by others. The Heaven Society is not a place where you can act recklessly. Wan Shirin laughed gleefully, especially when she saw that Jiang Yilin's face was pale, without a trace of smile or joy. I am even more convinced that Jiang Yilin suffered a setback at the top. That woman is so stupid. They brought Su Ming, this good-for-nothing kid, to such a magnificent and vast place. Are they afraid that heaven will look up to her? Are they afraid they'll end up in a bad situation? Wan Shirin was implicated by Su Ming back then, and she knew all too well what kind of impression she would give people if she had such a useless person by her side. Just thinking about it made Wan Shirin want to burst out laughing. However, Su Ming smiled and shook his head. A mere Heavenly Society isn't worth my time. Even if its leader offered me the entire Heavenly Society, I wouldn't accept it. I refused. So you should know this isn't a good place. Don't join, go back now. Su Ming said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Give it to you like that, you're hilarious. That's not how you pretend. Do you think I don't know who you are? No one knows your own worth better than me, Wan Shirin, right? Do you think the Masters of Heaven Society would even glance at you? Are you crazy? Have you gone hysterical? Who would believe such nonsense? Wan Shirin couldn't take it anymore. This kid is a complete lunatic. I wonder what Jiang Yilin thought when she heard that, and how she could stand it. This kind of person is truly worthless. Qin Feiyu also shook his head with disdain and mockery, looking at Su Ming as if he were trash. He sneered, kid, I thought highly of you back at Yanshanlu, but now I realize you're completely unworthy. Get out of here and stop hogging the elevator. What are you saying? Just then, a sharp shout rang out from behind Su Ming. What are you two good-for-nothing saying? How dare you disrespect President Su? Who do you think you are? You're not even worthy to carry President Su's shoes. The four tycoons straightened up in the elevator, staring at Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu with domineering and angry expressions. Wan Shirin and Qin Feiyu were immediately taken aback. He looked at the four people in surprise. Wan Shirin, in particular, widened her eyes in shock. You are four of the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou, President Wang, Tycoon Zhuge, and... When Wan Shirin revealed the four people's surnames, she was instantly stunned, her face filled with disbelief. These four people actually kept bowing behind Su Ming and Jiang Yilin the whole time, showing them such respect. What's going on? Wan Shirin was completely dumbfounded. Being respectful to Jiang Yilin is understandable, but to be so worshipful to Su Ming, has the world turned upside down? Wan Shireen felt that her worldview had been greatly impacted. Since you recognize us, get out of our way, you dare block President Su and President Zhang's path, you're all tired of living. The four of them roared and rushed out of the elevator, forcing Wan Shireen and Qin Feiyu to back away. Then, standing respectfully on both sides, they bowed and greeted Su Ming with fawning smiles, saying, President Su, President Zhang, please. Su Ming then led Zhang Yilin out with a swagger. Then the four of them immediately followed Su Ming like his lackeys, respectfully seeing him off all the way out. This? Wan Shireen stared blankly, unable to recover for a long time. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. These are all core leaders of the Paradise Society. Am I dreaming? Cousin Qin, did you see that? Am I seeing things? Wan Shireen stared blankly in the direction of the door and asked. Snort. Qin Feiyu snorted coldly. Maybe those four idiots are just mentally unstable, or maybe Zhang Yilin gave them some benefits anyway. Don't waste time, these ants are not worth mentioning in front of me, let's hurry up and meet the true master of heaven. Yes, you're right. Wan Shireen nodded hurriedly and followed Qin Feiyu into the elevator, heading upstairs. Outside. Take care, Mr. Su. Take care, Mr. Jiang. If you have any further instructions, please convey them. The four of us will do our utmost. The four bowed deeply and respectfully saw Su Ming and Zhang Yilin off to their car. Passers-by saw the four famous tycoons come out. To everyone who saw them off turned their heads in surprise, wondering who this important person was sitting in the car. It can have such a huge impact. Inside the car, Zhang Yilin was driving. After fastening her seatbelt, she turned her head and said, King Su, we've fallen out with the Heavenly Alliance. They probably won't let this go easily. The Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce is naturally fearless, but in Zhangzhou, it's just a branch. If it's targeted by the top 10 richest people in Zhangzhou, it will probably be difficult for it to move an inch. Princess Duan Xingyue of the royal family was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Zhang Yilin felt very pleased when Su Ming rejected her. But at the same time, we can't help but worry about what lies ahead. As the president of the Central Plains branch of the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce, she would definitely have to take full responsibility if something went wrong. To be honest, she didn't have much confidence in facing the immense pressure from the top 10 richest people in Zhangzhou all by herself. Su Ming smiled wryly and said calmly, It's all right from today onwards. If the Tianmeng Chamber of Commerce encounters any problems you can't solve, immediately transfer them to me, I'll handle it. If Duan Xingyue wants to play, I'll play along. This pampered third princess needs to be shown the real power struggles. It's not as simple as she thinks. Su Ming's expression was icy cold. Yes. Seeing Su Ming's domineering and outgoing demeanor, Zhang Yilin instantly felt confident and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Then he stepped on the gas, started the car, and drove off into the distance. 644, Chapter 644. Who made you stand up? Wan Shireen and Qin Feiyu stepped into the conference room of the Paradise Society headquarters. Duan Xingyue was furious about Su Ming's matter, and sat in her chair with a stern and displeased expression. The two stepped inside and saw Duan Xingyue's true face clearly. Wan Shireen was stunned and surprised. I never expected the leader of the Paradise Society to be a woman. Moreover, she was a woman who appeared so elegant and imposing. Moreover, in terms of looks and figure, she is a top-tier beauty. Even someone like her, or someone like Zhang Yilin, would pale in comparison to Duan Xingyue. That noble and graceful air, as if it were innate, is something she could never learn. Wan Shireen was still in astonishment. Qin Feiyu recognized Duan Xingyue's identity at a glance. He blinked hard. I'm sure I didn't misread it. Then, suddenly horrified, she knelt down with a thud. Third princess, is it really the third princess? I, Qin Feiyu of the Qin family of Dizhou, pay my respects to the third princess. The third princess? Wan Shireen was suddenly shocked, her face filled with astonishment. Is this woman a princess of the imperial state? Daughter of the emperor of Kyushu? Oh my god. It turns out that the mastermind behind the Heaven Society has such a powerful background. Wan Shireen was so shocked she almost fainted. That's terrifying. She hurriedly knelt down as well, and called out in a trembling voice, "This humble girl, Wan Shireen, pays her respects to the princess." Wan Shireen Ichin Feiyu? Upon hearing the two names, Duan Xingyue became somewhat interested, tilting her head slightly and letting her gaze fall on Qin Feiyu, who was kneeling. "Raise your head," Duan Xingyue said with an air of dominance. Qin Feiyu and Wan Shireen then slowly raised their heads. "It really is you, Qin Feiyu. I heard you came to Zhongzhou, but I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought there was a mistake in the information. I didn't expect you to actually be in Zhongzhou. But why are you hanging out with a woman like that? The Wan family, I've never even heard of them in Zhongzhou. They're probably just some nobody, right? How did you, Qin Feiyu, end up like this? With your status, even if you came to Zhongzhou, you should be able to command the wind and rain. How come you can't even utter a fart?" Disappointment flashed in Duan Xingyue's eyes. I had heard of Qin Feiyu's reputation before. In Dezhou he was a master of both medicine and martial arts in the 9 provinces, a genius of the times, a favorite of the Grand Commandant's mansion and the Imperial Physician's mansion, and the successor handpicked by Grand Commandant Su. It turns out that I came to such a tiny place as Zhongzhou and still couldn't make a name for myself. This is really far from what I imagined. Are the pride of the imperial lands really nothing more than this? Qin Feiyu's face turned bright red, like a pig's liver, from Duan Xingyue's teasing. Wan Shireen was so ridiculed that she couldn't even lift her head. If it were anyone else, even the richest man in Zhongzhou, Wan Shireen would have dared to refute such belittling and humiliation. But who is this person? This is the daughter of the current emperor, a powerful figure in the 9 provinces, and a royal princess. In front of Duan Xingyue, her little bit of confidence and pride was utterly insignificant. I feel numb all over, and I don't even have the strength to open my mouth. Moreover, Duan Xingyue exuded a royal aura and pressure. The fact that she didn't tremble under this aura meant that she had already given it her all. Third princess, this is a long story, but what I didn't expect was that you would be here. What could possibly make you personally leave the imperial state and come to this small central state? Qin Feiyu asked in shock. The royal princess's departure is a major event that has shocked the entire empire. And he hadn't received a single message. For one person. Mentioning this matter made Duan Xingyue angry, and she said with a frustrated expression. She never imagined things would escalate to this point. She thought that coming to Su Ming to annul the engagement was a trivial matter, and that as long as she personally intervened, she could scare Su Ming into submission. But it backfired and made me furious. They even founded the Heaven Society. The situation is becoming increasingly complicated. A single person, who could possibly warrant your personal intervention, third princess, instead of him obediently kneeling and paying homage? Qin Feiyu asked, even more shocked. He's my fiancé, a marriage arranged by my father several years ago. His name is Su. Never mind. At this point, Duan Xingyue closed her red lips and didn't say anything more. He interrupted himself. Because she felt that if someone like Su Ming were to say it, Qin Feiyu would probably just laugh at him. Moreover, Qin Feiyu might not have even heard of it. This kind of ignorant and stubborn idiot is not worth mentioning to outsiders. Duan Xingyue changed the subject, saying, "Let's talk about you guys first. What are you doing here?" "That's how it is." Qin Feiyu then came to his senses and respectfully said to Duan Xingyue, "This lady beside me is my cousin, Wan Shireen, the president of the Wan family. I came with her to apply to join the Paradise Society. I humbly request the third princess's permission." Cousin? Hearing this, Duan Xingyue curled her lips into a mocking sneer. "Qin Feiyu, I'm not trying to criticize you, but don't you have any self-assessment of your own status and influence in Kyushu? Even if someone is related, you can't just randomly claim kinship unless they're kings or generals. Associating with people like that will only lower your image in the eyes of others. The Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office spent so much money and effort to raise you that he didn't expect you to ruin things outside. You should exercise self-control and be mindful of your behavior, otherwise it may have a negative impact. By then, even the imperial state might not be able to accommodate you." Duan Xingyue snorted coldly, which was also a subtle reminder to Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu has achieved so much at such a young age, and if he doesn't cherish it, he's truly a hopeless case. If you're smart, quickly use your influence to do something big. Instead of wasting time getting entangled with these boring third-rate people. Wan Shirin blushed with shame. But they didn't dare to speak. Qin Feiyu nodded in agreement. Fine, for your sake, I won't review your documents. The Wan family will be an exception and become a core member of my Paradise Society. As for the rules and regulations, the other core tycoons will inform you, Wan Shirin. Duan Xingyue, high and mighty, seemed to be resolving a trivial matter, and decisively spoke with a wave of her hand. Thank you, third princess. Qin Feiyu bowed in gratitude. Then he glared at Wan Shirin and said, hurry up and thank them. Wan Shirin thanks the third princess. Wan Shirin suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. They will become core members of the Heavenly Society. He was ranked alongside the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou. What a pleasant surprise. This was something she had never expected or even considered. However, this is also thanks to Qin Feiyu. Although they were humiliated, this result means that Wan Jia has taken another step forward. Wan Shirin was overjoyed. Alright, you can go out now. I have something to say to the third princess alone, Qin Feiyu said, turning to Wan Shirin. Yes, cousin, I'll wait for you outside. Wan Shirin said gratefully, got up and quickly left. The meeting room door was closed again. Duan Xingyue looked down at Qin Feiyu and said calmly, just say what you have to say. We're both from the imperial state, so there's no need to hide anything. Yes. Qin Feiyu then revealed a confident smile, slowly stood up, and said with a smile, actually, I came to Zhengzhou on the orders of Grand Commandant Su Di, to. Speaking of this, Qin Feiyu now exudes a powerful aura, radiating the strong confidence and pride befitting a prodigy of the imperial state. But Duan Xingyue suddenly shouted coldly. Kneel down, who told you to stand up? Who gave you permission to stand and speak to me in front of this princess? A sharp shout startled Qin Feiyu, who was momentarily stunned. Shocked, he turned his head and looked at Duan Xingyue with a face full of horror. What does this mean? 645, Chapter 645. I want to make your Wan family the number one in Zhengzhou. Qin Feiyu was completely shocked. He was at least well known in the imperial state. Countless young ladies from wealthy families admired and worshipped him. Moreover, judging from Duan Xingyue's attitude just now, it's not hard to see that she also admires him. Otherwise, why would she have said those things indirectly? That's why he dared to be so presumptuous, standing up and speaking without Duan Xingyue's permission. Who would have thought that Duan Xingyue would turn on him so quickly? Moreover, even setting aside their reputation and personal charm, even considering his status, this prodigy, on whom both the Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office place high hopes, will undoubtedly become a figure of great influence in the Imperial Court in the future. Duan Xingyue should have befriended him at this time. Why is she still putting pressure on him? This was something Qin Feiyu couldn't understand no matter what. But seeing Duan Xingyue's anger, Qin Feiyu knew that he couldn't afford to offend this young lady right now. Startled, she immediately knelt on the ground with a thud, bowing her head to Duan Xingyue and saying, Third princess, I just. Duan Xingyue's gaze was cold, and she sneered, What do you mean by just? The world is vast, and all land belongs to the king. You are merely a nobody in the imperial state, without any official title or rank, yet you dare to disregard the rules and show no respect for hierarchy. If you were to be given an important position in the future, what would happen? Would you then disregard the entire court and the entire royal family? Duan Xingyue's tone was sharp and her aura was overwhelming. Qin Feiyu was instantly terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. The imperial prodigy, skilled in both medicine and martial arts, was so frightened that his legs trembled. I wouldn't dare, I was just careless for a moment. Please forgive me, third princess. Qin Feiyu, I'm so disappointed in you. I thought you were something special and had a high opinion of you. I never imagined you'd be so pathetic. You're not even as good as that person. That person that Duan Xingyue was referring to was naturally Su Ming. Although Su Ming's reputation is not as great as Qin Feiyu's. But that kid wasn't intimidated at all in front of her. Even when she offered him the entire Paradise Society as a bribe, he didn't even flinch. Whether it's an act or not, in terms of temperament, Qin Feiyu is far inferior. Although Duan Xingyue was pampered, her privileged upbringing gave her insightful perspectives and a keen eye for people. What kind of person is he, what kind of character is he? Before her, they could hardly escape being exposed for long before their true colors were revealed. If Qin Feiyu remains arrogant to the end, she will respect that Qin Feiyu has some backbone. Alternatively, if Qin Feiyu is well-mannered and knowledgeable, she could praise him for being shrewd and capable of great things. But Qin Feiyu has neither. What good is fame alone? Duan Xingyue shook her head, feeling utterly disappointed. At this moment, Qin Feiyu buried his head on the ground, not daring to even breathe loudly. All right. Duan Xingyue waved her hand, feeling bored, and said coldly, I'm too lazy to argue with someone like you. Just tell me what's going on. I don't want to waste my time with you. Qin Feiyu's heart was trembling. Only then did he realize what it meant to serve a ruler like a tiger. These people who were high above him were unpredictable and simply unfathomable. He dared not delay even slightly, and even shortened his prepared remarks as much as possible, saying directly, it is like this, I have been ordered by Grand Commandant Su to unify the medical practices of the Central Plains, in order to lay the groundwork for the medical rankings 3 months from now. At that time, the medical practices of the 9 provinces will all be used by the imperial state, which is equivalent to winning over a large force. This is a tremendous good thing for the imperial state. But my abilities are limited on my own, so I was thinking, could I ask the third princess for help? If we can utilize the power of the Heavenly Society, things will be much simpler and easier. Qin Feiyu said with trepidation. You don't even deserve it. Hearing this, Duan Xingyue scoffed sarcastically, looking at Qin Feiyu as if he were an idiot. You think you're worthy of using the power of my Paradise Society? You think you're worthy of me doing your bidding? Duan Xingyue laughed instantly, showing nothing but contempt for Qin Feiyu. From now on, this piece of trash will have no place or hope in her heart anymore. Consider all those words and reminders as if they were spoken to a dog. No. Qin Feiyu was a little angry, both surprised and furious. She gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, this is not for me alone. This matter is for strengthening the power of the entire imperial state. Third princess, why don't you understand? For the sake of the imperial state, how dare you even say that? It's for the Grand Commandant's mansion, to recruit soldiers and horses, and to unify the 9 provinces. Qin Feiyu, do you know that based on those few words you just said, I could charge you with the crime of disobedience and immediately notify the Ministry of Justice of the imperial state to arrest you and summon the 10 great guards to execute you? Duan Xingyue sneered. This idiot, does he really think she's a fool? Who is Qin Feiyu? He serves the imperial physician's office and the Grand Commandant's office, yet now he claims to be working for the imperial state. You can't even lie properly. Utterly foolish. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu nearly went mad with fear. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice across the face, then kowtowed 3 times to Duan Xingyue, tears streaming down his face. I know I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. What I just said was nothing but bullshit. I beg the third princess to be lenient and pretend I never heard it. Duan Xingyue gave a sarcastic smile, get lost, and don't let me see you again. As for why I haven't executed you, it's because with a brain like yours, you can't cause any real trouble. Roll. Duan Xingyue gave a cold shout. Thank you so much, third princess. Qin Feiyu felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly kowtowed to express his gratitude. Then, with a hunched back, he retreated. But once outside the door, Qin Feiyu straightened up, his face as gloomy as water in the dead of winter, his eyes filled with sinister malice. Duan Xingyue, you bastard. Duan Xingyue. Such humiliation. Fine, you look down on me. Soon I'll show you what your so-called even your royal status can't save you. I'll show you who you've offended. I'll make you kneel before me, lick my feet, and beg for my forgiveness. You have no chance to regret this. Qin Feiyu's resentful words were practically spat out from between his teeth, then he abruptly turned and walked outside. Wan Shirin had been waiting for a long time at the elevator entrance outside. Upon seeing Qin Feiyu come out, he hurriedly and happily went to greet him. Cousin Qin, how did it go? Did you reach an agreement? What did you discuss with the third princess? The third princess must have agreed. I can tell she admires you a lot. You're sure to have a bright future. Perhaps the third princess will favor him, and he'll become the royal son-in-law, the imperial consort. Wan Shirin was overjoyed and also praised Qin Feiyu a few times. But to Qin Feiyu, those words were incredibly grating. It was even more painful than being pricked by needles. Qin Feiyu turned his head, gave Wan Shirin a dark and piercing look, and asked with murderous intent, "Are you done? Can you leave now?" Wan Shirin was startled, and her smile froze on her face. "No, Cousin Qin, what exactly happened? I should thank you for speaking up for me and helping the Wan family rise to a higher level. Otherwise, relying on myself, I'm afraid I'd even have a hard time applying to join the Heavenly Society." Wan Shirin said blankly. "No need to thank me, and there's no need for thanks, because the Heavenly Society will soon be finished. What's a little step up? I'm going to make you number one in the Central Plains. Walk!" Qin Feiyu roared and waved his hand, unleashing a violent aura that soared into the sky. 646, Chapter 646 Help with Introductions. Number 1 in Zhengzhou? Wan Shirin was shocked to hear this. He stared at Qin Feiyu in disbelief. What triggered Qin Feiyu? Wanting to become the number 1 in Zhengzhou, that's not so easy with just her one family's qi building pills. She probably wouldn't even be able to squeeze into the top 20 in Zhengzhou. Most importantly, the large pie of Zhengzhou has long been evenly distributed. To break through the encirclement and become the number 1 in Zhengzhou, one will inevitably be targeted by other wealthy individuals. What a perilous and difficult situation this is. Wan Shirin didn't even dare to think about it. But Qin Feiyu was aggressive and ambitious, seemingly having already figured everything out and leaving no room for doubt. After a brief exchange, the two had already stepped into the elevator. Cousin Qin, relying solely on the strength of my one family, becoming the number 1 in Zhengzhou is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Wan Shirin spoke cautiously, her expression complex. Qin Feiyu curled his lips into a sneer. With me here, there's nothing I can't do. Don't forget, I'm a favorite of the Imperial Physician's Office. Pills and prescriptions are like cabbages to me, inexhaustible. You just lack prescriptions and elixirs, right? Simple. Have you ever seen a 6th grade pill before? Qin Feiyu said with a cold smile. A 6th grade pill, my goodness. Wan Shirin was so surprised she couldn't close her mouth. Only then did he realize how much wealth and glory his family was about to receive. With Qin Feiyu's strong support, becoming the number 1 in Zhengzhou is not out of reach. Cousin Qin, is there anything you need me to do? All medicinal herbs, manpower, I'll get everything ready right away, Wan Shirin said excitedly, unable to wait any longer. No rush, just wait for me to make arrangements. Qin Feiyu said calmly. Yes. Wan Shirin nodded hurriedly, her heart brimming with barely suppressed excitement. Becoming the number 1 in Zhengzhou was something she never dared to dream of before. I never imagined that it would be so close, within reach. What a magnificent sight that must be. Su Ming returned to the Shen family. No sooner had she stood still than Shen Luoyun and her men came up to greet her, carrying a thick stack of documents. Brother Su, the entire process of refining the pills you instructed us to follow is exactly what you told us to do. The methods you provided are for refining top-grade 6th and 7th rank pills, and we dare not neglect them in the slightest. Please take a look. Furthermore, this is the sales revenue of top-grade pills on the market these past few days, almost entirely net profit in just a few days. We've already earned an estimated 80 billion, and it will soon break the 100 billion mark. It's only been a few days. My Shen family has never been so prosperous before. Even at its peak, we couldn't make money this quickly in such a short time. I only realized today that as long as you have the ability, money can flow into your pocket like water. They're practically worthless. Shen Luoyun was extremely excited and handed the documents to Su Ming one by one. But in reality, this money was marketed through other wealthy individuals at Hellgate. The wealthy individuals at the core of the Hellgate have virtually established market channels throughout the central continent, making it incredibly easy for them to sell pills. Only with this channel can one earn tens of billions in just a few days. Otherwise, even the finest pills could not have sold out so quickly, with demand exceeding supply. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at the money calmly, his eyes showing no fluctuation. He said calmly, "From now on, you can decide what to do with this money. You don't need to ask me anymore. You can deposit the money into the Hellgate account or your Shen family account. You have complete control over it." Su Ming said to Shen Luoyun. Real? Shen Luoyun's eyes lit up with surprise. To let her handle everything and make all the decisions, that's such a huge level of trust. This is a substantial sum of hundreds of billions, and there will be even more in the future. Shen Luoyun was immediately excited and looked at Su Ming with admiration. By the way, Brother Su, the Yin family asked me to inform you that the high-grade medicinal herbs you cultivated are almost ready for harvest also. Many aristocratic families, reclusive figures, and even some from outside the Central Plains whom I've never even heard of, have all lined up to pay their respects to you since the incident with the top-grade pills. Other wealthy people have been contacting you, and the line is almost long. They've prepared countless lavish gifts, all just to see you once. Shen Luoyun continued speaking fluently. Su Ming raised his hand and rubbed his temples with his fingers, feeling a headache. Sure enough, whenever I did something, the trouble that followed was endless. The only thing Duan Xingyue accomplished by founding the Paradise Society was to put him in the spotlight. This is also why he was unwilling to get too involved or show himself after arriving in Zhengzhou. But it still happened. I won't see him. Su Ming waved his hand impatiently and said, no matter who it is, even if it's the emperor of the 9 provinces, I won't see him. Don't let them bother me. Yes. Shen Luoyun was shocked, but she also knew that Su Ming's abilities were indeed beyond what those people could just meet. Shen Luoyun then picked up her phone and relayed Su Ming's orders to the core group of wealthy elites at Hellgate, the most prestigious hotel in central China, Yanshanlu. Mr. Luo, this is a small gift, please accept it. Qin Feiyu sat in the private room, facing Luo Wanfu, with a big smile on his face, and pushed a dazzling pearl in front of Luo Wanfu. This is a tribute from the Imperial State, a top-grade luminous pearl. I won't go into its price even if you, Mr. Luo, are not short of money. Grinding this into powder, mixing it with water, and drinking it can prolong your life. Qin Feiyu smiled like a chrysanthemum and said. Luo Wanfu glanced down, then looked up again, staring at Qin Feiyu with a mocking expression, as if he were looking at a clown. That idiot, he used to hang out with the Wan family and even caused them trouble. Most importantly, he also showed disrespect to the king of Su. And now, with such an expensive gift being presented, even a fool like Luo Wanfu would know that Qin Feiyu had no ulterior motives. Kindness. He immediately curled his lip and said sarcastically, young Master Qin, why are you going to such lengths? Do I, Luo Wanfu, deserve such fine things? Since you're so close to the Wan family, shouldn't this have been sent to their home? Qin Feiyu was put on the spot, but he wasn't angry. He still shamelessly said, the Wan family is nothing. I am just using them to have a place to stay. Otherwise, even if you add up 100 of those 10,000 families, it wouldn't amount to a drop in the ocean compared to what you, Boss Luo, have done. This luminous pearl is also an expression of my, Qin Feiyu's, respect for you, Boss Luo, and my apology for my previous actions. I hope you will forgive my past transgressions and accept it. Qin Feiyu had a big smile on his face. Goodbye. Luo Wanfu took a sip of hot tea and sneered, I'm afraid I can't afford to accept it. Whether I accept it or not is another matter, so stop beating around the bush and just say what you want to say. Then I'll think about it. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu nodded slightly. Alright, Mr. Luo is a straightforward person, then I'll speak frankly as well. It's simple, I want to join Hellgate. I want to cooperate with you. Could you please arrange an introduction, Mr. Luo? I'd like to meet the true master of Hell's Gate. Qin Feiyu's words echoed throughout the private room. 647, Chapter 647. The prodigy of the Imperial State repeatedly encounters setbacks. Oh! Luo Wanfu immediately burst into laughter. So that's what they were waiting for. However, Qin Feiyu is really stupid. He still doesn't know who founded the Gate of Hell, nor does he know what kind of big shot there is in Zhengzhou. Is this all, and he calls himself a prodigy of the Imperial State? Were the Imperial Physician's office and the Grand Commandant's office blind? How could they have supported such a person? Luo Wanfu immediately sneered, young Master Qin, what makes you say that? You are a prodigy of the Imperial State. The Heavenly Society is your true home. How could a mere Hellgate possibly catch your eye? It is said that the founder of the Heavenly Society is also a big shot from your Imperial State. Shouldn't you be of the same ilk? By joining Hell's Gate, aren't you embarrassing the bigwigs of the Imperial State? Luo Wanfu said with a half smile. Don't even mention it. Mentioning this matter made Qin Feiyu furious. Her eyes darkened, and she said through gritted teeth, "What big shot, she's just a greenhorn. She has no idea how serious the situation is. The Heavenly Society is nothing but a farce. She'll never amount to anything." But Hellgate is different. Hellgate has just been established and has already produced all kinds of top-grade pills. It is clear how powerful the master of Hellgate is. Even I, Qin Feiyu, admire him greatly. If I am fortunate enough to see it, it would truly be a blessing from my ancestors. Qin Feiyu began to flatter him, speaking in a fawning tone. No. However, Luo Wanfu interrupted him directly, saying in a deep voice, "Even if you are willing to see him, we don't know if our master would be happy to see you." That's right. That's why I asked you, Mr. Luo, to introduce me. As long as you can meet her, this luminous pearl is yours. Besides, I've already spoken with the Allah of the Heavenly Society and know her identity very well. This should be very useful to Hellgate. Qin Feiyu's gaze was deep as he confidently revealed his trump card. The gates of hell were created to counter the heavenly order. He didn't believe Hellgate wouldn't want such useful information. What he didn't know was that Su Ming already knew everything about Duan Xingyue's identity and had no interest in her information. Qin Feiyu's confidently asserted bargaining chips were actually worthless. But Luo Wanfu didn't know that upon hearing this, he immediately began to ponder. His eyes glanced again at the luminous pearl on the table, a look of covetousness in them. This is a really good thing. You can only come across it once in a lifetime. It's just an introduction. There shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, given King Su's status and strength, crushing someone like Qin Feiyu would be as easy as swatting an ant. He was thinking about it and was about to agree. Seeing Luo Wanfu's reaction, Qin Feiyu nodded smugly. Just one step away. If he can establish a cooperative relationship with Hellgate, he can instigate Hellgate and Heaven Society to fight each other, and he can then reap the benefits and unify the medical practices of Central Plains. Duan Xingyue. Just you wait. You who humiliated me, I will make you pay tenfold. Qin Feiyu cursed viciously in his heart. Just then, Luo Wanfu's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Shin Luoyun relaying Su Ming's order. His expression changed instantly. He was covered in cold sweat. That was close. He almost lost his mind and stepped into the abyss. King Su's intention is to see no one. If he agrees, he will be disobeying the King of Su's orders, and in the future, he will probably have no choice but to atone with his death. That beast Qin Feiyu almost brought him to his doom. Luo Wanfu put down his phone, his face already terrifyingly grim. He looked up at Qin Feiyu and sneered, "Get lost, I just received orders that the master of Hellgate is not to see anyone. You, Qin Feiyu, are not qualified. Take your trash and get out of here." What? Qin Feiyu was taken aback. She never expected that Luo Wanfu would change his attitude so drastically after just one glance at his phone. Startled, I jumped to my feet. Luo Wanfu, have you thought this through? I, Qin Feiyu, am not begging you. How dare you say such a thing? No matter how strong you, the master of Hellgate, can only swagger around in a small place like Zhengzhou, but I am a true prodigy of the Imperial State. I have the Imperial Physician's Mansion, the Grand Commandant's Mansion, and the Imperial State's Hall behind me. If you refuse me, can you bear the consequences? Qin Feiyu was furious. Duan Xingyue humiliated him, which was one thing, but after all, the other party was the third princess of the royal family. Before you've achieved anything significant, you can't do anything to your opponent. But what is Luo Wanfu, just a lackey, yet he dares to speak to him like that? Luo Wanfu scoffed, letting out a disdainful laugh. Don't even mention your Imperial Physician's office or the Grand Commandant's office. If those two powerful forces knew you'd come to Zhengzhou and ended up like this, they'd probably die of anger on the spot. Besides, it's actually heaven who doesn't want you. Even heaven doesn't want you, you stray dog, yet you dare to show off in front of the gates of hell. Who do you think you are? Luo Wanfu stared wide-eyed, his face sharp. Fine, you just wait. All the wealthy people in Zhengzhou, including Hellgate, all of you, just wait. I'll show you what happens when you offend me, Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu trembled with rage and smashed the luminous pearl on the table to the ground with a loud crack. The priceless item shattered into pieces on the spot. Then he left the scene in a fit of rage. Idiot, you call yourself a prodigy of the Imperial State, you've fallen so low, you might as well be called trash of the Imperial State. Watching Qin Feiyu's departing figure, Luo Wanfu looked on with disdain. Qin Feiyu was so angry he wanted to kill someone. He had always had a smooth life from childhood to adulthood, and had never suffered such humiliation and repeated setbacks. His status and position seemed almost fake. Nobody took him seriously. This humiliation was driving him crazy. Back at Wan family headquarters, Qin Feiyu was completely distorted. Now, only the Wan family treats him like a treasure. They treat us like ancestors. But the Wan family had no idea how Qin Feiyu was humiliated and looked down upon by others outside. Feiyu, what happened? Why do you look so pale? Luo Hongxia poured tea for Qin Feiyu and asked with concern. They're all a bunch of idiots. The entire Central Plains is full of ignorant ants. Qin Feiyu gritted his teeth. What exactly happened? Luo Hongxia had never seen Qin Feiyu so angry before, and asked in surprise. Nothing. Qin Feiyu took a deep breath, looked at Wan Shirin who was also in the hall, and asked, in Zhengzhou City, which medical families are considered top tier, and what powerful forces can be mentioned? Tell me your story. Qin Feiyu felt that his repeated setbacks stemmed from his lack of understanding of the entire Central Plains and his failure to grasp the key to those people's weaknesses. I suffered a huge loss in terms of information. Therefore, he felt that in order to regroup, he had to understand everything first. Even if he can't win over heaven and hell, he can still build his own power and control Central Continent. As for this, Wan Shirin pondered for a moment and replied, currently, the major forces include the National Medical Center, the Xiao family, the Kyushu Medical Academy, and people from the Four Seas Medical Association have also come. But what is more crucial and influential in the current situation is the Yin family, a second-rate medical family within Zhengzhou. The Yin family's medicinal garden is filled with the aroma of medicinal herbs. Before you came, Brother Qin, the Four Seas Medical Association and the National Medical Hall were fighting tooth and nail to get into the Yin family's medicinal garden. It is said that rare treasures are being cultivated inside, which has led to the loss of several martial arts masters. Even Wei Long, one of the three war gods of the border region, returned defeated when he arrived there. I've heard that the person guarding the Yin family's medicine garden is an astonishingly powerful figure. His martial arts cultivation is nothing short of heaven-defying. Wan Shirin told Qin Feiyu everything she knew. 648, Chapter 648 The Light of Fireflies. Oh? Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu immediately raised his eyebrows, his eyes lighting up. So, there are so many forces in Zhengzhou. Even the Kyushu Medical Academy and the Four Seas Medical Association have gotten involved. It seems I really know too little. If that's the case, then this situation is really going to get interesting. Qin Feiyu stood up immediately, a sharp smile on his face, and said, Shirin, come with me. We're going to visit the people from the Four Seas Medical Association. Understood. Qin Feiyu finally understood everything. So many forces are distributed throughout the Central Plains. Behind the National Medical Center is the Imperial Medical Bureau. Actually, as soon as I arrived, I should have gone to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic to intimidate them and make them work for me. Then, by winning over other forces, it won't be easy to stand at the top of Zhengzhou. On the contrary, he himself was too impulsive and reckless, dragging the Wan family along as if he were sweeping across the Central Plains. He's thinking too simply and too naively. It's just that he has been cultivating and researching in the imperial state all these years and has never been out and about. As a result, he has only a superficial understanding of the distribution of such forces and their open and covert struggles. But things are different now. He knows exactly what he needs to do. They don't have Duan Xingyue's ability to command a large following. Nor did the Hellgate Master possess an endless array of methods. But with the support of the imperial state, he should make full use of his advantages and maximize them. That would be the right thing to do. Duan Xingyue, Master of Hell's Gate. Just you wait. Having figured everything out, Qin Feiyu grinned maliciously and immediately took Wan Shirin to the Zhengzhou Hotel to visit the people of the Four Seas Medical Association. Inside the Zhengzhou International Hotel, the people from the Sihai Medical Association are already packing their things. Vice President Xia Xianyun waited by, his gaze deep and complex. Master, are we really leaving? Weren't we here in Zhongzhou to prepare for the rankings of the medical Dao conference? In the end, we've come back empty-handed. How are we going to explain this to the chairman? The beautiful Shui Linger walked up and said unwillingly. What's the point of even preparing for this? Xia Senyun said dejectedly, didn't you see clearly back at the Yun family's medicine garden? It was the king of the 9 provinces, that guy with a big shot like that around. What's the point of ranking medical skills? It's just a matter of him saying a word. Forget about ranking medical skills. As long as the king of the 9 provinces is involved, if he makes a dog the number 1, no one can change that. We are merely supporting characters, insignificant ants before that bright moon and stars. We are all utterly dim. Xia Senyun sighed deeply, as if he had aged many years, lost all fighting spirit, and was left only with sighs. You can't compare people. Although that big shot was only in his 20s, his achievements and abilities were unmatched by 10 medical associations from all over the world. In the face of such geniuses, they were like fireflies, pitifully insignificant. Is he really that amazing? Shui Linger asked unwillingly. Despite looking quite young, he had personally witnessed the king of Kyushu teach Wei Long a lesson that made him kneel and beg for mercy. But that only means that the person's martial arts skills are quite advanced. How could Xia Senyun, who has seen the world, be so frightened? You really don't understand. This isn't about age. Some people are just born lucky, blessed by heaven. Xia Senyun was preparing to tell Shui Linger about Su Ming's past deeds and how he became famous throughout the land. But just then, the elder of the Four Seas Medical Association pushed open the door and entered, saying to Xia Senyun, reporting to Chairman Xia, someone is looking for you outside. They say it's Qin Feiyu from the Imperial State, and they insist on seeing you. We couldn't stop them, and they've already come upstairs. Qin Feiyu? Xia Senyun frowned. What does he want with me? Xia Senyun had heard of Qin Feiyu's name to some extent. Shui Linger's eyes lit up instantly. Qin Feiyu, is that the genius of the Imperial State, who is unparalleled in both medicine and martial arts? You flatter me. Just then, a sound came from the doorway. Qin Feiyu pushed open the door and entered, his sharp and domineering gaze instantly landing on Shui Linger. Shui Linger blushed and looked away. Xia Senyun is also very shrewd, they're all old foxes. He stepped forward first and bowed respectfully to Qin Feiyu. Xia Senyun, Vice President of the Four Seas Medical Association, pays his respects to young Master Qin. President Xia, you're too kind. Qin Feiyu smiled and waved. No, it was my carelessness, Xia Senyun. If I had known that young Master Qin was in Zhongzhou, I should have paid him a visit in person. It was a grave mistake of mine to have him come to my door. I am truly sorry. Xia Senyun said with his head down. Qin Feiyu immediately raised his eyebrows with great interest. That's more like it. This is the kind of reputation and prestige that Qin Feiyu should have. Those two bastards, Heaven's Guild and Hell's Gate, didn't even take him seriously. At this moment, Qin Feiyu felt refreshed and invigorated, finally able to release some of the pent-up frustration he had been holding in for the past few days. Qin Feiyu smiled broadly and waved his hand, saying, President Xia, you flatter me. Know that your Four Seas Medical Association came to Zhongzhou for the medical rankings. I am here today for the same reason. Furthermore, I'd like to establish a cooperative relationship with you all and with your Four Seas Medical Association. As long as you are willing to help, I guarantee that from now on, the Four Seas Medical Association's position in the medical field will be unshakable. Oh? Upon hearing this, the lifeless eyes of everyone at the Four Seas Medical Association instantly lit up. Everyone showed expressions of surprise. After the incident at the Yun family's medicine garden, they had given up all hope. Unexpectedly, Qin Feiyu suddenly appeared and changed the situation once again. Xia Senyun also raised his head slightly, and asked in surprise, Young Master Qin, please speak frankly. How can we help you? Simple, help me take over the Yun family's medicinal garden and unify the medical practices of central China. Qin Feiyu said with boundless pride. Bang! The two elders of the Sihai Medical Association who were still packing their things were so frightened that they knelt down on the ground. The others' expressions also changed drastically. It's like seeing a ghost sample. Xia Xianyun's facial muscles twitched violently, and his face instantly turned terrifyingly pale. Yun Family Herbal Medicine Garden. Is it the Yun family's medicinal herb garden again? They almost all died inside last time. Now Qin Feiyu is actually trying to seize the Yun family's medicine garden again? This is insane. Do you know who owns the Yun family herb garden? Are they rushing off to their deaths like this? Seeing everyone's reaction, Qin Feiyu frowned. What's wrong? Is this matter causing you any trouble? No. Xia Senyun swallowed hard, his face grim, and said, Young Master Qin, you don't know this, but the Yun family's medicine garden has a powerful backer. It's not something that can be easily shaken. Even Wei Long, one of the 3 war gods of the border region, almost died there when he tried to seize the Yun family's medicine garden. I advise you to give up this idea. Xia Senyun said earnestly. Fart. Qin Feiyu, his face full of arrogance and disdain, sneered, Wei Long is nothing's just a mere Tianxian realm martial artist. What makes him think he can compare to me? In terms of martial arts strength alone, I'm many levels above him. Besides, don't you know what kind of powerful forces are backing me up? Big shot, this is a land of ants. What big shot could possibly be bigger than me? Qin Feiyu's domineering voice resounded throughout the venue. 649, Chapter 649. A bully within his own territory. I support young Master Qin. However, in the midst of the deathly silence, Schwellinger suddenly stood beside Qin Feiyu, and said with full support and affirmation. Schwellinger, what are you doing? Come here, stop fooling around. Xia Senyun glared at Schwellinger. What the hell are you doing? Schwellinger had no idea how terrifying the king of the 9 provinces was. The Imperial Physician's Office and the Grand Commandant's Office are all fictitious. The king of the 9 provinces commands millions of warriors, each one brave and fierce as a tiger. If that big shot is truly angered, the iron hooves of the war god army could probably turn the Imperial Physician's Mansion and the Grand Commandant's Mansion into ruins in less than half a month. But you can't blame Schwellinger for this. Schwellinger is young, admires strength and martial arts, and idolizes the strong. Based on what they saw, they assumed Qin Feiyu was the best in the entire land. Little did they know, in front of that big shot, Qin Feiyu was nothing but a fart. Not to mention Qin Feiyu, even Su De from the Grand Commandant's office had to treat him with utmost respect. The height of this level is like the top of a pyramid at Schwellinger's age. She can neither reach nor understand it in a short time. I don't. However, Schwellinger insisted, I don't believe that person is really that powerful. He only taught Wei Long a lesson. Besides, young Master Qin also said that Wei Long is nothing in front of him. Then, that guy is definitely not worth mentioning in front of young Master Qin. Schwellinger insisted on her own opinion. What king of the 9 provinces? She had never even heard of it. If it weren't for this chance encounter at the Yun family's medicine garden, she wouldn't have known that such a person existed in the world. But Qin Feiyu, the name of the genius of the imperial state, is known to everyone in the 9 provinces. You? Xia Senyun was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. A frustrating feeling of having something to say but being unable to, and having no way to use one's strength. I think, Chairman Xia, you don't need to worry. At this moment, Wan Shirin slowly stepped out from behind Qin Feiyu, smiling confidently as she said, what this beautiful lady said is not wrong. What big shot, he's just showing off in the Yun family's medicine garden. If he were truly capable, wouldn't he have already made great contributions throughout the 9 provinces and become a well-known figure on the 9 provinces' medical and martial arts ranking? Why should we stay in this small central plains and bully the weak? This shows that this person is utterly useless. But Cousin Qin is different. The resources provided by the Imperial Medical Academy behind him are endless and vast. Cousin Qin is truly a master of both medicine and martial arts. He said he could make you invincible in the Kyushu medical ranking, and that's a fact. Don't you even want that benefit? Wan Shirin had full confidence in Qin Feiyu. These words silenced the members of the Sihai Medical Association once again. Xia Xianyun pondered for a long while. Countless thoughts raced through my mind. First of all, a ranking in the medical field is definitely necessary. The 4 Seas Medical Association has been preparing for this long. Isn't it all for the sake of having a place in the medical field of Kyushu? Qin Feiyu's suggestion was indeed a very good starting point. But what they were about to face was the king of Kyushu, who was as high and unapproachable as a dome. This is also why Xia Xianyun is hesitant and unable to make a decision. However, he also realized that Qin Feiyu was someone he couldn't afford to offend, whether it was the Imperial Physician's Office or the Grand Commandant's Office. Offending these two powerful forces would leave the Four Seas Medical Association in deep trouble. So today, there's simply no way to refuse. Master, just agree, if we join forces with young Master Qin, won't we be invincible in Zhongzhou? Schwedlinger urged. Well. Xia Xianyun feigned reluctance, sighed helplessly, and nodded, saying, then we have no choice but to give it a try, young Master Qin. Please just tell us what you need us to do. But there's a condition, we will no longer participate in the Yun family's medicine garden. Xia Xianyun made a condition. Rest assured. Qin Feiyu finally smiled with satisfaction, grinning as he said, I have a way with the Yun family's medicine garden, no rush, just hold on for now and help my cousin Wan's family refine medicine. I'll take care of the rest next. I'll contact the National Medical Center and ask them for their full support. I will show the entire central continent who truly calls the shots here. Yes. Xia Xianyun immediately nodded in agreement. Wan Shirin was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Sure enough, as long as they helped Qin Feiyu, the Wan family would reap endless benefits. Even the medical associations of all over the world are helping him refine medicine for thousands of families. Soaring to great heights is just around the corner. Qin Feiyu's promise to make the Wan family the #1 in Zhongzhou is no dream. Wan Shirin was so surprised she almost fainted. This happiness came too fast. Qin Feiyu, you're amazing. Afterwards, they discussed the matter further and formulated a plan of action for the next step. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wan Shirin found Schwedlinger. Miss Xue, may I speak to you in private? Wan Shirin looked at Schwedlinger and asked with a smile. Schwedlinger looked up and glanced at Wan Shirin. Thinking back to when Wan Shirin stood up and spoke, she showed no fear in front of all of them, displaying remarkable courage. This made Schwedlinger feel somewhat favorably towards her. He nodded in agreement. The two walked together into the corridor outside the hotel. Miss Wan, please speak plainly. Schwedlinger spoke calmly, with a youthful arrogance and sharp edge. Good. Wan Shirin looked at Schwedlinger with admiration, as if she saw her former self, just as young and impetuous. However, Schwedlinger is much more capable than herself at a young age. She is already a famous figure in the Four Seas Medical Association and a top student of Xia Xianyun. She should have achieved the same success, but she chose to marry a good-for-nothing like Su Ming, wasting 3 years of her youth. Wan Shirin's eyes flickered slightly, and she smiled as she said, it's like this, I wanted to ask you something previously. Your Four Seas Medical Association was located in the Yin family's medicine garden, which should have been. You must have witnessed firsthand the powerful figure who oversees the Yin family, right? I'd like to ask you, just what kind of person is he? What does it look like? What's its name? I've never had the chance to see it, and I'm really curious. At that time, Wan Shirin felt as if ants were crawling all over her heart just to see that big shot. Unfortunately, I always fall short. I always miss it. In the end, we still don't know what kind of person that expert who killed Wei Qilin, taught Wei Long a lesson, and scared away the Four Seas Medical Association really look like. I don't even know if they're old or young. This made her unable to contain her curiosity. I'd been dreaming of figuring this out. Him. Mentioning this, Schwedlinger couldn't help but curl the corners of her lips into a cold laugh. He replied, he was an unremarkable fellow, dressed simply and in rags normally. No one would give him a second glance. I never expected him to have such abilities. It truly amazed me. However, that's all with that kid's appearance, unkempt and irresponsible. He's destined to never amount to anything. One of your points was quite correct. If he were truly capable, he wouldn't be hiding in the Yin family's medicine garden, bullying everyone and showing off his power. He would have made a name for himself throughout the land long ago. Therefore, I have absolutely no liking for him. Schwedlinger scoffed, her face full of disdain. Upon hearing Schwedlinger's description, Wan Shirin raised an eyebrow, her eyes wide with shock. What Schwedlinger said sounds exactly like the guy I know. Sloppy appearance and a carefree attitude? Su Ming's image involuntarily surfaced in Wan Shirin's mind, gradually overlapping with that of the expert from the Yun family's medicine garden. Impossible. Wan Shirin shook her head vigorously. Shui Linger looked down on him because of her status and position, but that person still had some ability. Otherwise, the entire Yun family wouldn't have been able to pledge allegiance to them. As for Su Ming, he was a far cry from him. Perhaps the two just looked somewhat alike. Despite trying to comfort herself in this way, Wan Shirin was still deeply shocked. Unable to resist pressing further, she asked, "What's his name, do you know?" "Him, I think his name Wasim, Su, no, Li, no, I can't quite remember, I can't even recall if I heard his name at the time." Shui Linger frowned and shook her head. 650, Chapter 650 Lackeys and Scoundrels. Su Ming? Could it really be him? Upon hearing Shui Linger mention this word, Wan Shirin was so shocked that her hair almost stood on end. "What is his name?" Wan Shirin asked impatiently. "I think his surname is Li, Miss Wan. Why are you so excited, do you know him?" Shui Linger asked in surprise. Wan Shirin didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Qin Feiyu also came out of the room, raised his head slightly to Wan Shirin and said, "Alright, everything's taken care of, Shirin, let's go." "Good." Wan Shirin left with Qin Feiyu. "That's really strange." Shui Linger touched her nose. Why did mentioning that person, the president of the Wan family, make her so excited? Could it be that that kind of person has some connection with Wan Shirin? But those kinds of people aren't even worth mentioning. Wan Shirin has a powerful and talented man like Qin Feiyu by her side, yet she doesn't appreciate it and is fickle. What an ungrateful woman. Shui Linger immediately pouted, and all her goodwill towards Wan Shirin vanished. "What were you saying to Miss Shui from the Sihai Medical Association outside just now?" Once outside and in the car, Qin Feiyu asked curiously. "It's nothing, I just wanted to ask him what that expert in the Yun family's medicine garden looks like and what his background is. Knowing your enemy is the key to victory. I just didn't expect that the person Shui Linger mentioned would look so much like my ex-husband, Su Ming. It really surprised me." Wan Shirin said with a complicated expression. Puff. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu burst out laughing, turning to look at Wan Shirin with a mocking smile, and said, "Miss Wan, cousin Shirin, give me a break, have you lost your mind? I've seen your ex-husband, that kid, someone like him, let alone the experts at the Yun family's herb garden. Even among the upper middle class in Zhengzhou, he wouldn't rank highly. How did you connect the two? Or is it that you still have feelings for that kid?" Qin Feiyu shook his head, a mocking look on his face. Wan Shirin. Your perspective is too narrow. Back in Yunqing, a small place with limited resources, choosing such a useless person was understandable. Now that they've reached Zhengzhou and the Wan family has made a name for themselves, they're still thinking about that kid. That's absolutely ridiculous. How can Wanja go far in this way? Besides, with Qin Feiyu around, Wan Shirin doesn't treat him like a god, but instead mentions that kind of good-for-nothing in front of him. What, is Qin Feiyu even inferior to that kind of person? That kind of trash doesn't even deserve to be mentioned in front of him. As Qin Feiyu thought about it, he kept sneering. Seeing Qin Feiyu's expression, Wan Shirin realized that she had indeed been too ungrateful. He hurriedly explained, "Cousin Qin, that's not what I meant. That kid is naturally insignificant compared to you. It's just..." She didn't know why she made that connection. "Never mind." Qin Feiyu waved his hand to interrupt, and sneered, "You should know that only I can make the Wan family the number one in Zhengzhou. As for that good-for-nothing, even after 3 years of marriage to you, your Wan family is still unknown. I am too lazy to listen to this person. I have already negotiated with the Four Seas Medical Association to have them help the Wan family refine medicine. I will provide them with a top-tier prescription. With this top-tier prescription, they can help the Four Seas Medical Association rank among the top in the medical rankings 3 months from now. With the help of the Four Seas Medical Association, surely no one in the Wan family can take on this role." Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin was so happy that she almost knelt down to express her gratitude. "Thank you so much, cousin Qin, I don't know how to repay your kindness." Wan Shirin was extremely excited. "Let's talk about that later." The car drove forward, heading back towards Wanja. After Duan Xingyue issued the order, Han Xiancheng, the richest man in Zhengzhou, began a series of attacks and retaliations against the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. First, we must force out any business owners or wealthy individuals who have any business dealings with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, severing all ties with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce within Zhengzhou City. Completely isolate the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Then, they seized all of Tianming Chamber of Commerce's cargo. This is something that Han Xiancheng alone cannot achieve. After all, even the wealthiest people in Zhengzhou couldn't achieve that level of influence in establishing connections for border freight. In this regard, Duan Xingyue used her connections in the imperial state to seize and block all of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce's cargo. Finally, a full-scale attack was launched on Tianming Chamber of Commerce International stock. This caused the stock price of Tianming Chamber of Commerce to plummet. In a short period of time, the Central Plains branch of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce lost over 100 billion yuan. The profits Su Ming's Hellgate made were less than the losses suffered by the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Even with all her skills and talents, Zhang Yilin couldn't fill these ever-present problems and troubles. The only option is to call Su Ming. Su Ming was listening to a report from Luo Wanfu and a group of core wealthy members of Hellgate when he received a phone call, and his face instantly turned terribly gloomy. The group of wealthy people in the room were so frightened that they fell silent and dared not say another word. Luo Wanfu approached Su Ming and asked cautiously, "Sect Master, what happened?" "It's nothing, just that Han Xiancheng, the richest man in Zhengzhou from the Heavenly Alliance, joined forces with the Heavenly Alliance to attack our Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce branch in the past 2 days. We've already lost over 150 billion. Su Ming said with a gloomy expression. "What?" Upon hearing this, Luo Wanfu and the others were so shocked they almost jumped up. "This is nothing?" Only the king of the 9 provinces, with his immense wealth and power, could be so nonchalant. If it were them, they'd probably die of anger on the spot. This Heavenly Alliance is far too arrogant, and Han Xiancheng is an even worse lackey and scoundrel, daring to target your Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. King Su, rest assured, we will absolutely not stand idly by in this matter. To be able to join King Su's ranks and receive King Su's protection, we have no way to repay your immense kindness this time. Let us do something for you. I, Luo Wanfu, will immediately lead my men to confront Han Xiancheng head-on and see how he explains himself. Otherwise, I'll bring down this richest man in Zhengzhou today. Luo Wanfu and a group of wealthy people were filled with righteous indignation and said angrily. Su Ming nodded slightly, agreeing to Luo Wanfu's actions. Duan Xingyue has already made her move, it's time for him to retaliate. Otherwise, this girl will become increasingly arrogant, and sooner or later she will cause chaos throughout the entire Central Plains. Prince Su, wait for our news, we will definitely give you the result. Luo Wanfu patted his chest and guaranteed. Then he stood up, waved his hand at the other wealthy people, and said, "All of you, come with me today. It's time to let Han Xiancheng know that Zhengzhou is not a place where he can act arrogantly and recklessly." Yes. A group of wealthy people suddenly stood up, their imposing presence overwhelming, and followed Luo Wanfu out, leaving with an imposing aura. 651, Chapter 651. I beat him until he called me dad. After Luo Wanfu and the others left, Su Ming looked down at the time. He still needs to go to the Yun family's medicinal herb garden. Because the medicinal herbs there are almost ready for harvest. I should really start preparing for the alchemy work. Otherwise, the toxicity in one's body will remain unresolved, which will become a hidden danger sooner or later. Now that Luo Wanfu is already gone and resolved the issue, he doesn't need to take action for the time being. He can go to the Yun family's medicine garden first. So he got up and left the hotel room. I drove outside and headed to the Yun family's medicinal herb garden. About half an hour later, Su Ming drove to a square at the foot of Yun family medicinal herb garden. We prepared to park the car and hike up the mountain. Creak. Just then, a luxury sports car came speeding from the side and crashed head-on into the right front of Su Ming's car. With a loud bang, Su Ming felt his whole body shaking as he sat in the car, and the front of the car was dented badly from the impact. The entire headlight was completely destroyed and broken. The window of the luxury sports car rolled down, and an extremely arrogant young man leaned out, flicking his long hair with a sideswept fringe, and roared at Su Ming, "You beast, are you blind? Didn't you see your grandpa driving over? Didn't you know to give way? Believe me or not, I'll run you over." Su Ming glanced at it, but ignored it and simply parked his car behind another car. This car doesn't belong to him. He himself was too lazy to drive. During his time at the Shen family home, Shen Luoyun served as his driver. However, after the Hellgate was established, Shen Luoyun was busy supervising the alchemy process and contacting other wealthy people, so she didn't have time to be his driver. So Shen Luoyun took it upon herself to arrange a car for him. Shen Luoyun originally planned to buy him the most luxurious limited edition car. But he refused in the end. Su Ming took a fancy to the old model car that Shen Songlin had left behind, so he started using it for transportation. Even so, even if Su Ming hasn't driven for a long time, this young man is still fully responsible for what happened today. Su Ming opened the car door and got out. The young man with the sideswept bangs rushed forward angrily, grabbed Su Ming by the collar, and roared, "Useless trash, I'm talking to you, are you deaf, or are your ears on your ass so you can't hear me, huh? Young Master Han, look at that kid's pathetic state, don't scare him to death. If he's frightened to death, we'll have to pay compensation." A heavily made-up woman leaned out of the sports car, grinning mockingly. "Payback, what's the value of a worthless life like that? And the car you drive, it's a beat-up old car you could work your whole life and that's all you could afford." The young man laughed wildly and triumphantly. His mouth was filled with foul language, extremely offensive. Su Ming ignored him, lightly brushing the young man's hand away, and said expressionlessly, "You're fully responsible for this collision. I have a dashcam. If you're not satisfied, I can submit the video to the enforcement team, then you can settle the compensation." Ha 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 ha. Hearing Su Ming's words, the young man was not afraid at all, but instead laughed heartily. "Dashcam, who are you trying to scare? Do you know who I am? Enforcement team? The enforcement team is all supported by my Han family? You piece of trash, you could never have imagined reaching such heights in your entire life. However, I'm too lazy to get entangled with trash like you. Anyone who didn't know better would think I'm bullying garbage. Come on, it's just money." As he spoke, the young man took out his wallet, pulled out a wad of bright red cash, which looked to be nearly 10,000 yuan, and threw it all at Su Ming. He grinned smugly and said, "These are a reward for you if there's more. Call him Young Master Han and take it all. If you kneel down and say, 'Young Master Han, I was wrong,' I'll give you an extra 100,000 yuan. That's more than your salary for half a year, isn't it?" Su Ming didn't even glance at the banknotes scattered on the ground, shook his head, and felt bored. "I don't want money, and the car isn't mine. You can pay the compensation you owe to the enforcement team." "Fuck you." Upon hearing this, young Master Hanjin flew into a rage. "What do you mean free of charge? You just want more, you damn con artist. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? You're useless, so you've been supporting your whole family by conning accidents, haven't you? Your Grandpa Han gave it to you." With that, Hanjin pulled a bank card from his wallet and slammed it into Su Ming's face. "There's 500,000 in here, the pin is 6 zeros. Don't even mention hitting you. I'll run your piece of junk over today, watch out." Hanjin turned around angrily, walked to his luxury sports car, opened the door, and said to the heavily made-up woman, "Get out of the car. I'll show him that I'm someone he can't afford to mess with for the rest of his life." After saying that, he pulled the woman out of the car. Then he started driving the sports car again, turned on the gas, and the roaring sound was deafening. Hanjin floored the accelerator and rammed into Su Ming's old car, which was parked in the parking space. With a loud bang, Su Ming's car was bent and dented. But Hanjin was still not satisfied. He reversed the car while jerking the steering wheel, and crashed into it again. While ramming the car, he cursed, "You think you can keep a dashcam? I'll smash your whole car to pieces, you piece of trash." Hanjin, like someone with hyperthyroidism, violently rammed Su Ming's car. The heavily made-up woman, reeking of the world of prostitution, approached Su Ming with a flirtatious and disdainful smile, saying, "Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. If they give you the money, just take it. Apologize to him. You'll make a fortune and get something in return. I assent that better than winning the lottery? You're determined to make things difficult for him, aren't you? Now this is going to be fun. Do you know who he is? He's the eldest son of the Han family, the richest man in Zhengzhou, the son of Han Qianqing. Go out and ask around, in the entire Zhengzhou, who dares to mess with him? Not to mention someone like you, a lowly ant. Don't look down on people with your contemptuous gaze. Not everyone in the world is as lowly and incompetent as you. You've really gotten yourself into big trouble. The woman said with a mocking expression. Oh, Han Qianqing's son? Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately grinned coldly. They really do come to us of their own accord. Where are you going? Su Ming asked with a meaningful smile. Hearing this, the woman assumed Su Ming was scared and backing down, and replied with a smile, he and I were just on our way to the Yun family's herb garden to buy medicine. Only you were blind enough to try and scam him. Do you think he wouldn't be furious? You'd better pray that after the accident, he'll let you off the hook, otherwise, you're finished. Idiot. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. He strode up the mountain. As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow road. Since it's from the Shangyun family's medicinal herb garden, he's not in a hurry. Hopefully, when this kid runs into him at the Yun family's herb garden later, he'll still be as arrogant as he is now. Otherwise, it would be incredibly boring. Su Ming walked up the mountain with a smile on his face. What about that good-for-nothing? After venting his frustrations by crashing into things, Han Jin got out of the car and asked the woman a question. They've gone up the mountain. The woman looked up and answered. Thinking of Su Ming's last words, idiot, the woman was suddenly filled with doubt and surprise. How could that kid dare to say such a thing after knowing Han Jin's identity? Terrified? Or are you tired of living? What a useless piece of trash who doesn't even realize he's about to die. Going up the mountain, he ran away. What a piece of trash. Fine, let's go up the mountain too. Just don't let me run into that loser, or I'll beat him to a pulp and make him beg for mercy. Han Jin gritted his teeth and grinned maliciously. He then put his arm around the woman and started walking up the mountain. 652, Chapter 652. Those who are not afraid of death, come. Su Ming stepped into the Yun family's medicinal herb garden. Brother Su, you've come. In the herb garden, Yun Lian turned around and saw Su Ming. She immediately showed a look of surprise and delight, but also a bit of shyness and bashfulness, her face turning red. Ever since Su Ming helped the Yun family resolve their troubles and cultivated top-quality medicinal herbs in the herb garden, Yun Lian stayed by her side every step of the way to help take care of her. In her words, these are all the fruits of King Su's labor. She will not leave until they are ripe. Moreover, by helping to cultivate these top-quality medicinal herbs, she can also learn a lot about medicinal herbs. This is something you can't learn from medical texts. Su Ming nodded slightly and slowly walked over. His gaze swept over them and he saw that most of them were indeed mature. The pill he was going to refine was a 9th grade elixir, the Dragon Breath Rejuvenation Pill. Once this elixir is completed, the atmosphere of heaven and earth changes drastically, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. The surrounding energy field will be destroyed. It is not appropriate to refine it within the Yun family's medicine garden. If it is successfully refined here, the entire Yun family's medicine garden will be ruined, and the essence of all the medicinal plants will be completely destroyed. Therefore, after the medicinal herbs matured, he had to dig them all up and harvest them to other places for processing. But he hasn't chosen a location yet. Within Zhengzhou City, there are very few good options that allow him to refine materials without fear of his aura being damaged. Brother Su, these medicinal herbs are ripe. What are your plans for using them? Yun Lian carefully stayed by her side and asked curiously. Each and every one of these medicinal herbs is a rare and precious treasure. Outside, others would beg for it, and even if it were taken to the highest level of medicine in the 9 provinces, it would cause a sensation in the medical world of the 9 provinces. There's nothing to hide from Yun Lian. Su Ming calmly replied, I intend to use these medicinal herbs to refine the Dragon Breath Rejuvenation Pill. Dragon's Breath Rejuvenating Pill? Upon hearing this, Yun Lian was shocked. Is that the legendary 9th grade divine medicine recorded in the medical classics, the Dragon Breath Rejuvenating Pill? It is said that throughout history, very few people have ever been able to refine it. Even medical masters at the level of medical saints are not qualified, as they cannot refine it and will even harm themselves. Brother Su, the medicine you're going to refine is actually this kind of divine elixir? Yun Lian was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. I never expected this. She thought that Su Ming's ability to refine 7th or 8th grade pills was already quite remarkable, but his words were surprisingly surprising. Perhaps only Su Ming would dare to do something like this. Even if the head of the Imperial Physician's office came, he probably wouldn't dare to take the risk. The success rate of a 9th grade divine medicine is probably only 1%. Su Ming remained calm and said indifferently, that's right, only the Dragon Breath Rejuvenation Pill can completely eliminate the 2 kinds of poisons mixed in my body, although even for me, the success rate is not high, we still have to try. Oh my god. Yun Lian was stunned for a while, then said with a complicated and worried expression, Brother Su, why don't we weigh the pros and cons and discuss it again? Even if it is a deadly poison, there are other ways to cure it. There are so many medical masters in the world, and countless divine doctors on the 9 provinces medical ranking. Given your status at Brother Su, they would be eager to serve you with a single order. There's always a solution. Why take such a risk? You don't understand. Su Ming shook his head and said calmly, if even I can't solve this kind of poison, then there is no one else in the world who can. The Feng family's medical sage, in conjunction with the entire Feng family's power, created this extremely potent poison over several decades. It's not so easy to deal with. It's only because my martial arts aura has been holding on, plus my continuous efforts to refine medicine and find ways to alleviate it, that I've been able to manage it. If it were anyone else, they would have been turned into a pool of blood by now. This. Yun Lian was speechless again. I never imagined this poison was so terrifying. The Feng family deserves to die. What a fine family, producing a medical sage, yet instead of helping the world and alleviating poverty, they are obsessed with researching poisons. They even used poison to harm Brother Su. Even dying 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Thinking about it, Yun Lian felt indignant for Su Ming and gritted her teeth in anger. Just then, the guards who were standing outside the Yun family's house rushed in. He approached Yun Lian and whispered, Miss Yun, something terrible has happened. A young man has appeared outside, claiming to be the eldest son of the Han family, is trying to force his way into the herb garden. We couldn't stop them. The guard said with a grim expression. So many of you experts couldn't stop a mere kid? Yun Lian asked in surprise and doubt. No, if it were just about stopping him, that wouldn't matter. That kid, let alone 1, 10, or 100 of us, we could make him crawl on the ground, but he's the son of Han Qiancheng, the richest man in Zhongzhou. How could we dare offend him? Anyone else who tried to stop us got slapped a few times by him. That's why I came to ask you for instructions. The guard looked annoyed. Alright, I got it, I'll handle it. Yun Lian waved her hand to interrupt. Then she looked up and said to Su Ming, Brother Su, something happened outside. I'll go out and take care of it. Okay. Su Ming's gaze was fixed on the medicinal herbs, and he casually gave a reply. Yun Lian then hurriedly turned and left with her entourage. Outside, Han Jin and his woman were making a huge scene in Qian Yuanli, acting like madmen, punching and kicking a group of Yun family guards and cursing loudly. A bunch of your damn watchdogs, you dare to stop me, do you have a death wish? Do you know who I am? My father is Han Qiancheng, ever heard of him? If you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll have my dad wipe out your entire Yin family's medicinal herb garden, including you piece of trash. I'll bury you right here. Who dares to come up? Whoever dares to touch me dies. Han Jin roared and started a frenzy. In reality, no one touched him at all. Instead, he recklessly and arrogantly chased after a group of guards and beat them up. All right. At this moment, Yun Lian slowly walked out with her entourage, her icy gaze falling on Han Jin. She coldly said, Young Master Han, this is enough. Our Yun family's medicine garden is not a place for you to cause trouble. If you continue like this, you are not welcome here. Please leave. Hey, who's talking? Han Jin then stopped hitting and scolding the others, stood still, turned his head, and his arrogant and smug gaze fell on Yun Lian, his eyes immediately lighting up. I'd long heard that although Miss Yun had been plagued by illness for a long time, she was an exceptional beauty. Now that I see her, she truly is extraordinary. Her skin is so white and tender, just like tofu. Your eyes are so bright and cute. You look so fair and delicate. I really want to hold you in my arms and bully you a bit. Han Jin laughed wildly. Such foul language instantly turned Yun Lian's face red, her expression ugly, and her eyes filled with disgust. Presumptuous. Yun Lian gritted her teeth and shouted sharply. How dare you be so arrogant in my Yun family's medicinal garden? What are you doing here? If you know what's good for you, get out of here now, or don't blame us for being impolite. Yun Lian said angrily. Ha ha ha. Han Jin burst into laughter. He walked towards Yun Lian while laughing. I originally came to buy medicine. I heard that your Yun family's medicine garden has top-grade spiritual herbs. I, Han Jin, have lived this long and have seen all kinds of top-grade medicinal herbs, so I'm very interested and want to broaden my horizons. However, after meeting you, I lost interest in all those things because you are the perfect one I've been looking for. Han Jin had a sinister and lewd look on his face, and his whole debauchery and vulgarity were beyond description. Yun Lian took a step back in alarm and hurriedly said to the others, "Stop him." Upon hearing Yun Lian's order, the group of guards who had just been insulted by Han Jin immediately rushed forward. More than a dozen people surrounded Han Jin. The martial arts master unleashed his full power, instantly unleashing his overwhelming aura. They had all reached their limit and were determined to cripple Han Jin today. Come! Unexpectedly, Han Jin shouted and pulled out a token from his pocket, holding it up in front of everyone. Look carefully, open your dog eyes and take a good look. What is this? The core top-tier token of the Heavenly Society. Possessing this token means you belong to the Heavenly Society. Anyone who dares to come up here, I guarantee they won't see the sunrise the next day. Come on, anyone who's not afraid to die. A loud shout stunned everyone present. 653, Chapter 653. Tonight I'll consummate our marriage with you. The group of guards were instantly terrified. Everyone stared at Han Jin in disbelief and shock, not daring to move an inch. If it were just the richest man in Zhengzhou plus Han Jin, they wouldn't be so afraid. At worst, they'll trade one life for another. If Han Jin is going to die, even the richest man in Zhengzhou can't do anything to them. Moreover, with the Yun family backing them up, the Yun family will naturally protect them. But if you move out of the Heavenly Society, the situation will be completely different. The Heavenly Society has been at its zenith in Zhengzhou for some time now. Its power and influence are so vast that they dare not even dream of it. It is simply beyond their reach. Even the richest man, Han Xiancheng, is just a member of the Paradise Society. Even the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou have joined the Paradise Society. In this situation, heaven would wipe them out as easily as crushing an ant. Most importantly, it's not just them, their families, wives, and children will also be affected. Even the Yun family would likely be unable to protect themselves against the Paradise Society, being extremely vulnerable and easily defeated. In that case, they'll have to think twice about whether or not they should take action. If this goes wrong, the consequences could be unbearable for everyone. What are you all standing there for? Do it. If anything happens, the Yun family will take responsibility. Throw him out. Yun Lian's face turned pale with anger, and she shouted angrily at the group of guards. But the head of the guards turned around and said to Yun Lian with a grim expression, "Miss Yun, it's not that we don't want to take action, it's just that this is really inappropriate. He holds the Heavenly Society's token. Offending the Heavenly Society will not only ruin us, but the entire Yun family will be finished. I think we should just let this matter go. Young Master Han is just buying medicine, you can just sell it to him." Yes, yes. The other guards quickly nodded in agreement. You bunch of idiots. Even someone as delicate as Yun Lian was so angry that she swore. If you're too scared, just say so. What excuses are you making? Does he look like he's buying medicine? Have you ever seen anyone come to buy medicine looking like this? You bunch of useless trash. Yun Lian was furious and gasped for breath, almost vomiting blood. Well said. Han Jin laughed heartily. I told you long ago, they're just a bunch of watchdogs, good-for-nothings, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. But Miss Yun, you look even more beautiful when you're fierce. I love it. Ha ha ha. Han Jin laughed triumphantly. Then, his cold gaze swept over the group of guards, and he shouted sharply, a bunch of trash, get out of the way. Although everyone was indignant and clenched their fists, no one dared to move because of Han Jin's status, and could only obediently push him to the sides. Han Jin then strode across the crowd and walked towards Yun Lian. Yun Lian was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. But Han Jin was already right in front of them. Yun Lian gritted her teeth, her face deathly pale, and glared angrily at Han Jin. What exactly do you want? I won't do anything. How could I bear to hurt such a delicate beauty like you? I'd rather cherish you than not. Hanjin chuckled lewdly, then raised his hand and touched Yunlian's little face. You beast. The guards were so angry that their teeth were grinding together. But no one dared to move. Yunlian had never suffered such humiliation before. With a fierce determination, she grabbed Hanjin's hand and bit down hard on his tiger's mouth. Ah! Hanjin cried out in pain and forcefully shook off his hand to break free. Then, glaring angrily at Yunlian, he said, You fucking idiot, do you really think I wouldn't dare to touch you? As soon as he finished speaking, Hanjin slapped Yunlian across the face. With a snap. A crisp slap echoed throughout the room. A bright red five-finger mark instantly appeared on Yunlian's face. That's not all. Hanjin raised his hand and grabbed Yunlian's neck, his eyes contorted with rage as he roared, I'm only speaking to you politely because you're somewhat attractive, but you're so ungrateful, you're just asking for death. Do you know how many women in the entire Zhangzhou city are begging for my favor? There are so many that you can't even count them all. It's your honor that I've taken a liking to you and you're not happy about it? You dare to bite me, huh? Believe me or not, I'll kill you. Hanjin's eyes hardened, and his face was full of ferocity. He had no martial arts skills, but as a grown man, he was much stronger than the average woman. In addition, Yunlian was frail and sickly, and was already thin. With his neck being choked, he had no way to break free. His face instantly turned bright red, and he could barely breathe. Yunlian burst into tears, her face streaked with tears. Let's go, I'm going to see what's going on in your Yun family's herb garden today. I want the top-grade medicinal herbs, and I want you, Yunlian, too. After I get the herbs, I'll consummate our marriage tonight. From now on, you, Yunlian, will be my woman. Hanjin laughed arrogantly, grabbed Yunlian with one hand, and strode into the inner garden of the Yun family's medicine garden. A group of guards hurriedly followed. It was a mixture of hatred and anger, yet also a sense of helplessness. We could only watch helplessly. Miss Yun, you're so pitiful. They only regret that the Yun family is too weak to support them and make decisions for them, otherwise, they would never have let a beast like Hanjin live like this. Hanjin grabbed Yunlian and stepped into the herb garden with a casual shove. He pushed Yunlian to the ground. Yunlian covered her neck, which was red from being choked, and coughed incessantly, tears streaming down her face. Inside the herb garden, Su Ming, who was inspecting the herbs, heard the noise and slowly turned around. His gaze fell on Yunlian, who had been humiliated on the ground, and then he looked up at Hanjin. He immediately frowned, and a murderous intent surged from his chest. Did you hit her? Su Ming asked in an icy, chilling tone. So what if I am? Do I need to pick a day to beat someone up? Who do we have here? It's you, you piece of trash. What? You got beaten up by me down the mountain and ran away to hide here. You're lucky you ran fast, otherwise your fate would have been even worse than hers. Hanjin arrogantly raised his head, crossed his arms, and looked smug. Su Ming, his face was terribly gloomy. He looked at Yunlian and asked, Are all those guards outside incompetent? They can't even stop such a piece of trash? He knew Hanjin would come up. They also knew that Hanjin would definitely cause trouble. However, there were more than a dozen guards from the Yun family outside, including a master with the cultivation level of Earth Profound Realm. They would be showing mercy if they didn't beat Hanjin to death. So he didn't care at all. Who would have thought that so many people would just stand by and watch Yunlian get beaten and bullied like this? At this moment, Su Ming was truly furious. He has a Heaven Society token, those guys don't dare touch him. Yunlian took a while to catch her breath before she came to her senses and said in a hoarse and desolate voice. That's right, you're not much better than them either. Look what this is. Hanjin once again brandished his Heavenly Society token, holding it up in front of Su Ming, and said smugly, This thing is enough to make anyone in Zhengzhou kneel before me, especially a piece of trash like you. I can make you die a horrible death with just one word. Useless trash. Come here, I haven't settled the score with you for what happened at the foot of the mountain yet. Come here, kneel down and kowtow before Meth and I'll consider how to execute you. Hanjin was arrogant and overbearing. Okay. Su Ming gave a sinister smile. He strode towards Hanjin. 654, Chapter 654, Overbearing Aura. Well. The guards at the gate saw Su Ming being so humble and obedient in front of Hanjin. They're even worse than them, they're as obedient as dogs. Sure enough, no one in heaven can stand against them. Even just holding the Heavenly Society token is enough to crush these insignificant people. Faced with such overwhelming force, they are as insignificant as ants. What should we do about the Yun family? Poor Miss Yun Lian, she's going to suffer at the hands of such a beast. Su Ming stood in front of Hanjin. Hanjin looked down on Su Ming with disdain, as if he were looking at trash. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. It has to be a loud kowtow. Okay, listen carefully, see if it's loud enough. Su Ming gave a sinister laugh, and before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped Hanjin across the face. Boom! Like a drumbeat, a slap sent Hanjin flying more than 10 meters away. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood in midair, his mouth full of broken teeth flying through the air and landing everywhere. Hanjin fell heavily to the ground like a broken sack, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. What happened? Was he struck by lightning? Hanjin struggled with all his might, supporting himself with his hands, and managed to lift half of his body off the ground before he could even see what was happening. Su Ming's figure had already appeared in front of him. Hanjin was so frightened, as if she had seen a ghost, that she collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at Su Ming. You dare to hit me? The second one. Did you hear that? Was it loud enough? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming kicked Hanjin hard in the head. Bang! Hanjin was kicked more than 10 meters away again, landing headfirst in the herb garden. His head was buried in the soil like a scallion, and he couldn't get up for a long time. His eyes, ears, and nose were all bleeding from Su Ming's kick. This was only because Su Ming had held back a bit. Otherwise, that kick could have separated Hanjin's head from his body. All the guards at the gate were dumbfounded, staring in disbelief, too scared to even breathe. That's insane. That's so brutal. They thought Su Ming was backing down, but they never expected that he would beat Hanjin like this in just 2 moves. Even if they were not afraid of the Heavenly Society and took action themselves, they could not achieve such an effect. That's absolutely terrifying. Is this guy really not afraid of even the Heaven Society? Hanjin, you've really met your match this time. Amidst the shocked and horrified gazes of the crowd, Su Ming strode forward and once again stood before Hanjin. There's one more hit, don't lie there. Su Ming's killing intent was overwhelming, like that of the Grim Reaper. The reason they held back was because they didn't want Hanjin to die too quickly, otherwise it wouldn't be fun. This beast deserves to experience what true suffering is. I give up. Hearing Su Ming's voice beside him, Hanjin was terrified. He quickly pulled his head out of the mud and knelt down in front of Su Ming with a thud. He immediately bowed down, kowtowing twice to Su Ming, then cried out in terror, his face covered in blood, "Boss, spare my life, I surrender, this Heavenly Society token, I'll give it to you, as long as you let me go I'll do anything you want." Hanjin was truly terrified. This guy is insane. I'm not afraid of Heaven's power or his identity. This attack was so brutal, if he were to be hit a few more times, even if he didn't die, he would probably be bedridden and in a vegetative state forever. In all his years, Hanjin had never felt death so close. At this moment, he felt cold all over his body. He only wanted to survive under Su Ming's command, and he would do anything for him. The Heaven Society? Su Ming sneered and glanced indifferently at Hanjin. With a sweep of his hand, Hanjin's token fell to the ground in front of him. Then, Su Ming stomped heavily on the token, burying it deep into the soil. The Heavenly Order is like this before me, worthy only to be trampled under my feet. Do you really think that heaven can save your life? Third hit, caught. With a loud shout, Su Ming delivered another kick, sweeping it like a hammer towards Hanjin. Don't want. Hanjin screamed with all her might, letting out an extremely shrill and terrifying scream that sent chills down everyone's spine. But the next moment, with a loud bang, Hanjin was kicked away by Su Ming like a ball, flying more than 10 or 20 meters away. After landing, he rolled several times and fainted on the spot. The guards at the entrance, witnessing this scene, were so frightened they nearly knelt on the ground. That's terrifying. This person is indeed the most extraordinary master in Zhengzhou. Putting aside their strength and methods, their arrogant attitude alone is something none of them can compare to. What kind of status does someone have to be to disregard the heavenly society and the entire Central Plains? Everyone trembled and stared blankly. Su Ming didn't even glance at Han Jin, who was unconscious like trash. He turned around, returned to Yun Lian's side, and helped her up with heartache, asking, "Are you alright?" "Fine. Fine." Yun Lian was grateful and happy, and gently shook her head, her face flushed. But the red marks on his face and neck were still very noticeable. Su Ming took out a small bottle of ointment from his pocket and handed it to Yun Lian. "Apply this loquat syrup to your face and neck, and it will be better in half an hour. This will also prevent Master Yin from seeing it and worrying about you." "Yes, thank you, Brother Su." Yun Lian was extremely grateful and flattered, and hurriedly knelt down to thank Su Ming. Su Ming helped Yun Lian up, shook his head slightly, and smiled. Then he patted Yun Lian's head and said, "You rest first, and I'll teach those good-for-nothings at the door a lesson for you." After speaking, Su Ming turned around, his murderous eyes landing on the group of guards watching the show at the door. Everyone trembled with fear. Seeing Su Ming towards as they approached, they were all terrified and retreated in panic, all the way to the front yard, filled with anxiety and not daring to lift their heads. You can also be considered martial arts practitioners? You are also considered Yun family guards? Whose money are you using for the food and money you spend? If you weren't from the Yun family, what could you do? Who would want to hire a bunch of useless trash like you? Ah! Su Ming's sharp shout echoed throughout the area. Looking at this bunch of good-for-nothings made him even angrier than looking at Han Jin. If it weren't for this bunch of trash, Yun Lian wouldn't have gotten hurt at all. Compared to their own war god army, this group of idiots who call themselves martial arts masters are not even trash, not even human. The guard leader retorted unwillingly, "Boss, we don't have your strength or background, so there's nothing we can do. Han Jin has such a powerful backer. If we touch him, we'll never have peace. We also have wives, children, and elderly parents. You can't just treat us like human beings." Good, well said. Who doesn't have a wife, children, and elderly parents? Doesn't Yun Lian have one? Doesn't the Yun family have one? So we're supposed to keep a bunch of good-for-nothings around and let them get bullied? You can't even do things for money? Alright, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I can tell you're not convinced. Any one of you, or all of you, step forward. Let's see who can withstand a single blow from me. If you can stay here as guards, then you can all pack your things and get out of here and don't ever set foot in Zhengzhou again. Su Ming flicked his long sleeves, exuding an aura of dominance. 655, Chapter 655. The Yun family doesn't keep useless people. A group of Yun family guards looked at Su Ming, who was standing on the steps. When asked, none of them dared to utter a sound. They had witnessed Su Ming's strength firsthand. Although they had never witnessed Wei Qilin being killed or Wei Long being taught a lesson before. After all, they weren't qualified to step into the Yun family's inner garden. But everyone had heard of the powerful figure behind the Yun family, the big boss who was supporting them, and that was this person. Having witnessed Su Ming beat Han Jin to such a state today, everyone was terrified. Is nobody here? I never expected you wouldn't even have this most basic courage. You call yourselves martial arts masters. Martial arts isn't just about cultivating qi, it's also about cultivating the heart. It requires the determination to go forward even knowing death is inevitable. Otherwise, what's the point of practicing martial arts? Here's a very obvious example of this. That was Su Fanghua. Su Fanghua is a complete martial arts fanatic. She gets more excited than anything else whenever she encounters a strong opponent. The stronger it is, the more excited I get. Even knowing she was no match for him, even knowing she might die, she would still face the challenge head on. This kind of mentality alone is something that most people can't compare to. This also destined Su Fenghua's martial arts realm to be unstoppable. But they wouldn't understand if I explained these things to them. Su Ming shook his head. In that case, pack your things and get out of here. The Yun family doesn't keep useless people. I'll do it. At this moment, the head of the guards could no longer bear it, clenched his fists, and stepped forward with a flushed face. He stopped in front of Su Ming, gritted his teeth, and asked, I just need to block one of your attacks, right? That's right, as long as you can withstand one of my attacks and still stand up, I'll spare your life. Su Ming tilted his head slightly, looking directly at the other person with a blank expression. Okay, let's go. The head guard took a deep breath, and his energy surged up in an instant. His entire physique seemed to double in size, and his muscles bulged high. His whole body was as solid as a rock, standing still. He already possessed the cultivation level of the Earth Profound Realm, although it was uncertain whether he could withstand a single move from Su Ming. The Earth Profound Realm, with prior knowledge and ample preparation, was still quite formidable if he used all his energy solely for defense. If this can't stop it, then no one here can stop it. Are you ready? Su Ming asked expressionlessly. The head guard nodded. Su Ming then slowly approached the head of the guards, raised his hand, and gently placed his palm on the head of the guard's chest. It fell like cotton, without any force or power. The head of the guards, who was already on edge, didn't dare to breathe. But at this moment, I was somewhat shocked. Is that all? Is this kid just trying to scare them, or does he never intend to actually do anything? Just as he was about to relax, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Su Ming's palm like a tidal wave. Boom! A terrifying burst of energy exploded in the chest of the guard leader, spreading outwards and even creating shockwaves that rushed towards the others. Everyone was shocked and wide-eyed in disbelief. The next moment, the head of the guards was sent flying by the impact, smashing a large hole in the adjacent courtyard wall and landing inside, blood gushing from his mouth. Everyone was instantly stunned. That's terrifying. The guard leader was at the Earth Profound Realm, and he had prepared in advance, going all out, yet he was defeated in one blow. If it were them, wouldn't they have died on the spot? Who can stop this? Everyone looked grim, as if they had seen a ghost. This guy clearly doesn't want to keep them here. Such a request is harder than climbing to heaven. Who else? Su Ming's gaze swept over the others, and he said coldly, anyone else who wants to try, step forward. Those who can block the way can stay. Everyone was terrified and turned back, then fled in panic, with no one daring to stay on the spot. Joke. If they stay any longer, they'll probably only face death. They preferred to flee as far away as possible, even refusing their final wages. A bunch of useless trash. Su Ming sneered, dismissing the criticism. Behind her, Yunlian slowly walked out and looked at Su Ming, saying, Brother Su, but these are all the people in our Yun family. If we drive them all away, who will protect us? Won't the Yun family's medicine garden be wide open from now on? It's alright, these good-for-nothings won't amount to anything if they stay here. It's lucky I was here today, otherwise you would have died at Hanjin's hands. With these guys, what use are they if they'd leave you to die? I've already shown mercy by not killing them all. Su Ming said with a cold and stern expression. Yunlian blushed and nodded gratefully, knowing that Su Ming's anger was to vent his anger on her behalf. I was very happy. Don't worry, I'll send other people to guard this area. They'll be at least 100 times better than these useless people, Su Ming said in a deep voice. Thank you, Brother Swan. On behalf of the Yun family, I thank King Su for his great kindness. Yunlian bowed deeply to Su Ming in gratitude. Su Ming smiled calmly. This was done not only to protect the Yun family, but also for the sake of their own medicinal herbs. Otherwise, people like Hanjin would come up every now and then, and he wouldn't bother dealing with them. Below the courtyard wall, the head guard struggled to his feet, unable to straighten his back, and choked on 2 mouthfuls of blood. Although Su Ming's attack wasn't fatal, it nearly took half of his life. The head of the guards was disheartened and realized that his martial arts skills, which he was so proud of, were as fragile and vulnerable as an ant in front of Su Ming. Moreover, he knew very well that Su Ming had shown mercy. Su Ming could easily take away half of his life with a single blow. So if Su Ming wanted to, he could easily kill him. It's a stroke of good luck that he's still alive. The head guard, leaning against the courtyard wall, was about to leave, his steps unsteady. Stop! Su Ming's gaze fell on the head of the guards, and he gave a low shout. The head guard trembled with fear. His legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. He stiffly turned to look at Su Ming and said, Boss, I lost. I couldn't withstand a single move from you. I'll leave. I hope you'll spare my life. No, you can stay. Su Ming said expressionlessly. The The head of the guards was caught off guard and stared at Su Ming in shock. What's going on here? Do you give someone a hard blow and then offer them a sweet treat? I've said it before, I don't care how strong you are because in my eyes, you're all weak. What I need are people with guts, not cowards. You at least did that so you can stay. After saying that, Su Ming tossed a pill to the head guard. Eat this pill, rest for one night, and your injuries will be fully healed. Su Ming said. Thank you so much, boss, thank you so much, boss. The head guard was so grateful that tears streamed down his face, and he kowtowed several times to Su Ming in surprise. Just then, Su Ming's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Jiang Yilin calling. Su Ming answered the phone and asked, "What's wrong? Has the matter with the Tianming Chamber of Commerce been resolved?" "No, Mr. Su, something's happened," Jiang Yilin said in a slightly trembling voice. Something happened? How is that possible? Didn't Luo Wanfu and his group go over to deal with it in a very aggressive manner? Are there really so many wealthy people in Zhengzhou who can't even handle one of the richest men, Han Xiansheng? Su Ming instantly showed a look of surprise and doubt. 656, Chapter 656. This is the power of the Heavenly Society. The truth is, it really can't be solved. When Luo Wanfu and others arrived at the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, Han Xiansheng was leading his men, swaggering around, as he proposed an acquisition plan to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. 500 billion. With an arrogant and confident look on his face, Han Xiansheng looked at Jiang Yilin and her group of high-ranking members of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce headquarters and spoke. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce has fallen into ruin, embroiled in scandals, and heavily indebted. Its stocks alone have suffered significant losses and are in a state of devaluation now. No one dares to do business with your Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Only I, Han Xiansheng, have the capital to come up with 50 billion, but it's only because I think highly of you, President Jiang Yilin. Otherwise, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce wouldn't even be worth 50 billion. With that, Han Xiansheng slammed an acquisition plan on the table and said arrogantly to Jiang Yilin, President Jiang, sign it. After you sign it, the Tianming Chamber of Commerce will change hands from now on. You'll be free of worries. With this 50 billion, you still have a chance to make a comeback. Otherwise, staying with this heavily indebted company will only drag you down and waste your potential. Han Xiansheng said with a mocking smile. You're talking nonsense. Luo Wanfu led his men into the office and glared at Han Xiansheng, shouting, Do you know who the real owner behind the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is? You think you can buy it for 50 billion? Let me tell you, even 500 billion won't do. You, Han Xiansheng, are not qualified. Don't think we don't know what you've done. Isn't the trouble that Tianming Chamber of Commerce is currently facing all you're doing, Han Xiansheng? The richest man in Zhengzhou, I think you're nothing but a dog, a despicable and shameless dog. Besides, you have no idea who you've offended. It's someone you can't afford to mess with for the rest of your life. Luo Wanfu glared angrily at Han Xiansheng and said, Where did those stray dogs come from, barking like that? Han Xiansheng slowly turned his head, his mocking gaze falling on Luo Wanfu. He curled his lips and sneered, Are you the one shouting nonsense? I'm not mistaken, am I? Someone outside the top 10 on the rich list dares to challenge me, Han Xiansheng? You say I, Han Xiansheng, am not qualified? Do you have the right to speak to me? Han Xiansheng laughed wildly, completely disregarding Luo Wanfu. Although Luo Wanfu ranked 11th on the Central Plains rich list, in the eyes of ordinary people, he is a top-notch and renowned tycoon in Zhengzhou. But he really didn't need Han Xiansheng's approval. As the richest man in Zhengzhou, Han Xiansheng's immense wealth and resources extend far beyond Zhengzhou city. He is renowned throughout the entire 9 provinces. In terms of sheer wealth and power, even 3 Luo Wanfus combined couldn't match Han Xiansheng. Therefore, he didn't take Luo Wanfu seriously at all. Luo Wanfu, don't think that just because you've joined Hell's Gate and someone's protecting you, you're tough. You can stand tall in front of me. Let me tell you, you'll be a stray dog trampled underfoot your whole life. Even if you fight until you die of old age and lie in your coffin, you'll never be a hair on my head. Han Xiansheng stood up and looked at Luo Wanfu with disdain. Besides, this so-called Hellgate, in my opinion, is nothing more than a bunch of trash huddling together for warmth. No one has ever seen what the master of Hellgate looks like. No one knows what his background is. Perhaps it's all a fabrication, just a lie made up by you bunch of good-for-nothings to protect yourselves. Han Xiancheng laughed triumphantly. Compared to the real-life powerful figures of the imperial state in the heavenly society, the gates of hell, it's like a joke. You? Luo Wanfu instantly turned ashen with rage, his teeth grinding together so hard he nearly vomited blood. Humiliating him is one thing. That bastard, with audacity, actually dared to humiliate the current king of Kyushu. But now he realized just how ignorant Han Xiancheng was. He really hoped Su Ming would appear here, and wanted to see how terrified this idiot would be if he knew the identity of the king of the 9 provinces. Now you know what kind of trash you are in front of me, right? Han Xiancheng scoffed, his gaze returning to Jiang Yilin, and he grinned. President Jiang, you don't really believe that these good-for-nothings can save your Tianming Chamber of Commerce, do you? Don't waste your time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You should know who I'm working for, right? This is only because our Heavenly Alliance boss is showing mercy to your Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have this opportunity. Hurry up. After saying that, Han Xiancheng swaggered down in the chair, waiting for Jiang Yilin to give him a reply. Jiang Yilin's expression was calm and unpleasant. She never expected that heaven would be so cruel. To go to such lengths. They even released Han Xiancheng to deliver a blow to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, intending to leave her with nowhere to turn. Even if the Tianming Chamber of Commerce is in dire straits, even if it is on the verge of bankruptcy, she will not act on her own initiative unless Su Ming gives the order. Jiang Yilin replied with a gloomy expression, I won't sell it. I can handle this kind of pressure. Well said. Luo Wanfu hurriedly echoed, turning his head indignantly and saying, President Jiang, don't worry, we will help resolve the current deficits and debts of Tianming Chamber of Commerce. We, the richest of us, may not be richer than a country, but if we put all our wealth together, we can easily come up with hundreds of billions. Those petty people, despite their cunning schemes, have only managed to cause the Tianming Chamber of Commerce to lose 100 billion. I thought he was really capable, but he's nothing special. Luo Wanfu crossed his arms, turned around smugly, and looked at Han Xiancheng with disdain. Clearly, by coming forward collectively, they have gained the upper hand in terms of money. 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. Besides, they have so many wealthy people, plus the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. Han Xiancheng, are you out of options now? Shouldn't be scared, now you dare to speak up. However, Han Xiancheng remained calm, a smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at Luo Wanfu and the others as if they were clowns, and said with a smile, is that so? The phone should be ringing by now. What phone call, are you crazy? Luo Wanfu sneered disdainfully. But the next moment, the entire office was filled with ringing alarms. The cell phones of Luo Wanfu and his group of wealthy men all rang at almost the same time. Everyone was astonished and horrified. They all pulled out their phones to check. Then they all discovered that the calls were made by their trusted subordinates and the company's core members. Everyone answered the phone in surprise. Then, one by one, their expressions underwent a dramatic transformation, as if by magic. Mr. Luo, this is terrible. Our company has just received an order from the Imperial Enforcement Team to shut it down. We are not allowed to reopen for business for at least a month and will be subject to inspection by the Imperial Enforcement Team. Mr. Wang, our stocks have been attacked. We've already lost nearly 10 billion this morning. Mr. Chen, our group has been accused of illegal operations. There have also been reports that our products have problems. Almost at that moment, Luo Wanfu and his group of wealthy people from Zhengzhou received all sorts of bad news. Without exception, all of them were the group companies they owned that ran into problems. They either get banned, targeted, or sued. There's no peace. Everyone's expressions were horrified and distorted, as if they had eaten shit. Luo Wanfu slowly put down his phone, looked up in disbelief and shock, his gaze falling on Han Xiancheng, his voice trembling. It's you? But how could you do that? How could you, all by yourself, attack so many of our companies, numbering in the hundreds, in such a short time? A group of wealthy people were so shocked they were practically dumbfounded. My whole body felt ice cold and numb, and my hair was standing on end. Han Xianqing's smile was almost reaching his ears. This is the power of the Heavenly Society. You bunch of good-for-nothings, now you've seen what's what. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Han Xianqing's loud laughter echoed throughout the entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce office. 657, Chapter 657. Don't try that with me. Han Xianqing couldn't do it alone. Even if he were the richest man in Zhengzhou, attacking so many wealthy people at once and ensuring success for all of them would be an incredibly difficult task. If he can achieve this, Han Xianqing will not only be the richest man in Zhengzhou, but he might even be the richest man in Zhozhou. However, before that, the Heavenly Order had already launched a full-scale attack on the people of Hell's Gate. This includes the known core group of wealthy individuals, including Luo Wanfu. Han Xianqing had known this in advance, which is why she was so confident and certain of victory. Luo Wanfu and the others were dumbfounded, staring at Han Xianqing in utter shock, unable to recover for a long time. No one expected that Paradise would become so powerful and wealthy that it could attack so many of their companies in such a short period of time. This put them in a real bind. They probably won't be able to patch this hole in a few days. And they also have to be mindful of the Heavenly Society's attitude. If Heaven is willing to let them go, then there is still hope for them. If Heaven doesn't budge and demands their deaths, their fate might be even worse than that of the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Instantly, the faces of the group of wealthy people turned extremely ugly. Han Xianqing crossed his legs, looking smugly at Luo Wanfu and the others as if they were clowns. Now, you bunch of good-for-nothings should know the difference between you and me, right? Give me back the gates of hell. Can the gates of hell save you? You are all struggling to survive. How can you possibly help the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? I didn't want to get entangled with you, but you're asking for it, so don't blame me. Han Xianqing snorted smugly, his gaze sweeping across the room, and said domineeringly, how about this? You are both wealthy people in Zhengzhou, and you are all well-known figures. I don't want to see you reduced to beggars on the streets. Now, those who don't want to die, come before me, kneel down, kowtow 3 times, and promise to be loyal only to me, Han Xianqing. Then I'll plead with the Heavenly Society on your behalf and spare your lives. Otherwise, all that awaits you is death. Dead silence. The entire headquarters of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce fell into a deathly silence. A group of billionaires with combined assets worth hundreds of billions were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. Some people even started thinking to themselves, why don't we just go over there, kneel down and apologize to Han Xianqing? At least there's still a way to survive. If this stalemate continues, they will likely end up bankrupt due to debt and face certain death. Moreover, Su Ming has not yet shown up, so he cannot do anything for them or say anything on their behalf. Perhaps Han Xianqing is absolutely right. The gates of hell can't protect them at all. The leader of the Hellgate, the so-called king of the 9 provinces, is all talk and no action in front of the leader of the Heavenly Society. He is nothing but a figurehead. That's why I dare not show up. The hearts of everyone began to waver. Luo Wanfu's expression was also uncertain, and for a moment he had no idea what to do. Boom! Just then, the door to the Tianming Chamber of Commerce headquarters was pushed open, and Su Ming strode into the office, exuding an imposing aura. Behind him followed Yun Lian, Shen Luoyun, and others, dragging an unconscious person along, but with their head down, no one could see who it was. Everyone was startled and turned their heads. Upon seeing that it was Su Ming, Luo Wanfu's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. The other wealthy individuals, however, remained silent with complex expressions. Zhang Yilin couldn't help but smile. Su Ming can't possibly ignore this. Han Xianqing is in big trouble. Who are you? Do you think you can just barge in here? Han Xianqing looked Su Ming up and down, and upon seeing Su Ming's clothes and appearance, she immediately looked disdainful and scoffed. He turned to Zhang Yilin with amusement. President Zhang, does your Tianming Chamber of Commerce have absolutely no rules? This kind of trash dares to force his way into your headquarters. No wonder the Tianming Chamber of Commerce has ended up like this. They have absolutely no discipline. They deserve to die. Zhang Yilin didn't even glance at Han Xianqing. Then he strode over to Su Ming's side, bowed respectfully, and said, Mr. Su, this guy, Han Xiancheng, the richest man in Zhengzhou, says he wants to acquire. Zhang Yilin was about to reveal Han Xiancheng's purpose. Su Ming raised his hand to interrupt. No need to say anything, I already know. Luo Wanfu and the others also came forward and respectfully bowed to Su Ming, saying, Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. Sect Master. Everyone bowed respectfully to Su Ming. Sect Leader, President Su? Seeing everyone's reactions, Han Xiancheng looked surprised and uncertain. What's going on with this unassuming-looking kid? Zhang Yilin called him President Su. Could he be the chairman of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? How is that possible? At such a young age, barely out of his teens, where does he get the qualifications and ability to be the chairman of the Alliance Chamber of Commerce? The most outrageous thing was that Luo Wanfu and others called this kid the sect leader. Then there's only one possibility, this kid in front of me is the founder of Hellgate, the big shot who's been hyped up like a god by outsiders. Impossible. Han Xiancheng was immediately terrified, her eyes widened, and she stared at Su Ming with disbelief. There are tons of kids like that on the street, how could he be the leader of the Gate of Hell? Are these idiots crazy? To honor such a person as a king? Amidst Han Xiancheng's bewildered gaze, Su Ming slowly emerged, his gaze falling upon Han Xiancheng. He smiled faintly and said, Han Xiancheng, you now have only two choices. One, take your people and immediately leave the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, then withdraw all attacks on the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, pay 200 billion in compensation, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Second, you can challenge me, but you definitely can't afford the consequences. There's no going back in life, think it through before you choose. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret it later. Now that things have come to this, Han Xiancheng has no other choice. Besides, the guy standing in front of him was Su Ming, whom he didn't take seriously at all. With heaven backing him up, his confidence it has already swelled to the point of bursting the sky. Ha 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 ha. Han Xiancheng threw his head back and burst into a series of loud laughs, pointing at Su Ming and saying, I thought these good-for-nothings were following some amazing person, which made them think they were qualified to challenge me. Didn't expect them to be following a piece of trash like you. I think they must have been terrified by the heavenly society to mistake an idiot like you for a big shot. But you've come to the wrong person. I, Han Xiancheng, am not like them. Compensation, what a joke. If your Tianming Chamber of Commerce doesn't agree to the acquisition today, don't even think about getting 50 billion, let alone 200 billion. Right now, I'll only put up 50 million. I want all of you from the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce to kneel down and beg me to take over the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. I want you all to be my dogs. Han Xiancheng appeared to be insane, his overwhelming aura engulfing the entire scene. It seems you've already made your choice. Su Ming smiled slightly, unhurriedly, and waved to the person behind him, saying, Luo Yun, drag the person up. Yes. Shen Luo Yun responded and, with two of his men, dragged the unconscious man, who was like a limp rag, up and threw him in front of Han Xiancheng. Su Ming then looked up at Han Xiancheng and asked with a mocking smile, Mr. Han, do you know who this is? Han Xiancheng glanced down, but couldn't see the other person's face clearly because the other person was lying face down on the ground in a spread eagle position. Although the figure looked somewhat familiar, Han Xiancheng didn't pay any attention to it. He sneered dismissively, I don't care who he is, don't try that on me trying to scare me. You think you're some small-time thug trying to take over someone's territory? I'm the richest man in Zhengzhou. Your little tricks are childish in front of me. Yeah? Su Ming smiled slightly, walked forward, and kicked the person lying on the ground over with his toe. The entire appearance was revealed to Han Xiancheng. Han Xiancheng took a closer look and was so frightened that she almost fell to the ground. This person is none other than someone else. It was Han Jin. The richest man in Zhengzhou. He is Han Xiancheng's only biological son. The eldest son of the Han family, destined to carry on the family line. 658, Chapter 658, Offending a world-renowned boss. Han Jin, how is that possible? Han Xiancheng was instantly shocked, furious, and utterly terrified. He suddenly looked up, staring at Su Ming with shock and rage. It was you, you beast. You beat my son like this? I'm not finished with you. Mr. Han, don't get agitated. Are you sure this is your son, Han Jin? This man barged into the Yun family's medicinal garden, acted recklessly and without restraint, and repeatedly invoked the Paradise Society and the Han family to intimidate people. He even harmed the eldest daughter of the Yun family, Yun Lian. Yun Lian, come here. Su Ming waved to Yun Lian behind him. Yun Lian walked up, the bloodstains on her neck and face still clearly visible. Su Ming then looked at Han Xiancheng and continued to sneer. Mr. Han, do you see clearly, this lawless madman is actually your son, Han Xiancheng, like father, like son. If I report this to the Central Plains Enforcement Team or the Imperial State Ministry of Justice, this person, even if he doesn't die, will be stuck in prison forever until he dies of old age, right? Su Ming grinned and said. You dare. Han Xiancheng gritted her teeth, her eyes bloodshot as she stared at Su Ming. I only have one son. If you dare to harm him, I will make sure your whole family never has a moment's peace. I will make sure everyone around you is buried with him. Besides, you beat him up like this, and I haven't even held you accountable. Are you just going to let you spout nonsense here? Is what you're saying true? Han Xiancheng was furious. Su Ming smirked. Whether it's true or not, you can ask around. At the time, there were more than a dozen guards from the Yin family who witnessed it. Find them all, and they can all testify. I think, with your abilities, Mr. Han, finding these people shouldn't be difficult, right? And this plaque, it's from heaven, isn't it? Su Ming took out the Paradise Society token that Han Jin had been flaunting earlier and threw it on the ground. Now, everything was as if the facts had been settled, a final and decisive statement. Han Xiancheng's face turned green, and large beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. Regardless of whether what Su Ming said is true or not, this matter is already difficult to resolve. Reporting it to the law enforcement team is the least of your worries. Han Xiancheng's wealth could buy most of Zhengzhou City, and even if he were sent to prison, he would have plenty of ways to get Han Jin out. But the most crucial thing is the Heavenly Order token. If this gets back to Duan Xingyue, and she finds out that the Han family is using the reputation of the Paradise Society to flaunt their wealth, then not only Han Jin, but he himself will probably be finished as well. At that time, his reign as the richest man in Zhengzhou will probably come to an end. What exactly do you want? Han Xiancheng asked through gritted teeth. No rush. Su Ming smiled and waved his hand, then walked over and sat down on a chair. Zhang Yilin, who was standing nearby, hurriedly came up to pour tea for Su Ming. Su Ming picked up his teacup and took a sip. Just as he was about to speak. And at this moment. Ring ring. Han Xiancheng's phone rang. He quickly took out his phone and looked down to see that it was a call from the headquarters of the Paradise Society. Could it be that Duan Xingyue already knows about this? Han Xiancheng trembled instantly in fright, her face turned deathly pale, and sweat poured down her face, almost forming a small river. He answered the phone with trembling hands. Hello? Richest man, where are you right now? The call was from other wealthy individuals who were also core members of the Paradise Society. What's wrong? What happened? Hearing that it wasn't Duan Xingyue calling, Han Xiancheng breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked. However, what the other party said next almost made Han Xiancheng's soul fly to the sky. The other party, utterly panicked and trembling, exclaimed, Rich man, something terrible has happened. We just received an order from the Imperial State General Administration. They suspect that Paradise Society was created with ulterior motives, is illegally profiting, and has sinister intentions. It must be temporarily shut down and investigated. When President Duan learned of this, he was furious and was about to summon you. Besides that, there's something else about you. At this point, the other party hesitated for a moment. Han Xiancheng was very impatient and said angrily, What is it? Just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush with me. Alright, Mr. Han, I'll get straight to the point. I heard that the enforcement team has already searched your house, and a large portion of your assets have been sealed off and frozen. Also, your entire family must be confined to their home starting today. They are not allowed to leave the house until everything is cleared up. The charges are smuggling and other illegal activities, and your son is also accused of more than a dozen heinous crimes. If they are proven true, he might end up spending the rest of his life in prison. Anyway, you'd better come back quickly. If President Duan doesn't see you, he'll probably be furious. The other party finished speaking in a trembling voice and then hung up the phone. Oh my god. Han Xiancheng murmured something, her face pale, and instantly seemed to lose her soul, the phone in her hand slipping limply to the ground. He slowly turned his head with a stiff expression, his terrified eyes looking at Su Ming. Could it be this guy? Was all of this done by this guy? How is that possible? He was ordered by the Imperial Prefecture General Administration to have his entire family confined to their homes and to have most of his assets seized and frozen. What kind of skill does that require? What kind of extraordinary status would that require? Who exactly is this kid? Han Xiancheng was stunned, her hands and feet went numb, and she stared at Su Ming in disbelief, her trembling mouth uttering a few words. Who exactly are you? You're blind as a bat. At this moment, Luo Wanfu crossed his arms and slowly walked out, looking at Han Xiancheng with a mocking sneer. You don't even recognize the king of the 9 provinces, yet you dare to come here and cause trouble. You think a heaven is all you're capable of? You think having a heaven to back you up means you can dominate the Central Plains? Heaven will count as a fart. What are those big shots from the imperial state compared to me? The man before you is the true leader of the 8 million war gods army, the king of the 9 provinces, whose might shakes the 4 seas with a single word from him. He can bring your Han family to utter ruin. Luo Wanfu's words were deafening, silencing the entire Tianming Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Su Ming simply sipped his tea calmly, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, remaining indifferent and aloof. Furthermore, let me tell you something else. The Tianming Chamber of Commerce is a company personally built by King Suits, the enterprise that provides reserve funds for the war god army. Who do you think you are, daring to try and acquire the Tianming Chamber of Commerce? Believe it or not, by tomorrow morning, your Han family will be trampled into ruins, and not a single one of you will be left alive? Thump! Upon hearing Luo Wanfu's words, Han Xiancheng's legs went weak, and she knelt straight down on the ground. He stared blankly at Su Ming, unable to utter a single word. I see. So this is none other than the famous and mighty king of the 9 provinces. No wonder he was engaged to Duan Xingyue. No wonder he could create the gates of hell so easily, making everyone tremble with fear and dare not mention Su Ming's identity. No wonder just sitting here could cause such chaos in the Han family and make the heavenly palace uneasy. At this moment, Han Xiancheng realized just how powerful a figure he had offended. 659, Chapter 659. They've gone wild. Boss, spare me. Han Xiancheng let out a miserable scream and slammed her head against the ground. He kowtowed several times to Su Ming. Then he crawled on his knees to Su Ming, weeping bitterly, and raised his hand to slap himself hard. The loud, crackling sound of slaps echoed throughout the Tianming Chamber of Commerce headquarters conference room, like firecrackers. Boss, I was wrong, I was blind, I deserve to die. I overestimated myself and dared to challenge the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce. I was bewitched and thought that heaven would be my backer, so I became lawless and disrespectful of everyone. I deserve to die. Please, sir, show mercy and spare the Han family's life. I'm begging you. Han Xiancheng, the richest man in Zhengzhou, holds a high position and looks down on Zhengzhou. Don't even mention kneeling before someone. Since his name became famous throughout the Central Plains, he has never suffered a loss. I didn't suffer the slightest bit of anger. At this moment, he completely broke down, kneeling in front of Su Ming, as if he were just a middle-aged man crushed by pressure and terrified. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes filled with despair, panic, and helplessness. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy from Su Ming. Because at this moment, he finally understood that death and sorrow, which he had never thought about before, were so close to him. Even the heavenly church can't save him now. Offending this big shot means that with just one word from him, the entire Han family will never see the sun rise again. Boss, I beg you, I was wrong. Han Xiancheng kept banging his head against the ground, causing it to bleed profusely, and frantically repented. Su Ming put down his teacup, then slowly turned around, his icy gaze falling on Han Xiancheng without a trace of pity or sympathy. He gave a cold, indifferent laugh. Before this, I already gave you a choice. You chose to clash with Mei said, there's no going back, do you understand? Don't want. Seeing Su Ming's utterly indifferent gaze, as if he were looking at a dead man, Han Xiancheng was terrified. With a terrified and stunned expression, he looked up and said, "Boss, if you spare my life, I, Han Xiancheng, will be your dog from now on. Will bring the entire Han family to your door to kowtow and apologize. In particular, I will discipline my son strictly and will not allow him to do anything lawless again. Boss, please, I only have one son. Or, I will die, in exchange for his life, in exchange for the lives of the rest of my Han family." Han Xiancheng knelt on the ground in despair and dejection. Luo Wanfu and the others shook their heads in disdain as they watched the scene. The more arrogant Han Xiancheng was before, the more miserable he is now. They don't want sympathy. Because if Su Ming hadn't stepped in, they might be the ones kneeling on the ground right now. All of this was Han Xiancheng's own fault, a consequence of his arrogance and pride. He thought himself invincible in Zhengzhou, but he didn't even know what kind of opponent he would encounter. Su Ming remained silent for a moment, then looked at Han Xiancheng and said coldly, "I can let you go, but from now on, you are forbidden from working for the Heavenly Alliance. Also, you will be responsible for compensating for all the losses my Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce has suffered these past few days. Furthermore, you should do everything in your power to take away as many of the other wealthy members of the Heavenly Alliance as you can. It's time to end this farce by Duan Xingyue. Can you do it? If you can, I'll let you go. Otherwise, you and your son can leave lying down today. From now on, the richest man in Zhengzhou will never be Han Xiancheng again." Su Ming stated his conditions indifferently. "I can do it." Almost as soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Han Xiancheng hurriedly raised his hand, swore to the heavens, his eyes unwavering, and said sincerely, "I, Han Xiancheng, swear to the heavens that I will fully comply with and fulfill all of King Su's conditions. If I fail to do even one of them, may my entire Han family die without a burial place." "Fine, get lost," Su Ming said coldly. "Yes, thank you, Prince Su, for sparing my life. Thank you so much, Prince Su, for your great kindness." Han Xiancheng felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and was so grateful that he kowtowed to Su Ming repeatedly to express his gratitude. Only then did he take his unconscious son, Jin Huan, with him and his men and leave. Everyone in Han Xiancheng scrambled and stumbled, as if they had just escaped from hell, fleeing the Tianming Chamber of Commerce. "King Su, letting him go like this is too lenient. It's only because King Su is here to oversee Zhengzhou today. If it weren't for your greatness, who knows how arrogant Han Xiancheng would have become and what he would have done. I think killing him wouldn't be too much." Luo Wanfu stood to the side, gritting his teeth, and said viciously. Su Ming slowly turned his head and gave Luo Wanfu a cold look. "Fine, I'll give you that right. Go ahead and kill him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Do you dare to go?" Upon hearing this, Luo Wanfu's face immediately turned as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He obediently stepped aside, bowing his head respectfully, and said, "This humble one dares not. This humble one is talking nonsense. Please forgive me, Prince Su." Su Ming then sneered, "Zhengzhou needs at least one richest man to represent it. Although Han Xiancheng is arrogant and rampant, ultimately, it's the confidence that heaven gives him. Once heaven falls, everything else will naturally return to peace. But if Han Xiancheng dies, even without the heavenly society, you wealthy people of Zhengzhou will probably start a bloodbath to fight for the title of the richest man." Su Ming's gaze was calm. He had already seen through everything. Luo Wanfu was immediately ashamed. The other wealthy people all lowered their heads in shame. Yes. Every place, no matter what, needs a leader. Now, with the medical rankings approaching, various big shots are emerging one after another, and they have all become pawns, forced to obediently follow orders. Once things have calmed down, these bigwigs will leave. Without Han Xiancheng to keep things in check, the entire Central Plains would likely descend into chaos. They were all too narrow-minded and failed to see this point clearly. The king of the 9 provinces is indeed more than just a title. This vision and perspective, their ability to see things clearly, is something they can never catch up to in their entire lives. Alright, go back to what you were doing. Remember, now that you've joined Hellgate, your members of Hellgate don't act recklessly without my orders, otherwise, I'll turn Hellgate into a real hell. Su Ming gave an impatient snort. Also, as for the accusations against you by heaven, I have already arranged for them to be withdrawn. Just focus on your own business. Yes. Upon hearing this, Luo Wanfu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They also witnessed Su Ming's power, which was beyond their imagination. One by one, they stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Su Ming. Then, Your Highness Su, we will take our leave now. Please feel free to give us any instructions if needed. Prince Su, I must take my leave now. I hope you are well. After bowing to Su Ming, everyone took their leave. After everyone left, Su Ming's gaze fell on Xin Luoyun and Yun Lian, and he slowly said, I've had a team dispatched from the Border War God Army to assist in guarding the Yun family's medicine garden. They're almost here. Come with me to meet them. Okay, Brother Su. Xin Luoyun was overjoyed and happily agreed. Yun Lian's face flushed slightly, and she nodded. At the headquarters of the Paradise Society, Duan Xingyue looked at the ban issued by the Imperial State Internal Affairs Department. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This ban document was not only issued by the Imperial Household Department, but also jointly applied for by the Ministry of Personnel. It was personally approved and issued by his own father, the Emperor of Kyushu. The Grand Steward of the Imperial Household Department, Xue Hai, the Chief Official of the Ministry of Personnel, Yun Changkong. Damn it, they've gone too far. Don't they know I'm in Zhengzhou? Don't they know I created this paradise? How dare they jointly apply for a ban document? What does this mean? Who gave them the audacity? Duan Xingyue slammed her fair hand heavily on the table in anger, making a loud, deafening bang. Even Chen Wei, the personal maid standing next to him, was so frightened that her delicate body trembled. Miss, have we offended some powerful figure in the imperial state? Otherwise, where would the Imperial Household Department and the Ministry of Personnel get the courage to do something like this? Could there be some high-ranking figure behind them, directing them? Chen Wei asked tremblingly. 660, Chapter 660. The richest man is seriously ill. Impossible. Duan Xingyue directly interrupted Chen Wei's conjecture. Big shots, all the top figures in the entire central continent are gathered in my heavenly society. I know them all. Who else could be a big shot? Duan Xingyue snorted coldly. Moreover, what kind of status and position would someone have to be able to command the two major forces of Xue Hai and Yun Changkong? Even Su Taiwei, one of the three dukes of the Grand Commandant's office, couldn't do that. Duan Xingyue immediately asserted that no such person existed. But Chen Wei hesitated, sensing that this matter was unusual. No buts. We'll find out what's going on by going to see Han Xiancheng, the richest man in China. That guy messed things up. He has to give me an explanation. Duan Xingyue's expression was cold and stern, as icy as frost. If he can't give a coherent explanation, I'll ensure that Han Xiancheng is no more in Zhengzhou. Duan Xingyue gave a cold shout, stood up abruptly, and strode out of the office, with Chen Wei hurriedly following behind. The two left Paradise Club and headed towards the mansion of Han Xiancheng, the richest man in the city. Duan Xingyue stormed to the gate of Han Xiancheng's mansion, but was stopped by the guards before she could even enter. The two guards glanced at Duan Xingyue from head to toe and said expressionlessly, I'm sorry, our master Han is ill and unwell. He cannot receive guests today. Get ill? Duan Xingyue glanced around and sneered, do you even know who I am? Even if he's sick, or even crippled, he'll crawl out to see me. Get out of the way, you lowly watchdog. Duan Xingyue launched into a tirade of angry shouts and curses, showing no mercy whatsoever. This immediately humiliated the two guards, leaving them blushing with shame. You arrogant girl, are you looking for death? No matter who you are, considering you're a woman and have such a foul mouth, get out of here. If you don't leave in 3 seconds, I'll throw you out. The two glared at Duan Xingyue with bloodshot eyes. 3 seconds? Duan Xingyue smiled darkly, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world, and slapped the guard across the face. With a snap. A crisp slap echoed throughout the room. This completely enraged the two guards, who were like powder kegs that had been lit. One of them suddenly raised his hand, as fierce as a wild beast, his fingers like sharp claws, grabbing at Duan Xingyue's snow-white neck. These two, who could serve as guards for Han Xiancheng of the Han family, were naturally not ordinary people. They both possessed the strength of the heavenly profound realm of martial arts, and their aura was overwhelming when they made a move, causing the surrounding air to surge and churn. An immense pressure was overwhelming. As a royal princess, Duan Xingyue was nurtured with all sorts of rare and precious materials from a young age, and her own strength and cultivation were also quite remarkable. But facing two experts at the heavenly profound realm at the same time, she probably wouldn't be able to win alone. Just as the other person's 5 fingers were about to land on Duan Xingyue's neck. But just then, a black token blocked their way. The token is engraved with the 2 prominent characters Paradise. Heaven? The Heaven Society? Heavenly Order General Token? The 2 guards' eyes widened instantly, almost popping out of their sockets. The anger and hatred in his eyes vanished instantly, leaving only confusion and terror. The outstretched hand remained frozen in midair, not daring to move forward even an inch, appearing stiff and comical. Who exactly are you? The guard who made the move asked, his face filled with terror and utter shock. Are you blind? You don't even recognize my young lady, yet you dare to be Han Xianqing's lackey? My young lady is the founder, the head, and the president of the Heavenly Society. Even your master, Han Xianqing, has to kneel and kowtow before her. Who do you think you are? Chen Wei stepped forward, her face fierce. The Heavenly Society, the Grand Master? The 2 men were instantly struck dumb, their faces turning pale, and they knelt on the ground with a thud. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead as he hurriedly kowtowed to Duan Xingyue, begging for mercy. We, the 2 of us, were blind and ignorant, unaware of the Grand Master's arrival. We deserve to die. We beg the Grand Master to have mercy and spare our lives. The 2 knelt on the ground, trembling like frightened rabbits. Duan Xingyue glanced down, her face full of disdain and contempt. May I go in now? The 2 guards, no longer daring to be disrespectful, hurriedly crawled aside on their knees, trembling as they said, Master, please. Waste. Duan Xingyue snorted coldly before leading Chen Wei into the mansion. Miss, if Han Xianqing is really sick, we've probably made a wasted trip, Chen Wei said, hurrying to Duan Xingyue's side. Sick? Did you think a primary school student was skipping school? Such a childish excuse. I want to see what serious illness he has. Duan Xingyue ignored them and barged straight into Han Xianqing's master bedroom. Push open the door and enter. Looking up, I immediately saw that the bedroom was full of people. At least 4 or 5 renowned doctors from Zhengzhou were busy examining Han Xianqing, taking his pulse, turning his eyelids, and using a stethoscope. Han Xianqing lay motionless on the bed like a dead person, her face as pale as paper. Duan Xingyue frowned instantly. Could he really be sick? Was it because he was sick that he messed up the task she assigned? How could it be such a coincidence? Getting sick at this critical juncture seems like an excuse no matter how you look at it. Having come all this way, Duan Xingyue was unwilling to leave without even a result. She first pulled aside the renowned doctor from Zhengzhou beside her and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" These renowned doctors were among the best in Zhengzhou, and some of them had even joined the Paradise Society, so they naturally knew Duan Xingyue's identity. The doctor who had been pulled away turned around and saw that it was Duan Xingyue herself who had come. He was so frightened that he almost knelt down. He cried out in a panic, "President! All right, tell me, what's going on?" Duan Xingyue gave an impatient, cold shout. The renowned doctor swallowed. After a moment of silence, he replied, "President, the richest man in Han has fallen ill with a strange disease. It seems to be a relapse of an illness he contracted in his youth, which has accumulated to the point that he suddenly fell into a coma. We are currently examining the specifics. However, his condition is not optimistic. He may not wake up for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. 10 days to half a month? Duan Xingyue gave the other party a cold look. I don't believe it at all. He walked up to Han Xianqing in person and first reached out to check Han Xianqing's breath. Its breath was faint, and only a slight warmth could be felt. Duan Xingyue frowned. He then placed his hand on Han Xianqing's chest. His heart was as still as a stone, not beating at all. Touching the skin again, it was as cold as ice, completely devoid of warmth. Duan Xingyue's face turned dark. She had no choice but to believe it. Han Xianqing was now no different from a dead person, except that he was barely clinging to life. It seems that such an unfortunate thing has really happened. No matter how unwilling Duan Xingyue was, she had no choice but to give up. She turned around, glanced at the several famous doctors, and coldly shouted, "Treat me quickly, even if it's just a fleeting moment of lucidity, bring me back to life. He's awake, notify me immediately." After saying that, Duan Xingyue turned and left. The group quickly bowed respectfully. President, please take care. After Duan Xingyue's footsteps faded away and she had completely left the mansion, one of the famous doctors from Zhengzhou hurriedly stepped forward and pulled out 4 or 5 silver needles from Han Xianqing's head and back. Han Xianqing took a deep breath and gasped for air. He opened his eyes, and they were filled with a bright light. He didn't look seriously ill or on the verge of death at all. P.S. I went home for the Chinese New Year, so I was a few days late. I'll resume updates soon. Just getting back into the swing of things, please forgive me. 661, Chapter 661. You'll understand soon. I never imagined that Han Xianqing would actually be seriously ill. Duan Xingyue strode away, her face grim, leading Chen Wei outside. Leaving aside the matter of the imperial document ban, with Han Xianqing, the richest man in Zhengzhou, now incapacitated, her heavenly society has lost a major asset. Thinking about this made Duan Xingyue feel irritable. Miss, look. Chen Wei, who was standing next to Duan Xingyue, suddenly raised her hand and pointed forward. Duan Xingyue looked up and saw Su Ming leading Zhang Yilin into the Han family's gate. It's that kid. Duan Xingyue immediately snorted coldly. Miss, what's he doing here? Could it be that he's also here to see Han Xianqing? Chen Wei asked. Snort. Duan Xingyue gave a disdainful sneer. I guess he's come to Han Xianqing for help. Although the Tianming Chamber of Commerce wasn't acquired, it's been attacked so fiercely by Han Xianqing that its assets are almost in negative territory now. He probably has nowhere else to go, so he'll either come to ask for help or come to beg for mercy on his knees. Duan Xingyue sneered. He's not even in the same league as me, even though I received a ban. Who am I, the third princess of the royal family? He couldn't catch up to me even if he tried for 10 lifetimes. Even if my heaven falls, I will still be high above. But if his heavenly alliance chamber of commerce is gone, he'll probably end up as a beggar on the streets. At this point, Duan Xingyue couldn't help but smile. There are people even worse off than me. However, this kid came at the wrong time. Even if he knelt down and begged Han Xianqing right now, Han Xianqing would not wake up. Her purpose in creating the Paradise Society was the same. As long as Su Ming's Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce collapsed, her goal would be achieved. When Su Ming is penniless, he won't need to break off the engagement. The whole world will know that such trash is not good enough for him. The fact that heaven would shut down, that is no longer important. What are you doing here? Su Ming walked over and saw Duan Xingyue grinning foolishly. He asked her in confusion. What's it to you? Duan Xingyue chuckled dismissively. It's nothing. I just wanted to tell you that your heavenly society is probably doomed, but as long as you don't do anything reckless, and you beg me, I can still let the heavenly society go. Besides, only I can save you. Su Ming smiled and said. Bullshit. Before Duan Xingyue could speak, Chen Wei burst into a tirade, glaring angrily at Su Ming and roaring, what kind of trash are you? Does our young lady need you to save her? You think you're so important? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Duan Xingyue slightly raised her hand, interrupting Chen Wei's tirade, and looked at Su Ming with a cold smile. Who will save whom is still unknown now. Your Tianming Chamber of Commerce is truly beyond saving, isn't it? I'll take back everything you just said. I am waiting for you to come begging to me. Duan Xingyue looked down at Su Ming with an air of superiority. Su Ming sighed helplessly. I'm serious, I'm not joking. I'm not joking, you'll understand soon enough. Duan Xingyue kept sneering and mocking. She really wanted to see Su Ming's miserable state when he saw Han Xianqing lying on the sickbed and cried out to heaven in vain. However, she had other things to do and didn't want to waste any more time on Su Ming. You'd better hurry if you want to see me. You won't be so lucky to see me all the time. Duan Xingyue waved her hand and strode away with a big smile on her face. Neuropathy. Su Ming rolled his eyes. All those words he just said were a waste of breath. I was originally going to give Duan Xingyue a chance, but now it seems I don't need to. Then he stepped into the Han family's main hall. Mr. Han, I used silver needles to seal your brain nerves and heart meridians, which is why you look like a dead person. But this method is too risky. It's only because the president took one look and left. If she had lingered for even 10 more minutes, you wouldn't have been able to save yourself. Is it worth taking such a big risk? Beside him stood a renowned doctor from central China, holding silver needles and sighing repeatedly. Just to escape this disaster, they risked their lives. As expected of the richest man in Zhengzhou, only Han Xiancheng would dare to do something like this. Han Xiancheng was panting heavily, leaning against the bed with cold sweat pouring down his face. The effects of the silver needle therapy on his heart meridian were still quite significant. Thankfully, we dodged it. Otherwise, if it were any later, it would really be no different from being dead. He turned his head and glared at the several famous doctors by the bedside, and said angrily, "You don't understand anything at all. I am not dead yet, but if Chairman Duan finds out that I'm fine, that I messed things up, and that I'm hiding from him, then I'm really doomed. It doesn't matter if I die, but the entire Han family will probably suffer. Including you." 4 or 5 renowned doctors from Zhengzhou immediately fell silent. Yes, they dared not even imagine the consequences of defying the heavenly society and going against Duan Xingyue. In short, we've averted this calamity. Once these monsters and demons have withdrawn from Zhengzhou, everything will be fine. Especially that man. At this point, Han Xiancheng recalled everything that happened at the Tianming Chamber of Commerce and his direct confrontation with Su Ming, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He vowed that he would never want to be enemies with such people again in his life. Bang! However, at that moment, the door was kicked open, and a servant of the Han family rushed in, shouting to Han Xiancheng in a panic, "Master Han, something terrible has happened. The king of the 9 provinces you mentioned has arrived." Han Xiancheng had instructed that Su Ming should report to him immediately as soon as he stepped into the Han family home. Upon hearing the servant's words, Han Xiancheng's face turned deathly pale. Her still recovering body nearly collapsed and became paralyzed on the spot. Forget about Duan Xingyue. No woman could possibly get entangled with him to the end. But this king of Kyushu is different. He almost lost his life in the Tianming Chamber of Commerce office before. If they knew he was faking his death and not doing anything that might actually kill him. Han Xiancheng was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly lay back down on the bed and said to the doctor next to her, "Quick, quick, put the silver needles back in." What? 5 or 6 renowned doctors were astonished. He stared at Han Xiancheng in shock. Is this guy crazy? Once is one thing, but twice in a row, even if Han Xiancheng's body were made of iron, it might not be able to withstand it. The richest man, this. The renowned doctor stared in shock, speechless. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up as long as that big shot is here, don't wake me up." After saying that, Han Xiancheng closed her eyes. Frustrated, the renowned doctor had no choice but to press the silver needles back in, sealing Han Xiancheng's nerves and heart meridians. At the same time, Su Ming pushed open the door and entered. A group of renowned doctors immediately tensed up. Han Xiancheng was like a dead person in bed. "Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The richest man in Han is seriously ill and bedridden, unconscious. We are currently treating him. Please forgive him for being unable to pay his respects." The leading physician bowed respectfully to Su Ming. Seriously ill and bedridden? Su Ming raised his eyes, his deep gaze falling on Han Xiancheng, and then a wicked and cold smile appeared on his lips. 662, Chapter 662. My Royal Third Princess. Han Xiancheng feigned illness for 2 reasons. One reason was to deceive Duan Xingyue. One reason was simply to deceive Su Ming. Su Ming's conditions for him were that, in addition to compensating for the losses of the Tianming Chamber of Commerce, he also had to take all the other wealthy members of the Paradise Society with him. Simply put, they want him to disband the Heaven Society. The first one was manageable, but disbanding the Paradise Society, Han Xiancheng simply didn't have that ability. If he really had that ability, would he still obey the Heaven Society? He's still just the richest man in Zhengzhou. Why didn't he rush into Kyushu and rank among the world's top? So Han Xiancheng came up with a plan. She simply pretended to be sick. If you can't wake them up by calling them, they won't respond. Even if King Su is highly skilled and capable, he wouldn't go so far as to harm someone who was already half dead, would he? He's fooled Duan Xingyue, now all that's left is to fool Su Ming. Once he gets through this hurdle, Han Xiancheng will be completely detached and uninvolved. Even if Su Ming and Tiantang fight to the death, it won't concern him. He can even sit back and watch them fight, and profit from the conflict. I've also studied medicine for a few days, but I didn't expect Mr. Han's condition to be so serious. Let me take a look. Maybe I can do something helpful by accident. As he spoke, Su Ming stepped forward to check on Han Xianqing's condition. Several renowned doctors from central China stood by, looking at each other in bewilderment, not daring to speak. See? Anyway, Duan Xingyue was in the same situation just now. Once Su Ming has finished his examination, he will probably go back. Su Ming walked to Han Xianqing's bedside, looked him over, and exclaimed, "This is terrible. Master Han's condition is too serious, barely hanging on. If this continues, he'll be finished. I happen to have learned 2 techniques for applying acupuncture needles to acupoint someone. Bring me some silver needles, preferably the kind as thick as a thumb. Mr. Han's condition is serious, even the slightest carelessness is unacceptable." Su Ming gave the order in a deep voice. "Yes." The person behind him turned around and went down to find the silver needles. As thick as a thumb? Several renowned doctors from central China were nearly scared to death upon hearing this. A tiny silver needle, that's for needling acupoints. A thumb-thick needle, that's nothing, that's practically surgery. 1 needle and it'll leave a hole in Han Xianqing's body. With a few needles, Han Xianqing would surely die. That won't do. The renowned doctor rushed forward and said frantically to Su Ming, "Your Highness, this is a silver needle as thick as a thumb. Han, the richest man, is on the verge of death and his body is too weak to withstand it. If this needle goes in, he'll be finished." "What, are you questioning my medical skills?" Su Ming turned his head, his cold gaze falling on the other person. He sneered, "He's practically dead anyway, so why not try anything? Do you have a better idea? Can you even wake him up?" The renowned doctors were momentarily speechless, their expressions as unpleasant as if they had eaten shit. They certainly had ways to wake him up, but Han Xianqing wouldn't allow it. A renowned doctor quietly walked behind Han Xianqing's head and gently removed the silver needles from the top of Han Xianqing's head. "Stop pretending. If this continues, Han Xianqing is doomed. Let's remove the silver needles, let Han Xianqing's brain nerves recover, listen to the situation, and then decide whether or not to wake him up." Although Han Xianqing's eyes were still closed, her senses and hearing were gradually returning to normal. At the bedside, Su Ming asked loudly, "Have you found the silver needles yet?" "Here it comes, Prince Su, the thumb-thick silver needle has been found." The servant handed the silver needles to Su Ming. A group of renowned doctors were terrified when they saw the silver needles in Su Ming's hand. Han Xianqing almost jumped up. "Thick as a thumb, isn't that going to kill me?" The renowned physician who had spoken earlier asked again, "Prince Su, may I ask, at which acupoints do you intend to insert these silver needles?" "Let's go with the heart." Su Ming said calmly, "Ordinary acupuncture points won't be able to save him now. Only by opening a hole in his heart can he wake up." After saying that, Su Ming came to Han Xianqing's side, raised his hand to touch Han Xianqing's chest, and raised the silver needle, about to pierce it. A group of doctors were so frightened that they all turned their heads away, not daring to look any longer. "Prince Su, spare my life." Han Xianqing suddenly sat up in bed, shouted, rolled off the bed, knelt in front of Su Ming, and cried out in terror, "Prince Su, spare my life, I deserve to die, please forgive me." Su Ming smirked. "It seems these thumb-thick silver needles are quite effective. Before the needles were even inserted, Master Han was already full of energy." "But Master Han, weren't you seriously ill?" Su Ming kept sneering. Han Xianqing wasn't stupid. She naturally realized that Su Ming had already seen through her and was now wishing she were dead. This kind of petty trick might work on Duan Xingyue, but it's utterly foolish and beyond redemption in front of the king of Kyushu. Han Xianqing was filled with regret. "I should have known better than to pretend. If I hadn't reacted in time, I probably would have lost my life and gone to heaven." Han Xianqing prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I was confused for a moment and intended to feign illness to deceive Your Highness. Please forgive me." Snort. Su Ming sneered and threw the silver needles on the ground. "I don't need this to kill you. I am just playing along because you seem to be having so much fun. What, you're so eager to die, shall I grant your wish?" "No." Upon hearing this, Han Xiancheng was so frightened that she nearly fainted. He hurriedly pleaded, "I don't want to die." "Then why are you putting on such an act?" Su Ming's face was icy cold. "I don't want to either, but the task you've given me is simply too difficult for me to complete. The Heavenly Society was founded by Chairman Duan, a big shot in the imperial state. If I take all the people under me with me, Chairman Duan will definitely slaughter my Han family. I don't want to die, but I also don't want my Han family to be wiped out. I was truly out of options, so I came up with this wretched plan." Han Xiancheng was in tears. I was both surprised and frightened. The group of doctors and Han's family members standing nearby didn't dare to breathe loudly. "Waste." Su Ming gave a cold snort. "Here's what we'll do, give me a detailed list of the other core wealthy members of the Paradise Society, and I'll handle the rest," Su Ming said in a cold voice. Yes, thank you for sparing my life, Prince Su." Han Xiancheng nodded gratefully and immediately had someone type up a detailed list of information based on her dictation, which she then handed to Su Ming. Duan Xingyue had barely settled into her seat after returning to the Paradise Society. A group of core wealthy members of the Paradise Club entered the office one after another, lining up to hand over their resignation letters to Duan Xingyue. Seeing these resignation letters, Duan Xingyue was so angry that her face turned green. This wasn't a resignation letter, it was a series of slaps across her face, a series of brutal blows to her cheeks. When heaven was first created, people were eager to serve her, even swearing oaths of loyalty. Now they're all retreating. Doesn't this mean that Duan Xingyue is incompetent, incapable, and unable to control the Paradise Society? Doesn't this mean it should be disbanded on the spot? Looking at the group of wealthy people from Zhengzhou standing in front of her, Duan Xingyue gritted her teeth. "You can leave if you want, but give me a reason. Who is threatening you? If you have any, say it to my face. Before, you all thought I was the big boss of the imperial state. But actually, you don't know who I am, do you? Today, I'll show you." After saying that, Duan Xingyue took out her royal certificate, the ironclad proof of her status as a princess, from her pocket and slammed it heavily on the table. A loud crack. Everyone in the office was startled. "I am a member of the Kyushu royal family, the daughter of the Kyushu emperor, the third princess of the royal family. With me here, no one can threaten you. Explain." Duan Xingyue's cold and sharp voice resounded throughout the venue. 663, Chapter 663. What is your identity? The third princess of the royal family? Upon hearing this, the group of wealthy people from Zhengzhou present were all shocked, staring at Duan Xingyue with wide eyes and expressions of astonishment. Although they had considered this possibility before, they would never have dared to think about it in the context of a royal princess. Unexpectedly, this Chairman Duan has such a powerful background. If this identity were to spread, the entire Central Plains would be in an uproar. No wonder they were able to easily obtain the imperial state's permission and easily establish the Paradise Society. The arrival of the third princess of the royal family in a place like Zhengzhou is like a game changer. In short, who would dare disobey? It was an overwhelming presence, like a phoenix falling into a flock of crows. But there's one thing that everyone can't understand. Given Duan Xingyue's immense status and high position, why was she still subject to a ban by the imperial state? Is there someone stronger and more terrifying than Duan Xingyue? The thought sent chills down everyone's spines. Standing at the head of the table, the second-ranked king of Zhengzhou stepped forward, his face grim, and said to Duan Xingyue, "Third princess, things have gotten out of control now. Even the entire imperial state is alarmed. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be impossible to resolve. I think the Heavenly Society should end here." Moreover, the Heaven Society's actions during this period have repeatedly hit a wall and gone wrong, as if every move they make has been easily manipulated and understood by someone. There might be an even more terrifying big shot in this Central Plains. Yeah. Other wealthy individuals quickly echoed and nodded in agreement. Most importantly, their status is completely different from Duan Xingyue's. They're not even in the same league. If something really goes wrong, they'll face the pressure and suppression from the imperial state. As the third princess of the royal family, no one dared to touch Duan Xingyue. At worst, she would be taken back and scolded. But for them, it's different, that crime could probably implicate their entire family. This matter is no longer that simple. You bunch of useless trash. Duan Xingyue was so angry that her face turned red, and she started cursing loudly. To everyone's surprise, even after being forced to reveal her identity, she still couldn't control this group of idiots. Boss. Who could possibly surpass her royal status and power? Can't these idiots use their brains to think? Duan Xingyue slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her face full of anger and contempt. You don't even have this much courage. I really don't know how you became one of the top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou. Besides, I'm backing you up, and you're still so afraid. Alright, let's go. Get out, the gate is over there, all of you get out. However, let me remind you, I don't know if the big shot you mentioned actually exists, but once you step out of this door, Duan Xingyue, can guarantee that within 3 days, all of your top 10 richest people in Zhengzhou will be wiped out. These words terrified the group of wealthy people present. Thump, thump. The most famous and powerful tycoons in Zhengzhou knelt on the ground one after another. They all shouted in unison, "Third princess, spare our lives. Have mercy, we won't leave, we won't back down." Everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale and their expressions became distorted. Waste. Duan Xingyue cursed again in anger and led Chen Wei out. Miss, where do we go next? Chen Wei hurriedly followed behind Duan Xingyue, asking in surprise and doubt. No one expected that heaven would suffer so many blows and changes in such a short period of time. Just 2 days ago, they were all arrogant and invincible, enjoying a glorious era. This was the first time she had ever seen Duan Xingyue so angry and so restless. Go find the people of Hell's Gate, find the leader of Hell's Gate. Duan Xingyue's face was terrifyingly cold. Looking for the master of the gates of hell? Chen Wei was utterly shocked. Aren't they sworn enemies with Hellgate? Going up like that would be like offering yourself up for nothing. But Duan Xingyue's gaze was cold and resolute as she said in a chilling voice, I want to see just who this person who founded the Hellgate is, that he dares to be my enemy. I want to see if he can still stand tall when he sees me, and if he will kneel down. Yes. Chen Wei was startled, but dared not say anything more. No one knows who the master of the gates of hell is, not a word of it is leaked out, and no one even knows what this mysterious figure looks like. Finding such a person is truly difficult. But Duan Xingyue had her own way. She found out the location of Luo Wanfu, the core of Hell's Gate, and then went straight there to attack. Luo Wanfu was currently in a hotel private room drinking and celebrating with a group of core tycoons from the Hellgate group. After witnessing the powerful methods of the king of the 9 provinces at the Heavenly Alliance Chamber of Commerce, they became even more convinced that joining the Gate of Hell was the right choice. They chose the right person to follow. Their future will be incredibly bright. Wealth and glory, those are trivial matters. Who knows, he might become famous throughout the land, his reputation spreading far and wide for centuries. This is something that people at their level, people like them, dream of. No amount of wealth will be anything but wasteland 100 years from now. No matter how powerful or influential a person is, once they die, everything is reduced to ashes. Only a prestigious reputation can last for generations. Bang! Just as Luo Wanfu and his group were celebrating with joy, the door to the room was kicked open. Duan Xingyue, accompanied by Chen Wei, strode into the private room with an imposing air. Luo Wanfu and the others were stunned. The wine glasses they had raised stopped in mid-air. They all turned around with complicated and surprised expressions, and their eyes all fell on Duan Xingyue. Nobody knows him. Who are you? Luo Wanfu frowned and asked in confusion. Presumptuous. Chen Wei stepped forward, and her sharp shout echoed throughout the room. You lowly commoners who don't know any manners, yet you kneel down and pay your respects to the third princess. Puff. Luo Wanfu and the others burst out laughing. Some of them, who had been drinking, laughed so hard that they spat out their drinks. Luo Wanfu, holding a wineglass, slowly walked out, grinning as he said, Little girl, the princess isn't anyone can be a princess at home, you can be one at home but in front of us, you're still very young. You've come to the wrong place, Do you even know who everyone here is? Just one of them could scare you to death. Give the princess back. Luo Wanfu gave a mocking laugh, then raised his wineglass and downed the wine in one gulp, completely disregarding Duan Xingyue. Really, who are you? Tell me. Duan Xingyue showed no anger, but instead walked slowly toward Luo Wanfu with a mocking and cold smile. Alright, I'm 11th on the Central Plains rich list. Everyone in the entire Central Plains knows me. I am Luo Wanfu, with his domineering demeanor and arrogant expression, was about to reveal his identity. He could guarantee that a little girl like Duan Xingyue would be so frightened by the mere mention of his name that she would kneel on the ground on the spot. However, he hadn't finished speaking. There was a loud bang. Duan Xingyue slapped Luo Wanfu hard across the face, the sound echoing throughout the entire venue. Luo Wanfu was dumbfounded. He stared at Duan Xingyue in disbelief, a bright red handprint instantly appearing on his face. He never dreamed that this little girl in front of him would dare to slap him. Not to mention him, the other wealthy people from Zhengzhou present were also stunned and couldn't react for a long time. Court death. Luo Wanfu was furious, his anger reaching its peak. Boom! Other wealthy people also joined in the commotion, immediately overturning all the tables in the private room. The entire scene was filled with a deafening roar. 664, Chapter 664. An excellent location. You brat, you're asking for it. A group of wealthy men roared and rushed forward to attack Duan Xingyue. One of them even grabbed a chair and threw it at Duan Xingyue. Kill her! Luo Wanfu roared in a ferocious manner. The carved wooden chair swept through the air with great force. If it had landed on Duan Xingyue's head, she would have been seriously injured, if not killed. Boom! However, at that moment, the chair seemed to be hit by a cannonball, and it exploded in mid-air, sending debris flying everywhere. A dark figure appeared before Duan Xingyue as if by magic, seemingly out of nowhere. Even among those present, none of them saw how he made his move. The sturdy chair exploded in mid-air. That wasn't all. Immediately afterward, one after another, men in black appeared behind Duan Xingyue. There were 5 or 6 of them. Outside the window, several dark figures appeared silently, looming over the windowsill. Luo Wanfu and the others felt a chill run down their spines when they saw these ghostly figures. These people walk so silently, who are they? Anyone who dares to lay a hand on the princess will end up like this chair. The man in black standing in front of Duan Xingyue had no expression on his face, only a chilling killing intent in his eyes. Like a butcher, like an executioner. He exuded an extremely cold aura. Are you kidding me? However, the group of wealthy people present were among the most prominent in Zhengzhou, and they didn't take the man in black seriously at all. One of them roared and rushed forward, raising his fist and punching the man in black hard in the face. The combined wealth of this group of people could shake the entire Central Plains. Let alone taking action, even if they were to kill Duan Xingyue and her group, they could easily suppress the matter. They don't know what's good for them and dare to show off in front of them. They're practically asking for death. However, just as the fist was raised into the air, the man in black slightly raised his eyelids and easily grabbed the other's arm. Then a terrifying aura surged forth from his body like a flood. Boom! Not only was the wealthy man's arm broken, but he was also thrown more than 10 meters away, crashing horizontally into the wall behind him with a loud bang before falling heavily to the ground, spitting blood and losing consciousness on the spot. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. Luo Wanfu and the others were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, that's too strong. Who on earth is this person? Could this girl really be the third princess of the imperial state? How is that possible? How is that possible? Everyone's eyes widened as big as saucers, their eyeballs almost popping out. Heavenly Profound Realm, you're all experts at the Heavenly Profound Realm. This aura must be at least at the peak of the Heavenly Profound Realm, right? My God, so many Heavenly Profound Realm experts. Could you really be from the Imperial continent? Among the wealthy, those with some knowledge immediately recognized that this chilling aura belonged to someone at the heavenly profound realm, and were so frightened that they almost knelt on the ground on the spot. Heavenly profound realm? Upon hearing this, Duan Xingyue looked at everyone as if they were idiots, her face full of contempt and mockery. They really are just a bunch of ignorant country bumpkins. Heavenly profound realm? These 10 imperial bodyguards were all at the king realm, with the lowest being at the 3rd stage of the king realm. Any one of these people could sweep through the entire central plains. Killing these guys who don't know martial arts is as easy as crushing ants. However, the mission of these 10 experts at the king level is only to protect her closely unless she encounters danger. These 10 people will not easily show themselves. This is also the source of her confidence that allowed her to personally come to find the Lord of the Gates of Hell. No matter who the other party is, if she wants their life, not even a god can save them. Take him down. Duan Xingyue raised her hand and pointed at Luo Wanfu. The man in black didn't respond, but his body rushed forward like lightning. In the blink of an eye, they were standing in front of Luo Wanfu. Luo Wanfu was so frightened that he trembled all over and almost peed himself. He turned around and tried to run away. A master at the king realm can strike with incredible speed and terrifying power. They easily grabbed Luo Wanfu by the back of the neck and, with a gentle force, forced Luo Wanfu to the ground. Then, with one foot, Luo Wanfu's head was stomped on, making intimate contact with the floor. "Princess, spare my life!" Luo Wanfu screamed in terror. Duan Xingyue then slowly walked up, looked down at Luo Wanfu, and grinned coldly. "Now you should know how easy it is for me to kill you, right? You bunch of ants, you think you can fight against my heavenly alliance? It's utterly laughable. Perhaps the Hellgate master you rely on might earn my respect, but he's nothing more than an ant leader not worth mentioning." "Where is he?" Duan Xingyue gave a cold shout. "I have no idea." Luo Wanfu was so frightened that his lips trembled and he answered hastily, his forehead covered in cold sweat. "Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Kill him, then question the others if they don't talk, kill them all one by one." Duan Xingyue's face was cold. "Yes." The man in black raised his fist and slammed it into the back of Luo Wanfu's head. "I really don't know." Luo Wanfu screamed in terror, his heart and lungs feeling like they were about to burst. He shouted, "But I know the area near his Shin family's house. You can find him there. I can lead you the way. If you kill me, you'll never find him again." Luo Wanfu said, his heart breaking with grief. Su Ming's whereabouts were extremely secretive, appearing and disappearing like a dragon, so Luo Wanfu was not lying. Given the current situation, he doesn't dare to lie. "Fine, I'll give you one last chance. If you can't find him, you're dead." Duan Xingyue let out a cold snort that echoed throughout the area. At the foot of a cliff, about 2 miles from the Shin family's house, Su Ming, along with Shin Luoyun, Shin Sonlin, Yun Lian, Yun Jiang, and a group of others, stood here. All that could be seen were towering cliffs, sheer drops of thousands of feet. The surrounding area is lush with trees and covered with vegetation. The mountaintop was shrouded in mist, the mountains and clouds were thick with fog. There is only one narrow path leading into the interior of the mountain. "This is it." Su Ming turned to Shin Luoyun and said, "The terrain here is excellent. Judging from the upward flow of mist above, there must be a superb place inside. I am going in to refine medicine. It might take a day, or it might take 2 or 3 days. You can handle things outside." "Okay, Brother Su." Shin Luoyun nodded her little head hurriedly, then asked, "Do you need me to find more people to protect you and keep watch, so that nothing unexpected might disturb you?" Su Ming's gaze slowly swept over the crowd from behind them. Qin Shuang stood with dozens of members of the war god army. Although they did not move, their aura was overwhelming. "With them, that's enough." Qin Shuang also slowly stepped forward, bowed to Su Ming and said, "King Su, please wait. We will do our best to protect the surrounding area." Su Ming nodded slightly, carrying the top-quality medicinal herbs cultivated in the Yun family's medicinal garden, and slowly stepped into the mountain forest. Heading towards the mountain range ahead, his figure disappeared completely. 665, Chapter 665. Where's my knife? Young Master Qin, have you ever heard of the medicine sage of Zhengzhou? Inside the main hall of the Wan family, Xia Xianyun of the Sihai Medical Association sat with his entourage. Qin Feiyu sat directly in front, while Wan Shirin sat to the side. Since the cooperation was established with the Four Seas Medical Association, the progress has been very smooth. Whether it is medicine making or control of the Central Plains market, it has been a piece of cake. In just a few days, they have already earned tens of billions. Wan Jia also rose to fame. Now everyone in the Central Plains knows that the Wan family has a powerful backer, and there is no top-grade elixir that the Wan family cannot produce. The Wan family has truly secured a place in the Zhengzhou elixir market. But that's not enough. If you want to make Wanjia the number one family in Zhengzhou, this alone is not enough. With tens of billions, he can't even crack the top 10 on the Zhengzhou rich list. To become the number one in Zhengzhou in a short time and unify the medical practices and elixir market of Zhengzhou, one needs even more exquisite and divine elixirs. It was enough to cause a sensation both inside and outside Zhengzhou. It was like dropping a bombshell on a calm lake, shocking and awe-inspiring the entire Central Plains. But that's where I'm worried. Making medicine isn't a big problem. Xia Senyun is the vice president of the Four Seas Medical Association. He has superb medical skills and there is no medicine below the 8th grade that he cannot refine. Even if all else fails, there's Qin Feiyu, a genius from the Imperial Physician's mansion. With the two of them working together, they can try their luck with an 8th grade pill. But here's the problem. The ingredients for an 8th grade elixir are not easy to find. Every single medicinal herb is extremely rare and hard to find anywhere in China. Finding the ingredients for an 8th grade elixir is incredibly difficult, even with money. The sage of medicine? Upon hearing this, Wan Shirin sat up straight, her eyes shining, and said, I have heard of him. I've heard that the medicine saint of Zhengzhou is a reclusive master with divine medical skills. His understanding of medicine and herbs is unparalleled, and no one can surpass him. However, this medicine saint is elusive. It might take 3 to 5 years to catch a glimpse of him. Ordinary people have no chance of finding him. Whether or not we can meet him depends entirely on whether he wants to enter the world. President Xia, why did you mention this person? Wan Shirin asked in surprise. Xia Senyun gave Wan Shirin an approving look and nodded with a smile. Miss Wan truly lives up to her reputation as a young prodigy and a talented young woman. She even knows about such hidden matters. No wonder the Wan family is where it is today. The future of the Wan family depends on you. With Miss Wan's knowledge and vision, most people are simply not worthy of your attention, let alone be good enough for you. Wan Shirin blushed, feeling overjoyed. She politely replied, President Xia is too kind. I only heard about it secondhand. Xia Senyun nodded slightly. It's easy. This medicine saint is actually the patriarch of our Four Seas Medical Association, and I received news these past 2 days that the medicine saint patriarch is in the mountains near Zhengzhou. If we can find him, let alone 8th grade pills, even 9th grade pills would not be surprising. We could easily produce them. Such a thing is possible. This is simply a blessing from heaven. Wan Shirin was so happy she could hardly contain herself. Oh my God! If one could gain the favor of this medicine saint ancestor, becoming the number one in Central Plains would be a piece of cake. She couldn't even imagine how glorious the Wan family would be with this patriarch in charge, how dazzling they would be throughout the land. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find it right away. Wan Shirin said impatiently. Miss Wan, please don't be impatient. He has an eccentric personality and isn't easy to find. I've already sent people to gather information. We can act after we've confirmed things further. Young Master Qin, what do you think? Xia Xianyun turned to look at Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu remained silent, his face grim. But his thoughts and ideas had already turned 1,000 times. The sage of medicine. Another big shot has arrived. It is certainly a good thing to be able to invite this sage of medicine with his help. Unifying the medical practices of the Central Plains will be a piece of cake. But this is tantamount to another big shot riding on his head. How will we explain this to the Grand Commandant's office? I fear that Grand Commandant Su will have to personally behead him. But then I thought, no matter how powerful this medicine saint ancestor is, he's probably an old man in his 70s. What danger could he possibly be in? Once you've gotten all the benefits from the other party, you can turn around and bring down that old geezer, taking his place yourself. Wouldn't that be a great thing? This is simply divine intervention. Qin Feiyu was about to burst out laughing. But he kept a serious expression on his face, looked up at Xie Xianyun and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Chairman Xie. Let's do it your way." "Good." Xie Xianyun smiled broadly. "As long as young Master Qin doesn't forget his promise to my Four Seas Medical Association, that's fine." At this moment, the people from the Four Seas Medical Association rushed in, panting, and said to Xie Xianyun, reporting to the vice president, "We have found out that the medicine saint ancestor is in the mountains 2 miles away from the Shin family in the western part of Zhengzhou." "Great, let's go!" Xie Xianyun shouted, and the Four Seas Medical Association, Wan Shirin, Qin Feiyu, and their entourage set off in a grand procession towards the Shin family mountain range. Su Ming carried the medicinal herbs and ventured into the mountains. "We've already walked 5 or 6 miles. Above the mountain peaks, clouds and mist cascaded down like a waterfall, while below lay a spacious basin. The grass was lush and green, and the air was fresh and invigorating. Taking a deep breath of the grass made one feel refreshed. It's even more abundant than the Yun family's medicinal herb garden. Refining medicine here will surely yield twice the results with half the effort." Su Ming leaped down the hillside several times, his body as swift as an eagle or a tiger, and quickly descended the slope. With a loud bang, his feet landed on the ground, right in the basin below. After leaving a deep footprint in the ground, Su Ming stepped forward, intending to find a comfortable place to begin refining the medicine. After walking for a while, he looked up and his eyes lit up. In front of him was something that looked like a medicinal herb field. Inside, all sorts of rare medicinal herbs grow. Prosperous. He was instantly overjoyed. Unexpectedly, these mountains hold such treasures. Any one of these plants could fetch a price of over $1 billion outside. Su Ming strode forward, and without thinking twice, he picked up the medicinal herbs in front of him one by one and threw them into his pocket. "You heartless bastard, stop right now. You beast, I've spent half a year carefully nurturing this herb, and it was almost ready to mature. You beast, I'll fight you to the death." A hoarse, worn-out voice came from behind, shouting in exasperation. Su Ming was taken aback and turned his head to look. Then he saw an emaciated old man with white hair and beard, wielding a hoe and with bloodshot eyes, charging towards him. "Go to hell!" The old man, seemingly insane, raised his hoe and smashed it down on Su Ming's head. Su Ming didn't dodge, he simply raised his hand and blocked the middle of the hoe. With a snap, the entire hoe was smashed in half, but Su Ming was completely unharmed. The old man was furious, pacing frantically, yelling, "Where's my knife? I'll kill you, you bastard, you've ruined all my hard work, and you won't live either." 666, Chapter 666 The Medicine Saint's Extraordinary Encounters. Su Ming finally understood. It turns out these medicinal herbs belong to someone.